Heroes and demon kings exist together in this world. In any battle, the hero is the one who sacrifices himself for the good of the kingdom, while the demon king is the ruler of the other world. The world bestows heroes with overwhelming power and their sole mission is to destroy the demon king. Similarly, demons exist only to wipe out heroes. The loyal servants who serve the demon king are called legion commanders. The legion consists of 12 people, numbered from 1 to 12. They are subordinates of the demon king, possessing incredible power and extreme cruelty. I heard that no one is strong enough to fight them. Except heroes. However, history has recorded a case of a devil killing a hero. The one who did it was Commander Number 0, the devil Arut. He is the demon king's public trump card, the demon king's most favored talent. In the demon world, a letter was thrown on the table, followed by an announcement of resignation in an irreverent manner. The blonde guy said solemnly, "I hereby resign." The demon king was so shocked that he broke the pen in his hand. He angrily slammed the table and asked with a sharp face, "What did you just say? Do you dare leave me?" However, his face turned black with anger. It was just an act. The next second he threw away all the integrity of a boss and knelt at his feet begging, "No, don't go, don't leave me. Is it true that you said it was just for fun? Why did you suddenly say no? Are you dissatisfied with this castle, or do your subordinates not respect you? They discriminate against you because you are human, right?" The demon king could not accept the story of the evil Arut leaving. He frowned and thought, there is no way that could happen. The devil Arut is a terrifyingly strong person even though he is just a human. That is a level of strength that no matter how hard other people train, they cannot reach. That's why everyone worships and respects him. He is the strongest card in our hands. Whoever eats lobster liver dares to confront him. At this moment, Arut immediately responded, "No, no one was rude to me." The demon king thought in bewilderment. His face is always cold, I can't guess what he's thinking. Then he asked further, "So what is the reason? Don't say." Arut said with a very calm face, "Can you kill me?" After hearing this, the demon king was shocked to the core. He cried out and exclaimed, "What? Wait, there is no way I would kill you. Why do you say that? I raised you like an egg. How could you say that?" "Because recently I don't send you to the border anymore." "Are your hands and feet itching on your forehead?" "You know I have no other choice, in your current condition." Arut helplessly replied, "No, that's right. Wait a minute, please calm down." So the demon king frantically asked all kinds of questions, trying his best to confide in him just to know the reason why he didn't want to continue to stay here. But before he could say a few words, Arut suddenly had a nosebleed. "You're bleeding again." Arut quickly covered his nose with his hand and said tiredly, "Please forgive me for dirtying your floor." Needless to say, how worried the demon king was. He immediately shouted, "Where is the doctor? Bring the personal doctor of the Zero Commander here. He's almost dead, but where is he dancing with fire?" Immediately afterwards, Arut's personal doctor arrived to treat him. The demon king urgently asked how he was. "Drive," Ben immediately replied. "You probably already know that this is post-trauma from his wound after fighting the hero." The demon king bent down and looked down. An oppressive aura was immediately emitted. He said sternly, "I did not call you here to. Let's not talk about what I already know. Find a way to treat him as quickly as possible. You won't be able to do it. Then you know the consequences." Dr. Ben did not dare to disobey orders and immediately replied, "Yes, my subordinates will try their best." After that, the demon king immediately ordered, "Arut, we will continue talking next time. You quickly go back and concentrate on recuperating. The sick person will lead the commander to his room." As soon as he finished speaking, Arut was immediately pulled back to the room to rest by the doctors as quickly as possible. Those people also took care of him with such good care that it was annoying. The people in the castle saw him lying on the bed being carried away and started whispering. The commander vomited blood again. It was said that during the battle he broke through the hero's defense and killed him, killing him, only having minor injuries. That's great. Even in this state, he is still the second strongest person here after the demon king. Even though he's human, he's only inferior to the demon king. Honestly, I respect him a lot. We're so lucky to have him. He's worthy of being commander. No, couldn't be more miserable. Inside he screamed, "Damn this business trip. I just want to resign and live a normal life. You selfish people only think about yourself. Destroy the hero. Boundless power. Please stop it all." After seeing that Arut's pulse had stabilized, the staff immediately bowed and said, "The commander rested leisurely." After they left, only Arut was left alone, who was trembling with fear and silently said, "I am the devil Arut. No, I am just Dion Hart living in the demon king's castle." actually, I'm not that talented, I'm just a weak person. At this moment, a maid brought in the medicine and said, "After you finish drinking, give it back to me." Arut politely said thank you and then reached out to take the medicine cup. But when he put it back on the tray, their hands accidentally touched each other lightly. The girl looked panicked and quickly said, "Asking for your forgiveness." "You go." Turning around to leave, the girl smiled happily when she touched him. But Arut is the complete opposite. He silently laments, "Oh my god, she probably hates me so much. She hates me so much that she doesn't even want to touch me, but compared to them, the Demon King cares for me a bit too much." "Where are you going, Arut? You haven't fully recovered yet. I told my subordinates to take care of you. How can I be healthy after eating 3 of these devilish things? Eat my food, it's too much." He kept calling Arut Arut, which was an overstatement, not a bit too much. Arut lay down, looked at the ceiling, and sighed, thinking, "I am the only human in the demon world, born with the weakest constitution, so much so that even the slightest pressure can cause me to collapse. Everyone kept mistaking me for being a strong person and I became Commander Zero, a subordinate of the Demon King. So I had to control that. This was post-injury after fighting with the hero. What if someone discovered that I was weak from the moment I was born?" Thinking of this, he immediately sat up in fear. My whole body trembled and I thought to myself, "I'm going to die, I can't stay here anymore." Breathe and think of them laughing at me. "Oh my god, who is this weakling, a new toy?" I have to quietly leave here as quickly as possible to live peacefully for the rest of my life. The only way to escape death is to leave the demon world. At this time, a panicked Ed ran in and called out, "Sir Arut." Arut turned around and replied in bewilderment, "Ed, you just came back from the human world?" "Yes." The guy took out a Rubik's Cube from his pocket and smiled happily and said, "I just found a new Rubik's Cube." Looking at the guy's radiant face, Arut thought to himself, "Ed is one of the few devils that I feel comfortable with. When I'm with him, every time he comes to the human world, he brings me something to relieve my boredom." Ed added, "Having it will make you less bored." "Heck, did the subordinates forget you just fainted?" Arut turned the Rubik Cube and calmly replied, "It's okay now." Ed added, "Having it will make you less bored." "Heck, did the subordinates forget you just fainted?" Arut turned the Rubik Cube and calmly replied, "It's okay now." Hearing that, Arut silently lamented, "I must be reincarnated like this." He helplessly replied, "I just brought it on myself." "That's not it, you fought with all your might against that hero for us. Your subordinates will definitely find a way to cure you, even if it means tearing Ben's body apart." Looking at Ed Arut's murderous face, his eyes turned pale and he secretly exclaimed, "These devils are so scary." After a while of asking, Ed also asked permission to leave. Arut was alone in his room and started thinking again. It turns out that there aren't many people who care about him like him, which is nice. The Demon King also cares about me even though it's a bit excessive. Thanks to the Demon King, I can live here peacefully. Hopefully there won't be any misunderstandings. It's pouring rain outside. In his private room the Demon King was holding Arut's resignation letter. He said with a very thoughtful face, "Resignation letter." Looking at that face, I really don't understand what he is thinking. Suddenly he smirked and exclaimed, "Well. From the first time we met, he was an unpredictable person." He remembered the first day when he met Arut, witnessed Arut still being safe after the hero exploded the Demon King and thought to himself, "Did he kill that human hero? That must be it." The two commanders behind were also discussing in surprise. He had penetrated the hero's defense and killed him. After using that much strength, he was still able to stand on his own 2 feet. The Demon King thought to himself, "The kingdom sent a very interesting person, an extremely brave and loyal person, who dared to jump into the middle of the war to fight for the kingdom. Unexpectedly, they dared to send someone like him, such a dangerous place. If I were them I wouldn't send him to such a place, to die an unnecessary death." After learning that his name was Demon King Dion Hart, he smiled happily and extended his hand to him and added, "Do you want to join my army?" Returning to the present, the Demon King was muttering to himself. Thinking back, he agreed too quickly at that time. Now I don't know what to do with him. A while later, while reading a pile of documents sent by his subordinates, the Demon King then smirked and exclaimed, "Oh." I don't know what he was thinking, but after that he gave the order to go down. "I want to meet with the Corps Commander, inform all the commanders to gather here, obey orders." Reading from the paper in the Demon King's hand, he smiled cunningly and exclaimed, "I'm sure you'll like this very much." That night, Arut walked to the Demon King's office with an annoyed look on his face. As he walked, he cursed silently in his heart, really annoyed. Because I was called by the Demon King, I couldn't enjoy any moments of rest. He was the one who told me to rest, but now he's suddenly holding a meeting between the commanders. Yes. Thinking about this, I couldn't suppress the feeling of trepidation rising in my heart. Does that mean that all the commanders living in the Demon King's castle were also called? Just meeting ordinary demons. I was scared to death. I couldn't believe I was about to meet the other commanders. Did he want me to taste death or something? Has he calmed down yet? It seems like he was very angry because he was suddenly called up. Hearing everyone looking at me and talking like that, Art immediately sighed and tried to calm down. I had to adjust my expression. New feeling. It's better not to cause trouble with them. If you fight with them, you won't be able to win. A dark-skinned girl stood in a corner whispering to the person next to her. Is that the person in the rumor? This is the first time I've met in real life. His name is... Hearing that, the young man immediately sighed in boredom and smiled softly before explaining, "Oh my god, new ghost, you still can't remember his name. Listen carefully, when he killed the hero, I was also there. When the Demon King asked what his name was, he answered indifferently. I'm the devil Arud. How is it, now you won't forget his name?" The cool image of Arud immediately appeared in their minds, needless to say how sparkling and scary it was. The girl gasped and exclaimed, "Oh, this name is the most similar to the devil's name among all the names I've ever heard." Arud heard that and immediately thought in a daze. I said my name was Dion Hart. No matter how much they admired him, when they saw him approaching with that funeral look on his face, they knew they shouldn't touch him. The guy immediately covered the girl's mouth and said, "Oh, be careful, you're in the mood. I'm not doing well, but it's rumored that he can't fight right now, so he's very upset. Let's go somewhere else before he kills us. Stop standing here in the way." Arud smiled helplessly and thought to himself, if I could kill so many people, I would definitely be defeated. Why do I feel like the misunderstandings are getting more serious every day? Well, looking at it in a positive way, it's thanks to that people don't cause trouble with me. If I get caught here, I will definitely die. Before I leave the evil realm, I can't let anyone find out that I'm just a weak person. I have to pretend to be more confident. You have to act like you're not afraid of anyone. I am the leader of the Zeroth Corps, the demon Arud, he thought as he clenched his fists and aggressively walked towards the big door. Seeing him, the two guards guarding the door were frightened and quickly greeted him. "Sir Arud," he coldly replied, "open the door." The two large doors opened at Arud's request, welcoming him with the Demon King's murderous eyes and threatening smile. He said, "Finally, the leader of the Air Corps has joined us. You are here." Arud frowned solemnly and looked at the Demon King without answering, but inside he was extremely panicked and wondered, what is that? What is this strange atmosphere? While confused and not knowing how to react, Jakar, the leader of the First Army, spoke up and said, "You should sit next to the Demon King." Azald, the leader of the Third Corps next to him, frowned and looked at him, thinking to himself, no matter how many times I look at him, I still see that guy as weak as a slug. I don't believe he's strong. I really want to fight him. Let's see. Adelia, the leader of the Fourth Corps, and Velatin, the leader of the Sixth Corps, were also whispering, did he have a reason to be late? What the hell, he definitely had some personal reason. Ryronel, the leader of the 11th Corps, heard that and immediately clenched his fists angrily, thinking to himself, why does that stupid brain with developed limbs disrespect Mr. Arut like that? The Legion leaders had all arrived and Arut suddenly became the most lazy person here. He reluctantly sat down on the chair with his butt in front of the eyes staring at him. Arut tried to act okay like that. Inside I felt that my mother just wanted to be invisible, but why were there so many leaders? It was so scary. The pressure was real. I wanted to go back to the room. Seeing that, the Demon King spoke first. Arut, are you okay? Yes, I'm sorry for being late. It's okay. It seems you have a reason to be so late. Arut didn't answer but thought to himself, but the real reason is because I was hesitant about whether I should go or not. At that moment, the waiter in the castle quickly came forward to pour him a glass of red liquid. Sir, I'll pour you some water. Arut is calm on the outside but on the inside is constantly dancing, thinking, it's here. Alcohol. Whenever there is a meeting held in the devil's territory, I can drink expensive alcohol to my heart's content. This is the main reason why I still decide to come here, even if it's very random. Thinking about it, he quickly took it and took a sip. The taste on the tip of his tongue made Arut immediately freeze, his face expressionless as he thought, isn't this wine? This is grape juice. Glancing around the large table, Arut's face darkened. Whispering something, but it seems like everyone has alcohol. He frowned and thought, did they look down on me? Arut only sadly asked a question, but the atmosphere suddenly became so tense that the Demon King could not stand this drunkard anymore, so he helplessly held his forehead and said, stop it Arut, I ordered them to do it. There, you and your love for wine are real. Arud immediately replied, "Why am I the only one?" The Demon King frowned and pointed his finger and said, "Do you really not know?" Arud looked down. His fragile heart was seriously damaged. It was secretly screaming. He didn't know. Seriously, racism or something. Wait, because he felt useless, that's why he was so sorry for me. I was finally discovered. If so, they compiled it here. Is it to announce my outcome? At this time, the Demon King spoke up and talked about the main issue. Don't listen to me before getting angry. You are the reason why I organized this meeting today. Arud kept speculating while listening. It's true, that's their plan. The Demon King continued, "Leader of the 6th Army, please hand out the documents you submitted to me." The commander of the 6th Corps heard that and nodded, then began to clarify that even though the 12th Corps was still protecting the village until now, because of the sudden increase in the number of ghosts, the 12th Corps no longer can bear it anymore. After the ghosts destroyed more than half the village, we evacuated the remaining citizens to the city with its high walls. However, we don't know when that place will be ambushed, so we need reinforcements to hunt those ghosts. The crowd heard that and immediately started talking. I wonder why the leader of the 12th Army didn't participate. Maybe he was killed by those little ghosts. Be careful what you say. Even though those ghosts are not strong, when they gather together they are quite formidable, but aren't they just failed products? Arud sat on the side not paying much attention to this, because they were the ones who caused this trouble and no one else, but it was understandable to be surprised. Ghosts, among the demons created by the Demon King. They are beings that have no senses and are loyal only to their instincts and desires. They are failed products. I can't believe the leader of the 12th Army lost to those ghosts, but that has nothing to do with me. The 6th Army commander added, because there are so many ghosts, we have to fight every day. I don't know why they keep getting stronger in both strength and number. The Demon King continued thoughtfully, the number of heroes who had killed ghosts was decreasing, so it was not strange for him to be killed when the ghosts united to attack. Hero, the Arut leader is the one who killed the hero. The mood of everyone present suddenly plummeted to infinity because of this last sentence. The young man had a bad boy appearance but a baby boy configuration continuously protested in his heart. Isn't it like that? We planning on killing me and using this as an excuse, but first. I've never killed a hero before. Most importantly, wasn't that Demon King the one who intended to kill the hero? If anyone is responsible, it's you. What does that Demon King say? Who knows? Arud glared at the Demon King because he wanted him to take responsibility, but who knows, he turned the signal around and made things go even worse. The Demon King looked at Arud and thought, I know that look. He smirked. Then clearly stated, don't worry, the leader of the Air Corps will be sent to support the 12th Corps. Arud listened and was dumbfounded. His expression was so frozen that he didn't know what appropriate attitude to express. What the hell is he talking about? The Demon King over here is smiling stupidly and secretly signaling, I did well, right, go there and help everyone relieve the tension. I know you want to come, that's it. A certain leader saw the Demon King's happy face and wondered silently. The Demon King spoke as if he was just going on patrol to get acquainted. Perhaps the Demon King believed that the leader of the Zero Corps would be able to handle things that the leader of the 12th Corps could not. How strong is he to make the Demon King trust him so much? It took a while for Aru to hold back his tears and make excuses to refuse. Well, my body isn't very good right now, but honestly, don't make me go. Tell me I don't have to go. Azald saw that and said, he doesn't want to go. Jakar next to him continued, no, I also think he wanted to make an excuse not to go. But maybe now he's trying to control his anger and check to see if his body is healthy enough to go on the trip. Ho, is that so? That's amazing, Jakar thought. I still don't trust him, but that expression is truly that of a great leader. Azald looked at Arud and smiled, thinking, not only is he strong but he can also make accurate assessments. My desire to fight him is increasing. The Demon King was very excited right now. He smiled happily and said, I'm not asking you to work too hard, I'm just asking you to command the army and then rest in that village. That's all for you. This is easy, isn't it? Arud silently groaned helplessly. It was very difficult. I will never go anywhere. I want to say that, but I probably can't. I have made a decision. Facing those eyes filled with admiration and hope, Arud could only reluctantly accept. Thinking, he clenched his hands and said, if so, I'll go. Arud was thinking to himself, no longer caring whether the Demon King allows it or not, I'll definitely escape this damned evil territory. That night, the 0th Army Corps immediately set out on duty. Arud continued to lament and remember his failed escape plan. This day has finally come. The more I run, the closer the end of the world comes. That night, when he saw the Demon King's luggage, he asked, "Arud, have you packed your things? Do you want to go that far?" Mao replied, "Oh no, oh yes, I can't wait to die." Thinking of this, he immediately sighed. How could he tell the Demon King that he was running away to the kingdom? And of course, even if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. The insane king sent himself to the Demon King. And my brother hates me to the core, but that's still better than being among the demons and dying without realizing it. No, you have to think positively. I heard that the core as well as Ed are extremely strong. I will just play my role well and the rest will be taken care of. At this moment, a subordinate came to report to Ed, "We are about to go to the village." After hearing that, Ed immediately replied, "Keep the ranks and don't let your guard down." Arut looked at the peaceful situation outside through the curtains and felt somewhat at peace. He silently reassured himself that, that's right, there would be no reason for him to show up. The Demon King also said, that I don't need to do much. No need to worry anymore, just enjoy this time. Thinking, Arut's hand began to caress the bottle of wine hidden in his pocket, a special bottle of wine from the demon world, a rare wine only found in the demon world, with a very delicate scent that many demons crave, Tianj. Arut smiled happily, remembering the previous scene, thinking that he couldn't drink due to the presence of the Demon King during the meeting, but there would be a new problem if they thought he would give up early, stealing the bottle of wine, when the meeting was adjourned. They say that whoever drinks this will go to Cloud 9, maybe before I die I should try it once to know what the specialty is. Pick up the bottle of wine and take a big sip. Arut smiled happily and exclaimed, this is really delicious, the demon world really makes great wine. Feels like being truly alive. Outside, Ed is a bit worried when he doesn't see any movement from Arut. The guy thought to himself, Mr. Arut still feels uncomfortable, maybe it's because of that before we left. When the Legion was not about to move, a girl rushed over and said, Sir Arut, wait a minute. I know you like to ride horses, but please think about your health too, and stay in the carriage until you're fully recovered. Arut looked at the girl bewilderedly and thought, what is this guy talking about? Of course I will get into the carriage, who said I like riding this ferocious beast. After that, Arut went straight inside, fine. Because it looks good, let's just look at it for a bit. This made Ed extremely upset. He thought sadly, I have served Mr. Arut for a long time so I know that he really likes riding horses. I only have simple hobbies, I just want you to be able to ride as long as you want, but the king's orders are to do everything for the benefit of Arut. When I heard Arut was planning to ride the Demon King's horse, crossed his arms and angrily shouted, Are you crazy? Do you think it's good to let him ride a horse after his health condition has been diagnosed like that? Time passed normally like that and the person on horseback in front suddenly spoke, Your Excellency, the envoy has arrived at the village. Before their eyes was a village engulfed in the bright red color of fire and smoke. On the ground, dead people lay like straw, and the scene looked desolate. Ed saw this and exclaimed, How terrible! I think the monsters have swept the village and left. They probably haven't gone far yet, chasing after them and moving forward. Who would have thought that at this moment, a group of ghosts with hideous and ferocious appearances would rush out from inside and surround from all sides? Ed suddenly shouted in panic, Monsters! They ambushed us at the entrance, the soldiers were ready to fight. Fight for Sir Arut, it all depends on us. The war broke out extremely fiercely, these failed products had only killing in mind, so they frantically attacked anyone who appeared in front of them. The sound of weapons and screams echoed everywhere, making the place chaotic and smelling of rust. Ed grimaced and said, Damn, there are too many of them. Mr. Ed was careful. As soon as the scream ended, a giant monster nearly 3 meters tall appeared in front of him, opening its wide mouth and wanting to bite him. Ed stood in shock, bewildered, thinking, Oh my God, I let my guard down. Returning to the castle of the demon world at this time, Jakar is discussing the war with the Demon King. Demon King, is it okay to have only the Legion? Hearing that, the Demon King calmly exclaimed, Oh, that thing about controlling monsters. Jakar continued, Their numbers are quite large, should we send more reinforcements? The Demon King immediately burst into laughter, It's okay, the army is not very strong, I guarantee it. Besides, if anything really goes wrong, they'll still have him. The war on this side is where Ed is hanging by a thread. He was so confused that he covered himself with a mat on the spot, not knowing that halfway through, someone would come to his rescue. Red blood splashed out. After receiving several deep cuts from Arut's weapon, the giant monster roared loudly and collapsed to the ground. Ed saw his leader coming and immediately shouted with joy, Sir Arut. He was about to say thank you when the sharp dagger blade suddenly pointed right at him. Ed stood still and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I was about to ask you for help." Arut looked at Ed with cold eyes and asked, "Are you also an enemy?" "On the battlefield, if the enemy or we don't know, then we will be half dead." He was very scared when he heard that. He guessed that his boss was extremely drunk before hastily saying, "No, no sir." Arut asked again, "Then, is that the enemy?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit hard by a slap weighing several kilograms. The demon struck so fast that he didn't have time to react and flew to a corner. Seeing this scene made Ed terrified. He was extremely scared and exclaimed, "Sir Arut." After the smoke and dust cleared, Arut's whole body was covered in blood and he looked pathetic. Being suddenly beaten without knowing the reason caused him to lose his mind. Arut coldly affirmed, "That's true, right." As soon as he confirmed which side was the enemy, he immediately rushed forward like an angry arrow to take revenge on all of them. Arut was consumed by madness. In Ed's eyes, each of Arut's attacks is very decisive. He just needs a little awareness to know who the enemy is. The rest will be handled by the two daggers in hand. Although the remaining members were called demons, looking at the real bloodthirsty demon that was frantically tearing apart the monsters in front of their eyes, they could not suppress their chills. They asked each other, "So that was the commander of the army? No, what Arut demon?" Arut thought as he slashed, "Don't leave the enemy intact." Even seemingly dead enemies don't stop tearing their bodies apart. Let the enemy feel fear. With this weak body of mine. This is how we survive in this world. At the same time, somewhere else, the news about the Zero Army reached the ears of a special person. He sat on the throne and said solemnly, "The commander of the army is okay." The mysterious person knelt in the hall, immediately replied, "Yes." The soldier sent to scout the demon world is said to be the commander of the legion that is not participating in this attack. Rumor has it that he is extremely strong and cruel. I heard that the legion commander is not the demon king's most valuable subordinate. The king of the Eduardo Deserta kingdom laughed softly after hearing this. Replied, "It reminds me of someone. If that's how they want to get out of the demon world, we need to be prepared. I also have a good candidate. What do you think? I will give you a chance to have an achievement." Without hesitation, the mysterious person immediately clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "I will obey your royal command." The king extended his hand to that person and added, "Good, then you will become that valuable subordinate." 8-Year War. To win glory for the kingdom, that place was filled with blood and bones. Among them, with the noble sacrifice of the frontline vanguards. In Arut's mind, they are essentially just abandoned meat skewers. This is simply hell. They always constantly encourage each other in those moments of life and death. "Don't falter, fight bravely for the kingdom." "I don't want to go to this hell, or risk my life to fight." "What a kingdom, it's a joke." "I don't want anything like that, I don't intend to. Sacrificing myself for the country that sent me to this hell, I simply did everything to survive. I refuse to sacrifice myself for their wishes. I have to survive no matter what happens. In revenge, them." A strange and too real dream made Arut wake up in panic. He stood still and thought, "Dream, what did I just dream about? It was so real. Is this my room?" Doctors Ben and Ed were right next to the hospital bed. As soon as they saw him sitting up, they immediately rushed over to ask if he was awake. "You've been sleeping all day. We finished the treatment while you slept. Do you know how scared I was when you came back covered in blood?" Arut replied bewilderedly, "What are you talking about? When did you get here, and what about the mission?" Ed frowned and immediately replied, "The suppression of a monster has been completed. They ran away in panic, and we returned to the Demon King's castle as soon as he passed out. Please forgive me, if only I were a little stronger." Having said this, he suddenly realized something strange. "What? The mission is over? What do you mean people are unconscious?" Looking at Ben's stupid appearance, not understanding what happened, he immediately made a diagnosis. "Oh my God, I think you're suffering from temporary amnesia. This damage is really serious. You don't remember, what? You were hit by a monster but you jumped up right away so you didn't think much of it." Arut was still bewildered, not understanding what the two of them were saying. Had he lost his memory? But the next second, Arut immediately turned pale and sat silently, trying to remember everything. A flood of memories just ran through my head, making my mood worse and worse. Did I do something wrong when I got drunk? I think it was because I drank too much that I was drunk, not because of any injury. I was probably extremely drunk so I hit it. Dr. Ben then added, but I heard that the army did not complete the mission without any casualties, while there were a bunch of monsters. How surprising, Arut replied wryly. No, I didn't do anything, you're still humble, I give up. But I didn't really do anything, Ed and the army took care of everything, right? As soon as he finished thinking, he turned to Ed and said, sorry Ed, I only caused a burden. But contrary to your guess. Ed smiled happily and replied, no Sir Arut, you were truly amazing, you killed a bunch of monsters on the front lines, you are truly an exemplary commander. The doctor next to him continued, but after all, this time he was too strong, we knew he was very strong, but after that battle his body was weak. So please be careful. Arut turned away and thought to himself, what are you guys talking about? How can I play with all those monsters? Ed 5 clenched his fist and firmly added, I know you don't completely trust us, but you are still there for us, we will become stronger so you can rest assured and rest in peace. After listening to this, Arus immediately gave up, facing a doctor who was upset because his patient refused to put his health first, and an idiot who was determined to get stronger so he could protect his leader. I feel so pressured, I don't know what these two people are talking about but I don't have that ability. Anyway, let's get out of here. At this moment the leader of the 3rd Army Azald and the leader of the 4th Army Adelia suddenly came looking for me. Sir Arut, we heard that you have awakened. Azald walked away, frowning and shouting, lower your voice, Commander, you don't need to rest. Adelia refused to give up and jumped back, you're even louder than me, so why follow me? Do you want me to play with you? Stop joking, I came here to visit the commander. Saw the two of them. Arut extremely confused, he wondered why these people were here, they weren't very close so why did they come to visit? Jakar felt that they were a bit annoying and immediately warned them that they were both too noisy. If you come to visit him, say hello gently and then leave, don't you find that day uncomfortable? Hearing that, the two of them obediently apologized to Arut. Sir Arut, I sincerely apologize. Inside, he just wanted to turn the table over and send everyone home. But on the outside, he only dared to sigh but didn't have the guts to be aggressive towards anyone. Looking at those Arut people, he thought to himself, how can I get rid of these people now? Seeing that Arut did not respond to the commander of the 3rd Corps, he worriedly thought, damn it, he must be very tired right now after the last mission, I'm really bad. Jakar next to him also added, I understand you two we don't like each other, but let's stop in this castle and stop trying to kill each other. Arut heard that and immediately asked again, what do you mean when you say kill? In his heart he thought, kill, who killed who? What you said is so ridiculous, even if I did it in my wildest dreams, I wouldn't be able to beat anyone. If these bastards find out I'm weak, they won't show me any mercy. Wait a minute. Kindness, should we teach them about kindness so that they will be kind to us in the future? They could have spared me if they knew I was weak, Azald said worriedly. Sir Arut, if you are really bothered we sincerely apologize. Arut immediately smirked and replied, I'm really angry. In his heart, he thought to himself, I need to speak more carefully, my voice must be steely but my anger must not be revealed. But there's no reason to do anything just because of anger, we don't always want to hurt anyone, do you understand? That's kindness, even when someone is cheating, lies, even towards those weaker than us, we should learn to treat those around us with kindness. After finishing speaking, Arut immediately thought to himself, good, I think it worked, remember this lesson and remember to forgive me in the future. The words were gentle but the attitude was murderous. This lecture on kindness was so cold that everyone was so shy that they didn't dare say a word other than bowing obediently and saying, we will remember. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed a bit wrong, Arut frowned and thought to himself, what kind of atmosphere is this? It seems like he's become a preacher to the devil. This Jakar was even scared while doing nothing wrong. The leader of the 1st Corps also spoke up at this time. Anyway, I heard that you completed your mission, you must have worked hard. Next to Adelia, she had forgotten the guilt she felt earlier and enthusiastically continued, there are too many rumors about you, Mr. Arut, they say you single-handedly wiped out half of the monsters. Are you okay, Mr. Arut? I'm fine. Hearing this, Arut couldn't help but be surprised and ask, I wiped out half of the monsters, what is so evil? So I'm spending my time with other people. Arut shyly turned to apologize to Ed. But his face was now red with happiness, without any feeling of sulking or anger at all. Arut was surprised again. What was that expression? Azald came forward to make a suggestion. I also heard your heroic stories and came here to ask you something. Arut asked curiously, a request? It's no big deal. After you fully recovered, can I have a duel with you, Sir Arut? I didn't know how scared Arut was. He thought he heard wrong so he quickly asked again, practice with me, huh? In his heart, he secretly screamed, not a battle with the devil, a battle with the real devil, the commander of the Third Army, the elite protecting the king, and me. After receiving the challenge invitation from the leader of the Third Corps, Azul couldn't imagine how scared Arut was. He thought he heard wrong, so he quickly asked again, "Should we practice with me?" Azul excitedly nodded and replied, "Yes, I kept hearing about Mr. Arut's glorious victories. I would be honored if I learned a few things from that day." The other two were just as excited as him. Jakar rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Oh ho, that sounds good." He thought to himself, thinking back, I still haven't seen Commander Zero training with anyone since he became commander. I also want to admire Commander Zero's skills. I wonder if he will accept my love. This bridge does not. The Adelia girl excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my god, to witness you are welcoming the battle. You know that the 4th Division is the intelligence division, right? I will summon as many spectators as possible." Azul immediately heard that angrily replied, "I don't care who comes to watch, but don't let anyone disrupt the party." Arut smiled and hesitantly replied, wait, I don't want it." But what he was saying suddenly stopped when he saw the expectant eyes of the commanders. Arut thought to himself that he couldn't refuse. Imagining that scene, his face turned pale and he thought, why did they arbitrarily decide like that? It doesn't make sense at all. Am I going to be wiped out by the hands of this Azult? Arut held his head in fear and said, I think it will be very difficult to accept this request for a practice match. Because of the aftershock after confronting the monsters and my power, I mean I could die. No, I mean die. Arut spoke for a while and didn't know what he was saying. The more he looked at them, the more he panicked, the more he spoke nonsense. Azul's face was now dark and he silently asked, why? Is he avoiding a battle? Why? Looking at Azult Arut, he worriedly thought to himself, he was looking at me with suspicious eyes, but that was also true. No one could understand the reason for this stuttering. When Arut didn't know what to say to make them understand, the brother who liked to make people think about him, Jakar, spoke up. It's amazing, even when facing a commander he is still very confident. I still wonder why didn't the commander never practice, but now I understand. He was worried about his opponent getting hurt. The two of them didn't understand anything, so they froze for a moment. Azult heard this and immediately turned to look at the corps commander without bewilderment. After a moment, he rolled his eyes and then shouted loudly, no way. He also suddenly thought to himself that it was him. Jakar immediately replied, of course he was worried about you, so he refused. Besides, it had been a long time since he fought a battle, so I'm pretty sure that day it was difficult to control himself in battle. Fight. Meaning that once the practice match begins, it will be a fight to the death. Azult thought thoughtfully. As for the confidence that day would be the winner, I, who was always confident in making every battle fair with other commanders, was never confident that I would win. What kind of confidence? This is the absolute power that the Demon King believes in. The commander of the Third Corps, after pondering and thinking, finally bowed his head and said, this is humiliating, but I'm really not confident of winning and I don't want to fight you to death. I don't dare fight you anymore, Sir Arut. Even though my pride hurts a bit, thank you for your generous consideration. After hearing that, Arut immediately froze in surprise and thought to himself, he really agreed. Besides looking at his leader with a proud expression, as expected, Sir Arut is so awesome that these terrible commanders have to respect him. Arut frowned and looked at Azult, thinking to himself, I don't understand what's going on, never mind as long as it's not a practice match. Azult also added at this time, but I still won't give up. When I'm confident enough that I will be stronger and won't die, I will challenge you again. He widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. After listening to this, Arut got angry and secretly screamed, but I don't want to fight, just give up, oh my god. The commander of the Third Army Corps clenched his fists, smiled happily and said, okay, your promise will be my motivation. So I'm going to practice right now. I just said I'm already going to practice. He's gone already, wait a minute. After Azult left with his boiling enthusiasm, leaving Arut with a feeling of horror, he clenched his fist trying to stay calm and said, this is driving me crazy. Jakar heard that and replied, he never had any ambition, but maybe you gave him motivation. That's good. Adelia next to him only cares that Azult is too loud. Then Arut suddenly held his head and staggered. Ed saw this and called out in panic, Mr. Arut, you have a fever again. He immediately turned to look at the two commanders and said, sorry, but Mr. Arut needs to rest more. Seeing that Arut was so tired, the two of them didn't bother anymore and left together. Yes, I wish you a quick recovery, please rest, we're leaving. Arut did not answer but took the glass of water from his subordinate's hand to drink and then thought, let's escape from the demon world. Before leaving, Jakar happily turned back and added, "Oh yes, later when you practice with the third commander, please let me fight with you too. I'm really looking forward to that." Mr. Arut, the main character, was so depressed and scared that he fainted. "I have to escape from the demon world urgently." Doctors Ben and Ed saw this and immediately panicked and gave first aid. His heart was beating too fast. "Please don't die today, Arut." When the scene changed, he followed the wall to go out. As time passed, Arut stood lazily leaning his arm against the wall and said tiredly. Ha was so tired that he finally managed to escape. Ed kept nagging, "You should get well soon to go to the army. Everyone expected you to do that, Mr. Arut." Ben always showed a worried face and warned, "If you keep locking yourself in your room like this, you won't get better, and you need to exercise too." Azald also worked very hard to report. He was planning to visit the army. "It was okay. I was also training very hard to keep my promise to him." The visits never ended. The end of the headache. "You hold your head. What do you want from me? Please, leave me alone." While frustrated, he accidentally kicked a rock, causing it to hit a demon's head. It immediately turned around and growled and screamed, "Whoever did it. What a bastard." Arut was discovered, so he suddenly stepped back. "Oh no, I shouldn't have escaped here." He just opened his mouth and was about to apologize when the other person bowed his head and apologized first. "Hello, I'm Commander Zero. Sorry for bothering you. It's our fault." Arut exclaimed in bewilderment, "What do you mean by bothering?" Those demons did not dare to delay and immediately replied, "We are teaching this person a lesson. He is just a lowly incubus but dares to get in our way. We will handle it without bothering you, sir." Arut looked at the dream demon in front of him and thought, "Have I heard that the dream demon is the lowest demon in the demon world, so this guy is being bullied by the council?" Seeing that Arut didn't say anything, the demon smiled and added, "We'll leave right away." In his heart, he thought, "I don't think he's happy, let's run quickly." After the group of demons finished speaking, they all ran away, leaving behind a deserted hallway with only him and the incubus. Arut thought to himself, "They've all left. What should I do with this kid? This is the first time I've met a demon. The demon is weaker than me. What now, teacher?" The dream ghost clenched his fists and his whole body trembled, thinking, "He is looking at me. I heard that normally those days are very quiet, but when he gets angry, he is more cruel than any demon. His presence mine made me angry that day. This time I will definitely die." Unexpectedly, Arut not only did not hate him, but also extended his hand towards the demon dream and said softly, "Can you stand up?" The two looked at each other for a long time. "Those bullies are gone, so don't worry anymore." Seeing this, the dream ghost was extremely surprised. After a few seconds of standing still, he felt moved and thought, "He did not look at me with disgusted eyes but was very affectionate. It's been a long time since anyone has treated me so well." The incubus's tears were about to fall from the corners of his eyes. Looking at Arut's hand, he hesitantly asked again, "I'm just an incubus, don't you feel disgusted by my touch, at me?" Without hesitation, Arut grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her up. His face remained expressionless as always and he said, "So what does it matter? If you say that, then I am this person. Am I also very disgusting?" The demon's dream panicked and explained, "No, that's not true. How could that be?" Arut smiled and put his hands on her shoulders and added, "I don't think so, so it's okay." In his heart he thought, "This kid is also struggling to survive in this world, who?" The first time the incubus met such a person, he was moved and said, "You are really kind. I have never been treated like that before. I really want to repay you. Are you free now?" Arut replied in bewilderment, "What? It feels like I just got into some trouble. Is it just a feeling?" At this moment, the Demon King was also going to Arut's room to visit him. He entered the room and immediately asked Arut, "How are you feeling?" Looking at the empty room, he wondered where he had gone. Seeing that Arut not only did not hate him but treated him very sincerely, Dream Ghost was extremely touched. He clenched his hands and smiled softly and said, "How can you be so kind? I'm very happy right now. I have never been treated so well by anyone before. I wanted to come and ask you, are you free right now?" Looking at the girl in front of him, Arut thought to himself, "I feel like I just got into something extremely troublesome. Am I just delusional? I don't think I have anything to do now." After thinking about it, the guy replied, "Are you talking about time?" The dream demon image with eyes full of expectation immediately replied, "Yes, to repay you, I want to take you for a walk around the garden and give you some medicinal herbs to help treat fatigue." "Sir Arut, I know the commander is very busy, so, if you're busy then it's okay, but..." Arut heard that and was extremely surprised. He asked again, "Does the Demon King's castle also have a garden? Is there even a garden in this dark and gloomy castle of the Demon King?" The next moment, the ghost demon bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, hello Arut, sorry for saying hello late. My name is Hien, I am a gardener who is responsible for taking care of all the plants in the Demon King's castle." Arut, eyes shaped like a square, mouth shaped like an oval, thought in surprise, a gardener. It turns out that this kind of peaceful profession also exists in the demon world. She looks very much like a good person, haha. Then he raised his hand to rub his chin and began to imagine a garden. A place with fragrant flowers blooming and green trees, a place with extremely fresh air, that is an absolutely necessary healing place for me. Just thinking about it made Arut extremely comfortable. He happily agreed. It seemed like a perfect place for me to calm down. "Can you lead the way?" The ghost's bright eyes quickly replied, "Yes sir, just follow God." As I followed the bus Arut, I thought to myself, I can finally breathe again. They quickly arrived at an extremely beautiful garden with 2 rows of lush green climbing roses at the entrance. The dream demon pointed his arm inside and said excitedly, "Here." Arut smiled happily and exclaimed, "The garden is so beautiful. The fresh scent of green trees and fresh air." But just when Arut thought that this place was the best place in the demon castle, it almost became the carnivorous plants' dinner next door. Arut was terrified and quickly dodged to narrowly avoid the sawtooth. He was afraid, his face turned pale and he put his hand on his chest in panic, wondering what was going on. The bus immediately walked over and gently rubbed the tree trunk and said, "Tree, you are not allowed to jump and pounce on Mr. Arut like that. Or, do you want to be taught again?" Then the little girl turned to look at Arut, smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Arut, I think it's because she was happy when you came to visit." Arut still hasn't recovered. He gritted his teeth trying to stay calm and thought, "This is the first time I've seen a demon weaker than me, so I'm a bit worried. Delusional, even she's not normal. Wait, now that I think about it, I just saw this garden. From the outside it looks normal, but inside there are all those kinds of plants. I need to get out of here urgently." Running away is the only way to save your life. Arut didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately made up an excuse to leave. "I'm sorry, but I have an emergency. I have to go now. Get on the bus." So he suddenly said in bewilderment, "Why? But there are still many types of trees that are better than this one if you go inside a little more. That's why I don't want, the training ground. Now I need to immediately go see the team that isn't at the training ground, because I've been gone for a long time, so I think I need to go there and see them right away. Anyway, hello." After saying that, Arut immediately ran away, leaving the incubus standing there absent-mindedly. "He's gone." Looking at his hasty demeanor, he must be very busy. Looking at the tree next to him, it was as gloomy as his mood. The bus gently placed his hand on it and caressed it and asked, "What's wrong? Did he leave like that and make you sad?" "I see that too. Do you think that day will come again?" "Yes, next time I have to bring a gift to meet him. He seemed to like trees a lot that day. I should bring the cutest tree here. I hope Mr. Arut and I can be close, more together." On this side, Arut still hasn't recovered from the shock just now. As he walked, he muttered that he still had goosebumps. It was stupid to think that there was still a castle in this Demon King's castle, someone normal. "Yes, indeed my room is the best, other places are too dangerous." His feet suddenly stopped in hesitation. "Even though I only used it as an excuse to run away from the garden, I'm sure I actually went to see if there were any members of the team, because I destroyed a lot when I was drunk, so until now I'm still avoiding responsibility to avoid looking bad, Tiger, but the Demon King and Ed still bother me and instead of lying quietly in your room, why don't you go to the training ground to see your team members and give them a word or two of encouragement?" Arut looked miserable and said, "Yes, what he said wasn't wrong, but really, Ed never said that." "Well, no matter what, I'm outside, I should at least let them see my face. I can't because of those scary experiences. I can't come see the team members, their efforts and hard work, theirs is also for me too." After thinking about it, Arut immediately went to the training ground. Looking at the quiet scene in front of him, Arut sighed and said, "As I thought there was no one here. I've already been here, I should go back now, but just running away can't solve everything. I'm also curious about how strong the team is." Arut started hanging around there looking for a place to sit and wait for them. His eyes at this moment accidentally collided with the wooden swords neatly placed on one side. Did they practice with these things? During the demon subjugation, I lost my mind and couldn't remember anything, so maybe this is a good opportunity for me to check myself. Arut picked up a wooden sword and was about to test his strength, but suddenly realized he couldn't lift it. It was too humiliating. He stood there looking at the sword and thought to himself that it was too heavy. He stood there and started complaining, "That's right, on the battlefield I can't even lift a wooden sword, let alone an iron sword. Ha, my power is cursed, I should only devote all my love to daggers. At that moment, the team members rushed to the practice field after their lunch break. Hearing the sound, Arut immediately turned around to look. The guy mumbled and thought to himself, the team members are okay, when did they get here, but they didn't see me from before. In their eyes, the young man in front of them was nothing more than an evil god whose entire body radiated a strong demonic aura, but when they realized that this was the leader of the Zero Legion, they immediately rushed over to ask, Sir Arut. Hello sir, how are you? It's been a long time since you've been here so we're worried, we just finished a break, it's not like we're lazy. He was shocked and surprised when they were rushing towards him. Sir Arut, you did very well for the last mission, Sir Arut, from top to bottom, from boys to girls, everyone was as excited as the first time meeting an idol. They talked so much that it made his ears ring and he quickly spoke up to interrupt the greeting, calm down, I'm fine, everyone calm down first. It didn't stop there, the demons of the Air Corps continued to whisper loudly, but he still looked very tired. Sir Arut always said that, yeah he can't be okay with having to work all the time, as strong as last time, our commander, we will protect him until the end of our lives. Looking at the sobbing group of people in front of him, Arut thought helplessly, why are they looking at me like that, whatever, just finish what needs to be done and then leave. After thinking about it, Arut immediately turned around and walked away and said, I planned to come here as soon as I finished the mission, but then, I couldn't do that due to many reasons, I'm sorry. Do well in the team's mission. After saying that, the guy immediately thought to himself, since my training method is to ignore it, I will say a few appropriate motivational words, then wait for them to start practicing, practice then sit and watch. Arut continued in a serious voice, I just came to say that, well, I'm sure that even if I don't say anything, you will still complete your job well. He didn't know that there was a person wearing a cloak and standing from afar looking at him. Now you guys, you can continue practicing. Just after being cool for a few seconds, Arut twisted his ankle, causing his whole body to begin to wobble. He turned pale and thought to himself, his legs are numb. If you keep falling like this, you'll become a laughingstock. Arut knew he was about to fall down in front of so many eyes staring at him, he would have to put on his pants and go home, but who would have thought that the moment he knelt down, he was lucky to avoid a sword strike from the sneak attacker, from behind. Everyone saw this and exclaimed in surprise, how could he avoid it? Arut didn't know anything. After hearing everyone's screams he realized that he had just reclaimed death from the hands of death. The Zero Corps member shouted worriedly, Commander, are you okay? That bastard, what's wrong? Arut was scared and pale and asked, what happened? Did he attack me? It's too dangerous, I have to hide. As soon as Arut quickly turned around to run away, he did not expect that his elbow would be so subtle that it hit the assassin's face. Arut raised his elbow and kicked him in the face, causing him to fall back. He was hit with blood and fell backwards. Arut saw that and immediately withdrew his hand. He was beaten. The assassin covered his face with his hands and cursed angrily, you bastard, evil Arut. Looking at the person in front of him, Arut was very surprised to see that it was a human being. Arut was extremely surprised when the attacker turned out to be a human. He looked at him and frowned, thinking, a human, how did a human get in here? If the Zero Army didn't know him then it was definitely an intruder here. All members of the Zero Army then ran in panic to ask the commander, Sir Arut, are you okay? Seeing that the situation was in a difficult position, the man tried his best to stand up and try to run away. Now we need to run. He was stopped by something and couldn't get up. But before he had a chance to stand up, Arut lifted the heavy wooden sword high and used all his strength to strike him in the head. Arut stared at him in horror. Then the other guy lay motionless on the ground. Arut thought to himself, if I let him go now, it will definitely be very dangerous later. Arut successfully caught and killed the assassin only thanks to luck. He looked at everyone with cold eyes and said, report to the Demon King and lock this guy up. Yes sir, Arut finished speaking and quickly left without knowing that behind him the members of the army were standing and watching with eyes full of admiration. A blonde girl sadly said to her teammates, Mr. Arut seems very disappointed with us. The guy next to him sighed and replied, sure, we let this guy break into the training ground, but that day, he was the one who caught this guy. The blue hair nearby frowned and thought, all of his movements were very fast and graceful. Mr. Arut is just taking a walk to flex his legs. He remembered his image. But still dodged that attack with unbelievable speed. Even counterattacked him. Furthermore, he captured this guy while he was trying to escape and resolved the situation immediately. The army commander's qualifications are not terrible, his presence is enough to overshadow the entire army. I've been practicing harder than before to be recognized, but his skills are far beyond my imagination, we're not even close to his big toe. Thinking, this guy immediately turned back to look at his teammates and shouted, "Don't waste any more time, from now on, everyone, we will start practicing right away, we will practice until we can if we can help Mr. Arut, we will practice non-stop from today." On the way back to his room, Arut twisted his wrist and whined. "I raised the wooden sword too much, my wrist hurts. Once I finish solving this annoying quest, I'll sleep all day in my room." That's right, as soon as Arut returned to his room, he took a nap until the next day. While he was yawning and sitting up, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, "Did you sleep well?" The Demon King was waiting for him with a very leisurely look. He drank tea and smiled happily, saying, "You must be very tired, looking at you sleeping so soundly." Arut couldn't believe his eyes, so he immediately asked again, "Am I dreaming?" "No, really, what a dream." "Hey, Your Majesty, what are you doing here?" Putting the cup of tea in his hand down on the table, the Demon King looked at the commander of the Zeroth Corps and said seriously, "Forgive me for disturbing you when you just woke up, but can you spare some time?" "What's going on?" Arut stood up and couldn't help but think worriedly, "What is this? I haven't caused any trouble recently, and I don't expect it to be anything, but because he's here and waiting for me to wake up, or is it really urgent?" If the cake is given, well, thinking about this, Arut suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Is it about the intruder?" "That's right, please follow me first." A moment later, the devil led Arut down to a place in the basement of the castle. Looking around, Arut thought to himself, "This is the prison in the basement, that intruder is probably being held here, but why did he bring me here? Did that guy say something strange about me? Or is he really planning on using me as an example this time?" While still immersed in his own thoughts, Arut suddenly went to the intruder's cell. Looking at his bloody body, Arut gasped in surprise, "What was this mess? What happened last night?" The Demon King walked up to him, grabbed him by the neck, pulled him back and said, "Arut, look at this bastard, do you look familiar?" He tried to struggle in pain, "Let me go, I will kill you." The more he struggled, the tighter the Demon King's grip became. Then continued, "The power he possesses can defeat a demon even though he is human, that power is even stronger when facing me, a Demon King." Hearing this, Arut was even more surprised. Because he is quite sharp and intelligent, Arut suspected that this might be a hero. According to his understanding, a hero facing death while fighting the Demon King must choose one of two options. First, self-destruct to inflict the most casualties on that Demon King. Second, use their lives to deploy their power across the continent to create a remnant of heroes. The majority of heroes all chose the second option because they were afraid their power would disappear, and the Empire sought and recruited those who owned those remnants, and all those who owned the remnants were called brothers, unofficial hero, but only those who prove themselves worthy through outstanding achievements are given the title of hero, and are rewarded with immeasurable glory. Well, they were exploited to the core by the imperialists, but... The Demon King suddenly released his hand on his neck and said, "This is not fun, sending a hero to the demon world. No, it's more reasonable to call him a hero candidate than a hero, probably a remnant of a hero." Arut thought thoughtfully, he was right, if this was a hero recognized by the Empire he wouldn't be this weak, but he's still a hero, it's still a waste to treat him like a commodity, disposable. There's no way they would send a hero candidate to the demon world so casually. What are the imperialists thinking about? Arut's red eyes suddenly changed. He coldly turned towards the Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The Demon King was extremely surprised to see him present. "Please let me talk to this person privately for a moment." Looking at that expression on the Demon King's face, he didn't want to ask anything more than agreeing, "Okay, I'll wait for you outside the door. Yes, I'll be done soon." There was no message, and he was only aiming at me, but why? What is he thinking? Now there are only two of them left in this place. The assassin started to curse, "Aaron Hart, you traitor." He was extremely surprised when he heard that sentence. "You received trust from the Empire to become a hero of the Empire, but you betrayed us and joined the side of the demon world, you son of a bitch." Hearing that, Arut suddenly covered his face and laughed loudly, "Ah ha ha, I never thought he would send me a message like this." The intruder asked in confusion, "What?" Arut laughed until he was shaking, tears welling up in his eyes before he stopped. He asked him again, "Okay, you're probably just a discarded item." When he heard that, his eyes immediately exploded. "How dare you say that? I was assigned an important mission by the kingdom to destroy the traitor." Arud immediately replied, "No, the proof is that you called me a traitor." Feeling that that wasn't enough, his smile became a little more malicious and began to strike at the guy's psychology. He stopped laughing and asked, "What wrong did you do to the Empire to be thrown away like that? Hey, what do you mean by being thrown away?" Arud stepped forward and placed his hand on his trembling shoulders and continued, "King, know everything." He was scared and said hesitantly, "What you are?" "The reason why I stayed in the demon world, my purpose, everything." He heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "So that day was really. Why did the king send you here, to a place as dangerous as the demon world just to kill a traitor? Did he really abandon me?" Just think carefully before you die. Even a fool will clearly understand that this is just an excuse to chase you away. After Arud cleared his thoughts, he walked out, leaving the assassin alone as he began to scream, complaining that he had been deceived. "I had sacrificed everything to contribute to the empire. Imperialists, I will not forgive you. I will kill all of you at any cost." Arud thought to himself, "This is called loyalty. What a waste of time for a trash person like this." The Demon King had been waiting for him outside for a while. When he saw Arud come out, he immediately asked, "Are you done talking? Looking at your face, all doubts must have been answered. So how should we deal with him? Maybe we should use him as a pawn." Arud smiled slightly and replied, "All according to your orders, your majesty, but I believe it is best to kill him." "Ha, okay, it's your decision. Whatever, I'll do this. But you have to help with this one thing." After hearing Arud's opinion, the Demon King nodded and said, "I will solve everything as you wish. In return you must do something for me." Arud looked helpless. Perhaps he was too used to this kite. The First Corps had just asked for emergency support. Arud immediately replied, "On the front line, yes." They said this time it was not a hero candidate but actually a hero participating in the war. Arud frowned when he heard that news. "You also know that humans and demons don't like each other, right? If the hero appearing on the front lines was not a toy that the king had just used and then left behind. But as a true fairy hero, ordinary demons are no match for him. And most importantly, you're very curious, right? Pay attention to the straw hero that the king sent. I believe you will handle everything well." Arud bowed his head and said nothing. And then when the next personality awakened, he wondered when he got here. After speaking, the Demon King turned around and left, but still did not forget to tell you to prepare to leave. Arud was scared and his face turned pale and he said in bewilderment, "Where am I going? I'm going to die." Not long after, the carriage and the group were waiting in front of the castle door. He aimed and seemed calm. Arud leisurely walked over with 2 long tears. "This trip is over, teacher. I remember going to hell with the Demon King, but as soon as I regained my consciousness, I was about to go to some crazy place. I kept losing consciousness and each time I felt like I was about to explode. Crazy. Is this some kind of disease? What I remember is that the intruder will die." Then the Demon King ordered me to go to the battlefield. Ed in the distance suddenly waved his hand at him and said loudly, "Sir Arud, everything is ready to go." "I see, and the appearance of a new hero." Arud walked down the steps to the carriage to start walking. "That's right, when I go out I can see what this hero's face looks like. Anyway, I'm really curious." Looking at his commander, Ed happily thought to himself, "I know he was satisfied fighting after suppressing those monsters, but that's still not enough, right, Mr. Arud? I heard that the battlefield is very brutal right now, but he looks so happy like he's on vacation." Just as he was preparing to board the carriage below to go on a mission, the commander of the 11th Ryronel Army came riding a magic broom to see him off. The commander of the 11th Army on high waved his hand and said loudly, "I miss you so much." Arud asked curiously, "Ryronel, what are you doing here?" He thought to himself, "Even though she looks so cute, she possesses demonic energy as strong as the Demon King. I won't be fooled by her appearance anymore." The girl looked at Arud passionately and replied, "Ah, I heard that you were preparing to go to the battlefield, so I wanted to give you this." Looking at the bracelet on Ryronel Arud's hand, he wondered, "A necklace, why? It looks so suspicious. Why would she give me this? It looks so suspicious, so I won't accept it." Ryronel didn't know about that, so he still happily explained, "I cast a protective spell on it so it can prevent death from coming to you once. It's nothing much, but I want to do something useful for you, Arud." Hearing this, Arud immediately put his philosophy of doubting life behind his head. He conveniently grabbed the necklace and opened his mouth to say, "Thank you." In his heart, he thought to himself, "Since she gave it to me, how could I refuse? How could I refuse such a valuable item? It would be such a loss." Meanwhile, Arut absent-mindedly reached out and patted the little girl's head, making her so happy that her face turned red. After a while, he was startled to realize that he had accidentally patted her head. His hand trembled when he let go, and she smiled happily. Is that thing alive? That thing can move. That ribbon, no, that nozzle, it looks so weird, but Ryronel looks happy so it's okay. But I'm too scared so I have to stop. Ed is next to me though I wasn't the one who received the gift, but I'm deeply touched. Thank you very much, Lady Ryronel. I know that Sir Arut is very strong but because of that injury I was very worried, so I really thank you for giving that necklace to Sir Arut. Ryronel was also extremely moved when she heard that. She covered her mouth in surprise and replied, worried about you to that extent, you are truly a loyal envoy. Please continue to serve my Arut like this, yes just trust me. Arut frowned and burst out laughing, interrupting them. Ha, great, do whatever you like. Ed saw that and immediately replied in a panic, Sir Arut, let me escort you. No need, people are there to play with Ryronel go. Arut sat in the car thoughtfully and mumbled to himself, what's wrong with the aftermath? I'm famous for being like that after killing the hero. Ryronel was outside saying goodbye to them happily. To clarify this issue, should this be made clear, I didn't defeat the hero but he exploded on his own, or maybe I was injured by that explosion. At that time, I was the only comrade next to the hero, a group of wounded people leading each other through the forest, the whole army but this is all that's left, we lost a lot of people on the way there, this. Suddenly the hero stopped walking and said to him, Mr. Hart, please stay here. At that time, Arus didn't understand why he said these things with such a serious expression. The hero has made his own decision, he wants to end this war together with the royal soldiers. Everyone around him looked at him with surprise. Arut hesitated but he put his hand on his shoulder and said this was enough. He looked at Arut with eyes full of expectation and said, since this demon king is known to be the strongest in history, there is no guarantee that he will survive. We also need who reported the results of the war to the kingdom. I want you to be that person, Mr. Hart. So please come back. You still have a lot of things you want to do, right? Arut was surprised to hear that sentence. Then he raised his head to look at him. Looking at the awkward face of the hero Arut, I became even more certain of my decision. I knew why a previous war hero like him participated in this journey, because he needed to do a glorious feat. It's better to fulfill your wish, isn't it? If you returned with the results of the battle, it would have been a glorious victory. And if that is not enough and you still want to participate in this battle, then you must ask the country's opinion. Do you happen to ask the whole kingdom? The hero was also quite curious about Arut's wish, so before leaving, he promised to find out about it after he returned safely. Looking at Arut, the hero smiled and repeated, I will return. Time slowly passed, only Arut was left alone sitting under the big tree waiting for many days. He propped his hands up and looked down thinking, how long has it been? How many days have they not returned? I want to know so much but I can't go. I don't know if it's because of shame, humiliation or fear, or is it all? My teammate's mission was to open the way to attack the Demon King, but I was asked to stay. Staying in one place waiting for everyone like this made him so bored that he couldn't stand it anymore. Arut muttered to himself, damn it, I just want to survive. No, I have to survive, but at least go, let's see how far the battle is going. If they win, I'll bring them home. If they lose, I'll report. If I watch from afar, it'll be okay. After saying that, Arut immediately got up and secretly approached everyone. But the scene before him made him unable to help but exclaim in shock, damn, what is this? He saw his teammates being held captive by them. It's over already, it's so overwhelming, all of your teammates are dead. The leader on the other side along with the demons are attacking Arut's teammates. And the hero was kneeling at the Demon King's feet. He turned black and looked at him for a long moment. He asked, is the moon rotten? The hero did not answer but just curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. In the next second a bright light suddenly emitted from the hero. Arut secretly looked at them from a high cliff. He knew the hero was preparing his self-destruct plan. Arut gritted his teeth and angrily thought, this is the end, I have to report to the king. Who are you? Behind Arut suddenly heard someone's voice. Arut was startled and quickly turned his head to look back to see who it was. Oh my god, he just turned around and encountered a terrifyingly large demon. He quickly swung the sword in his hand towards him. Faced with this situation, he might have had to call the whole nine in to come. No one could handle it anymore. He was so surprised that he could only stand and watch without doing anything. Arut thought to himself in fear, damn it. As soon as a terrifyingly large demon appeared, he swung his sword at Arut. The huge sword slammed into the ground, creating a loud explosion. The attack just now, Arut was lucky enough to jump aside and escape. He exclaimed in horror, "Damn it, why did it suddenly swing the sword without warning?" However, Arut had just barely escaped when a series of other cuts immediately came. His face was slashed by the sword, causing it to be injured. He used his own experience fighting on the battlefield to try to wriggle out of the enemy's attacks. After a while of jumping up and down, Arut was tired. "At this rate, I won't be able to escape. I need to find a way to tie him up." After thinking about it, he continued to rush out to fight. Arut's movements quickly tilted to the left and then to the right. In a moment he reached its paws. Arut slashed a line right in the middle of the elbow, causing him to kneel in pain. That damn parody. As a famous assassin of the Empire, he had enough ability to jump on this giant. He jumped on top of him and rushed straight up. From above, he raised the knife in the presence of the demon. Arut gave him a dagger in the neck area. The demon glared and said, "Damn it." He reached out his hand towards him, and he thought to himself, "Damn, did I stab too lightly?" I immediately knew I didn't have the strength to pierce his skin, so I had to dodge the attack. The demon's blow caused the surrounding rocks to shatter. Arut was still clinging to its body, startling it, causing him to stumble and pull him down the cliff. Looking below was the Demon King's army, which terrified Arut. He shouted, "What should I do now? Leave me, oh my god." The next second the two of them landed with a crash. After a loud explosion, rocks and soil were scattered everywhere. Someone asked what happened. The smoke was dim, only seeing him sitting on the demon's body. He was surprised and covered his mouth to hold back his laughter, thinking, "I'm alive. Oh yeah, goblin." He stood up slowly and thought to himself that he was dead. "I'm probably still alive because I fell on the goblin's body. I guess if I used all my strength, I could probably stab the goblin." That's not true. If I fell from the cliff, I would have ended up here, to be right in the middle of the enemy's camp. Dion Hart was startled to realize the dangerous situation around him. The demons below witnessed this incident and immediately turned pale and asked each other confusedly, "The leader of the 7th Army, who was that human? How was he so strong?" Hearing that, Dion Hart collapsed in pain. He was only defending himself, but he didn't expect this to happen. He was the leader of the 7-Star Army, which meant he fell in the middle of where the enemy was stationed, and killed him, the leader of an entire army right in front of them. What the hell, isn't that the Demon King? He's looking at me with eyes full of murderous intent. His unexpected appearance made everything mess up. Even the hero's self-destruct plan could no longer be carried out. The hero weakly called, "Dion Hart. What are you doing here? You already knew that I was going to self-destruct, so why did you still come?" Dion Hart hurriedly ran to the hero's side and replied, "I'm sorry, I want to fulfill my duty." Hearing that, the hero suddenly grabbed Arut and said his request, "Sir, seriously, I was hoping that at least you would survive." Arut frowned and thought, has he stopped self-destructing? He is an incredibly kind and loyal person, the complete opposite of what the world thinks of him. If only he could become the next hero. The other hero continued, "World, are you watching this? This is my last request, so please let this person live." Light shines on the hero's body. He took Arut's hands and held them. Please give him even just a sliver of power." The next moment, Arut's entire body radiated a radiance so bright that it was blinding. Arut was extremely surprised. He didn't have time to react. The Demon King had no time to react and could only raise his hand to cover his eyes to reduce the amount of bright yellow light. He forced his mouth to exclaim, "That light is different from the light of self-destruction. Could it be that the hero is trying to transfer his power? No way, how could that happen?" Soon the light faded and slowly disappeared. The hero passed away in Arut's arms. Arut thought to himself, "This idiot. He should have known that transferring a hero's power through willpower alone is impossible. I can't believe he cancelled his self-destruct just to transfer his power to me." He then gently laid his teammate down. At the same time, Arut raised his hand to cover his mouth and carefully contemplated. "I also wondered for a few seconds, but as expected, my body did not change at all. I'm still the weakest." The demons nearby saw that and started whispering loudly, "What's going on? Did that person just kill the hero?" "I think he stopped the hero from self-destructing and killed him." "That's awesome. But I think he's in a lot of pain. If he took the majority of the hero's attacks, there's no way he'd be okay." Looking at his hand covered in blood, Arut thought to himself, I'm vomiting again. Is it because I fell off the cliff?" This doesn't matter much, I won't be able to defeat all those demons, I guess this is the end, even if I try my best to survive. At that moment, the Demon King began to turn all his attention to the new character. He approached and naturally started talking to him. Wow, how can you laugh in a situation like this? Hey, what's your name? Arut looked at him suspiciously and thought to himself, I don't know what his intentions are, but I think that pleasing him will warm my body. Then he coldly replied, Dion Hart. The Demon King heard him introduce his name and immediately asked, Good, I like it, have you ever considered joining the demon army? After listening, Arut immediately thought to himself, I will make him lose his guard and then try to escape when there is an opening. That's right, I'll join the Legion. What does he want me to do? Seeing him so surprised, the Demon King added, Well, let me tell you first, don't worry about being opposed by humans or demons. After witnessing what happened here, they wouldn't have dared to dream. The image of a demon lying on the ground with blood all over his body appeared. Then there was my hero friend lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Hart clasped his hands around his mouth in horror and thought, I'm trying to survive, but I never thought I would survive this way. This is the end of the memory. Arut clicked his lips and smirked, looking at the scenery on both sides of the road and thinking, it all started from that day. Everyone in the Demon Castle, including the Demon King, had the same thing in common, their delusional view that I am an unbelievably strong person. They should tone it down a bit, they are overdoing it to the point of making me scared about the days to come. At this moment, Ed walked in and interrupted Arut's thoughts. The deputy commander of Zero Corps respectfully said, Sir Arut, we have arrived. The border between the human world and the demon world, the front line is where the constant battles between demons and empires take place. I've been to a place like this. As soon as he saw the army coming to the first corps commander, Jakar immediately went out to welcome him. I was waiting for him to arrive. Looking at his haggard appearance, I could already guess that the situation here was quite bad. Arut reached out to shake his hand and nodded slightly in response. Well, in his heart he thought, I should have refused him right then, but I thought I would die if I refused, so I had no choice, any other. Arut smiled helplessly, but thinking about it, from the beginning I had no choice. That was my life. Looking at Arut, Jakar's worry-free face also eased some of his worries. As expected, his expression relaxed more after we left the Demon Castle. I'm sure he was looking forward to the battle. Thinking about it, he added, Sorry to disappoint you, but right now the fighting is calming down. We don't know when the battle will continue, so you can prepare in advance during that time. Arut silently wondered, what are you talking about? Who expected what? Do you mean the army? Jakar immediately replied, No, naturally I am talking about you too. I really wish that you would step into battle as soon as the Empire's army begins to attack. These words were like lightning hitting Arut's ears. He was secretly screaming in horror, Do you want me to fight too? The next morning at the Empire's camp at the front line of the human world. The leader of the Empire had received hot news from the demon world. He leaned his hands on the table and asked thoughtfully, You mean Commander Zero? The messenger immediately replied, Yes sir, according to the reconnaissance team, many commanders will not participate in the battle, but the fighting spirit of the Demon King's soldiers increased quite a lot yesterday. On the contrary, when the army was in control, the leader frowned and interrupted, That's enough to stop. In his heart he was thinking worriedly, what a trouble, why did that vile bastard come all the way down here? Commander Zero is the Demon King's main trump card. Known as a character even more outstanding than the first commander, who was supposed to be the strongest of the 12 commanders. The commanders of the upcoming battle were discussing plans. Now when they heard that an uninvited person was coming, they began to panic. The bearded uncle impatiently asked the person sitting next to him, What should we do? If this is true, then there is no way to secure victory. The man in the blue cloak was silent for a while, then replied, We will send an assassin. Assassinating the commander is not possible. The blue cloak slapped the table and stood up helplessly, saying, Yes, if Commander Zero really exists. I know the rumors about him are extraordinary, but no one has actually proven that the rumors are true. Maybe the commander. It was just a lie told by the Demon King to motivate his soldiers. The person who said it was the Empire's dashing cruel hero. Cruel continued solemnly, If we discover the truth with an assassin, then it will be a great achievement. Priority should be given to gathering information about documents. Meanwhile on Arut's side, Deputy Commander Ed was carefully bandaging his leader. Arut trembled, his face darkened and he said nothing. Arut next to me was pondering, Do I absolutely have to participate in the battle? No matter how worried I am about the pressure or the consequences, I never wanted to withdraw from this Zero Commander position, but things are still going well because people often avoid or have false prejudices about themselves. But today I'm really going to withdraw from this position." Seeing that the leader didn't say anything, Ed immediately worriedly asked, "Mr. Arut, are you feeling unwell? Because you keep shaking, it's hard to bandage him." Arut smiled wryly and replied, "It's nothing. Yes, then I'll continue." "Ed, you don't need to do it so carefully," Arut silently added in his heart. "I just came to see the face of the imperialist hero and then retreat." Ed asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong?" Looking at Ed Arut, he sighed and thought to himself, "What's with those eyes? You look as if I just said something funny. It makes me feel very uneasy." Right after that, Deputy Commander Ed immediately began his speech. "What did you just say? We don't know when the battle will take place. The human world is right before our eyes. The true spirit will is getting high, so I have to be more careful than usual. You really don't take care of yourself at all. You don't know how much I worry about you." Arut knows he worries and takes care of you very carefully, but why do you keep following me without a word? Such a complaint. Arut raised his hand to rub his chin in thought. "Let's see, what's so attractive about me? I always bleed and faint easily. My skin is damaged if exposed to the sun for a long time. No matter how you look at it, I'm useless, trash from humanity." Why does Ed still continue to be deputy commander? He's not a devil but actually more of an angel. Ed had now finished bandaging his master. He smiled happily and added, "Like this, we can comfortably and easily wipe out humanity." Hearing this, all of Arut's above dreams immediately ended. Not sure, maybe I'm wrong. Ed still happily performed his responsibilities. He excitedly introduced, "This suit was specially made by the Demon King from magic so he could fight hard. It can protect against the sun and maintain body temperature. His body is also stable. As long as it is not completely destroyed, it can even recover on its own." Arut sighed helplessly and continued, "I heard, you also used a spell to make the area around the eyes, nose and mouth work easily. The Demon King always brags about it." Ed smiled happily and added, "From the way he uses magic so generously, His Majesty really values you, Sir Arut. He even put a spell on his cloak to help you see better." Arut silently complained, "Isn't it because the Demon King has so many magic spells that he doesn't know where to use them, so he always uses them haphazardly to avoid boredom? Magic is something that breaks the rules of the world. Devil's magic has limits, and the energy the demon race uses to perform magic cannot be restored. Furthermore, it is rumored that the more demon energy is used, the faster new human heroes will appear. If he uses that much magic, it means he's confident he can defeat the new hero. Right, it's not my problem anyway. It's all done, thank you. This outfit is so comfortable." Ed's face was full of enthusiasm and he said loudly, "This battle only requires a corps and you, Sir Arut. I believe we don't need to worry anymore. All the members of the corps are training frantically to prepare, destined for this battle." Arut thought helplessly, "Hey, I'm really not as strong as you think." Arut then replied, "Then I will go check on the 9th Commander's Corps and look around this tent." Ed asked in bewilderment, "What, shouldn't you save your energy for the battle?" "I'm healthy enough." After saying that, Arut immediately waved his hand and left, leaving Ed standing there worshipping him, not knowing that it was just an excuse. Arut's steps became more and more hurried. As he walked, he thought to himself, "I have to take advantage of the time and find a place to hide." But as soon as he left the Arut tent, he ran into a group of demons. Seeing him, they all stood still. A dark-skinned demon exclaimed in horror, "Wow, it's really Commander Zero." The person next to him was sobbing and said, "We've worked very hard but now I don't need it anymore." Arut heard that and silently groaned helplessly, "Why don't I need it anymore? What does that mean?" In the distance, the 1st Corps Commander Jakar and his bodyguards observed everything. When he heard someone say that he was looking forward to the battle, the deputy commander immediately smiled triumphantly. There was no doubt that the battle would be fought. "We will win for sure." Jakar didn't say anything but smiled slightly in agreement. As expected, the Demon King had made the right decision. As long as he appeared, the morale of all soldiers would increase. "It seems there are some insects among us." After saying that, Dion seemed to come back to his senses. He was panicked and didn't understand what was going on. "No, why did the glass fly away like that? I just want to get rid of that annoying fly that keeps making me uncomfortable." He slowly tried to remember what had happened. "Why, you damn fly, get out of here." Thinking that he couldn't control his actions and threw his hand aside, throwing the glass of wine he was holding to the side. "Hey, why did that happen?" Confused, he turned to look at Ed and quickly explained, Ed, I didn't mean it," while Ed was looking intently at the glass he had just thrown to the ground and stammered out that. At this moment, the deadly poison in the glass of wine is smoking, and at the same time it is also destroying the floor, which is poison. Dion couldn't help but be surprised when Ed said that. "What, was my drink poisoned?" Ed looked up angrily. He observed for a moment. and discovered that there was an intruder. Although the other intruder successfully escaped, the results of the investigation made him extremely worried. I need to report this to the Empire, no, to Mr. Cruel as soon as possible. The Zero Corps commander's abilities were not exaggerated at all, he was truly formidable. Extremely dangerous. As for Dion, after Jakar heard the news, he stood up and announced to everyone that someone dared to break into this place. Their goal was to assassinate the Zero Corps commander. The subordinates below heard that and immediately discussed, what, the commander of the Zero Corps, but how did they get in here? Apart from the commander of the Zero Corps, no one noticed anything. Jakar continued, I will punish you for letting outsiders successfully break into here. Now you have to make sure there are no more enemies in the area. After listening to the command, the subordinates immediately agreed and obeyed. Command. Dion was behind Jakar thinking, wow, I really could have died. Ed next to him bowed his head and looked at him apologetically, Sir Arut, I'm truly sorry. Because I was so stupid I couldn't notice the intruder's presence until it was too late. Dion couldn't believe it either. He turned around and said, I don't think they could even get past you, Ed. As soon as he finished speaking he thought, and that showed how good the assassin was, I should stop being commander of the Zero Corps or something, because of this stupid position. Even those imperialist bastards want to kill me. Ha! He happily looked at the bottle of wine in the hand of his subordinate standing nearby. Because of that damn assassin, he couldn't even drink water. After a moment of thinking, he called out to Ed. Ed quickly replied, yes, Sir Arut, I will happily accept any punishment you want. Dion asked, before you poured me a drink, was the bottle not broken? Open the lid, right? Ed was a little skeptical and replied, yes. He walked up to that subordinate, put his arm around his shoulder, grabbed the bottle of wine and asked Ed again, are you sure the poison is in the glass and not the bottle? Right, that means I am completely, can I drink this? He was happy because he thought the wine was okay. On the other side, Cruel was having a headache when he received a report from the assassin, who said he was very dangerous. It seems like what people rumored wasn't wrong at all. If things continue like this, then the Empire won't have a chance. Those words made Cruel very worried. He told the courtier next to him that the assassin was not a small fry, but he turned back with such a stunned look. Now we have confirmed that the Zero Corps commander is as strong as rumored. We'll need that bastard to defeat the evil side, because they have the Zero Corps commander on their side. The courtier asked if he meant another hero of the Empire. Cruel replied, yes, but because he is not here right now, so we will retreat. The courtier was extremely surprised. He said, but if we retreat, won't it look like we ran away because we were afraid of the Zero Corps commander, once they start looking down on us like this, so? Cruel angrily stabbed his sword into the map placed on the table. And interrupt him, we will retreat, but if any bastards come after us, we just need to ensure their absolute death. The desolate land without even a ray of sunlight, we don't need to raise our weapons to take over that useless land, we need to make those devils think so. We will withdraw without showing them our weakness, and we need to show that we will not fight unless they invade the human world. Hearing that, the courtiers could only obey. Yes, I will convey the word to everyone, but what will we say to the Empire? Cruel replied, the order I received was to reclaim the land of the Empire that had been occupied by the demons, not to expand our territory into the demon world. We have reclaimed the Empire's land. We don't need to cause more friction between the sexes, so we decided to retreat. That's what we'll give back. Rule then thought to himself that yes, this is fine, I don't need to overdo it and ruin my debut as a hero. I've come to this point, I won't let anything taint me, tarnish your reputation as a hero. The courtier next to him wondered, do you think it will be safe for us to withdraw our troops? Cruel sighed, let's hope that the Zero Corps commander isn't angry at him. The courtier continued, I heard that the commander of the Zero Corps rarely goes into battle himself. Hearing that, Cruel was a little relieved. He said it was lucky. If that was the case, then proceed with the plan. Suddenly someone outside rushed in to report, General. The evil army is coming, and their leader is the commander of the Zero Army. Cruel heard that and said damn it, he was angry and thought that nothing was going according to plan. And outside, Dion is frantically killing the Empire's soldiers. One soldier's hand was cut off by him. He screamed in pain, ah, my hand. Meanwhile, Ed was also fighting and observing him. He was worried because he thought he had drunk the entire bottle and was now completely drunk. However, this was the best because he had Arut, so everyone's spirits were up, are all very high. In a nearby corner, there was a soldier who was extremely frightened by the terrifying murderous aura emanating from the Dion. He looked at him tremblingly. He called him a devil. If not him, then who else is the devil? If I want to live, I have to fight, but I don't want to, I'm too scared. He raised his sword, facing Dion to weakly protest, don't come close. Then he looked around and wondered if he would become a corpse like that side. Dion grabbed his sword with his hand, causing him to panic even more and cry for help, someone, please. At this time, Dion came closer, he looked straight into the soldier's eyes and asked, why are you sitting down here? If you want to live, you have to resist. The soldier showed an extremely pitiful expression, tears streaming down his face, as if he had no strength left to resist and could only call for help. Dion continued, otherwise, you will quickly lose your life, like this. The other soldier shouted loudly to save me. Unfortunately for that soldier, suddenly, Dion was hit by a very strong attack from someone, causing him to fly very far away. That attack caused him to cough up blood. Ed saw that and immediately ran over, Sir Arut. Ed supported him and asked, are you okay? At the same time, he turned and shouted, how dare you hurt Mr. Arut? That guy is a hero. The person who attacked Dion was cruel. He appeared in an iron suit that covered his entire face. The cruel person inside the armor thinks I intend to kill you in one move. Ed just looked at him and realized that person was a hero. But having to temporarily put aside his concerns about him, Ed turned to ask Han Dion, who was coughing next to him, Mr. Arut, are you okay? Then he noticed that the necklace Dion was holding in his hand was cracked. He remembered that this was a protective necklace from Lady Ryrannel that could save him in the moment of life and death. If it weren't for that, Arut would have died from that attack. As for the soldier who had just been rescued, he couldn't stop crying as he looked at the benefactor in front of him, the new hero of the Empire. Quintessential on the battlefield, cruel. In his eyes, Cruel right now is the last ray of hope to help him survive. He reached out to Cruel and happily exclaimed that he had finally been saved. Wait, what? When did Dion appear behind him and stab him fatally? Then he continued to move to where Cruel was standing. He said, so, you are the new hero. Cruel replied, that's what people call me, but I still feel like I don't deserve that title. Dion heard that and pointed his dagger at Cruel. He said, yes, I have heard a lot about you. But strangely, your voice sounds very familiar. Have we met before? It's nothing, can you take off your hat? At Dion's suggestion, Cruel replied bluntly, are you telling me to take off my helmet in front of the enemy? I refused. However, Cruel also had the same thoughts as Dion. I also found him very familiar. Dion seemed to have predicted that Cruel would refuse. He gently turned the dagger in his hand and said, I guess you won't give up because of me. Cruel was still engrossed in thinking, this is the first time I've met him. Zero command, so why? Dion clutched the dagger in his hand, then he lost all patience and rushed towards Cruel. Maybe I have to help you. Then he started to attack Cruel. Although he was able to dodge, Dion's recent actions also made him wary. He was so fast, in just a moment I lost sight of him. But, that doesn't mean I can't track your movements, he said as he pulled out his sword to block Dion's attack. The strong collision caused both of them to be pushed away. Dion was full of excitement and said you could avoid it, that's pretty cool. Cruel continued to attack. Dion continued, thinking about it, you said the title of hero is a bit too much for you, right? Should I help you confirm it? Cruel attacked with all his might and replied, I don't think you have a reason to do that. After saying that, he silently commented, even though his speed was formidable, his attacks don't put much force into them. So he kept attacking and successfully knocked Dion's knife to a corner. I think if I continue to pressure him with my strength and endurance, I'll be able to handle it. But with his agility, Dion quickly retrieved the dagger and continued to fight. And keep fighting. The more I fight, the more Cruel I keep wondering. I don't understand why his attacks are so weak. Why is he holding back? I don't know if he's hiding his true ability or just not interested in the fight anymore, but the more you are like that, the more advantage it gives me. Dion looked at Cruel's determined expression and understood that he had been seen through by the other person. Did he know that? So he smiled and said it was bad, but that's it for now. Cruel got angry. How dare you? The war is not over yet. Who gave you permission to stop? Dion started to justify, no, it's over, you killed Commander Number 9. Yet, even after reclaiming the territory, you were still not satisfied and continued to invade the demon world's territory. We only took back what belonged to us. Cruel angrily said, are you kidding me? Dion tells him not to waste any more energy anyway. Why don't we accept that each faction only protects its own territory? Cruel heard that and was shaken and thought again. He was right, I don't need to go beyond the limit to fight after taking back our territory, but if I keep going, I can eliminate the commander. 0. Seeing that the opponent seemed to be wondering, Dion continued to say more, or the recent hero wants to start a war. I don't think your soldiers will happily agree. Cruel was startled looking at the current situation. Indeed, his side is currently weaker, with too many people injured. He silently blamed himself that he had just lost his temper. In the end, he decided that this time we will stop here. The reason why he made such a cruel decision was because he thought we had suffered heavy losses. Continuing to fight was not good. It would be wiser to retreat, according to estimates, to ensure full troop numbers. The deal was successful. Dion waved his hand. He turned and left and said to Cruel, I hope we won't meet again. I hate your voice so much. Cruel also turned around and said to his soldiers, we will also retreat. On Dion's side, all of his subordinates were happy, finally causing the Demon King's army to stop. I can't count how many hardships we've gone through since coming here, thanks to Mr. Arut. Only Jakar did not agree with the decision to stop the war. He thought it was not worth retreating like this, but it couldn't be helped. This should have been the perfect opportunity to attack because the Imperial army had lost its spirit, disaster and quite a lot of damage. I'm sure he has a reason to stop the war, because he was looking forward to this war. I shouldn't say anything, there's no reason to upset him. Thinking so, Jakar patted Dion's shoulder encouragingly. Very good. Dion still bowed his eyes, his tears kept falling. He exclaims angrily at this damn body. And then collapsed. Jakar panicked. Hey, are you okay? Dion clung to Jakar. He mumbled blame for this useless body. Jakar caught him. His whole body was hot. Did he fight in this condition? I was wondering why he retreated right in the middle of the battle, but it seemed he was thinking about the future battle and suppressed the desire to fight back. The enemy wouldn't notice his health condition. Our soldiers will still maintain their current fighting spirit. Ben and Ed ran to see that Dion couldn't stand, so they were extremely worried. Ben asked Mr. Arut, are you okay? And Jakar silently lamented that anyway, if he failed, it could affect the morale of the entire demon army, so he proactively retreated. It's extraordinary. What a clever trick. Ed said he must be exhausted from having to fight in such a bad condition. Ben immediately told Ed to quickly bring him inside. And turned to say to Jakar, so let's go first. Jakar said okay, take care of him carefully. Then he started to reflect on everything that had happened. Commander Zero suddenly appeared and saved him. Circumstance. He killed the 7th commander, and prevented a war that was in danger of losing the demon world. Above all, the Demon King took him in, and accepted him as a commander. Even though I know I can't deny his merits, I still can't stop myself from doubting him. But today his actions have proven himself worthy of the title of Zero Commander of the Demon World Army. Just leave the rest to me, Devil Arut. During this time, at the Demon King's castle, Ryronel sensed something was going on. She said it was destroyed. The subordinates next to her wondered, Miss Ryronel, what's going on? As if on fire, she grabbed the subordinate's collar and shouted loudly, it's been destroyed. The subordinates panicked, it's been destroyed. Do you mean to seal the castle? That's serious. What if a demonic beast invades? How about inside the castle? Ryronel got angry, not like that. How could a common monster break my seal? The necklace I gave to you Arut is broken. I'm sure Mr. Arut is in danger of his life right now. What should I do? I have to go to him. The subordinate was surprised to hear that. What? No, where do you think you're going? The Demon King ordered someone to guard the seal. Ryronel made up her mind to leave. She took a group of people with her, full of enthusiasm, and set out to find Dion. Don't worry Sir Arut, Ryronel is coming here. But it seems that Ryronel's going to the battlefield is no longer necessary, because now he has returned. In front of the castle gate, the Demon King is already standing ready to welcome him. Welcome back, well done. Still looking cold as always, Dion said, Your Majesty. The Demon King was extremely happy, patting him on the shoulder and praising him. I heard what Jakar said. This time you also made a great achievement. Right, you never disappoint me. So how was meeting the new hero? Hearing the Demon King mention the new hero, Dion's eyes immediately became more fierce. He said about the new hero, I have something to report to you. The Demon King looked like he still hadn't completely calmed down after the battle. Thinking about it, the Demon King said we should go inside and talk. Right, the 2nd Army Commander also wants to report information about the new hero. Commander of the 2nd Army, this name makes Dion bored when he remembers how he bought him weird outfits and kept praising you Arut. This outfit suits you so much. Next time please wear this outfit too, okay? Looking at his face, the Demon King immediately laughed. Looking at your expression, it seems like you don't like the commander of the Second Army very much, but right now he is very busy. He has to sort out a bunch of information. While the two of you while talking about the commander of the Second Army, he sadly complained, I have too much work to do. I bought a lot of clothes for you to try on. The Demon King continued, he can't get out for a while, so don't worry, change your clothes and go to the office. Arriving at the office, the Demon King threw a stack of papers on the table. Then tell Dion to look it over first, it contains very interesting information. Dion picked up the pile of paper and frowned, reading it, this is it. Suddenly a person's voice rang out, Sir Arut. This call made him dazed, he seemed to have forgotten everything. Wait, where am I? In the Demon King's castle. When did I come back? Just now I was on the battlefield. It turned out that the person who just called him was Miss Ryrunel. She hugged him and burst into tears. Luckily, he was okay. Dion looked at her bewildered, not understanding why she hugged him and cried like that. Ryrunel, what did she mean by that? I just want to get drunk before I die. Thinking of this, he remembered the time when he was happy because he thought the bottle of wine was not poisoned, and asked that if he drank it, nothing would happen, right? Just remembering this moment made him feel extremely confused. Wait, what? After drinking that I passed out. I've only had one bottle of alcohol. Is my tolerance to alcohol already low? My liver is the only healthy part of my body. While he was engrossed in thinking, Ryrunel was still hugging him tightly next to him and said that they said the necklace I gave you was broken. So I rushed to the battlefield but only heard that you returned to the Demon King's castle. Anyhow, I'm glad I met him as soon as I got here. Hearing her say that, Dion was startled and looked back. The necklace Ryrunel gave him, he thought, wasn't it supposed to save me at least one life? It broke, meaning I almost died, or what? Ryrunel continued with an admiring tone, but you managed to corner the hero, and even restored the demon world's territory. That's our Arut. Sir Arut, you are so cool. Dion doesn't pay much attention to these compliments, he's just moody because he can't remember anything. Maybe I got drunk and made a mess again. Do I really have to quit drinking or something? While he was thinking, he began to pay attention to the piece of paper in his hand. He absent-mindedly thought, oh, what am I holding? He opened the paper. Inside were pictures and information about the hero Cruel Heart. As soon as he saw the content inside, his face changed, his eyes became fierce again. He smirked, this is a name that I could not forget in a million years. The person I can't help but love, my brother. He began to remember the past. In a dark room, around Dion at that time there were only corpses. Cruel opened the door to call Dion. The scene in front of him terrified him because the culprit killed the people inside. This room is Dion, his younger brother. Dion heard me calling and immediately looked up. He looked panicked. He trembled and looked at Cruel and called me, help me. But he didn't expect Cruel to pull out his sword. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly attacked him. And then there was only Dion's pitiful call, please, me. These memories made Dion's face turn gray, so he was a hero. As he said that, he clutched the information sheet about Cruel. He wondered in his mind what it meant for Cruel to become a hero, since when? Then he reached out and patted Ryrunel's head. She shyly called him Arut. He said sorry, something happened so I should go first. Ryrunel replied okay, stay safe. After Dion left, her subordinates walked up and asked her why he was suddenly angry. The commander of the Zero Corps is really scary. Lady Ryrunel, are you okay? Ryrunel said to his subordinates, Sir Arut is angry, so charming, she said while blushing excitedly. As for the subordinates next to him, seeing her like that only made him more worried. He thought to himself, yup, just quit your job immediately. Dion returned to his room. The more he looked at the information, the angrier he became. Emperor, you damn bastard, you knew everything that happened and still let Cruel take the position of hero. Right when I had to return, now that I've seen the scroll I can remember more clearly. Just now in the office, the Demon King made a suggestion. Arut, isn't it time you went to the Empire? He also agreed and said yes, as long as you allow me, I will find out more information about the new hero. The Demon King immediately accepted. Okay, go. Anyway, if you leave the Empire for too long, they will start to get suspicious. After saying that, the Demon King reached out to Dion. He used magic to imprint on him and seal him. Magical tracking and a kind of guarantee. The Demon King did not forget to advise Dion, telling him of course, if there is anything useful, you must tell me, commander of the Demon World's army. In the Empire's hero, the conversation between him and the Demon King went like that. Returning to the present time, Dion touched the mark on his chest and wondered why he had to be a spy for the Demon King. If he still had this mark on his body, it was definitely not the case. I'm sure that every time I'm under too much pressure, I lose my memory. Every time I lose my memory, I'm almost crushed by the pressure. If I don't want to lose my memory, I'm not allowed to be depressed. How can I do it? He was thinking when someone called the door outside. Sir Arut, it's Ed. He told Ed to come in. Ed said, I heard your majesty. Today you will return to the human world. Looking at Ed, he thought to himself that he was missing, probably with the Demon King. After thinking about it, he replied, yes, it's time for me to go back, and I still have personal things to find out. Ed hesitated. Dion saw that and asked if there was something you wanted to tell me. Ed said, honestly, your majesty. He remembered his conversation with the Demon King. The Demon King asked Ed, what do you think about becoming a Legion commander? Ed surprisingly replied, yes, your majesty. Because currently the position of commander of the 9th Corps is vacant. The Demon King is right. We have had enough Corps commander positions so far. I have to put you in the position of deputy commander command of the 0 Corps. But in terms of skills, you are more than enough to become a commander of an army. I'm asking you to take this position. Ed, how about it? Ed pondered, army commander. When I served under Mr. Arut, I completely forgot about this matter. But that's the position I've always wanted. But Ed asked the Demon King again, if I become the Corps commander, what about being deputy commander under Arut? The Demon King said we will have to recruit a new person, someone who will rank behind you. Well, I won't force you, so take your time to consider this, but if you end up refusing, this position will fall to another bastard. Do you really agree to this? The weaker junior becomes my superior. After remembering, he clenched his fist and was about to tell Dion, just as I thought, about being a Corps commander. Seeing that Ed was thinking for too long and he looked like he was wondering whether to speak or not, Dion interrupted and asked him, Ed, did the Demon King say something to you? Dion looked worried because he thought he was being scolded because he was drunk. Facing Dion's concern, Ed smiled, nothing. He thought to himself that it would definitely be better if he didn't tell Mr. Arut. So he moved on to talk about something else. Well, if you plan to leave, then I will inform the chef, then he can prepare food for you to come to the human world. Dion said thank you, but he also partly guessed that he probably had something to say to me, but I didn't want to force him. At this time, the guard walked in and announced, Sir Arut, your carriage is ready. Dion said, okay, I'll be right out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to come back and advise Ed. So, Ed, take care of yourself until I get back. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. Wait. Ed then bowed his head solemnly to greet him, wishing him a safe journey. Did he think he would ever want to give up his position as deputy commander because he was too difficult to serve? Thinking so, he stopped, turned around and asked Ed, do you have any wishes? Dion suddenly asked that, making Ed surprised. Yes. Dion explained, I'm also coming to the Empire now. So maybe you want something that can only be found in the Empire. It seems you like imperial snacks. Maybe I can get you something that can be preserved for a while. Anyway, this time I'll take the whole lot, so if you need anything, just say so. Seeing that Dion cares for him like that, Ed was extremely happy. He silently exclaimed that there was no superior in the entire demon world that worried about his subordinates to this extent. He happily smiled and replied, I don't need anything. Dion asked again, really, so we will choose the suitable dishes ourselves. Saw Dion out to the gate, but Ed still kept reminding him of a bunch of things. Above all, you must wear the necklace that Ben gives you everywhere and at all times, and when in the human world, remember to wear a cloak. Dion waved goodbye to Ed, said okay, I know. Ed continued his train of thought, and no superior needed that much help. Ed thought as he waved goodbye to Dion. He said, I will wait for your return, Sir Arut, but the fact that Arut needs me doesn't bother me. Surely this shows that I respect Arut much more. Because of such thoughts, when receiving the Demon King's offer, Ed replied that, as expected, I did not want to become a Corps commander. I like being Arut's deputy commander, and most of all, I want to be of help to him. With that loyalty, Ed silently told himself, therefore, commander of the 0 Corps, no matter where you go, I will always be here waiting for you. In the name of deputy commander, then he bowed to Dion, wishing him a safe journey. Currently in another place, a luxurious, splendid place, and seemingly very peaceful, to the point that the gate guard yawned in boredom. That soldier said it was also very quiet today. The other soldier suddenly discovered something. Someone is coming. He wore a shirt and covered his face, not knowing who it was. The two of them started to stop him. Stop, this is Earl Hart's mansion. Seeing that he was still approaching, they immediately raised their spears to defend and continued. The Count had now left his residence. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. He gritted his teeth in anger and ordered them to open the gate and leave. A guard saw that and was a little surprised, thinking what's wrong with his attitude, maybe he's not afraid of becoming Count Hart's enemy. I thought the soldier threatened him, if you come close we will attack. At this point, he slowly took off the cloth covering his face and said I just want to go into my house, do you dare to stop me? It turned out that he was Dion. The two guards knew his true identity and immediately called out to their master in panic. Knowing that Dion had returned, everyone in the mansion became anxious. The Count had returned, everyone, please hurry up. All the servants and subordinates were gathered to welcome the Dion. They bowed before him in unison to welcome back, Master. At everyone's warm welcome, he frowned and replied yes, thinking he told them they didn't need to greet him like that. Just as he stepped up to put on a new shirt, someone spoke up next to him, You're back, Master. That was the voice of the butler. Remember, he's been here since he inherited the mansion. Seeing him, he was extremely happy because seeing Remember again made him feel like he was truly returning home. It had been a long time since he said that. Remember said yes, Master, it's really been a long time, it's been 6 months, have you succeeded in your conquest yet? At Remember's question, he was surprised to answer, yes, and he remembered that's right, everyone thought they had gone on an expedition to punish monsters by order of the king. He continued telling Remember that I had finished and returned. Remember then raised his hand to touch his face, You're injured, I can't join you to punish the monsters because I'm just an old man. He let go of his hand and turned away and said It's okay, I'm not a child. He nodded, Yes, you are now an honorary earl. You must be tired after the long journey home, let me have someone clean your room. He said no need, I will go see the king now. Having said that, he honestly thought he just wanted to lie down and rest. The butler suddenly asked back immediately. He walked quickly and said yes, prepare now. His train of thought continued, but I'm sure the king already knew about my return to the empire. While walking, he suddenly stopped in front of a large painting hanging in the palace. This painting was covered by a torn red cloth and soaked in blood. He looked at the picture and especially at the image of his brother thinking, besides that, I also need to ask him about Cruel. Remember stood quietly behind him and observed him for a while. You understand, bow your head and tell me to go now, Master. Then the news of Dion's return was spread to a certain place. When it was heard that Dion Hart had returned, this guy started to sarcasm, the king's dog, he has returned to meet his owner, this person is Duke Aluster Starb. He asked so, what will we do, Sir Cruel? He looked at Cruel standing next to him and said his brother had returned. Cruel frowned and replied that I would send a request to the Assassin's Guild. The Duke heard that and laughed and said oh my, Cruel, what if he was caught alive? We still have one card left, don't we, Shylin? This girl asked again, do you want to mention the Revolutionary Army, sir? Aluster said that's right, if that group of people who aspire to kill the king gets involved, then it won't matter if we get caught. I don't think Mr. Cruel would overlook something so obvious. In response to Aluster's slightly reproachful words, Cruel had to apologize. I will contact the revolutionaries immediately. The Duke continued, I wonder how good the king's hero is, the Honorable Earl Dion Hart. As for Dion, the maids are preparing clothes for him to meet the king, a girl exclaimed and then suits you very well, Master. He just felt so chaotic, showered, changed clothes, finished in a blink of an eye, finally done. And the maids were immersed in his beauty, they took turns praising him, this outfit is great, but doesn't the military uniform help him look more prominent? No way, the trend these days is to look serious. Seeing everyone so excited, I wondered who it was. All the clothes were white, so why were they even talking about it? His stupid question made the atmosphere become noticeably quieter. Remember stepped in to interrupt that atmosphere. Master, it's still sunny, so please wear this mask. Dion reached for the mask and thanked him. He added, remember, I know it's late, but thank you for taking care of the mansion while I was away. Being praised by him like that, Remember was moved to tears. Even if I die now, I will not regret it. The tiny master has now grown up and become a great earl. I am honored to have your recognition. Dion comforted him. Don't say that, he's still healthy. Not at all. Remember did not agree and quickly responded, now I have a lot of pain in many places. I intend to discuss retirement after you return. Master, what? It sounded like lightning struck. Dion was extremely panicked at Remember's plan. He's about to quit his job. He can't. He manages everything. Manpower, property, finances and resources are all under his control. Where can I find such talent? He awkwardly said remember, you can consider. Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted, I'm just kidding. My only pleasure is to see you confused, so don't mind this old man. He angrily cursed, this old man. Remember him. Anyway, the carriage is finished, you can go. Before getting on the carriage, Dion turned around and said, I don't need that many guards, I just need a few people to follow. The person leading the soldiers hesitated, but Dion explained, not many people in the Empire know about my return, so it won't be a waste of time. Hearing him say that, he immediately replied, ah, yes, sir. Then order half of the soldiers to follow me. We'll leave now, so keep your ranks. Dion sat in the car thoughtfully thinking, I had to flatter the demon king in the demon world, and now I have to flatter the king of the empire. But the king is just as scary as the demon king. Dion remembers the current king, Eduardo de Serre. He is a king who rose to the throne by eliminating all his opponents. The ninth prince, who killed all his brothers and sisters and wore the crown himself while still bathing in a pool of blood. That was still a topic of debate until 10 years later. Even when he reigned over the kingdom, the discussion never stopped. The king was compared to a tyrant. Once he had the throne, this king announced to the entire kingdom, I won this position by shedding the blood of many people, so I want to change the name of the old kingdom, and declare that this country will be under my rule with a new name. This country will from now on be called an empire. He declared that the country would be called an empire from then on. Empire. He named the country with a ridiculous decree. Of course, other countries wouldn't stand by and watch, and then the war began. The war changed Dion's entire life. The 8-year war was very long. He sighed, thinking that time was literally hell. Even though half of my memories are gone because it's so horrible, I don't want to remember anything. Otherwise, why do people say ignorance is happiness? But the empire conquered a third of the continent, and became a vast empire led by a violent and warlike monarch. Thanks to his achievements in the war, he was given the title of honorary count. Even though I don't remember my memories of the battle clearly, I definitely fought desperately to survive. A war for territory between the two factions of class and the demon race has pulled itself into its spin without being able to escape. That's why now I have to travel between the demon world and the empire, holding two identities that I can't reveal. While he was engrossed in thought, his carriage suddenly shook violently. What's going on? What the hell is going on? There's already been a fight going on outside. He looked at what the attackers were wearing, a piece of blue cloth and a white bird. Revolutionary Army. How the hell did they know we were back, and they still came here? This is bad. I should get out of here now. Before he could escape, he was discovered. A large man holding an axe rushed to attack him. After a huge explosion, this guy strangled Dion, making it difficult for him to breathe and cough. Cough. Who is this? This guy with a sinister face raised his axe and said he saw you, dog of the empire. This name comes from the organization formed during that 8-year fierce battle caused by the empire, which invaded everywhere, the Revolutionary Army. During the Empire's invasion of other kingdoms, their homes and villages were all invaded by the Empire. Furthermore, the most important things in their lives were destroyed at the hands of the Empire. What else can those who have nothing to lose expect? They frantically do everything to destroy the Empire and the king. Therefore, when the revolutionaries in general and this guy in particular saw Dion, a person under the king's command, they couldn't help but feel indignant and wanted to kill him. I found you, dog of the Empire. Dion thought uncomfortably, that damned king, he created a bunch of crazy people just like him. No matter what their beliefs are, I don't care, but I also don't want to become their victim. The other guy continued, I was very worried because you claimed to be an imperial hero, but it seems you are just a useless person. Dion resisted weakly. He said I was not a lackey of the empire. Hearing that, this guy shyly let go. I'm sorry, what's your name? He innocently replied, Dion Hart, that's my name. That guy angrily lifted him up. Are you kidding me? Then you're truly the imperialist's wrong dog. Dion quickly explained, no, my name is Dion Hart, but I am not a lackey of the empire. The other guy took a closer look at him. White hair, red eyes, and arrogant attitude, just like the rumors. While that guy was distracted, Dion took the opportunity to find his dagger. Where was the dagger? As soon as that guy lost his guard, Dion pulled out a knife and tried to stab that guy but failed. He was confused. This guy's death was okay. This guy lost all patience. He was crazy and yelled at me to stop making fun of me. At the same time, he threw Dion hard to the ground. That throw was so strong that it made Dion spit out blood. His eyes gradually closed. It's not okay. I can't breathe. Dion seemed unable to resist anymore, making this guy wonder. The rumors were just nonsense. How could you be a hero of the empire? If you're to blame, blame your king, the fake hero. As he spoke, he held his axe up high and prepared to swing it down. In that dangerous moment, suddenly a spear flew to block the other guy's attack. The owner of this spear shouted loudly, you bastard, stop. Thanks to that, Dion also escaped death. The other guy turned around and looked, what the hell? The other person smiled complacently, it was good. When the other guy saw these people, he was so worried that he was sweating. Wait, cross out the name of the Imperial emblem, the Ghost Knights. These are the demons born from that 8-year battle, led by Dion Hart. The guy in the Revolutionary Army panicked and said, how did you find me, then ordered his accomplices to stop them. A Phantom Knight sneered, I don't think I'll let you go, should we slaughter everyone? The other guy was so afraid of them because the horror of the Phantom Knights was not their skill. Because they no longer have a country, they no longer have a family. The knights began to rush forward, killing these revolutionary bastards. Because they had nothing left to lose, they were extremely brutal. They brutally killed the people of the Revolutionary Army. The leader ordered, you know what to do, right? Don't let them die easily. Haha, who cares, just have fun. The Revolutionary Army knows that their ability to kill is beyond words. Realizing the situation at hand, that guy in the Revolutionary Army came up with an idea. We have to finish off the heroic bastard quickly and then retreat. Before this guy could carry out that plan, his wrist was torn by Dion. That guy screamed in pain, and Dion took this opportunity to escape. This guy looked at his crushed wrist and groaned, hand, my hand, this insane bastard. Dion looked at him with cruel eyes. He said, sorry, I was going to tear it apart, but now I'm too weak. Now I'm no longer interested in toying with you, let me send you away, he said, taking the other guy's axe and raising it high. That guy turned around and trembled and said you. Before he could resist, he was killed by Dion. That guy's body fell from the carriage. A knight standing nearby witnessed this scene and said in surprise, Commander. Dion looked at the body lying below. This guy was dead. Should I continue? That's not enough. No, I need to use him as an example so that no one dares to attack me again. I can't stop, just a little more. Then he picked up the dagger and kept stabbing this guy as if he were tearing him apart. He did this to ensure that no one would forget this scene. Seeing this, the knights became even more excited. One of them laughed loudly, haha, he's really the commander, that's so cruel. The other guy said it seemed like he didn't need our support in the first place. The other guy turned back to look at Dion's soldiers at the mansion and sarcastically called him, of course it's okay, but these chickens will probably have a hard time escaping death. If it weren't for us, these guys would probably be gone. After Dion tore that guy apart, he stood up and scolded his subordinates, what are you doing? He glanced to the side and said there were still enemies. The two men who were targeted immediately trembled and collapsed. After everything was resolved, it was already dark and Dion finally arrived at the palace. The guards looked at the carriage from afar and asked each other in surprise, why was the carriage so dirty? Wait, that's not a stain, it's blood. At this time, Dion stepped down from the carriage. When entering the palace, he was stopped by guards. They said this is the royal palace, you cannot enter without an invitation. He coldly looked at the two soldiers and coldly introduced me as Dion Hart. I came to meet the king. The two soldiers were still determined to stop him. Please forgive us. They thought to themselves that they knew that the king respected Dion Hart very much and let him come whenever he wanted. Dion saw something strange and asked where the king was. A soldier said he was in the banquet hall. Dion wondered, banquet hall. He explained that there was a party to celebrate the new hero's inauguration. Dion heard that and asked again, the new hero must be my brother who is here. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the king was happily chatting with Cruel. He asked him, so you have reclaimed the territory that was occupied by the demons, how wonderful. Cruel humbly replied, I was just doing my duty. Then the king and everyone stood up. He raised his glass of wine and spoke, today we will celebrate the birth of the new hero Cruel Heart and celebrate his first victory, so enjoy the fun. Suddenly there was a commotion below. Dion boldly walked into the banquet hall. Everyone present at the party focused their attention on him. They pointed at each other and judged him. What? Hey, he's covered in blood. I don't know who he is but he's so rude. Wait, he seems to have red eyes and white hair, right? Upon careful observation, it seemed that everyone gradually realized who he was. That person was the honorary Earl of the royal family Dion Hart. He calmly walked past Cruel. He smiled slightly and whispered it seemed like my beloved brother had somehow been ordained a hero. After saying that, he knelt down to greet his majesty. Your servant, Dion Hart, respectfully bows to the king. Everyone below kept whispering. One girl said, "Look at that blood. Rumor has it that Dion is a vampire count. Perhaps the Hart family adopted a vampire and raised him." The guy next to me said, "I heard rumors that he had been oppressed since he was young. Would Hart's family shun him?" Illuster was also here. Seeing Dion Hart, he guessed that it seemed he had come back alive, so tenacious. As for the king, "You've been looking at Dion and the trail of blood spreading across the banquet hall with displeasure for quite some time now. Honorary Earl Dion Hart, it's true that I said you could come see me whenever you want, but to come here looking so disheveled in the palace, what a lack of respect." Dion bowed to the king and asked for forgiveness. "On my way here, there was an ambush." The king looked surprised and asked why there was an ambush. Who would dare attack the kingdom's hero like that? Asked that, but in fact, he was able to foresee this, so he was secretly happy. "Fortunately I sent a knight to escort you." Dion remained silent and said nothing. The king understood and said, "It seemed like you had many things to say to me, so why don't we go somewhere else? I also want to hear many things from you." Then the two of them moved to another room in the palace. The king asked, "If you said there was an ambush, definitely the revolutionary insurgents, there's no doubt about it. You scoundrels, are you okay? Do you need me to call a healer?" Dion calmly replied, "I'm fine," with an unchanging cold attitude that made the king find it interesting. He observed him intently with eyes filled with pride. "The hero of the kingdom, Dion Hart, the reason you value him is also because it's obvious that all views of him are very negative. You think the revolutionaries are really stupid. How talented are they to compare with Dion Hart? He was the vanguard of the 8-year war, and he achieved more victories than all the rest. When he left as the Empire's first hero, he successfully repelled the demon army and saved countless comrades, something no one before him could do. A hero who is defeated by the Demon King will inevitably be thrown away as food for hungry demons. If Dion Hart had not succeeded in saving his comrades, countless souls would have died at the hands of the Demon King. It was an extraordinary feat when facing the Demon King, even though it came at a price that was not cheap at all. If Dion Hart had not succeeded in saving his comrades, countless souls would have died at the hands of the Demon King. It was an extraordinary feat when facing the Demon King, even though it came at a price that was not cheap at all. Curse, he wondered if he meant the Demon King's seal. Then he touched the mark that the Demon King had placed on him before he came here and said, "No, I haven't found it yet." He secretly thought that the mark was not a curse, but just a spell cast to monitor it, but the king probably thought he had been weakened by the Demon King's spell. As for the king, he still has that indifferent attitude of disregarding his own health. "I sent him to the demon world just because I hope he can lift that curse." Thinking about it, he picked up the cup of tea, took a sip and told him that, "I think you should return to the demon world to find a way to lift that curse. It's a shame to have to let a talent like you return to that hellish place." Dion saw this and felt extremely uncomfortable. "The king sent me to spy on him, but he deliberately came up with a really good reason to comfort me." The king continued, "Is there anything noteworthy in the Demon King castle lately?" Dion said, "It's nothing new, but..." Seeing him hesitate, the king asked again, "But why?" He said, "I met the assassin you sent to the Demon King's army camp. Worth mentioning is that guy is a possible candidate to be the new hero for the Empire. Why did you send him to the demon world?" The king said, "Yes, he was a lowly trash who insulted the name of a hero. I know he will die before he can do anything in the demon world, but perhaps thanks to some talent he can still escape from there. However, thanks to that trash, you are even more trusted in the demon world, right?" Commander Zero, Demon Arut. Dion panicked. The king already knew that much. There was no other way. He could only bow his head and ask for forgiveness. He said there was no way to refuse the Demon King. The king said, "It's okay. I didn't say that to reprimand you. The more trusted you are in the demon world, the more information you will have, to be trusted by even the Demon King. You are truly very talented. Now don't you have something to ask me? Your last chance." Dion was silent for a while, then asked the king about Cruel Heart. Hatred now appeared clearly on his face. He asked, "Why did you make him a hero?" "You already know the reason, Your Majesty. My only regret is that I was not able to kill Cruel Heart. Come to think of it, Cruel is the only survivor of the Hart family besides him. No, he is the only one left of the Hart family, the one who saved and cared for him, Dion Hart." Then childhood memories gradually appeared in his mind, at that time, while he was passionately admiring the family painting at the mansion. Then Cruel walked in and called his father and mother who were waiting. He turned back to look at Cruel. "Brother. Sorry, is it lunchtime already?" Cruel said, "It's okay, hurry up." Dion trotted behind him. He held Cruel's hand and worriedly asked him, "What if he also got scolded, just because of you?" Cruel quickly pushed his hand away. He explained that his hands were dirty and that he was so late because he had just returned from practice. Ah, sorry, Dion bowed his head shyly and said it's okay if my hands are dirty. Then he chased after Cruel. Brother, wait for me, he's so fast, I can't keep up. Then suddenly Cruel, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and didn't have time to stop and bumped into his back. Oh my. Cruel turned around and asked her, she must really like that family portrait, she kept looking at it all day. Dion brightly replied, yes, every time I look at it, it makes me feel happy because I'm in this family. Even though Dion said that, Cruel didn't understand because he thought it was just a picture. Dion scratched his head sheepishly and explained, yes, but it still is. Cruel didn't care much. He interrupted him, okay, don't wander around and just stay in the room. He clenched his fists to suppress his emotions, but brother. He remembered the time when he stood in a corner and heard bad talks about himself. A maid said that if the second young master's red eyes and white hair weren't a bit scary, the other girl immediately agreed and said yes. Why is he the only one different? When Dion heard these words, he was not happy. In fact, he always felt lonely. Not only that, the other two also added, I wonder if he is really the son of the Hart family. Even so, every time he looks at the family portrait, he feels like he is still part of this family. He wished to be born with black hair and blue eyes like those of the Hart family. When I arrived at the restaurant, my father and mother were already waiting. The father sternly scolded Dion, Cruel, you two are late. Didn't I tell you to hurry up, for tonight's royal banquet? The mother was more gentle. She worriedly asked Dion, are you feeling unwell again? It's okay if you still have a fever, you can stay in the room. Dion politely said it was okay, I wanted to come, sorry I was late. The mother still feels insecure, but still. The father next to him reassured his wife, calm down, honey, you can't leave Dion at home forever. The mother was angry. How could she calm down? What if something happened? The boy was already sick. The father frowned and slammed his hand on the table loudly. So are you going to lock the boy up forever? We haven't even let the boy meet the king yet. Just like that, rumors about him have already spread throughout the empire. We can't live like this forever. Then he turned to sternly remind his son, do you understand yet? You must always be careful when going out and not let others know your shortcomings. Dion bowed his head and replied, yes, I will remember. Because his father mentioned his shortcomings earlier, he felt extremely self-conscious. He felt sorry for himself and thought that his parents were probably not satisfied with him. With an appearance that doesn't resemble my family and a weak body, I'm the reason I can't continue to maintain my family's title as an earl. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Cruel suddenly asked Dad, I heard you hired a new sword master. Dion was surprised. He changed the subject because of me. No, probably not. Brother has no interest in things that don't concern him. The father's attitude towards Cruel at this time was completely opposite from Dion just now. He warmly replied to his eldest son that it was because his swordsmanship skills were getting better and better. The atmosphere in the room changed immediately when his brother spoke. The father excitedly added that it is very difficult to find a good sword master. Not only father, even mother is different. She is also extremely proud of Cruel. She told her husband that she said that, but wasn't he very excited to see the boy's progress? Just like that, Dion's self-esteem grew bigger and bigger. He secretly admired his brother for being so wonderful. And I'm just a defective child. Even though we live together, we still feel lonely. That's right, this loneliness is completely due to my weakness. It's okay. After all, I'm still a member of the family. If I try, I will definitely be like my brother, and my parents will love me more. Then one day, when he was wandering alone in the palace, a group of people called him, hey. He turned around and asked what you guys were saying about me and then walked towards them. They were a group of kids who looked a bit taller than him. One of them stood with his arms crossed and said with a proud face that yes, you are Dion Hart. The other two just kept giggling for some reason. Dion was surprised and put a question mark in his head and looked at them with wide eyes. One of them stood with his arms crossed and said, are you Dion Hart? However, Dion felt very happy because he thought they started talking to him. This was the first time someone took the initiative to talk to him. Because it was the first time, he was a little confused, so he slowly said, hello. His mind was all messed up at that time. I was very happy, but if I do something rude, what should I do? The other kid asked why he was going alone. He explained, my family is going to meet my brother's new swordsmanship teacher. Without letting him finish, that kid looked sorry for him and said you were left behind, you really don't know. When he heard that, he was dumbfounded and speechless. The other guy continued to say provocative words. The rumor that he was just a nuisance to the Hart family had spread everywhere. Had he really been imprisoned by his family all this time? Dion quickly corrected, no, that's not true, it's just that my body is not feeling well. The other guy came closer to Dion and firmly affirmed that he was lying. That kid in a bad mood, with white hair and red eyes, is insecure. Your family won't love someone like you anyway. The Hart family will abandon you. Monster, crazy. Dion used all his strength to get up and punch that guy really hard. His hands were swollen, his face was red, and he yelled at them not to laugh. What do you know? My family treats me very well. Don't you dare, the other guy angrily punched back. While continuously punching that guy and insulting him, you thought your last name was Hart, so you were also part of the Hart family. You're a monster, you're just a waste. The Hart family will abandon a monster like you. He couldn't resist, just silently endured the blow and told himself, no, I'm not a monster. Luckily, at that time, there was a woman who came in time to stop this kid. Hey, stop it. He was beaten until he bled, but in his mind there were still only two words, family. While he was daydreaming, he heard someone calling him, Dion. What's going on? He turned around and saw his brother quickly running towards him. Himself, he looked at him with tears in his eyes and then fainted. Then he was taken back to the mansion to be examined by a doctor. The father asked the doctor how he was doing. The doctor said the boy's body was extremely weak, moreover, he is very sensitive, must be careful with the sun, and if he wants to live, he needs special care. Right now, I can only be sure that I will keep my life. The mother heard the doctor say that and sobbed. Was it really that bad? And the father held his head in disappointment. No Hart family child had ever had something like that before. How could this be possible? Dion woke up in a daze, his tears kept falling. He reached out to his parents and stammered a few words. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I will try harder. Everyone, don't be sad. But when he looked more clearly, he only saw his brother. Cruel held his hand tightly. He asked worriedly, Dion, are you okay, older brother? He thought of him and smiled happily. I love this family more than anything. Cruel said I don't need to worry about anything. After all, people don't expect anything from me. Monster, his joy was immediately extinguished. He cried loudly and jumped up in surprise. This is, so it was all just a dream. His mother's call woke him up. Dion. Why did such a thing happen? Fighting in the Star Palace, the father blamed him. I told you to be careful when you go out, but in the end you did something like that. Dion burst into tears. I'm sorry, but Dad, that child was the one who caused trouble first. He remembered that time when the other boy rushed in and continuously beat and scolded him. You think your last name is Hart, so you're also part of the Hart family. You're a monster, you're just trash. The Hart family will abandon a monster like you. Monster, he wanted to tell everything but then stopped. Dad won't listen to what I say anyway. What if he has the same thoughts as those guys? Even though there were thousands of thoughts in his head, in the end he could only utter one sentence. Anyway, it wasn't that. His parents didn't care about his mood. Moreover, his father even punished him. It seems like it's still too early for you to go out. In the near future, I'm forbidden from going out. Please stay in your room and reflect on yourself. So he had to endure his loneliness alone. He covered his face and cried. He didn't want to be abandoned. I'm sure everyone is disappointed in me. I want to be loved by them. I must not bother them. But if I do not make an effort to make up for my shortcomings, so as not to be ashamed of the Hart blood flowing in my body. He was determined to study hard and read many books. The servant outside called Dion. Why don't you come out of your room today? Okay, stop talking. If you don't go see it now, you'll regret it. Who knows? Why do you have to work so hard? Outside his room, everyone's laughter rang out. He was curious and went out to see. Then I saw my parents and cruel brother happily walking around the garden. The father proudly patted his eldest son's shoulder and said, Yes, you must do well. Cruel, he replied, Yes, just leave it to me. Seeing them so happy made him feel a little sad. But he tried to put the sadness aside and told himself that no, he must not crave it. Then he returned to the room, took out a wooden sword from the drawer and began to practice. If I try harder, everyone in the house will know. I have to be stronger. Today I will swing the club for another 30 minutes. Time passed like that, until it was dark and the sound of him practicing could still be heard inside Dion's room. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He was so tired, he was tired to death. But I'm not allowed to stop. Continue, a little more. He practiced so madly that he couldn't stop himself, because he tried too hard for his weak body and his nose bled. Cruel walked in and saw this scene and stopped him. Dion, stop. He woke up and saw Cruel calling me, brother. Cruel shook him and angrily asked, What are you doing? Dion explained, I'm just working out. Hearing that, my brother immediately scolded him. I told you not to do meaningless things, just stay in your room. I don't need to do anything. He bowed his head in disappointment because of the cruel words he had just said. He asked himself, why am I trying so hard? I'm a waste. After thinking about it, he sullenly said, I already know. Seeing his younger brother so sad, he didn't know what to do. He became confused. Dion. He looked up at me and smiled scarily and said, I won't do anything. He thought no one expected anything from him. Then continued talking to his brother. Brother, I'm sorry, but I have to rest. Can you go out? He helplessly looked out the window. So to become a member of the Hart family, to receive love, what do I have to do? Time passed. Dion is now 14 years old. At this time, the butler entered the room and asked, Are you still eating in the room today? He was sitting in a corner of the wall, coldly asking what happened to the others. Replied the butler, the count and his wife. Before he could finish his sentence, Cruel was already behind the butler. He pushed open the door and said his parents had something urgent, so they went out. Cruel looked older now. He was also 17 years old. Dion saw him, so he was surprised and asked him, Aren't you training? Cruel approached the chessboard, and at the same time he said it was over this morning. Come here, Dion, play chess with me. After Dion gave up all efforts, sometimes he would go to his place to play chess. He said yes, I'm very happy. Cruel was surprised and thought Dion was using honorifics, so he asked if you were busy. He thought to himself that his parents had never been here before. Then smirked and replied to his brother, I'm kidding, no one is coming to find me, I'm just in my room, I'm not busy doing anything. He forced his mouth to say that and then blamed himself. Oh my God, why are you suddenly making fun of me? Then replied back, I'm not busy. The two brothers chatted while playing chess. Cruel said there had been a lot of noise lately, so their parents were extremely busy. It's like that, but it's obvious that my parents don't want to see my face. Even though I know he's lying, I still want to believe that reason. But, he thought so much, but in the end he just said yes. And think again, sometimes, while sleeping. Maybe it was because my mother came alone to look at me that I believed it. He was determined not to expect his family's love anymore, but every night his mother sneaked into his room to watch him sleep and comfort him. Dion, I'm sorry, good night. As for him, he just pretended to sleep and then hugged his pillow and cried. He thought about their small actions and found it funny to look forward to it. Even so, it could be because they were too busy to come. Just as he was thinking a little more optimistically, Cruel said that maybe in the near future, I won't be able to play chess with you. He fell into negative thoughts. I didn't expect anything either. He said, I'm sorry, you always came here on purpose last time, so it must have bothered you a lot. Fearing he had misunderstood, Cruel quickly explained that was not the case. If there was a war, each family would have at least one person summoned. He was in the middle of speaking when someone suddenly barged in and interrupted the two brothers' conversation. Cruel stood up and asked what was going on. Who dared to do it on their own? Who is that guy who told me to deliver orders to the Empire? Dion Hart. Who is Dion Hart? The butler standing next to him pointed out that he was Mr. Dion Hart. A soldier approached Dion. He looked at him and said, Please follow me. That guy rudely dragged Dion away and said, I'll explain as I go. To the surprise of the two brothers, Dion was dragged away by the soldier. He didn't have time to react and shouted, Wait. The two remaining soldiers asked each other. One said the child was Dion Hart. He looked so weak, could he hold a sword? The other guy smacked his lips. Well, he will probably be thrown onto the battlefield. At that moment, Cruel bravely stepped up to hold the soldier's hand who was pulling his brother back. Please wait a moment, the person who was summoned was not Dion, so he must have done something. The soldier shook his cruel hand away and said this was an official announcement from the royal family to the Hart family. We're just following orders, specifically talk to your parents. This is definitely not a misunderstanding. Dion's mood became confused. Many questions kept appearing in his mind. What is all this? My parents decided to send me to the battlefield. My body is not healthy. If I am sent to the battlefield, I will definitely die. What should I do? He imagined his mother's scary face coming to his bedside and looking at him every night with the words, Dion, I'm sorry. So it's not love at all, but I'm sorry because of this or something. It can't be. He turned back to ask for help from his brother. Brother, he wants to say something, honey. But the door is still closed. There was no one standing there. He was disappointed and thought that everyone expected him to die. Because I'm just a piece of trash that only tarnishes the Hart family's reputation. In the end, my family also abandoned me. Entering the palace, he was thrown a sword and took it. That soldier informed those who were summoned that all of you will soon be sent to the front line. If you don't want to die, then practice. Dion looked at the sword in his hand and silently groaned. Heavy, too heavy. The people around all turned their attention to him. They asked each other if that child was Dion Hart. Why are people from the famous Hart family here? Wouldn't the children of noble families be in a safer place? Rumor has it that he was abandoned by his family. Look at him, he can't even hold a sword alone. He'll probably die soon. Such a poor child. Hearing those words, tears welled up in his eyes. I don't want to die. Starting from that day his life returned to hell. Every day we keep fighting. Everywhere were screams and the smell of blood. On the battlefield, people kill each other mercilessly. Sometimes Dion even had a dead body pressed on him, making him extremely scared. He could only lie there muttering that he didn't want to. I don't want to die, I don't want to die here. Seeing that, another soldier rushed to remind him to calm down. How long are you going to do this? If you can't use a sword, then use another weapon. If you don't have a weapon, bite. No one cares whether you are a child or weak, here you have to fight to survive. He cried and sobbed but still tried to stand up. He trembled and grabbed a dagger and told himself that's right, he couldn't die like this. Must survive at all costs. Kill, kill, kill again, that's the only way he can survive. This killing really scared him to the point of vomiting blood. He sat in the corner cursing, with such a body, when will I be able to go home? He himself ran away and hid. He asked if he wanted to go home. While he was thinking, someone came at him with a spear. He quickly stabbed a guy and he fell dead. He thought dejectedly, kill again. Sitting on that corpse, he looked up at the sky and silently asked if the house was happy, but after going through so many things, in the end he is still alive. At the end of the battle training session, the soldiers brought some items and told the warriors to accept the consolation items in front of you. Dion sat in a corner sipping a glass of wine. He thought they were bringing comforters again. This is the first time this has happened since I came here. He admired the people around him reading his family's letters. A man burst into tears and boasted to everyone, look, my daughter just learned to write and send a letter. The guy next to me laughed, haha, that girl must have tried really hard. Another person said he missed the food his mother made and wanted to eat it so much. Seeing them happy makes Dion even more sad. What do I still expect? Of course, I don't have any consolation things. Instead in my hand is a letter announcing the appointment of commander of frontline operations. At that time he was determined. The Hart family had sent him to hell, he would do the same to them. And then that day came. He returned to the mansion to carry out the massacre. He killed everyone in the family and took a dagger and pointed it at his parents, saying I came to say hello. His parents looked at him tremblingly, stammering out Dion's name. He showed no mercy and directly stabbed his father. The mother kneeled down in panic and called out to her husband, herself. He looked at this scene and felt very satisfied because for many years he had always expected such a thing. Then he rushed to say hello one last time and stabbed his mother to death. He finally got his wish. He looked at the corpses in the mansion and laughed loudly. Haha, very good, you shouldn't have done that to me. When I was still longing for your love, you should have done well. Even though I have achieved my wish, I don't understand why I feel miserable. This is what I always wanted, just because of this. Then Cruel also came. He opened the door and saw the scene before his eyes and was surprised to call Dion. He looked like a lost soul and turned to look at him, tears streaming down his face, his hand still holding the knife stabbing his mother. His brother was horrified and asked what had happened. Dion reached out towards Cruel. He begged you to help me, please help me. But he paused and thought about how to help. Cruel help me, ridiculous. After that, he shouted at outsiders and fought with Cruel. Because I thought you finally turned your back on me. But somehow he changed again. He stopped, begged Cruel to help, please kill me. Otherwise I will be sad to death. Then he vomited blood and collapsed. Finally, my physical strength has reached its limit, this damn body. But his insides continue to change. We can't lose our reason here, we have to kill Cruel. Cruel shed tears and raised his sword to slash him. Suddenly there was a voice calling to you, Mr. Count. He returned to reality after a long silence immersed in old memories. The girl just called him and asked him what he was thinking. Dion recognized her and immediately said, Lion, long time no see. She bowed her head to greet him, and Lion asked to see the Count. He looked at her and thought that among those crazy people, Lion is the only one who is normal. I am really happy. No, this is a royal banquet. I remember my carriage was attacked by the revolutionaries. When did I arrive at the palace? And I even changed my clothes. He groped all over his body, but he lost a part of his memory, so he showed a bewildered expression. Lion saw this and worriedly said he didn't look too well. Perhaps he had heard some bad news when he met His Majesty. He said no. And think, when will I meet the Emperor? If so, then surely our tensions would have broken out. We are not sure how we would have handled the revolutionaries. I don't feel good. I shouldn't think about repaying the debt anymore. Thinking about it, he asked Lion, anyway, what is this banquet like? She was surprised and said yes. Are you kidding? No, maybe you really don't know. This is a party to celebrate the new hero. This is a party to celebrate cruel heroes. At the same time, Cruel walked up to the two of them and said hello. You're here, Dion. Dion looked at his brother with hatred. He silently cursed, damn it, why did the dream become so fierce? No wonder I had nightmares. He coldly greeted Cruel. It had been a long time since he last saw his brother. Cruel has green eyes and black hair, which is completely different from him. There's no doubt about it. That is characteristic of the Hart family. And someone he doesn't want to see a second time. Cruel said that a few days before the expedition, he encountered Commander Zero of the Demon World. Dion crossed his arms to hide his trepidation and then calmly asked what happened next. He thought to himself, has he realized who I am? Cruel said, watching Commander Zero skillfully stir up the atmosphere on the battlefield reminded me of you. The Demon King's killing intent is very great. I heard you are a very good commander at inciting soldiers' morale. If you command our troops. Dion felt ridiculous and replied, sorry, there really is nothing more to say. I can't do things like fight like you, so there's no need for you to make such assumptions. Cruel said yes. He thought, looking at Dion. His eyes were the same as before, not caring about anything at all. Dion gritted his teeth and thought Cruel was evil. And turned away and said the main character probably had to go too. I know how to enjoy this party myself, so there's no need to worry. He thought talking to him would be better than eating more pudding and wasting less time. I was so angry that I dropped my things. This unlucky banquet, I have to take advantage of the time and quickly return. Cruel behind him was still standing there watching his younger brother. He spoke again and said he heard he had just come back from exterminating monsters. Dion clutched the food in his mouth and was angry. Why did he keep forcing me to talk? I don't want to talk to him, let's go. But Cruel continued to ask if he was injured anywhere. Dion clutched the pudding cup and cried out in frustration, why are you like this today? I can take care of my body. No, you don't need to worry about me now. Even if I get hurt, I will never show it in front of you. As always, from now on you just need to stand and watch. As he said that, he remembered the day he was dragged to the battlefield like everyone else. He just stood and watched. He secretly hoped it was okay. Don't talk anymore. Today when he came to the palace, everything made him angry. Cruel is sad but still wants to say something more. Dion, me. Duke Aluster Starb, the leader of the dark demons opposing the Emperor, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interrupted the two brothers' conversation. He clapped his hands and smiled, saying that the brotherly love was truly profound. Cruel bowed to the Duke. He shook his hand and said we had already said hello. And turning and extending his hand towards the friendly Dion said, Earl Hart, this is the first time we meet like this. I often hear stories about him. It was a pleasure to meet him. He shook his head and turned away to refuse the Duke's handshake and wondered, but, why are you talking to me? Everyone around saw his attitude and was extremely surprised. Ignore the Duke's greetings. What, does he look down on the Duke? As expected, Dion Hart, the honorary Earl, would have such an attitude towards the Empire's only Duke. He heard the gossip and thought to himself, Count. I know, but still. My mouth is full of pudding so I can't open it. First, I have to swallow all of this. Try to chew so as not to be exposed. Wait, the Duke looked like he was just a moment away from exploding. No, after opening your mouth, you have to shake hands immediately. Before he could swallow all the food, the Empire's Crown Prince Elphifius Deserta also arrived. He happily went to greet Ola. Oh my, long time no see, Duke Aluster. He felt like he was about to choke, wondering if there was honey in this place, why they kept gathering here. Anyway, a quick hello. The Crown Prince stepped forward and stood in front of the Dion. He said the Duke rarely comes to the palace these days. He seems very busy. The Duke bowed his head and said, I was very sorry about this, Your Highness. Dion was surprised to see what the Crown Prince was thinking. Why was he in front of him? The crown prince smiled and replied, no, why bother, I'm the one who should be apologizing. The duke also has his own business. I was rude, although he smiled and said that. In his heart he did not like Aluster. As soon as he arrived, he looked around at Earlhart. What is this guy planning? He is truly sinister. I can't just stand by and watch. I will protect Earlhart. The Dion behind him tried to swallow the pudding, even though he didn't know what was going on. This was a good opportunity, so let's swallow it quickly. Before he could swallow, the imperial queen Alida de Serre ran up and hugged him tightly, calling out to the count. She blamed the crown prince. He was also serious. If he went to the count's place, he should have called me. Count, I miss you very, very much. Before she could finish speaking, she was shouted at by the crown prince, Alida. Because of her tight hug, Dion spit out all the pudding. The pudding was red, so everyone panicked thinking it was blood. Alida confusedly called the count. Blood, blood. The crown prince asked what was going on and ordered the doctor to quickly call the doctor. He quickly explained, no, there's no need to call the palace doctor. That's not blood. Gulp. Lion took a towel to help him wipe his mouth and told him not to say any more. It was due to my negligence, because I realized that the count's physical condition was not good. The scream in my heart isn't blood, it's pudding. Listen to me. At this time, another person also came to him and asked what the fuss was about. He helplessly thought about the party. Even the emperor was present. Behind him is the empire's first hero, General Memesius. Alida tearfully explained, Your Majesty, it was because of me. Because of me, the count vomited blood. Because I was so happy, I couldn't control my strength well. The crown prince also came forward and said for his sister, I'm sorry, from now on, I will strictly discipline the queen. The king cleverly said no. The count was also a hero. How could he vomit blood just because of a hug from the queen? On the way here, the count was attacked. He must have suffered internal damage at that time, so he vomited blood just now. Dion couldn't explain the real reason why he felt so uneasy. No, he was crazy. Damn, people who are more sensitive to the smell of blood than anyone else. Maybe it's because the scent of perfume here is so strong that no one notices it. The king turned to ask Dion, now let me call the palace doctor. He told him not to try too hard. He told himself that before there was a bigger misunderstanding, he had to explain right away. Alida guessed that Dion's refusal must be due to the Demon King's curse. The crown prince said yes. If it was due to a demon's curse, calling the palace doctor would be useless. Lion also felt worried. She asked Dion softly if he could go by himself. He waved his hand and said it's okay. I'm fine, and thought he had to explain. But how could he explain the atmosphere like this? Anyway, it turned out like this. Let's pretend to be hurt and quickly go home. I met the emperor and achieved my goal. That's enough. Let's go. He had no choice but to bow to his majesty. Anyway, I have to go home now. He thought that because of stress, his body condition didn't look healthy. Thinking about it, he continued and said sorry for not being able to be here until the party ended. Gulp. Suddenly he couldn't stand. Damn it, he was so dizzy. His majesty reached out and called out to the earl. Alive, he was secretly happy that someone had helped him in time. He turned to say thank you and realized this was his brother. He was angry and thought he wouldn't be able to live in peace and pushed his hand away. He growled and said he didn't need help, silently cursing in my heart. Damn, why did it just happen like that? During 8 years of fighting on the battlefield, my hatred for this person has never diminished. It's so hateful to see him come here and pretend to care about me. He must at some point. As he thought, he got angry and was about to leave when the king pulled him back. Earl Dion Hart. Your body doesn't seem to be feeling well. Please go back and rest well. He thought about the banishment order, which was an order to evict guests that the host of the party did not like. Normally, this could be considered an insult, but now because he was so angry, he just left. He said the king forgives me. As I said, I will go home and rest. He thought, I don't care about that now. If I stay, I really can't stand it. Illuster observed the situation and then as expected, Your Majesty is very generous to Dion Hart. When leaving, Illuster said to Cruel, how dare you at a party organized by the royal family to show such an attitude towards the main character of the party. Even so, the emperor still stood up to cover for him with the excuse that his body was not feeling well. Who would dare to reprimand Dion Hart's rudeness? Mr. Cruel is indeed very tolerant towards his younger brother. Cruel replied, as the main character of the banquet, I just want to pay more attention to the surrounding atmosphere. Illuster told Cruel not to worry. I don't misunderstand. I know what kind of mood you came to me with. Can you become our backer? Illuster remembered Cruel's offer to him some time ago. The Duke then heard that and asked again, supporting him. What are you saying? Cruel said that's what you understand yourself. In his eyes, Cruel is the poor man who lost his parents and family at the hands of his younger brother. Cruel added, "If the Duke becomes my backer, I will also become your strongest sword." The Duke thought to himself that if his goal was just to survive, there were many ways, but, thinking about it, the Duke replied, "Well, that's fine. I'm not a stupid owner who kicked a loyal dog to the door, but I'm curious about the reason why you came to me." Continuing his train of thought, he wondered why he had to do it himself. Is he a smart guy, or just an idiot? Cruel replied, "This time for protection." Returning to reality, Aluster told Cruel that at that time he said the purpose was to protect, which always made me feel very curious, but today we understand. Cruel Heart wants to protect himself from Dion Heart. Is that right? Cruel said yes. Aluster said if that's the case then you and I are on the same path. Dion Heart, the Emperor's dog, must be eliminated. Cruel agreed and said I would do that. Aluster now thought that actually, the Emperor's dog was just an excuse. This aching heart. That guy in the Empire is a huge hidden threat. We must destroy him. Dion Heart. Returning to the mansion, Lion followed and asked Dion, "Do you really not need me to help you inside?" He told me I just needed to go inside and rest for a bit. He was tired of walking, but suddenly he felt something strange. What is that? Where does the burning smell come from? No, when we left the front yard was still intact. The mansion in front of him was now burning down. Why was the fire so big? What are the Phantom Knights doing here? They are saving people from the fire. Are you dreaming? That's right, this is just an illusion, because it's been so stressful lately. What? I can feel the heat from the fire. This is not an illusion. He raised his hand to criticize the knights. Damn it, what are you doing? Why are you here? The knights saw him happily and called out to Commander. Commander, one of them reminded his accomplices that this idiot should now not be called Commander but rather Count. He angrily continued to scold, "Since when did my mansion become a livestock farm?" He was busy talking when, at some point, someone placed a bomb in his hand. He was bewildered and couldn't figure out what was in his hand. What is it? This is it. He thought he must use a bomb. Lion shouted in panic, "Sir, Earl, that is." He was also startled and shouted. Anyone who saw it knew it was a bomb and quickly threw it far away. That bomb exploded loudly. He silently cursed these crazy dogs. Why are they playing and throwing this thing in the yard? Lion asked the Count, "Are you okay?" The knights also suddenly called out, "Oh no, Count." From within the fire, a seriously injured man looked at Dion admiringly. He was indeed a hero, returning the bomb he had suddenly received accurately. The knights looked at that guy in surprise, panting, "Is there still one more guy? What are you asking, Dion? So there's still one more person?" He thought to himself that he knew what that thing was, so he threw it away. Then noticed that the other guy's hand had that pattern. Clearly, the Revolutionary Army has penetrated all the way here. The knights came up with an idea. So that's it. They intended to use that name in the Revolutionary Army as an excuse. A few revolutionaries threw bombs at the commander's house. We quickly arrived and controlled them. But when asked by Dion, "Why did you come to my house?" They were all afraid of him, so they kept hesitating. "But Commander, that's it." He held his head and said that the Phantom Knights had not been reformed into an official knight group belonging to the royal family. Could it be that you guys get kicked out? To break the tense atmosphere, the knights rushed in to hug Dion tightly and then threw him together. They said, "Commander, are you worried about us? So sad. Why is the commander like this? The commander's house is also our house. How could we leave the commander alone? It's true that something happened, but we weren't fired." Dion struggled and said he was crazy. Wouldn't he fall down? These things, put this away. They're still laughing. Mr. Dion Hart. Lion now stood up to stop them. She taught them on behalf of Dion. "Why are you so disrespectful to the Count? Only the four of you dare to do that to the Count." Dion breathed a sigh of relief, gasped, "Those crazy people. No matter what, the revolutionaries. It seemed like just attacking my carriage wasn't enough. They also attacked the Ghost Knights, the knights under their command. It seems like they want to kill me so bad. What have I done?" While thinking, he discovered that someone from the Revolutionary Army was secretly coming to save his comrades from the fire. There's still one left alive. This guy is panicking. Damn it, he's been discovered. After that, that guy boldly continued to help his teammates run away. Dion looked at this scene and didn't expect it. He was going to lead someone to escape right before his eyes. No, if you want to get information related to the Revolutionary Army, you must capture one alive. Before he could act, someone quickly appeared from inside the mansion and grabbed the other two guys. That person is none other than Remember. He said he almost let you escape and then went to Dion, and Dion stood there stunned by the Remember's agility. This person is absolutely not just an ordinary butler. He said this old man admires you very much. Seeing him standing still, I thought something big would happen, but, unexpectedly, he caught the bomb and used it to counterattack. But what happened when he was in the palace? He looked tired. He didn't plan to say anything, he just told me, it was nothing. Yet Lion ran out and told everything. On the way to the palace, the revolutionary army attacked the count's carriage, and the fatigue on the way home affected his internal injuries. Remember, after listening, he nodded and said, "Why did you come back so quickly? I will handle the rest, please go inside and rest." The guy in the revolutionary army who was captured a moment ago was gritting his teeth and looking at Dion Hart with eyes full of indignation. For that guy in the revolutionaries, there were three people who were big obstacles in being able to dethrone the emperor. One was the commander-in-chief during the war 8 years ago and is currently the emperor's bodyguard, Memesius. The second is the person who stabilized the people's hearts with excellent policies and financial management ability, Prime Minister Ardal. And finally, commanded the vanguard in the war 8 years ago, and is now considered the dog of Emperor Dion Hart. Meanwhile, Dion told Remember, "So please help me handle it well and then go inside." Remember said, "I will welcome them properly." Looking at Dion's back, the other guy's train of thought continued. Because he mainly operates in the dark, monitoring and predicting his actions is not easy. This time he sent troops out in the name of destroying monsters, but in reality, no one knew what mission he was secretly performing behind his back. If the revolutionaries want to succeed, Dion Hart must not be left alive. I thought, and then that guy shouted loudly, "Even if we fail, the revolutionaries will never give up." The emperor's dog. Hearing that, a knight angrily rushed to grab that guy's neck. What did he say? This guy, who do you say is the emperor's dog? The knight's fierce face made the other man tremble in fear. No, that. The knight frowned, gritted his teeth, and said that since being caught up in the war 8 years ago, our commander had never taken up a sword for the emperor. Because, after saying that, the knight tightened his grip on the other guy's collar. That guy was scared and asked if so, what was it all about? The knight said that you don't need to know. Anyway, don't bother the tired person. I take up the sword for Dion Hart. Die. Having finished speaking, the knight swung his sword and killed the soldier of the revolutionary army. Remember quietly observes everything. He sighed, thinking there were more things to deal with. Had to report back to the count that he had been bitten to death by a dog. The gloomy atmosphere covers the slums. The little girl sat cowering on the side of the road, her clothes were torn, she hugged her trembling body, silently moaning that she was so hungry. He remembered the man who grabbed his collar and shouted at him, "Do you know whose belongings it is? Don't you dare touch it." At that time he only knew fear, screaming and begging me, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Returning to reality, he told himself that from that day on, he could not eat or drink anything, he would die like this. In the slums, people always die. Even if I die, it's not strange, but if I die, will anyone be sad? Suddenly a boy ran in front of him and loudly said, "Look, everyone is dead. There's no other way, I'll specially bring you this." At the same time, he pushed the bread in front of the little girl. At the same time, he plopped down next to the girl. The little girl turned and asked in a weak voice, "What about bread? Where did you get this?" The little boy replied concisely, "The hospital." The little girl asked the school for help. He turned around, his face beaming, and said yes, the relief school distributed free bread and water to people in the slums. She nervously stared at the loaf of bread in her hand, wondering if it was free. It couldn't be, there wasn't some medicine inside, right? You immediately reacted, "How could I give you that?" The cripple next door had already eaten it first, nothing happened. She hesitated to say, but if it was that uncle, whether there was medicine in the cake or not, he would eat it right away without paying any attention. The boy began to get angry at his friend's suspicions, and shouted, "You don't believe it, it's not true. I feel sorry for you because you've been starving for a whole week, so I gave it to you. If you don't want it, give it back," and at the same time reach out to grab the loaf of bread back. The little girl holding a loaf of bread in her hand stammered, "But if it's a relief school, isn't it related to the religious side? If it's a religious side, it doesn't have to be a donation to get support." Then I secretly wondered why I didn't receive any benefits but gave out free bread and water. Seeing his friend's defensive attitude, the boy got angry, clenched his fists, stood up and said, "If you don't like it, don't believe it, I'll go to the school to help myself. If you don't believe it, you're the only one who will suffer, just throw that cake away." After finishing speaking, he went straight. The girl weakly called out, wait. Then he told himself, yes, if the bread and water were poisoned, what would happen? Whether you die from hunger or die from poisoning, it's still death. If they really give out bread and water as rumored, Whether it's salvation or curse, it's okay. Then he ran to hold the boy's hand and firmly said, "Wait for me, I will go too." The two children held hands and ran out of the poor slum, without looking back. In another development, a week after Dion Hart arrived in the Empire, the burned mansion had been somewhat tidied up. The accommodation for the suddenly returned mad dogs had also been prepared. Now there is only one thing to do: rest comfortably and enjoy a normal life before being summoned by the Emperor. He felt his mood drop. Sitting in front of a pile of papers, he held his head in despair. "I thought so, but you said you would build another dam on Hart's territory. Are you crazy? Do you know how much money and time does it take to do this? Who suggested this?" While processing the backlog documents, he kept muttering curses. Standing opposite, Remember smiled and said, "It was me, sir." Hearing him say that, he immediately changed his face to a smile and expressed his agreement that even though it was only a temporary territory, he could not neglect management. Building a dam is not a bad thing. Go. He thought, sweating, that after that day I couldn't object to Remember. If it wasn't for Remember, this pile would have been thrown away long ago. Suddenly, in the backyard of the mansion, I heard a noise. Commander Lee. He lifted the curtain to observe. Below, a group of mad dogs and a group of ghost knights were arguing. On the one hand, he shouted at these guys, "Yesterday you took all our food, and now you're destroying our things. Why are you mad because of that? How petty." He thought he had predicted it, but the Count's knights and the Lofty knights had a bad relationship, and it wasn't clear which side the problem was from. But, look at the two leaders of the two armies confronting each other, using words like thick faces to scold, using mocking faces to tease each other like that. What are you going to do? He once again covered his face with his hands and awkwardly asked the Lofty knights what to do. Remember said His Majesty originally sent them here to support the Earl, but because now the Count's guardians have returned, the Count no longer assigns them any more tasks. Now their job is just to train and wait. He sat back in his chair, rubbing his forehead and saying, "Why does His Majesty have to return them here?" He thought to himself, "Watching them toss and turn makes me miss the demon world so much. I didn't expect I'd miss the demon world." He replied, "Isn't it because Your Majesty loves the Earl very much?" He glanced and asked who said that. "Remember, you've been working too hard lately, so if you need a break, just let me know," he replied slowly, with a hint of sulking. "He already treated me like a doting old man. I was very sad." He hesitated but he smiled and said that it was normal unless it was treason. Otherwise, His Majesty absolutely would not easily send the royal guard to help. If it weren't for extreme trust and determination, no monarch would have can do that. He thought to himself, could he still think like that? Isn't it because he intended to keep them but couldn't bear it so he returned them to me? These crazy dogs under His Majesty's command will become more obedient. Then he said, "Anyway, why are there so many documents that need to be processed?" From that day on, I surrendered Hart's territory to His Majesty. It was only a temporary entrustment, so why do I have so many things to deal with? If Your Majesty truly loves me, you should completely reclaim this territory. He said, "It seems like you haven't heard anything yet. A week ago His Majesty completely gave ownership of Hart's territory to the Earl." He was surprised and said I was completely ignorant, silently lamenting the Emperor. The Emperor, Remember, went to rummage through the pile of papers in front of him and said it was probably an official document somewhere in this pile. He staggered and stood up, holding his head and saying he had to find a way to return the territory. Hart. His heart was churning, silently cursing, giving me the status of an earl, and when he told me that I only had the role of a marquis, I just ignored it. As far as I know, a marquis, an earl, has a religious domain with the boundaries of another country. The title is an earl, but in reality he is treated like a marquis. He recalled his old memories, thinking I hated Hart's territory. There were no good memories there. Like it? No, it was almost the worst place. Then he slammed his hand on the table and said he couldn't let this matter go. Sooner or later I had to return it to His Majesty. Suddenly someone came in outside to announce the arrival of the Count, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and General Nemesius. He was stunned for a few seconds, wondering if the Crown Prince and General Nemesius were coming. Why did they suddenly come? No, most of all General Nemesius. That person hates me very much. Meanwhile in the lobby, Nemesius looked around the mansion. He was attracted by a large photo hanging in the center, wondering if it was a family photo. It seemed like Hart also brought a lot of things with him when he moved here. While he was still engrossed in thought, a servant was sent to lead the way, telling the two of you that you had been waiting for a long time, so come this way, I will lead you to the living room. The Crown Prince bowed his head politely and said, "I'm sorry for suddenly coming here. I have something to tell the Count." He remembered the conversation he had with his sister. He started the story first saying that the Revolutionary Army attacked the mansion and were captured by Count Hart. Alanthea frowned and said, "Earl Hart." He put down the newspaper in his hand, glanced at him and asked why he was so gloomy. She hugged her face and asked if he hated seeing me now. He definitely would. It's over, all my efforts in the past time. He said, wasn't everything useless from the beginning? She banged the table and said excitedly, do you admit it? I'm very beautiful, right? Moreover, I'm also a queen. I've never had a crush on or chased anyone, so I'm a bit clumsy. But I really didn't mean to do that. But Count Hart vomited blood. Seeing his sister's expression, he consoled her that it was not her fault, and she didn't take what he said to her ears, idly thinking that of course she rushed in quite rudely, but then she sullenly said that of course she had to go and apologize. He asked, are you going to meet him directly? She honestly replied yes. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then seriously said, no, things are within my limits. I won't stop you, but this can't be done. Whether you go to the mansion to visit the Earl or you invite the Earl to the palace, false rumors will appear. She sighed and said it would be good for me if the rumors turned out to be true and led to marriage. He put down the teacup and said in Alanthea's voice, if you say good things, it's because you're pure. If you say bad things, you're a stupid queen. I don't love Count Hart. That's just what Alanthea created to deceive everyone. She changed from a surprised look to a forced smile and replied that even though she didn't love her, she was the royal family's card. She had to do everything for the royal family. He said that if you express yourself too clearly, your role as the foolish queen will also make others suspicious. If you want to give up, I'm always welcome. She smiled mischievously. In a card game full of smart people, the nobles couldn't make a fuss over the matter of the heir. Anyway, the matter with Earl Hart has not failed yet. I have expressed my feelings for the Count. Everyone knows that, if they had eyes, no one would dare to carelessly dream about the Count. He came closer and patted her head and said, talented like the honorary Earl Hart, on the royal family's side. No, if on your majesty's side. She raised her head and called him. He smiled and said, okay, because you want to be good for the royal family, everything you do has a reason. I said so, but if you want to stop, you can stop at any time. She smiled gratefully and said, thank you. So, can you help me find out what the Honorable Count Hart thinks of me? After talking until his tongue broke but his sister still refused to give up, he said in frustration, what? Ah no, why are we back to the old problem? She winked and said that the talent that His Majesty treasured, if because of what happened at that time, the feelings between both sides were hurt, it would be very awkward, right? At the end of the flashback, he was waiting in Hart's mansion, thinking that I had come to confirm whether the Count felt uncomfortable by the Queen's rudeness that day. But, anyway, it came. This matter cannot be stopped. The Count will definitely side with the Emperor. Meanwhile, Dion Part, his face was pale and didn't understand why did these guys come here. Then he approached and bowed his head in Dion Part's ceremony. It is an honor to meet the future of the Empire. The other person replied, apologizing for coming so suddenly, and sat down naturally. He walked to the chair reserved for him, sat down and said, thank you. I don't know what's going on that brought you here today. The Crown Prince said I came because there was something I wanted to talk to the Earl about. I heard that the General also had something personal to see you, so we came together. We were all busy, so let's get down to business. He glanced and saw Nemesius's scary eyes staring at him. Did he think he was going to pierce people with that look? Why does the General hate me so much? No, not simply hate, a bit of something. The Crown Prince said, first I want to apologize to the Count. He turned his head in bewilderment. Your Highness, if you're sorry for the sudden visit, there's no need. The other person burst out laughing because he told that story too, but mainly because of the incident at the party, when at the party the Queen caused quite serious rude behavior. He searched his memory, then secretly remembered that time. The Crown Prince said that I have strictly taught the Queen that this will not happen again in the future. He shook his head. It's just a small matter. You don't need to apologize. The other person smiled and said okay. Luckily you don't feel uncomfortable about that. Although he was quite surprised, he thought, it wasn't just once or twice. After all, it was an act of goodwill on her part, so if she was angry, it would be a bit. The Crown Prince softened his voice and actually I have something to ask the Earl, but he suspected that the purpose was something else. While he clenched his fist nervously, the other side continued the Earl's words, if you think there's no problem. He felt suffocated by the Crown Prince's slow tone, and his mood changed because, in the end, what kind of favor did the Crown Prince have to come here for? And the Crown Prince's request to become my friend made him extremely surprised. He was dumbfounded and asked, The Crown Prince said that in the past I always wanted to get closer to the Earl, but you were too busy, and it was very difficult to meet you. He stammered, sir, you came all the way here just to say this. The other person frowned insolently. The prince always had to carry heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. He was not allowed to do anything on his own. Even if he wanted to become close to someone else, he could not just come to him and ask for help. Feel free to confide in yourself, even if it's private matters. That's why I came here as an excuse because of the party. I don't know if you'll be upset with my proposal. What is he thinking? What is the crown prince saying? There is no way I would accept such an unreasonable proposal. Then said that no matter what, I wouldn't dare do that to your highness. He felt Nemesis standing behind the crown prince. Murderous intent radiated from his gaze, and the crown prince was extremely weak and sadly said as expected, it was really difficult. He said to be friends with the crown prince, that's what makes me scared. He thought that if I refused, he would immediately kill me. He had to agree without protesting. Suddenly the crown prince jumped up, grabbed his hand and said sincerely, from today we will be friends. He replied yes. The crown prince continued, in the future, I will make every effort to make us closer and closer. Your Majesty's trusted subordinates are now my friends. I'm really happy. He bowed his head sadly and replied like a machine, I feel very honored. The crown prince looked at him, secretly assessing. He could clearly see the heavy responsibility that came with it, but he couldn't refuse. As expected, he was a person whose feelings were completely different from the rumors. If he could really become close to his uncle, it will be fun. Thinking of this, I immediately made a suggestion. So in the future, every time you come to the palace, please stop by my place. We will fight together, drink tea and share interesting stories. Dion Hart just needs to imagine the prospect of embracing the crown prince's shoulders and hearing someone say that I'm very happy today, my friend, and he comfortably exclaims, what a useful day. Then suddenly felt shivers. He said it a bit, while he was still very confused and had not finished speaking. The crown prince stood up and said I have heard the answer I wanted to hear, now I have to go. He stammered no. The other person smiled and said there was no need to send me off. The general still had something to tell you. General, I'll go first, then quickly walked out the door and left. Nemesis bowed his head and told passers-by to be careful. Dion Hart stood up and called after him, Your Highness. Before leaving, the crown prince turned around and said I look forward to seeing you again, my friend, and he was confused, thinking wait, don't leave me with the general. The atmosphere in the room was strangely quiet. He cried inside, not knowing what to say. Nemesis spoke up to the honorary Earl Dion Hart, it's been a while since we sat alone like this. He turned around and said it's been a long time, how are you these days? Nemesis said well then, since I'm quite busy I'll speak as quickly as possible. His Majesty wants to take over the revolutionary army that the Count has captured. With the aim of capturing and destroying the entire revolutionary army, of course, the person who captured him was the Count. If he did not want, he could refuse. He chuckled quickly, very good, I don't intend to talk for long with someone who doesn't like me, then coldly said no, of course I will hand over the person, I will lead the way, please follow. He secretly calculated to quickly give someone to him, I still had to rest. The two of them went to the prison area. He brought the person out, and said it was this guy. He was tied up so you lead him away. Nemesis asked the revolutionary army. There were 3 people who came to attack. 2 of them died. According to reports 1 died from the explosion. The other's death was not well reported. Dion Hart frowned, sorry, but what exactly does the general want to know? Nemesis called his name, then said each word I want to know how that guy died. He thought to himself I'm not someone who hates others without a reason. During that 8-year war, I learned that while watching a place near the battlefield, the truth about personality changes. Dion Hart's extreme. For the first time a person of noble origin was sent to be a common soldier. In addition, the child I placed in the barracks always kept an eye on you. He still clearly remembers that day. When he walked in, the child sat in the corner of the wall, hugging his legs and cowering. He worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Then he sadly looked at the trembling child, thinking that the child was too weak to survive on the battlefield. He chose cruelty as a way to survive. To live, he massacred countless lives, and almost went crazy. He walked up to it and said, "You've been locked here for 3 days, now you have to wake up." Then he put his hand on his shoulder and walked back, thinking that he had tried his best to get through it until now. He said, "No one can blame you for the way you chose to live. However, you still have to suffer the feeling of guilt because of that choice. As a result, every time you fight, the child always feels extremely guilty." Suddenly the child looked at him with lifeless eyes, as if he had nothing to say. "Sir, what are you talking about?" He realized Dion Hart's abnormality right from that moment. Gradually his personality split. At that time, he calmly said that the injured area was probably okay. He felt a bit cold and said no. About the battle not long ago. Suddenly he raised his voice, "General." I don't know what you are talking about, looking at his scary eyes at that time. You know, if you could change at will, it would be more accurate to call it personality. Crazy personality that only focuses on living and participating in battles. Bloody, normal personality who only remembers normal battles and everyday images of himself. Two personalities also exist. At that time, he looked at him with blank eyes and said because he was so tired that I couldn't remember clearly anymore. But, the enemy was completely dead and continued to survive. I was truly extremely lucky. Returning to reality, I always keep that question in mind. Luckily, no, you are a person who is carrying too heavy a feeling of guilt on your shoulders, and using the most extreme way to avoid everything. Then he seriously said no, I will change the way of asking, how did the other guy die? Do you remember? He thought that pretending to know nothing would push everything to the person you created to escape reality. How long can you deceive yourself? I've always felt disgusted that you abandoned humanity. He coldly said the other name. Then silence. He frowned in anticipation, but if you're not like you were then, I will. Then he kept his indifferent attitude and continued, it was a coincidence that I wasn't there so I don't know the specifics, but I heard that he was bitten to death by a wild dog. He thought even though it was just a precaution, but... Thinking of this, he turned around and left, leaving a message saying I know, I have to go, I know the Count is busy so there's no need to see me off. He bowed his head yes, then the general goes leisurely. His face had relatively complex expressions like his heart. He thought that there was no change. I can't believe that a stray dog wandered into Earl Hart's mansion. It was obvious that he was the one who killed that guy. This time he also used that nauseating personality. The weakness of the person who carries the burden of responsibility can become a disaster. That's why Dion Hart is an extremely dangerous element. But why does Your Majesty keep Dion Hart by your side? In his mansion, as soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting on a chair. When did he fall asleep? He opened his eyes. Seeing Remember standing still in the dark looking at him, he was startled and asked about this. I only rested a bit but fell asleep. He slowly asked if he had regained consciousness. He tried to stay calm while his insides were screaming, startled. He asked, are you still waiting here? Why, have I been asleep for a long time? He nodded no, he just took a nap. Above all, your body is okay now. You don't know how surprised this old man was when he saw you fainting. He asked in surprise, did he faint? I was resting so it was okay. He walked over and bowed his head and said, I've called a doctor to check on you. Although his body was weak, due to too much stress and fatigue, he fainted. That's what he thought. Lately, every day when I wake up, the back of my head hurts quite a bit. He said that therefore this old man was extremely worried about the Count and had a proposal for him. He suddenly felt uneasy and asked what it was. He asked him to see what it would be like to order a group of knights to destroy monsters. He turned around and said to destroy monsters, I will think about this. He thought that even if it weren't like that, they've been going everywhere causing one thing after another these days. If they let them go and waste some of their physical strength, maybe they'd all be more obedient, right? I also don't want to be the only one who has to work hard and the others are free to play. Seeing his thoughtful look, he said I knew the Count would agree to this, just in time for the monsters to be prowling near the boundary of our territory, so we could send them there. He said so please do this as quickly as possible, his heart filled with the thought of joy. If only those crazy people could disappear from sight, I would feel much more comfortable. Those are my thoughts, but, he was awakened from his thoughts by the Count's call, just a little more and he'll be there. He sat on the horse and wondered why I was dragged here. Lion told the Count, just a little more and we'll reach the border. He said I was very curious, why did I have to come here? The people of the Phantom Knights said no. What are you talking about? How come we are the only ones participating in this mission? That's right, the Count sits in his office every day so he must be bored. I know that taking care of us makes you feel bored. You haven't seen blood in a long time, so you must be very frustrated. He thought no, these crazy people, what are you talking about? It would be better if you could live without seeing blood for the rest of your life. I originally intended to refuse to go with you but... He remembered that the people of the Phantom Knights hugged his legs and cried, Lord Count, to go together and destroy the monster, let him yell at you, you crazy person, let him go. They still excitedly said Count, it's not the Lofty Knights, such an interesting place, how come only we can go there, let's go Count. He found it annoying and thought it was interesting. Crazy, destroying monsters near the border, that's not interesting at all. Then he made an excuse and we had to deal with it, but remember, it's okay to speak up. In 1 week, this old man has bothered you a lot. I feel very sorry for that, so Count, please consider this a short vacation. The people of the Phantom Knights were moved and thought that it was because he was so busy that he didn't even have time to participate in the monster extermination. Our Earl, it's so heartbreaking, what should we do? Here, as expected, besides us, no one can save the Count. Thinking about it, they noisily enticed him to see. The butler also agreed. So let's go together. He weakly protested and couldn't, and at the same time thought helplessly that he wouldn't either. Remember said, and if the Count goes, won't the guy hiding in the mansion go too? This old man will definitely catch that mouse. The Count just needs to go out to breathe and come back. Thinking of this, he was depressed and returned to reality, thinking that he had said that. I can't say anything more. That's right, we have to catch the spy. Otherwise, we will die very soon. One of the Phantom Knights approached him and said, we're the only ones here together, so you don't need to be so sensitive. I heard that not long ago you left the monster land alone. With a cheerful face, now we're back. He clenched his teeth and thought that's not it. It's because I can rest comfortably in the Demon King city. The people in the group of knights spurred their horses and rushed into the crowd of monsters, shouting so, this time also rest comfortably. Monsters, everyone prepare. Great, let's destroy them. Looking at them killing crazily, he clicked his tongue. These crazy people. He secretly thought that he missed the demon world very much, but even so, his body felt very comfortable. Lion sighed quietly. He looked over, then lowered his head and thought, yes, Lion must be very tired, too. A person in charge of the Phantom Knights, a knight recommended by the Emperor himself. Unlike those crazy dogs, this is a person who is a talented knight to the core. If it was with that ability, it would be possible to join other, better knight groups, but, sorry, is this the heart of parents with children who are not good people? Lion glanced at him and asked if the Count wasn't participating in the fight. He said first maybe we should let them enjoy this. The other person said that it turns out that you care about them, as expected of you. The Count, he mocked himself. Why did he care? How could I get in the middle of those crazy people? Please, quickly end the fight without me taking action. While killing, they were arguing loudly about this guy. I was already planning to kill him, so why fight? Not whoever catches him first will be his owner. Just, no, Sir Earl, why don't you come here? Well, it's your vacation but it seems like we're the only ones enjoying it. He growled in displeasure and said, it's my vacation, I know how to enjoy it myself, don't worry about it. They said it's almost done, come here quickly. At this rate there won't be any left for the captain. He got angry and thought, I absolutely won't go there, let's end it quickly. And how do I interfere with that battle? Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? Suddenly an arrow rushed towards him. He quickly dodged, and the arrow deflected straight into his shoulder. Lion turned around in panic and asked if the Count was okay. He thought that if he didn't turn around, he would have almost hit his neck. Where did the arrow suddenly appear from? What was the attack? Who was it? The kingdom across the border? No, if he wasn't planning on starting a war then he wouldn't. How could they ever do that? If so, then someone sent an assassin to assassinate me. The group of people covered their faces and hid behind the trees, saying damn it, how could they avoid it? Dion Hart has changed the tone of his voice when talking about those boring people. Lion turned her head and said worriedly, Sir, Count, he coldly ordered this to be cut. Stand close and don't let them see. Lion was confused, but if so, when the arrow is removed later, the wound will hurt more. Then seeing his determined expression, he secretly sighed and bowed his head to understand. Lion knew that looking at the atmosphere, this stubbornness would not disappear. Then cut off half of the arrow stuck in his body. Looking at his wound bleeding, I thought to myself that if I move like this, the arrowhead will go deeper inside, and it will be extremely painful. He coldly said to the Lofty Knights, take the medicine. On the city wall, people of the Ilian kingdom secretly observed and then discussed. Look, isn't the guy who was shot just now the third hero of the Dion Hart Empire? He also has white hair. Looking at the uniforms those knights are wearing, that's probably it. Just who are they fighting over there? Damn, I thought they came to destroy monsters. What's going on? Could it be an internal conflict? Even if he is a hero of the Empire, that wound is not light. Wait, wound. Then they smiled happily. The 8-year war ended in just 2 years. In addition, that hero Dion Hart is injured. If so, a war will be a burden for the Empire. If those guys attack our kingdom, maybe we can receive it. Compensation from the Empire. Returning to the Knight Army, the situation was quite chaotic. Lion asked Dion Hart, the Earl, what medicine was that? He laughed and said it was a medicine that temporarily numbs the feeling. Lion asked in panic, isn't that a banned drug? He pulled out his sword and said just don't use it too openly. Lion said dumbfoundedly, how could that be possible? The masked group finally showed up, signaling to each other what to wait for. Immediately kill them all. Dion Hart rushed up, grabbed one of them, and said to give priority to one person. The guy who was caught was so scared that he stuttered too quickly. He cut off the opponent's limbs, then said for now, obediently lie still, here. I've captured one guy alive, the rest probably won't be needed. Other masked men rushed towards him and shouted at this guy. However, he was immediately killed by a group of crazy ghost knights. Dion Hart told Lion to keep the guy he captured alive from dying. The opponent was startled and obediently replied, "Yes, please obey." He glared and thought, "Then I will." He rushed forward with his sword, causing the knights to be a bit surprised and stop talking to each other. "Look at that." The masked survivors painfully said that even if they didn't mean to kill me, I would still die. Dion Hart rushed directly to kill a masked man. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" The Phantom Knights looked at him and called out to the team, "Captain." He immediately took action to injure a person who was negligent in his knight army, angrily scolded the crazy dogs that jumped like crazy in war and now became a knight. "As a living person, he can fight, are they like that? Don't take medicine, this guy and that guy are both so weak, if you don't do this, you won't be able to survive. Even if you give compassion, it is not the ability to help you survive. I have said it many times, forget the feeling of guilt, you must maintain reason to distinguish between enemies and enemies. Consumed by madness, all for survival." The masked group of people stepped back in panic, thinking, "Damn it, I chose the wrong opponent, my bottomless greed has harmed me," but it was too attractive a condition to refuse. Elsewhere, Cruel Heart is holding the agreement in his hand. His butler said, "It's really okay, right? As long as that guy gets injured, he will pay half of the promised amount." The Duke is clear, he said it was just adding a small condition to the murder request, it should be okay. The other person said, "But that is a requirement to completely kill Dion Hart, why did you spend all your money to add that condition?" Then silently pondered if the Duke found out about this. He said, "I will be responsible for this, don't worry." Butler thinks he hates Dion Hart more than anyone, but sometimes he does actions that are incomprehensible. What does he want to do in the end? Cruel Heart said, "The end of that baby." Back to the battle on the border, the angry shouts and curses, and full of dirty tricks, a disastrous match. The last person standing. His eyes lit up as he tore apart his enemies, seemingly like a bloodthirsty demon. A few assassins were barely able to breathe. They said their dying words, "Are you a hero of the Empire? We shouldn't have gotten involved in the first place." Can anyone stay calm after witnessing this tragedy? No wonder they were called murderous knights instead of honorary knights. Isn't it because they are more like demons than humans? Dion Hart stood up straight and looked at the assassins with judgmental eyes, their corpses stacked on top of each other like straw, saying, "I don't know if you need money more than you need your life or are simply stupid, or both." Then he stabbed the tip of the sword hard into the body of a man who was still a little weak. "I don't like torture, so can you please tell me who is behind this action?" His brutality made the cold-blooded assassin shed tears and curse. Meanwhile, while handling work at the palace, the king temporarily stopped writing when he heard the news of a complaint from the Ilian kingdom. He looked up and asked why he was complaining. The messenger replied that the revered Earl Dion Hart had to exterminate monsters near the border. They believed that the act of ambushing them near the city wall was an invasion that threatened them. He immediately interrupted, "Wait, what ambush? Is Earl Hart okay?" The opponent replied that he had been hit by an arrow in his left shoulder, and would have difficulty using that arm for a month. He pondered for a moment and then said that the kingdom of Ilium was demanding compensation after all that. I replied, "Yes, that's right." He thought, "I bet they guess we couldn't participate in the war with Earl Hart injured." Then he put down his pen and said in a serious tone, "So he had some brain in his head before sending that request. It seems I guess I was being too gentle." Ardal suddenly startled, thinking he didn't mean to. "Then choose your words, your majesty. We can blame the ambush at Ilion on some thugs." The king coldly ordered, "No. Prepare for war now." He said in shock, "What a war, but my king? Just 2 years after the end of the war." He said 2 years was enough. He said it would cost a lot of money. He's adamant we'll get our money and resources back during the invasion. That's what we did in the last war, there's no reason not to do it again. He stammered But before the words could even escape his throat, he blocked the prime minister. "I am a tyrant." Looking at his face made him scared. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head in silence. He said, "I was thinking about unifying the entire continent, so this is a small matter." He stole a look at him, thinking, if you are going to be a tyrant, you must take responsibility for your actions. King obsessed with taking responsibility for your sins. He looked down at his hands, his face sad, thinking that unifying the continent is the ultimate goal since I killed my brothers and sisters to climb to this throne. I have no intention of abandoning responsibility. And responsibility will soon become chains, bringing disaster. Artel bowed his head and thought, although it was good to carry a great responsibility, he placed the guilt of killing his brothers and sisters as an excuse to blame the Empire's citizens, which was truly wrong. If disaster is inevitable, I hope the war will not spread to the Empire. Thinking of this, he said that I would prepare secret military food. He praised the Prime Minister for being so resourceful. So I have to get to work. Have you heard about the Church to Save Suffering, General? Nemesis watched the Prime Minister's back disappear, then was pulled back to reality by the king's question. He asked the Church to Save Suffering. You mean the cult that is growing in the slums, right? So, when everything is chaotic, it is understandable that people turn to religion to hope for peace. He raised his hand to his nose, his eyes falling into contemplation, and said, but the Church of Salvation is becoming too expansive. It's better to eliminate the threat before the war. I'm wondering who is suitable for this job, or should I let Dion Hart take care of it since he caused this mess? Then he thought, although I have no intention of punishing him. Nemesis replied, you said Dion Hart. He nodded yes, just kill the fanatics, even when injured. I'm sure he can do it. Then he felt happy when he thought of that idea. He secretly exclaimed, oh my God, I forgot. Nemesis shouted loudly in protest, my king, this person is extremely dangerous. He looked at his gray face and secretly judged that Nemesis was always wary of Dion Hart. He asked if you don't like him because of his hobby of torturing enemies. He said no, I guess it was just to survive. However, Count Hart is a dual personality. That bastard spirit is like a balloon waiting to explode. He can't take responsibility for what he does. What do you think will happen when you let a mentally unstable person like that do this? When he regains awareness in reality, the wall he built will collapse, and he will be frightened by the second personality. The king calmly said why he was worrying so much. He paused for a few seconds, then called the king. He smiled and said, I knew that myself. He asked eagerly, then why, sir? He coldly said it was Dion Hart's problem. Even if anything happened, it was that guy's responsibility to solve it himself. He quickly protested, how can you say that? If a sword is broken, it can harm the owner. You will also be responsible for his actions, king. He calmly said, no problem, isn't that the emperor's business? At this time, he also used the method of interrupting his words. As he had responded to the Prime Minister earlier, he raised his hand and commanded, enough, stop it. I know I chose to be a tyrant, but I can also be a good king with what I cherish. I will forgive your disrespectful actions. I am not so bad that I cannot forgive the mistakes of loyal subordinates. Looking at his sharp, threatening eyes, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Please forgive me, however. He smiled brightly and said, it's not that I don't understand your worries. Don't worry, there's no way I'd let a dangerous person near me. He remembered the day when Dion Hart was in front of him, kneeling down and begging that he would please allow me to destroy my family with my own hands. At that moment, he knew that in front of him was a precious gem filled with resentment, killing intent and anger. Who had harbored hatred for his family for 8 years when he started participating in the war at the age of 14, and when he received his victory and stood before the king, he only asked for revenge on his family. At that time he thought that the Hart family was a thorn in his side since they intended to overthrow this throne. I had no reason to refuse. He immediately spoke, are you asking me to allow you to destroy a famous family? He secretly thought again, but if I'm going to use this guy as a sword, I have to reforge it so I can use it. Dion Hart, at that moment with eyes like that of a wild animal, asked him what he should do. He said the hero is on an expedition to kill the Demon King. Why don't you go with him? The order to face the Demon King in the name of heroic comrades. The result was amazing as Dion Hart was able to bring back the hero's body. On the day Dion Hart achieved victory, the king asked, great, do you still have that feeling? The other party replied firmly, yes, my king. He thought that with this feat alone, everyone would call him a hero, even if Dion Hart did not possess any remnants of heroism. He said, I believe the territory will be quieter today. What do you think? Understanding the hidden meaning in his words, Dion Hart replied, thanking him for his concern. Then he kept thinking about what fate was. Cruel Hart came home very late that day. Witnessed Dion Hart kill everyone in the house. At the end of the flashback, he said that in the end, Cruel Hart survived and became a trump card against Dion Hart. No matter the reason, Dion Hart killed the entire family, and the only thing left is Cruel Hart, to fight against his brother. Cruel Hart needs me. And Cruel served Duke Aluster to survive. Two brothers, trying to kill each other. As long as Cruel Hart is alive, Dion Hart will still serve me. At the same time, at the gathering area of the monster hunting group, Dion Hart was drowsy. He opened his eyes. Seeing himself surrounded by fresh blood, zombies and thousands of corpses, he raised his resentful eyes and clung to his body. He panicked and said he was crazy. What is this? What is this? Suddenly a voice rang in his ears a little longer. It's all about survival. He held his head and cried. In sobbing pain he said to me. A hand reached out, covered his eyes, hugged him and whispered, don't think about it, even if you think about it, don't run away. That's not what we did. He jumped up, pulled himself out of the illusion, thinking to himself that now, it's like he's dreaming. Then he looked down at the carefully bandaged wound. Think back over the whole story. Obviously, when we arrived at the border, we were killing monsters when we were assassinated with an arrow. Seeing that he had awakened, one of the group informed him, Mr. Count, that we had arrived at the mansion. He sighed, sleepily got off the carriage, like a person sleeping. He thought dreamily, when will I come back here? This time too, when I wake up everything is over, I don't remember anything. If it weren't for the shoulder wound, I would have thought it was just a dream. He asked the servant where Remember had gone. At this time, in a hidden corner of the mansion, Remember looked at the red-haired man who was being controlled and knelt on the ground and said, I had guessed a bit, but I didn't expect you to be a spy. Who is behind you? The other party shouted at you, who are you? As expected, you are not just an ordinary butler. He swung his knife and killed him instantly. Indifferently said, it's a pity, now you have to die. Then frowned and observed the homing pigeon that had just been released. I think there's still a name to get more information from, so it's okay, but... A stranger suddenly appeared and announced that Mr. Remember, Count Hart had returned. He tightened his tie and said this was arranged later than expected. You chased that bird to shed light on those involved in the spies and those behind them. Well, using the butler's authority, fire him. Then he walked quickly into the mansion. As soon as he saw him sitting absent-mindedly on the bed, he called out to the Count to come. He raised his head and replied, Remember. He asked, I heard you were injured, are you okay? He nonchalantly responded in a stereotypical way. He injured his left shoulder, so it wasn't much of an inconvenience in daily life. He bowed his head and said that, the Count is right-handed, that's lucky. Anyway, there is still a pile of papers being piled up. He thought there was no blood or tears, then suddenly took a deep breath and said, but, Remember is also injured, right? I smell blood. He sniffed one arm with his nose and said this, it smells of blood. Why, just now on the way here I caught a spy. I must have been splashed with blood at that time, because I was in such a hurry. I didn't let it happen. Pay attention to the smell of blood. He was surprised and asked if he had found the spy. Oh no, was he dead? He replied that I intended to capture him alive, but something happened on the way here. I'm sorry, he said. Oh, it's nothing, because it was an accident. Then wondered if Remember had caught the spy himself. Was this butler originally like this? I heard that he came from Terra, a small isolated area in the center of the continent. He suddenly changed the subject. The Count also encountered an assassin. Have you received any information? He shook his head. They were all dead, so it was impossible to find out who was behind it. But there was something in his heart that felt very busy. He thought, actually, I don't remember anything, but that's probably it. He said even the Earl failed, which means the person behind it is a very formidable existence. If so, we can narrow the scope of them to be the Revolutionary Army, or enemies of the royal family, or Duke Aluster, the leader of the noble faction, of which Duke Aluster has the greatest suspicion, but whoever it is, it's an existence that the Earl alone can't deal with. Okay, you see what it's like to ask His Majesty the Emperor for help. He was surprised by his extremely clever proposal, secretly praising the butler for being a truly capable person. Seeing that he was silent for a while, he bowed his head and said, I'm sorry for interfering too much in this matter. He lowered his eyelids and said, no, thank you. I have a plan in mind that I intend to find the Emperor in the shortest possible time to request the return of the Heart territory. Before getting caught up in many other matters, we must quickly handle what we can, or return what we have taken, do or stop everything here, quickly have a peaceful life even if it's just for a day. Thinking of this, he quickly departed for the palace. The guard informed that His Majesty was discussing a private matter with Duke Aluster. Count, please wait a moment. He said sadly, yes, I know. His heart sank. He didn't expect to meet at this moment, but there's no other way, just go somewhere to kill time. At this time, he encountered the two Crown Prince brothers, calling from afar, Count, Count. The queen was grabbed by her collar by her brother and struggled to get rid of her brother. The Crown Prince said, don't rush in as soon as you meet him. I'm rude, Count. She turned back and glanced at the petty thing. Dion Hart bowed his head and said it was an honor to meet the two of you. The Crown Prince came forward and said politely, there was no need to greet him so formally, aren't we friends? But, hey, I heard that while waiting for His Majesty, you were very free, right, or not? Then the two of them dragged him to the tea party. He stiffened and silently lamented, "No, why am I here?" The Crown Prince said he didn't expect to be able to drink tea with his friends at the palace like this. It was so fun. He lied, raised the cup of tea to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp, replying that it was my honor. He blamed himself that if he had known he would meet them here like this, he would have come earlier or later. The other person said that the tea seems to suit your taste, please bring some with you when you return. He politely replied thank you mechanically. The queen quickly interrupted the count, he only drank tea and didn't eat anything. Why, let's try some cookies. At the same time, he continuously stuffed cake into his mouth. He told himself, don't think about anything, time will pass quickly. Then, he endured the queen's brooding, repeatedly stuffing the cake into his mouth and happily telling him to try this too, and this too. His mouth was filled with food. Suddenly the Crown Prince spoke up, heard that the Count was injured on the way to the border. The Count must be more careful. Think about the fact that the Count's body is gradually weakening because of the curse. The Duke participates in exterminating monsters. The Queen shouted loudly, is the Count injured? Dion Hart had difficulty swallowing all the cake in his mouth, thinking I didn't want that, I was dragged there, then replied I'm too embarrassed. At the same time, he picked up a cup of tea and took a gulp. The Crown Prince said he must be careful to protect his body. The Earl still has to serve His Majesty for a long time. For a long time he thought to himself, oh, this is terrible, I must quickly get out of this and live the wonderful life of unemployment. The other person said it was because of you, that's why I said that, but, to be honest, I don't want to become emperor. Ignoring the other person's dozens of topics, he was bored and wondered when His Majesty would call me. It was so inconvenient. The Crown Prince said that based on my position, I have no choice but to sit in the position of Crown Prince, but Your Majesty is only 8 years older than me. When you abdicate is not the time I return. Are you retired? Hearing this, he choked and coughed. The Queen next to him looked panicked and asked if the Earl was okay. He cursed in his heart, damn it, what are you suddenly saying? Don't talk about these things to me. Things like power or something. I don't care. I don't want to hear either. The Crown Prince had no intention of retelling the story, lowered his eyes, and said reluctantly that if I soon sat on the throne, it would mean that His Majesty himself had problems. I did not want that. You know, His Majesty is like my biological brother, I just want him to be happy. Dion Hart thought, yes, I know the Crown Prince and Princess are extremely obedient to the Emperor. The current Emperor is the 9th Prince. If when the island occurs the current Emperor thinks of killing his brothers and their children, it is impossible to understand the existence of the Crown Prince and Princess. It is strange that the grandchildren do not hate this uncle, there must be a reason. The eldest prince, father of the Crown Prince and Princess, is a gentleman, unlike those of the royal family. The 9th Prince is the only person who has the same blood flesh as the Emperor. Before his death, he came every day to find the 9th Emperor to take care of the 9th Prince and the eldest Prince's son. They are probably as close as siblings, their relationship is closer than a family. If the eldest prince were still alive, it was said that the 9th prince would not have won the throne. The Crown Prince grabbed his hand and said, we are very worried about His Majesty, who always takes matters into his own hands, so please Count, please help Your Majesty. He awkwardly replied yes, yes. The Queen spoke up, brother, why did you say such words that put such great pressure on the Earl? If it were the Earl, he would definitely do well. The Crown Prince smiled and replied, that's right, sorry, Count. Dion Hart stood up and told me to go to the bathroom. The Crown Prince said, thinking back, the Count had drunk a lot of tea, let's go quickly and then come back. He quickly ran away and replied, thank you. Looking at his back, the Queen smiled mischievously and said she ran away. Really ran away? It seems like talking to us is too stressful. The Crown Prince rolled his eyes and said sorry, but it was all sincere. He secretly thought that unlike the calm surface of the water, below, fierce underground waves were gradually moving. The blade of the knife was clearly pointing towards the Emperor. He remembered the courtiers whispering in his ear that if this continues, in this case, perhaps you won't be able to sit in the Emperor's position for the rest of your life. I will help you sit in the supreme position. The wave of opposition from the nobility is getting stronger and stronger. Please judge the army. Remembering those words made him extremely nervous and thought, although I am not swayed by those unreasonable words, in the past 2 years their actions have changed from compromise to pretending to compromise to intimidate, rape. He said, I don't know when they will grasp our weakness and start doing things we don't want, so we must quickly prepare countermeasures in the Empire. Your Majesty must have your own faction, absolutely on Your Majesty's side. The Queen continued to say that Dion Hart is a man with outstanding ability. If that guy is on our side, there is nothing more trustworthy. That's why we worked so hard to seduce him, right? Of course it's you. I also really like the Count. He laughed and said yes, I hope the honorary Earl Dion Hart will always be on Your Majesty's side. If anything hinders the Emperor's support, even if he is from the royal family, he must die. Dion Hart went everywhere in the palace, looking everywhere. He mumbled, "Where is the bathroom? Every time I go to the palace, I meet the Emperor and then leave, so I don't know the way here." Suddenly saw someone appear. He called out to "Hey." The opponent was startled and then trembled. He came closer, wondering why so surprised. "I'm used to the situation where everyone runs away just seeing me, but now that's not possible." The other person asked what's going on. He thought it was really urgent. "Then tell yourself to just smile gently." He smiled, his eyes cold, and asked, "Do you know where this is?" His most harmless smile possible. Failure. The opponent grabbed a knife and rushed to slash his hand. He dodged, and was extremely confused, thinking, "I just wanted to ask where the bathroom was. Come on, this crazy guy." The opponent falls to the ground. Thinking with fear, he asked, "Do you know where this is?" "That means I have been discovered. After many times of trying and not succeeding, it was with great difficulty that I got this document." Why does it have to be him, Dion Hart? But even if we run away, the chance of survival is still very low, with just a little carelessness. Suddenly, before the spy could act, he was lifted up by a strong hand, which was Cruel Heart's arm. Dion Hart called out to him in surprise. Cruel Heart turned his head and thought in disgust, "Why is he here?" Then looked at the bleeding wound on his hand. The force on the arm increases. The spy screamed for his life. The thing he was holding in his hand fell down. Dion Hart noticed, wondering what document he was holding. "This is..." Then I tried to bend down and pick up the things. However, Illuster was one step faster than him, grabbed the papers, and read them attentively. He called Duke Illuster. The other person silently said that this seems to be an important document of the royal family. "It's been a long time since we last met, Count. I was on my way to kill your majesty. I didn't expect to meet you like this." "Could it be that you will also come to see your majesty?" He replied, "Yes, I came to return the territory. I also have something to ask your majesty." At this point, he fell silent, thinking that it was not necessary to tell this guy everything. Illuster smiled and said that even while waiting to meet his majesty, he could have caught a spy infiltrating the royal family. "If it weren't for the count, I don't know what would have happened." He said, "No, that's it." Illuster said, "I have no intention of stealing the credit, so don't worry about selling first. Even if Mr. Cruel doesn't take action, the count can easily deal with that guy." He punched his head hard, helplessly thinking it wasn't like that. It gave him a terrible headache. At this time, the crown prince and the queen heard the noise and ran to call the count. He turned around and thought he was dead. "I was drinking tea with them." The crown prince kept talking and didn't see the count come back, so we were very worried and went to look for him. Then ran over and shouted, "You're bleeding. Where are you? Quickly call the palace doctor here." He raised his hand to his nose and found that blood was continuously pouring out. He felt troubled, thinking that his body was starting to break down again. He said, "I'm fine, Your Highness." The queen looked at the blood continuously flowing on the ground and said, "No, it's okay. The blood has already flowed like that." The crown prince panicked and shouted loudly to call the doctor. "What happened, Count?" Cruel Heart said it seems he was injured while suppressing the spy. Illuster continued, "Yes, there is a high possibility that his weapon is poisoned." The crown prince was startled and said he was a spy. Dion Hart thought about starting again. There was no way to clarify this. The queen came forward to help the count. "Please stay alert." The palace doctor rushed over, panting, and said, "Your Highness, the patient. Where is the patient?" Seeing Dion Hart's pale face, he felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, could it be Dion Hart again? At the last banquet, I was called because Count Hart was also in danger. It was scary to be there. There were all high-ranking people involved. Everyone looked at him as if they were too late to investigate. "You've had it so easy these days." He tremblingly diagnosed Dion Hart. He wondered why he was shaking. He whispered, thinking that those people were all crazy about Earl Hart's health, hoping that the Earl would not suffer any harm. Every time he was called away, it felt like he lost 10 years of his life. The crown prince worriedly asked how things were going. "Palace, why? Was it poisonous?" He replied that the wound was nothing special. Fortunately, the wound was quite shallow. The crown prince grabbed his collar and shouted loudly, "Why is there so much blood bleeding? Have you checked carefully?" Dion Hart was startled and stammered, "I'm really fine." He thinks this will only make me more enemies. The doctor frantically said, "Yes, I have already treated him." Nemesis appears and says if that's the case, then it's because of the Demon King's curse. The surrounding people greeted General Nemesis. Dion Hart sadly thought, no, why are there more and more people? Nemesis bowed his head and told His Majesty to call the Honorable Earl Dion Hart in to talk. He looked at him with slightly trembling eyes as if he wanted to say it was you again. He should have let the servant pass the word. Why is this person so direct? He said. Your Majesty, I will go first. And Your Highness, thank you for your kindness, you won't need to be so cautious in the future, and glanced at the Crown Prince before leaving. The Crown Prince smiled bitterly to himself, no need to be too cautious. After all, the curse is something that can't be cured, so there's no need to worry. A profound person like this is only good at making others misunderstand him, which is a shame. Dion Hart raised his hand to touch the wound, thinking that his expression was not very good. Could it be that I was too arrogant just now? Return to the carriage. Illuster thinks it's clearly a war budget. His Majesty said he wouldn't start a war right away, but he handled it too poorly. To achieve our wishes, Your Majesty's plans, I will give special help. Thinking of this, he smiled without a trace of coldness. At the palace, the king looked at Dion Hart and said, your face is not very good. Could it be that because you caught a spy, you were seriously injured? He avoided eye contact and replied, no. The king said he was sweating all the time. He said no problem. The king now changed the subject. If you say so, then it must be so, but don't hide your health condition. Because you are one of the most important fighting forces of the empire. He bowed his head and replied, please obey. Then he thought surprisingly, but I'm really okay. It's just that I couldn't find the bathroom earlier, so I'm in a bit of a hurry now. I should have stopped by before coming here. Sweat poured out of his body like a shower. The emperor said, okay, what are you here for? He said, about Hart territory. Before he could finish his sentence, the other party interrupted. If it's a request to return the territory or similar requests, I refuse. He thought yes, he couldn't say anything, but it seemed like there was a little bit. Then he spoke again. So Lofty, the king spoke similarly about the Lofty Knights. He frowned as if he wanted to quit his job. The king said, of course not. Why do you say such nonsense sometimes? He was filled with anger and thought no matter what he said, humans should rest. The king noticed his expression and spoke up, but if you accept my request, I will grant your wish. Then put a piece of paper in front of him. He picked up the paper and read it, asking to save the institute. The king said this is a religion founded by God traffickers and is very active in the slums. Your mission is to wipe them out. He thought sweep cleanly. Just hearing it makes me feel upset. Whether it's a favor or something, I have to refuse. Thinking of this, he put the paper on the table and said, Your Majesty, I. The king seemed to understand his thoughts, not giving him a chance to refuse, but added another sentence as I also entrusted this to Duke Illuster and Count Cruel. If Cruel Heart completes this smoothly then Cruel's wish, he shouted in agreement, seizing the opportunity. The king said he agreed. He suddenly stopped and thought. Oh my God, I'm trapped, but I don't know what Cruel's wish is. Whatever it is, I have to stop it. The king smiled evilly, thinking that this request was actually specifically for the Duke. I can guess the reason, but it is impossible for everything to go smoothly according to the Duke's wishes. Then said again, so Cruel Heart and Dion Hart, whichever of the two completes the mission first, I will fulfill that person's wish, and at the same time consider if I must repay. The emperor sighed. No, isn't the Eduardo Deserta faction a better faction than Dion Hart? He seriously said that I will definitely complete the task first. He thought that no matter what, he had to win against Cruel. Returned to his mansion. Dion Hart picked up the newspaper to read, looked at the cup of tea that had just been brought. He said in annoyance that he's been drinking this tea lately. Remember replied that the count seemed to like it. This tea was brought by the crown prince himself. He lifted the cup of tea, angrily thinking, what do you like? The smell is really fragrant, but because of what happened back then, I still haven't been able to go to the bathroom. Save me, take me to the bathroom. He put his hand to the breakfast tray again and told the count not to forget, take your tonic too. He asked if he had to drink that, then read the note the crown prince sent along with the prescription please, because you must all be healthy, sincerely hope you take it. Remember said this was sent by Palace. Why, is it not good for the body? I've had it tested, it's not poisonous. He said no, it's not about whether it's poisonous or not. Then he fell silent and thought, I can't say I don't like it. He smiled kindly and said I had prepared the whole way. At this time, Lion pushed open the door and walked in to inform the count that I was back. He asked if the investigation was over, if there was any more information about the rescue school, and at the same time took a sip of the medicine. She replied yes, Count, it is the force of impersonating religion that is expanding its power mainly in the slums. They give out free bread and water to gather followers. This is the document they have arranged. Unlike other cults, they don't require trust in the leader or money. They only propagate one thing, believe in salvation. He took the notes about the investigation information from her hand and said salvation. That sounds so abstract, he thought. There weren't just one or two suspicious points. Remember said if they gave out food for free, it would have cost a lot of money from the start. Now they are maintaining it with the aid of a few nobles, but with that scale, it is still a large amount of money. Even if you are a noble, it is difficult to handle it. He unconsciously brought water to his mouth to drink to reduce the strong taste of the medicine still lingering in his mouth. He thought the purpose was not money, nor was it faith in the leader. What is their purpose in the end? That's just the way it is. Gradually they will reveal. Well, I drank tea and tonic at the same time. I have to go to the bathroom first and then think about it. Then he pushed the table and stood up. Lion was momentarily surprised to see him stand up, then her face beamed, filled with admiration as she said that it was true that the Count intended to personally attack. She thought he could order his subordinates to do things, but he was the one in charge, the real Count. She said it's dangerous to go alone, so I'll follow you. He was startled and asked, "Where are you going?" He was a bit shocked when he thought she wanted to go to the bathroom with him. And she was extremely naive, not understanding what he meant, innocently replied where else would she go, to save the school. The two of them set out to go to the slums, then used the abandoned building. He gasped at the squalor of the place and said that this road led to the base of the religious aid station. Who does he think I am? Where is this? Lion looked at him sternly and suggested that from now on, please hide your identity. The butler has already prepared an old robe for you. He thought I didn't have time to prepare. How did it end up like this? Even because Lion dragged me out here, I still haven't been able to get to the bathroom. No way, now I have to quickly deal with it. He quickly put on his cloak, then ordered Lion to wait here for me. Don't follow that. He told himself that I will not repeat the same mistake as last time. She asked, is it okay for you to go alone? No, wait. At the same time chase him. However, his speed was so fast that she lost sight of him. She whispered to look for the Count. He had just disappeared. Clearly his face was not in good shape, but where did he end up alone? His face was pale, he was sweating cold, his lips were pursed, weak. Could it be the Demon King's curse? While she was still extremely worried about him, he promptly found a place to go to the bathroom. He beamed and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was lucky because Cho people came to use the restroom. I was extremely nervous because I was afraid Lion would chase me. As soon as he exited the small alley, he immediately encountered Cruel Heart. He stiffly shouted at you. Then he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He silently cursed, damn this damn body. I can't let that guy see my weak appearance. Then he rushed up to actively attack the opponent. Cruel Heart raised his sword to block and said, wouldn't an injured hand make you more obedient? He asked himself, then searched his memory, when he was seriously injured by a spy at the palace. Did he think he was talking about my arm being injured because of the spy? Then he replied that it was just a small wound anyway. However, Cruel Heart quickly reached out and grabbed his injured shoulder during a monster hunt, when he was ambushed in the forest, causing his wound to bleed. He stepped back and shouted at you. He thought it wasn't the right arm but the left shoulder. Why? This side was injured by the assassins. What happened to that guy? Cruel Heart coldly said that he was clearly injured but could still move like that. After all, it seemed like they couldn't finish the job. He gritted his teeth angrily and said that the people who assassinated me at that time were sent by you. They just had to die here. While he was almost out of control, he heard Lion's call, Mr. Count. So you're here. I'm sorry, I was too worried about you, so I went looking for you. She saw his two brothers fighting. His situation seemed unfavorable with blood stains on the corner of his mouth and a tear in an old wound that was bleeding. He looked at her, gradually regaining composure, thinking that he had lost reason in a short time. She ran to block him, worriedly asking the Count, are you okay? She panicked and thought she was vomiting blood. Sure enough, the Demon King's curse had taken effect. Because she didn't want me to worry, she hid her physical condition and went alone. I'm really not qualified to be a taboo, sir. Engage Cruel Heart in this state. Cruel Heart looked at her intently, thinking the familiar face was the captain of the knights guarding Dion. Dion Hart stepped forward to shield her with his hand, but she was still busy repenting. Later, I will ask your forgiveness for this mistake. First from this person. He ordered you to stay back, Lion. She embarrassed the Earl. He frowned, thinking that Lion and I would be happy if we could actually kill this guy, but even though he didn't want to admit it, this guy was still a hero of the Empire. He frowned and thought that Lion and I would be very happy if we could actually kill this guy, but even though he didn't want to admit it, this guy was still a hero of the Empire, which was very disadvantageous for Lion. Cruel Heart then spoke up and asked why you guys were infiltrating the rescue school. Very unfavorable for Lion. Cruel Heart then spoke up and asked why you guys were infiltrating the rescue school. Dion Hart grazed the other person and avoided the question. I have no reason to answer this question, he thought. Moreover, it seemed like this guy didn't intend to fight. This is the end of this matter. I lost my reason just now, but now. Cruel Heart, said Dion Hart, if you interfere in this matter you will be in danger. He said, you sent someone to assassinate me, but now you care about this. Anyway, thank you, brother. Then leave. His call seemed to resonate straight into Cruel Heart's chest. He paused there for a long time. Then muttered, idiot, you don't have much longer to live, so please quietly enjoy this life. He thought his body was weakened by the bandits and the Demon King's curse, and he probably wouldn't be able to live for a few more days. Even though I don't know clearly, it won't be much longer, so until my fate ends, I just need to wait until then to end everything. Dion Hart and Lion went to find a private place to carry out their disguise. He covered his face and clothes with mud, then looked at her and asked Lion, why don't you smear it, just like that, anyone who looks at it will know it's a noble. She was startled and stepped back to say that. We do it too. She felt a little dizzy thinking about the land here. No, oh the smell. He smiled mischievously when he discovered that Lion didn't like getting dirty. That's right, Lion was a noble since birth, so she had never experienced this. Then he teased, are you planning on letting me go in there? It seems like you said you would absolutely not leave me alone. Turns out it was all a lie. She awkwardly rushed in with her hands full of mud and said no. As a knight I cannot help but keep my word, I will do it. Then she closed her eyes and endured it, covering her face with mud. Looking at her expression, he thought he really hated her, but if he wanted to pretend to be a civilian and get to the school's rescue, there was no other way. I have something to apologize for. He remembered Cruel Heart's reminder that it would be better to have dirt in his hair. Then he thought angrily that this guy's advice annoyed him, but Cruel was also assigned the same mission to destroy the teaching aid as me, so the reason that guy came here is the same as mine. Absolutely cannot be slower than that guy. Must avoid meeting each other again while performing the mission, now must faster. He quickly walked away, at the same time instructing Cruel Heart to hide his sword and come back here. She looked up and asked He walked towards the door of the teaching aid station and said I would go first. Are you confused? Wait, the Count is alone again. He pulled his cloak down over his face and thought of apologizing to Lion, but I didn't have time to wait. I have to solve the quest before Cruel. He walked a few steps and felt dizzy. He staggered and fell right at Shailen's feet. In a hidden corner, Lion worriedly called out the Count's name. And he was so embarrassed that he didn't want to look up. He thought, damn it, he'd die. Damn it, kill me. Shailen quickly reacted, worriedly asking, are you okay? Are you so hungry that you have no strength left? You will be injured. Can you stand up? At the same time, he moved forward to help him. He said I'm fine, then vomited a mouthful of blood. She screamed in horror, oh my god, it's blood. He looked at his hand and thought it was bad. Then said, this is a chronic disease that I've had since birth. I'm fine, this disease is not contagious. She asked her people to help him inside, and at the same time gently reassured him, just go inside, there is a place for him to rest inside. Lion stood watching from afar thinking oh my god, my master. He really couldn't believe it. He acted so deeply and penetrated so naturally. He was just like a pitiful person. Okay, I'll just imitate him. But in his own way, she in turn received Shailen's rejection. Please excuse us, we have enough new followers today. Sorry, you need water and bread, right? Here you go. Please come back here another time. I'm really sorry. Then she was cruelly chased away even though she screamed wait. Shailen turned around and went inside the church and said please take care, thinking that the pests were starting to appear. Her aura was so dirty that it couldn't be hidden. Her posture was extremely strong and controlled. That person was a spy who wanted to investigate the Church of Redemption and seemed to be a noble. Compared to this, his unsteady gait clearly showed that he had been hungry for several days. The arm was probably injured. By the time he coughed up blood, this person was definitely from the slums. She looked at Dion Hart's pitiful appearance, then brought a cup in front of him and told him to try some hot tea. He hesitantly said thank you. I heard that I would receive food rations if I came here, and it was true. She smiled and said yes, that's right, I'll bring it to you so please feel free. He hesitantly asked what about money? She said we didn't take anything so don't worry, please rest and eat well. He took the hot cup of tea and thought I didn't do anything noteworthy when I went in. Then he glanced around and silently assessed it as a typical church. With kind monks and improving the lives of unfortunate people. The Guardian reminds one of the Holy Night. However, the truth is that nothing is normal, because everything is suspicious, making me even more suspicious of this place. Suddenly she asked him if he was uncomfortable. He was startled and asked why. It's okay, I might bother others if I stay here. He bowed his head, pulled his shirt to cover his face and thought, although my face is not famous because I don't participate in many social activities, my eyes are red and this is very rare. Shailen said if it's him then rest assured. No one here will judge you. Then she moved forward and pulled down his cloak, revealing his face. He thought in panic, damn it. She raised her hand to lift his face. Looking straight into his eyes, he said his eyes were red. He sweat dropped and thought damn it, what should I do? She frowned and said maybe you, and he was quick-witted and hoarse, sounding pitiful and saying it was very disgusting, right? She was startled by his expression and asked why. He avoided her gaze, his eyelids lowered, telling me that she wouldn't like it. Whoever I like, even my family abandoned me because of them. She became embarrassed and said it's okay, we're not surprised at all, you know about Dion Hart right, I was just wondering because he is rumored to have red eyes like you. He secretly felt relieved and it was okay, right, then pretended to be innocent and asked are you talking about the hero of the empire? She replied yes, but there was some bad news saying he was a vampire or some kind of demon. Why are there so many rumors? I'm sure he's a terrible person. He bowed his head thinking that's what they said about him, and she crossed her arms. Sure enough, there was no way a weak guy could be the famous Dion Hart. She said again, when you come here, you already know where this is. He pretended to be innocent and said isn't this a place that gives food and water to the poor without asking for anything from them? She said yes, that is exactly what most people think of the Church of Redemption. He thought, tell me how you can expand your force so quickly. She continued that this religion was created to save people who were oppressed and had to endure the rules of the tyrant Eduardo. The reason you have to live in pain is also because of the king. If the king issues laws in the land in peace, then do you have to endure those things? He asked what was wrong, suddenly trembling in fear and thinking, Your Highness, I didn't say anything. Including, Shailen sympathetically said that his previous collapse could also have been because the king himself did not pave the road properly. He helplessly felt that it was quite difficult to accept the reason she gave, thinking honestly. She held his hand and thought that until now no one had helped the poor, yet he still didn't blame all this on the king. You said the Church of Redemption is not like other religions. We only believe in redemption, we don't believe in money or anything else. He looked at her saintly smile, thought it was a reasonable statement, spoke sweetly and was ridiculously religious, but it was believable when accompanied by food rations. He asked if true faith would bring me salvation. So who will be the one to save me? He thought I wonder who is behind it all. After that, he was given his rations. He took a loaf of bread and walked around the monastery, looking around as he walked. He remembered what Shailen had said when he became a devotee. He would find out. He chewed the piece of bread in his mouth greedily, thinking there was a monkey. How could I become a believer in a cult? Everything seemed suspicious but there was no hard evidence to prove it. They don't seem to put anything in the bread either. I think I will have to investigate every speck of dust in every corner. Suddenly, a little girl from behind called out to him, I'm sorry. He turned his head to look at the girl and thought to himself, this kid is about 12 years old, although he may be poor, his face is full of life. The girl beamed and asked if he was a new believer. He replied yes, most importantly, the kid looks so happy. The friendly girl said nice to meet you, my name is Sela, you must have had a hard time out there. He wondered if his face was so haggard. The little girl said don't worry, I'm at the Church of Redemption. Here we give out food without asking for anything. He asked is that true? It sounds great. Then he guessed through her eyes that she didn't seem to be brainwashed, so why did she praise this sect so much? He smiled and said he really wanted to believe in redemption. While patting her head, Sela replied I knew you would like this place. He thought he couldn't find anything suspicious in this fishy place. Why was it such a coincidence? I should go see the room with the guards. Sela said he will also be redeemed soon. That's great. Suddenly, from far away, Paul shouted the girl's name loudly. What are you doing there? So, we have to go pray now. Dion Hart looked at the boy and wondered if that was his brother. Why was he glaring at him? The little girl smiled and greeted him. Sorry, I have to go. He replied okay, goodbye. Then he turned around and walked in the opposite direction, thinking he would find a way to get into the guarded room. Paul grabbed Sela's hand and pulled her away, not forgetting to complain. I told you not to talk to strangers, the girl replied with a smile, but he seemed like a good person. Suddenly Dion Hart felt quite wondering what Lion was doing out there. Suddenly someone called after him, over there, wait a minute. He was startled and turned his head. In another development, Lion is wandering around outside the monastery. She vaguely mumbles that she thinks she feels something here. Am I wrong? I guess I could sneak in from behind, but I must be wrong. If I don't sneak in, I won't be able to face the count again. Then she saw a pile of bread scattered on the ground. She didn't understand why the bread was on the ground. Suddenly she heard a voice behind her calling the captain of the guard immediately. Was Shailen talking to his people? The young man who was ignored by Shailen asked, "What are you talking about?" Shailen replied, "There was an intruder. If he wasn't a hero I would have held you responsible and fired you. Consider yourself lucky." When Lion heard this conversation, she was extremely frightened and thought to a hero, "It could be the Count, he has been discovered. My lord, please wait a moment, I will come to save you." Thinking of this, she directly kicked down the door of the monastery, rushed inside like crazy and hit the guards, causing them to panic. She shouted loudly, "Where is the Count? I mean my lord." At this time, Dion Hart bent down, panting, and hid in a hidden corner of the monastery. He panted, thinking he was alive. "I think I was arrested because they called me in." He remembered being held back by that guy. Wait a minute. But unlike what he feared, he thought, they gave him a lot of bread. They looked at him pitifully and said, "You look so tired, go get some more bread." He asked if it was too much. Then find an excuse to leave. He kept thinking, "I was walking around the back but was startled." He observed and exclaimed, "Oh, this window is open." He silently exclaimed that he was lucky that he could climb through that open window. Then he walked quickly in front of the large room behind the window. "Where am I? Is this a prayer room? It's not very ordinary." He pulled up the curtain and muttered, "What was wrong with this hideous purple curtain?" Suddenly he saw movement behind him. He turned his head. The bishop and Shailen entered the prayer room. He asked in surprise, "What's going on?" "The window is open. Be alert. Someone is trying to interfere with our redemption." Cruel Heart promptly pulled Dion Hart and hid backstage behind the curtain, tightly covering his brother's mouth, signaling him to be quiet if he didn't want to be caught. Dion Hart recognized that voice as Cruel. He thought, why should he meet him again? I have to leave now. Outside, in front of the believers, Shailen announced, "Now let's pray for redemption. I just gathered the devout believers of the Church of Redemption today." Dion Hart observed and thought, that person is the woman who let me in the door just now. She must be someone with a high position because the pastor is standing next to her. Shailen said, instead of mere sheep, "I am planning to elaborate more on what is true redemption." He got goosebumps thinking about true redemption. She said again finally. The two Sela brothers focused on looking at the sheep she blessed, constantly saying, "Thank you, thank you." She said everyone would be allowed to enter the room where only devout believers could enter to hear a more detailed explanation. It appears to be just an ordinary wall. But the chosen one can enter. She raised her hand to open the door to the secret room behind the wall. Dion Hart was surprised and wondered what. She didn't know he was there, and kept telling the sheep, "Now please go inside, everyone." He secretly assumed it was magic. Then looked at the back of the group. Sela held Paul's hand and excitedly said, "Let's go." When they all went inside, he escaped Cruel Heart's embrace. "Biting my nails and cursing, damn it. Please stop meddling in my business, I can't control my body anymore." Cruel Heart coldly said it would be more troublesome if he was caught, and they would increase the security. "I don't need to hide if he's angry if it weren't for you. The other party has responded." He angrily thought that expression made him angry. "Just finish this mission and then fall." I think she touched a certain point on this wall. He fumbled with the picture in front of him, then was quite surprised to discover that there was nothing there. But a second later, he discovered a pearl. This was enchantment. When paid the right price, they will be able to create phenomena akin to magic. This is a method created by humans to achieve magic reserved for demons, but not everyone can use it, and it is even more difficult for witches to do it. Can the Church of Redemption take advantage of enchantment? It seems like it's of extremely high quality. I'm really curious who is behind it. It really hurts my head. I'm probably going to fall, but if I go then this bastard will get what he wants. I won't agree even if I die. Suddenly a young man ran into the prayer room in a panic, urgently. "I need to report to Miss Shailen immediately." Dion Hart quickly hid under the table angrily. "You should knock on the door before entering the room, you bastard." The young man shouted at the stone mounted on the wall, "Miss Shailen, can you hear me? There is an intruder. That guy is looking for his master and causing a mess inside the church." Dion Hart wondered to the owner, "Did someone break in here?" Suddenly there was a loud banging sound at the door. The young man turned his head and shouted in panic, "Who are you?" Lion asked harshly where Master was. Dion Hart was dumbfounded when he saw her appearance, thinking, "What are you doing there, Lion? I told you to follow me silently. Why are you doing these things?" Lion rushed to grab the young man of the monastery, causing him to scream, "Wait! Who is the owner you mentioned?" She stammered, "The owner," then thought to myself that a knight would be willing to sacrifice his life. "I have no right to call the Duke Master because I am bound by the contract with your highness." But it's not like we can call him a duke or a hero because he's intruding here, she shouted loudly. Master is my master. The young man she pinned down sweatily asked if his name was Master. She stammered no, it's none of your business. Dion Hart covered his mouth tightly to avoid making strange sounds. He suppressed the thought of why she was so careless. I thought she was the most normal person among the people around me, but now I understand why she can control those dogs. I don't think the conversation is over, but if I go out I'll be arrested, so what can I do? Lion asked the young man of the monastery, do you not know where the master is? He replied that she was the owner, who knows who he is. Behind the wall, in the secret room, Shylin observed the whole incident outside the prayer room, thinking to herself that when she heard her voice, she recognized her. She was the strange knight I saw at the gate, a knight looking for her master. In case, there was a poor man with red eyes who came here at the same time. He is Dion Hart. I know the king gave him this mission, but I still lowered my guard. Damn it, as soon as Cruel Heart arrived I increased my defenses. She remembered when Cruel Heart broke in through the window. She asked him how did he get in here, when all the windows were locked. I don't know what you plan to do, but I won't let it go. I'm sure the Duke sent you here to test you. You must have received essential information from the Duke, right? That's the map, so finish the game in the safest way possible. I'm sure you can handle it. Cruel Heart, holding the map in his hand, said I will not disappoint you. Before leaving, she added that as someone who serves her master like you, what I can do for you is not to call the guards right now. I'll increase the security before Dion Hart gets in here, so find a way out. She thought there was nothing on the map that pointed to a secret room, especially this one. She remembered that she reminded him that I hope you will not disappoint your master, because you are still hoping for our victory. But now, she thought a little confused. However, I don't want Dean Hart to come in through the front door. She turned back to the believers in the secret room and said, please forgive me. I think since we have achieved the goals of the Church of Redemption, the rest is limited to this room. She smiled and said, let's continue to pray now. She thought, I can only hope that Cruel Heart will be the one to clean this room and not Dion Hart. Everything will go the way he wants. Outside the prayer room, Lion kicked a young man working for the monastery to the ground, mumbling, I think this guy is a prostitute. Where is the owner? I should look somewhere else. After seeing the unconscious young man, Dion Hart appeared and called, Lion. She turned her head and stammered, I mean master, you are safe, but why did you come out from there? He glanced at the stone on the wall and thought that the gem was no longer glowing. He must have lost communication. He said, we will talk later, now get out of here. Suddenly she knelt down at his feet, making him extremely surprised. She spoke up, I referred to you as my master because I didn't know what to call you. I'm sorry. He said okay. I was a bit startled, but we don't have many options, so it's okay. But I'm prepared to take full responsibility. I didn't realize it when I first met you under your majesty's instructions, but now I understand after submitting to you. He was careful to the point of burying himself in trash and lowering his honor for the sake of duty, and was extremely brave when facing enemies directly. From now on, I, Lion, swear to serve you until the end of my life, and when it does not go against the king's wishes. He was surprised at how sudden it was. She bowed her head and swore, I would serve you as my master with my life, your highness. I will give my life to serve you, my master. He was quite surprised, thinking that she would take the knight's oath right here, and I didn't intend to refuse because it wasn't bad for me at all. She was too arrogant. He said I would try to make sure I was worthy of your loyalty. He thought again, but she said that as long as it didn't go against the emperor's wishes, this meant that she would prioritize the emperor and his empire before her master. Lion asked if we should go back now, master. He replied, so today we will retreat. If we want to search properly, we will need knights, and also need a talented witch to discover the secrets in this room. 3 days later, he dejectedly looked through the mansion door and said there wasn't even a decent wizard in this empire. I heard that out of 100 witches, 99 come from the south, so there really isn't a single witch in the north. He thinks it would take too much time to recruit a witch from the south. I hope Cruel doesn't find a witch first. At this moment Remember walked in and said, Master, there is good news, we have found a witch. He happily said it was really good news, let's start preparing right away. He said there was a witch village a day's journey from us. He and Lion immediately set off for the village Remember mentioned. He pointed to his face and said, I think it's this village. It's quite small, isn't it? Witches often live in seclusion among dozens of others. He wiped his sweat and thought, but why do you guys live in such a rough place? Lion worriedly asked him, are you okay, master? He reassured her that she was fine. Please tell master to please talk more intimately, because after all, you are my master now." He forcefully replied that it was okay. "He thinks I'm just an honorary earl, and you come from a noble and prestigious family, Lady Lion, who knows what will happen in the future." He said but we should hurry and find the witch. Then he saw Cruel Heart's silhouette. What the hell was he so angry about? The other person turned his head to look at him. He suddenly said, "Oh, I spoke too loudly, please forgive me, brother, I was a bit startled." He silently cursed that this bastard has been following him for the past few days. "Maybe not, because we have the same mission, so it's easy to meet each other." Suddenly a stone flew towards him. Hit him on the head, causing him to bleed. Blood fell scattered on the ground. Lion ran to help him, panicked and asked the owner, "Are you okay?" An old woman came forward shouting, "Danger has come to us, we must chase him away. No, we must kill him." The people in the village surrounding her said about her anger, "Ma'am, calm down." She was shocked as she stared at Dion Hart and scolded him to get out of this village. Lion shouted at her, "How dare she be so disrespectful to her master?" Suddenly Dion Hart laughed like a crazy person and said, "What a danger. No, I'm closer to the devil than the danger, right?" Then he approached her, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. She stepped back and gritted her teeth. We have to kill this threat. Let go, I need to take this bastard's life." He held the wound on his head thinking this damn old woman. The people in the village pulled her hand to stop her. "Please, Lady Witch, calm down." He was suddenly surprised to learn that this old woman was a witch. Then she rushed in front of him and shouted, "You must never hate anything. Remember, you must never hate anyone or anything. Otherwise an unstoppable disaster will occur." She clung tightly to his arm, making him angry. He threw his hand out and shouted, "Where is this nonsense, this old woman? When did she get so close, and why is she so strong?" At this moment, a girl in the village approached and patted her shoulder and called her. "Please calm down." She turned her head, her attitude calmed down and called out, "This bastard is a danger, you can see that, right?" She calmly replied, "Of course, but that hasn't happened yet. Grandma taught me not to rush to judge someone." She said blankly, "Yes, that's right, you can't judge someone in a hurry." Dion Hart twirled his wrist thinking, this old woman really is. If she's a witch then I'll probably give up on my plan to bring her along. Now I guess I'll have to go to the south to find someone else. Suddenly, when he was about to turn around and leave, Ren cried out, "Wait, I've been waiting for you." He stared at her wondering if she had been waiting for him. She stepped forward and introduced herself. "My name is Ran. I am the granddaughter of the grandmother you were talking to just now. First, I want to apologize to you." He replied that it's okay, I'm planning to return so don't worry about it anymore. "You said you came here to find a witch, right?" He was surprised and asked her how did she know. She said, "Because I am also a witch. I knew you would come to our village to find a witch. You need a witch to solve the problems related to the atonement shrine, right? If you take me with you, you will be able to achieve your goal." He suddenly looked at her and thought she really knew everything. This is not public information. I was a bit skeptical because she was too young to be a witch, but she really did. Skill. If I don't take her away, this bastard will, right? He turned to look at his brother, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Well, he thought, this was better than searching for witches lurking all the way to the south, and besides, he was happier that he could hinder Cruel's mission. He came up and shook my hand and said, "Please help me." He smugly thought I'd go first, the bastard. Then he and his group left. Cruel looked at his back, not revealing any expression, thinking that even if he couldn't find the witch, it would still be okay, because the Duke wanted him to prove his worth. He would prioritize his victory, so he will find another witch, or change direction to another plan. However, I still have a few things I want to confirm with this older witch. The witch put her arms around my child Cruel warmly. "You're here too, let me hug you." He asked what this meant. She said, "You've been through a lot, but don't worry, I never hated you. If even I hated you, you wouldn't feel love from anyone else in the world. My child, an unloved creature cannot survive long. You need to live long and win the war, right? The battle to see who will live longer. I hope you will win. You are the child who contains the beginning of the end of the world, but if you win, that will not happen. The disaster will be averted. But if you enter the door of life and death, or if you want to die, then make sure you kill that guy before you leave this world." He stepped back, pointed his sword at the witch and shouted, "Old lady, what the hell are you trying to get? I'll take care of my own business, please don't be too much." He thought even without her words I have already decided, my death will come after Dion's death. Meanwhile, on the way, Dion Hart pondered something intently and then decided to ask Ran. Her grandmother said she saw it too. She mentioned my future. She replied, yes, that is your destiny and future, now I can see it too. He said, how can you know about my future even before meeting me? She said, we saw the future of a child from the village, however, we saw your future because your future and theirs are intertwined. Hearing movement from the bushes in the distance, he asked who could. He looked at the young man who showed his face and wondered who it was. Had he been following us all this time? Lion whispered in his ear, since you didn't say anything, we left him alone and observed. Master, is there a problem? He wondered if she still thought she was strong. Rand says, although we can't talk in detail about fate and future, I can at least reveal it to you. To him, hatred is like a volcano. It may start small, but then quickly grow, until it swallows everything around it, and that guy is like a bomb which could explode at any moment. A bomb, when it explodes, will cause a fire, but if the fire started first, the bomb will still explode. Then she turned her eyes to look at the young man who had just appeared. The young man knelt down and introduced himself. My name is Dan. Please take me with you, sir. Please take me with you. If you are truly a disaster, then you will need me in the future. He remembered a long time ago the first day he had to face his destiny. While reading the future for him, the witch fell backwards. The villagers caught her and asked her, Witch, are you okay? What did you just see? He bewilderedly called his grandmother. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my future? Suddenly she angrily shouted, Brat, you are a bastard who will cause disaster. You are a powerful assistant to disaster. He still remembers that after that day, the villagers began to completely change their attitude towards me. Seeing him, children will throw dirty things as well as sharp objects at him, injuring him. He shouted angrily, what is this? They looked at him like a monster, saying, you are a puppet of disaster, get out of our village. He thought I was numb and couldn't get used to it. In those difficult times, only Rand stood up to protect him. She often dissuaded everyone, stop, you can't torture someone just because of events that haven't happened yet, but she alone cannot do anything. The wave of anger is still there, the screams are getting louder and louder, leave our village immediately, die. Dan felt extremely miserable and lost all faith in life. He thought that the friends and neighbors who had laughed and joked with me had all turned their backs on me, as if before were all lies. The villagers always confront him when Rand stands up to protect him. They stubbornly scream, but she said that he is an assistant to disaster. If we get involved in trouble, that's just because we are with him, so what? He was in pain, thinking just because of a prophecy, if you are all so sure, then I should satisfy you, I will become the right hand of disaster. From then on, disaster always they are said to be attached to me. If I wait, I will definitely meet them. On this very day, when he saw the appearance of Dion Hart and his grandmother's anger while screaming, disaster has found us, get out of my village, he knew, and then that man appeared, after all that waiting. In the end, I knew as soon as I saw him. I finally found him. Dion Hart returned to his mansion. Remember came to the door to welcome him. He said, welcome back, master. Then he glanced at the man behind him and asked who that child was. He turned his head to look at Dan and thought about this kid. Lion spoke for him. It was the village boy that the owner decided to bring back with him. He was startled, thinking I decided to when the young man coldly introduced, please call me Dan. Dion Hart remembered Dan's determined eyes, his decisive action of kneeling in front of him. He begged him to please take me with you. He thought I told him to do whatever he wanted, but actually he followed me. Dan said, I have little education, so I probably don't know much, and I don't have much experience on the battlefield, but I won't disappoint my master. He looked at its determination and thought, should I return it immediately? Why does it call me master? He frowned and said, okay, Dan, we'll discuss it later. He thought it was because his first priority was the mission. He ordered us to leave as soon as the preparations are complete, so get ready, and Lady Lion, bring 10 volunteers from the Lofty Knights. Dan asked the owner, should I follow him? He glanced at him and replied, no, now you should just wait at the mansion. He thought you said you had no experience on the battlefield, so where do you think you're going? Because I'll have to take care of it, so I can't let it die. Dan bowed his head sadly and said, yes, master. He glanced at him and sighed softly, thinking he looked disappointed. Why did he want to follow? I don't know what its purpose is, and no matter how I look at it, it looks extremely suspicious, but I don't hate it. Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly. Night comes, at the teaching of redemption. Everyone felt the smell of smoke and asked each other what the smell was. Thinking carefully, I smelled something burning. The group of phantom knights rushed in and shouted loudly, don't try to do anything stupid, just calmly go out, if so then we will let you live. They remembered Dion Hart's warning that I would set fire to the Church of Redemption. While I'm infiltrating, you'll light a fire, scout the area, and kill anyone who looks suspicious, not regular believers but anyone suspicious, so don't take the bait. It would be very bad if you lost your original purpose. They went crazy asking why. Wouldn't it be easier if we just wiped out everything in sight? That's right, Captain, you're so gentle. How can you survive in this if only this world were as gentle as this? He asked himself, what's wrong? Then he shouted at me to stop arguing with me and just do as I told him. Rand spoke softly at this time, that is my request, because there is no need for any bloodshed at this time. They asked now, she replied that it was still impossible to reveal everything now, but it was all for the Count's benefit. Hearing this, will they reduce their aggressive attitude for the sake of the Earl, so leave it to us, they thought at that time, we just understood that we needed to follow orders. Then they heard the voices everywhere begging you, why are you doing this to us, our paradise, please put out the fire. Around them are people with disabilities, the elderly, and children. They could only helplessly evacuate everyone by urging them to get out quickly, not by force as usual. They were sweating, confused as to how we could plan to cause a ruckus in such a place. But the people looked at them with fearful eyes, whispering to each other, the knights in white uniforms, I have heard of them before, yes, the demonic knights kill. What, the knights are owned by that vampire Count, why would such a powerful person be interested in a place like this? Because conversion is a cult, who cares? I thought things were getting better, I finally felt like I was alive again, and it didn't matter, even it was a heresy as disguised as salvation. Sela grabbed the shirt of one of the phantom knights, the girl cried bitterly, screaming in frustration, why are you doing this? Please leave, sir, it doesn't matter if they are planning a plan, some evil plan. If you plan to destroy this place, then kill me first, whatever it was, she thought, it was definitely better than starving to death. Sela says if this place disappears, I have nowhere to go, sir, I beg you, please. The Phantom Knight touched his sword and thought since this child touched me, when I was on a mission, I couldn't just let him go anymore, so I should use this child as an example, sample and. Paul ran to see the little girl in danger, so he ran back and shouted no, Sela, come here, please, Sela. The Ghost Rider raised his sword high and threw it back to the ground. Gritting my teeth, I thought damn it, I can't do this, I wish I was given orders to kill everyone, then we could use drugs and wipe everyone out without any guilt. What's wrong? This place was their last hope, they were desperate enough to think that death was better than this place being destroyed. And at that moment, they stood there bewildered, then said Dion Heart was the Emperor's sword. Meaning the destruction of the Church of Redemption is also an order from the Emperor, we will not forgive them because they destroyed our paradise. So someone's sword was aimed at the Emperor. Meanwhile, Dion Heart, Ran and Lion entered the prayer room, standing in front of the magic stone. She asked, so this is the magic stone. Dion Heart thought the riot happened at the right time, I didn't even feel anything from the prayer room. Rand said I must have felt something, I believe they used magic as a medium to enchant everyone. It has a lot of uses, like communication, space distortion, and, here's the thing, why is it here? She was pushed backwards, he quickly grabbed her and asked what was going on. She replied this is not a spell, but magic disguised as an enchantment. He asked about magic. Magic in the human empire, what does that mean? She explained, I'm sure it's based on the function of space-time distortion, this is activated by magic. Looking at her serious face, she thought about magic in the human empire, wondering if the Demon King knew about this. Rand said I figured out its basic structure, please wait a moment. He was quite surprised and thought, could a witch really get through the magic maze? I don't think she's just an ordinary witch. A stream of purple light surrounded them, signaling that we could enter now. Just like last time, she really succeeded, recalls Dion Heart. He stepped forward and said let's go. They entered the secret room together, then gasped when they saw what was inside, stupidly saying this is it. Dion Heart looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly said this is. Looks like we've been turned back to the prayer room. Ren calmly looked around and replied no, this place is different, look around, do you see any cracks? Below there is a seal that runs across the entire floor of the room, which may have something to do with the other door, since it's in the middle. He looked in the direction of her hand wondering what was hidden behind that door. Lion stroked her chin and said it looked dangerous, I will Tianfan sir, then quickly took the lead and opened the door in front of him. Did he want to stop her by shouting loudly, Ems, Lion, wait. However, she was one step faster than him and the door was opened. Behind the door opens a view of a dense forest. She said in bewilderment, a forest, what is this? Rand said it was magic hidden in the form of charms. They intentionally create another space. I think you need to open the door according to a special rule to get to the real room behind. He turned his head and said, so I guess what we need to find is in that room. She spoke up and explained that to be precise, he had to do a certain action in order to be transported there. He impatiently asked how long it took her to figure out that action. She immediately sat down, touched the ground with her hand and estimated the time because magic was a strange field to me. It would take at least 10 minutes. He frowned slightly and thought for 10 minutes. It's been so long, maybe there's someone in the room already. What if they got what they wanted and are looking for a way out? Cruel's image appeared in his mind, and it made him feel even more insecure than ever. Then he helplessly accepted the reality, but it seemed like there was no other way. I could only wait. He was silent, walking back and forth, his face thoughtful and worried. He told himself he didn't want to lose to Cruel. Lion glanced over, observing his expression. Guess he seems very worried. The king personally assigned this task to him, right? Then she quickly took the chair and brought it in front of him and said, Master, why don't you sit and wait? However, what surprised her in the present moment was that in the instant she turned to grab the chair, her owner had disappeared. She shouted loudly in panic, you were just here. Master, where are you? Hearing her scream, Rand glanced in panic and thought about what to do. Dion Hart has been teleported to a tunnel. He had not yet finished being surprised when the next surprise came. Before his eyes was Cruel. Meanwhile, outside the house, Shylin took advantage of the chaos and ran away. She thought they set a fire. I guess they wanted to chase away the civilians and look for those who were really involved in this. But they were too gentle. If it were me, I would have sealed the entire building and kill everyone inside. It seems, getting evidence is Dion Hart's highest priority, because he needs clues to who is behind the church, so that he can strike first and destroy them completely. But in the end it will be my victory. Dion Hart won't be able to have what he wants. At the same time, in the tunnel, Cruel stood in front of a pile of papers, holding a torch in his hand, standing tall in front of Dion Hart. He said that no matter where he got the information from, he was still very fast. The other person didn't answer, just waved his hand once. Threw the torch into the pile of papers in front of him. He was startled. Then shouted loudly, what the hell did he think he was doing? He thought, do you know how hard it was for me to get here? I need to save some clues. Thinking of this, he was like a moth thrown into a flame. Cruel grabbed his hand to stop him. He angrily shouted to let me go. Crazy man, why did you burn everything? Don't you need them too? He glared helplessly straight and thought, damn it, this body, I don't even have the strength to push his hand away. This heat makes it increasingly difficult for me to breathe. Without saying a word, Cruel directly carried him on his shoulders after seeing his weak appearance and pale appearance. He was so surprised that he shouted loudly, what the hell, this crazy guy, you crazy guy, let me down. Even though he struggled, the other person still grabbed him, held him on his shoulders and left the tunnel. He thought even though I was still wondering about his actions, I couldn't stop wondering, who is the person behind the church? Not many people could carry out a conspiracy this big. He keeps screaming, damn it, let me go, but suddenly he stopped, silently thinking, wait, besides the royal family, who holds the greatest power? Who represents purple and who Cruel obeys? He remembered the king's words that I had also entrusted this matter to Duke Luster and Cruel Heart. He growled in a damn voice, how dare you make me a laughingstock? He now realized that this war was lost from the beginning, and that he had wasted so much effort. He growled and let me go. You must have been very happy when you saw me turning myself into a damn clown and letting me down. He punched the Cruel person hard, but the other person just endured it silently. And because of his anger and weak body, he reached his limit and coughed up fresh blood. He covered his mouth with his hand. Lion saw him being carried out by the Cruel from the door of the secret room, and called out to Master in surprise. Cruel coldly threw him towards her. She caught him, looked at his pale face in panic and called out to Master, there was blood, are you okay? He didn't answer her, just looked at the tall young man in front of him with angry eyes and said the words, Cruel Heart, I will kill you. He didn't answer her, just looked at the tall young man in front of him with angry eyes and said the words, Cruel Heart, I will kill you. Then he heard the old witch's words ringing in his ears, it will devour everything, you are not allowed to hate anyone, or anything. Before leaving, Cruel glared at him and said, if you still want to live, don't say a word about what you saw. He was taken back to the mansion, lying on the bed with countless wounds bandaged. He put his head in his hands and muttered, damn it. He thought he must have taken some documents. Even though he had planned the entire plan with the Duke, the evidence was held, victory was still his, that bastard only made himself miserable. I should have killed. He sat up and saw Lion gently walk in and asked the owner, "Are you awake?" He asked in a hoarse voice, "Miss Lion, Miss Witch is gone." She replied, "Yes, Ran just left. If only I knew you were awake, I would have told her to come visit you first." He said, "Is that so? I have something to ask her." "That's too bad." Lion asked, "Is there something I need to ask?" "What are you planning to ask?" He thought about whether she could curse Cruel with witchcraft, but he couldn't say that to her. He scratched one cheek shyly, searching for a reason. It was just how could she cancel the spell and such. Lion replied that if you meant a way to enter the mysterious room, that was entirely thanks to you, Master. Although it was true that Ran broke the spell shortly after, he asked bewilderedly, "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." Lion said that according to Ran, if you create a circle counterclockwise 3 times, and clockwise twice, you will automatically teleport to that room. He dreamily wondered when I created the circle. Lion explained that when he was so nervous that he was pacing back and forth, he accidentally opened the entrance to the space hidden by magic. She asked him how he felt. "Do you know how stunned I was when you disappeared? I realized this before, but I think you are very lucky, Master." He held his head and sighed, thinking it a loss for words. If he was lucky, he wouldn't have to live like this. She said, "Ran left a note for you before leaving. The butler is keeping it. Do you want me to bring it?" From the door, Remember walked in and said everyone was talking about the note. "Here it is," then took out the piece of paper and gave it to him. He called Mr. Remember. He added that you have a guest. A soldier from the palace was sent, solemnly bowing to him. "Honorable Earl, I have come to escort you to the palace by order of the king." He clenched his fists, his face gray, thinking it was time to leave. In the royal palace. In the king's bedroom. Eduardo de Serre was startled when he had a nightmare and sweat poured out. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his pale face. He thought that since I became king, I have never had a peaceful sleep. How can I sleep well when the people I murdered haunt me every night, this night? Then he heard calls with ghostly sounds lingering in the king's room. He looked at the zombies in strange shapes, with only their melancholy voices as a way to identify them. Those were the people he had killed. He smiled faintly and said, "Even now they still look at me in reality." A plaintive call rang in Eduardo's ears. "I hate you, die, why, you must die too. Why are you the only one still alive? I hate you, die, you've killed us all, but you won't be at peace." Then he saw a hand reach out from nowhere and squeeze his neck. He frowned and said, "I guess you really hate me." Suddenly, from outside the door, the crown prince walked in and loudly called his uncle and nephew to come and announce. He called out to Elpidius. The other person paused a bit when they saw his gloomy appearance and weak voice, but still did not forget to report his arrival to announce the honorary Earl Dion Hart, and the hero Cruel Heart had arrived. At the same time, he approached his bed and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? You don't look very well. You must have had another nightmare. I'll call Dr. Huang Jia." He glanced and frowned, looking at the ghost that was strangling him behind Elpidius's back, muttering that he was a bit annoying. Elpidius stammered him. Then turned around and looked back wondering what he was looking at. "I don't think there was anyone else here." Then, as if there was a push straight into his chest, Elpidius panicked and shouted, "Are you hallucinating?" He appeared calm and reassured me that it would not affect my life. Elpidius said, "It's not a problem. I will call Dr. Royal, right now." He lifted the blanket and stood up to yell at Elpidius, thinking to himself that even though I feel pretty bad for Elpidius, for bothering him, I don't intend to put these nightmares and hallucinations aside. If I say so, I'm happy. Can you believe it? He smiled faintly, with dark circles, saying I was too busy with the war, and was hallucinating due to fatigue. It's okay, so don't worry. At the same time, he reached out and patted his nephew's shoulder. Elpidius gritted his teeth and said, "How could it be that there was no problem? You were hallucinating. How long are you going to feel guilty? You've already compensated the families of the deceased, and you still care about each and every person who died." He calmly changed his clothes and replied that I know it's because of mental illness, but if it weren't for me, they would still be alive. Elpidius protested weakly but he added that my decision started the 8-year war. Whether they were allies or enemies, they died because of my decision. This is a burden I must bear not only as a monarch, but also as a human being. But don't worry, I'm already carrying too much burden, so I can't fall just because of this. He quickly put on his robe and headed to the meeting room. Meanwhile, the Hart brothers encountered each other early in the meeting room door before he arrived. Dion Hart scowled and glared at his brother. "Why are you looking at me like that?" seeing that the other person, after hearing what he said, immediately turned his eyes to another direction, showing a dazzling smile. He was angry thinking that this guy ignored him again. He went immediately without resting when he was summoned. But that bastard, this guy was also summoned. Can't he look at me in a different way? The guard announced that the king has allowed you to enter. The two cousins went inside. The king was already waiting on the throne and nonchalantly said welcome. The two of them bowed their heads and said in turn, "Long live the emperor." "Your servant, Cruel Heart, salutes the king." "Your servant, Dion Heart, salutes the king." Dion Heart wondered, summoning us to praise, but Sao didn't look very happy. If so, the king propped his chin and said, raising his head, "I heard that you have completed your mission." He looked at the king's expression and predicted that he was definitely not satisfied. The king continued, "I heard that the Honorable Earl Dion Hart has shown quite unruly behavior." He felt like he was struck by lightning and silently exclaimed, "It turned out to be my fault, I'm sorry." The enemy still accuses you, even though you only killed the criminals who did wrong and left a few survivors. Your actions have actively paved the way for the Empire to find the culprits of these things. While he was still mentally preparing to be embarrassed, cursing under his breath, "Why in front of this bastard?" he suddenly felt joy in his stomach after the king's words. He was excited and happy, wondering if he wouldn't reprimand him. Eduardo said, "Anyway, I don't know how Cruel Heart did it, but he was the one who found the culprit and presented the evidence. Even though both of you are outstanding, I must grant Cruel Heart a wish for handling this matter." Dion Hart looked away dejectedly, thinking he knew. Cruel Heart bowed his head to thank you. Eduardo asked, "What do you want?" Cruel Heart replied then suddenly fell silent. Dion Hart cursed in his heart, "Damn it, even if I know it's an evil plot, I still have no proof." Cruel Heart said, "I want to claim ownership of the lands, which the Honorable Earl Dion Hart currently owns." He turned his head in surprise at the suggestion that had just been raised, a question appearing in his mind. Eduardo frowned and said, "Hart family property, what a surprise. First of all, what do you think about this, Honorary Earl Dion Hart?" He wanted to scream that it was my land, I didn't want to give it to this bastard. But he indifferently hid what he really wanted to say. He thought, "This is what I want to say," but he replied that it was indeed a burden for me. I would be very pleased if he took over it. He thought he really wanted to return it, but letting this bastard take it would be too uncomfortable. Eduardo said, "That's it, but you understand that you need a title to receive the land, right?" He seemed to know that these words would come out of the king's mouth. He thought, "That's it." Eduardo said, "Since the Hart family existed, it is now impossible for you to have another title. Either you give up the family name and receive a new title with a different name, or you become the true head of the Hart family. What do you choose?" He remembered that when he first met the king after the 8-year war ended, he offered him the same thing. Eduardo told him he would support you with all his might, so why don't you become the head of the Hart family? He knew the Hart family as a survivor with a desire for revenge. Just hearing that name gave chills, so he bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. "I could not take that position." He recalled his rage and desire for revenge, and had no intention of giving up his name until it was all over. Eduardo at that time asked him, "You don't want both the position of patriarch and forgetting your name, so what reward do you want from me?" He replied at that decisive moment that if I had a request, it would destroy my entire family in my hands. Eduardo looked at him coldly and said, "Whatever, that's your wish. I'm sure you'll be better off with a new title than nothing at all." Ending his flashback, he thought, and then his title was Honorary Earl. Since he was given the title, the Honorary Earl title is unique. It cannot be bestowed on anyone else, unless I die. My best decision is to accept that title at that time. Cruelly, however, other than those two words, there is no other choice. Since there is no reason to refuse, maybe he will choose to become the head of the family. Yes, this is great. This time I will be able to carry out the plan that I have planned with all my heart. Everyone in the family, including Cruel Heart, suddenly refused to become the head of the family, and also did not want to give up his name. Those words and her poise made him quite surprised. He glared, thinking about something. Why? Hart family. This is a family with a rich history, unlike the Honorary Earl name I was given. However, the only living descendants of that family are me and Cruel. Therefore, the position of head of the family is currently vacant. Why did this guy refuse that position? It's beneficial for this guy to carry out his plans. He refused but also didn't want to change his name. Eduardo asked you to refuse. You two brothers are really stubborn. Dion Hart wondered what his intentions were. Maybe he wanted revenge on him. Eduardo said, "In that case, why don't I give the ownership of the Hart family property to Duke Aluster? I'm sure he will give you the right to manage the property when you want." Cruel bowed his head and thanked him for his consideration. Eduardo propped up his chair and said that it was settled. Dion's heart was still secretly celebrating. Finally, he could go home, but the state of joy in him had not yet formed long before it was extinguished by Eduardo's signal that everyone left, except the honorable Count. Cruel bowed his head yes, your majesty, and quickly retreated. There was only him and Eduardo left. He cried inside, don't leave me alone. Then his obsession arose. He thought to himself, no, it's not you, go away, Cruel. Standing in front of the king, he felt like he was so tense that he couldn't breathe. He wondered what he should do with this atmosphere now. Did he realize that he was of no use in the mission? No, it's not fair. That guy is the one who made the mistake first. The king also had many thoughts. Looking at his face to gauge his mood, he looked unhappy. It was probably due to losing his land. I wish he would say what he wants instead of keeping it inside. Then Eduardo decided to speak up first, and you would have to do the work earlier than planned. We intend to wage war. The removal of the Redemption Church was completed just in time. The Ilian kingdom had begun to make so much noise that it was unbearable. He raised his head and asked why you want to attack the kingdom of Ilian, my king. The other person had already left the throne to come to his side, smiling and saying that was just the beginning. He didn't know what the meaning of the starting point was. Damn, I'm sick of war. Is he going to unify the continent this time? Eduardo said, so I intend to let you hold the demon kingdom in your hands. The demon king will not sit idly by while the empire takes over the countries on the continent. You are the only one the demon king trusts. I need you to be there and make sure that the demon king does not interfere in this war. Dion's heart smiled bitterly, thinking he wanted me to return to the demon country, then reluctantly replied, as you wish. Eduardo touched the seal on his chest and said, I hope I won't see this seal next time. He closed his eyelids, trying not to show any exaggerated expressions, weakly saying I would try my best. His heart secretly thought that this guy wouldn't even accept giving up his position anymore. How could that be possible? In another development, right after returning from the palace, Cruel Heart went to Illuster to report the situation. Illuster asked, your reward is Heart's property, is that enough? He replied yes. The other party was approving the paperwork and then stopped writing and mentioned it. When I met Dion's Heart last time at the palace, he said he was trying to regain his status. I hope you don't take Heart's assets for his own benefit. He said there's nothing I want anymore. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Illuster's pupils moved slightly. Then he stood up, trying to force the most natural smile possible, saying of course, probably because I was being overly sensitive because of the upcoming meeting. Cruel Heart secretly thought that was definitely not the case. This guy didn't seem very happy to see Dion getting his property back. Illuster walked up to him and said, I can't blame you. After all, the current situation is also an opportunity to reward you. Is there anything worth noting? He said there was nothing. Then showed an unfathomable attitude, because he had something to hide. He remembered in the basement, when he carried Dion's Heart on his shoulder, how angry his attitude was. He was not afraid to use harsh words, rudely insulted him when she knew he had tricked her. He thought he had figured it out. I wanted him to get the proper results from this game and retire, but it seemed he also realized that the Duke was behind it. He remembered her angry face, her indignant eyes when she looked at him and asked, you must have had a good time watching me deceive myself. He suddenly felt guilty if the Duke found out. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't realize when Illuster had walked past him and towards the door, until Illuster called his name. He was startled and looked at Illuster's back. The other person smiled and signaled him to depart. We would be late for the meeting. He reminded himself to hide it at any cost. If the Duke finds out Dion knows that he is behind everything, he'll want me to kill Dion. As soon as the two of them walked out the door, they saw the familiar figure of Shylin. Illuster asked, are you back? As soon as she saw Illuster, a smile immediately lit up her face as she called, Your Highness. He walked over and patted her shoulder, complimenting her on how well the church had handled the redemption. She replied, I just did what I should do. Besides, there are still many people who believe in the church. At this rate, you will achieve what you desire. Now the goal of the Church of Redemption is revealed. Time goes back and stops at Paul and Sila's conversation. Paul said they're giving out free bread and water at the Church of Redemption. Heard Sila ask who helps people like us. Is Duke Illuster helping us? And the help was not purely out of compassion, but to create followers who were absolutely loyal to Duke Illuster. Until the scene of the church being burned down by the Phantom Knights, the people there, in their complaints, revealed quite valuable clues. They cried, oh my God, how can we feel thank you? I can't believe such a respectable person cares about us. But isn't this the king's duty? The king is evil. He can't do anything for us. Yet even trying to eliminate the Church of Redemption, the king has abandoned us. Compared to him, the Duke is truly Duke is the savior, Illuster is our salvation. They remembered Illuster's advice during the prayers to hide for a while. We couldn't let the king find us. What they didn't know was that the Church of Redemption's goal was just a stepping stone to the Duke's true goal. At this rate, the Duke would get what he wanted. Shylin looked seriously at his Duke and said firmly, "Leave it to me." She thought she would succeed at any cost, all for the Duke. After saying goodbye, Illuster went to attend a meeting with the other nobles, a meeting called by the king. While waiting for the king in the meeting room, the nobles were excitedly discussing an emergency meeting. "Do you know what happened?" "I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's important. Of course, there's no way His Highness would summon us for no reason at all." Looking at them bewildered like that, Illuster sneered, thinking, what a bunch of idiots. An emergency royal meeting. There was only one thing he could announce. That was what the monarch was best at, what he did to try to justify an invasion. As soon as he thought of that, the king appeared and the meeting room door opened. Eduardo walked in and asked if everyone was full. The nobles stood up and simultaneously saluted the empire. He sat down and signaled everyone to sit down. "First of all, I thank you all for gathering in such an urgent time." Illuster glanced at the king's face, secretly guessing that he looked agitated. Was something wrong? The king said, "Let me get straight to the point. I will declare war in 3 days." The aristocrats were in awe of the war. "It's only been 2 years since you declared the end of the war. Why are we starting a new one?" Eduardo said with a serious face that I only did that because no kingdom dared to confront us. But it seems they have forgotten their fear for the empire in the past 2 years. One of the nobles said that if you were talking about the Ilian kingdom, they must have acted improperly, but other than war, there was still another solution. He replied that not only Ilian, other kingdoms have also relaxed their attitude towards the empire. They had received intelligence, so they began to panic when they heard that Dion Hart was injured, the empire's vampire. When the hero is injured, the devil is injured. They think the empire will be silent for a while. The other kingdoms are waiting for the opportunity to attack. The time when heroes were born, countless heroes were born and died in that 80-year war. Only 3 survivors remained. He was the last to gain fame, but he was the most known. With Dion Hart's existence, we were able to put pressure on half of their army, so they will think that he is the key card of the imperial force. That is the burden of the name Dion Hart. But this continent should know that the empire is not alone in Dion Hart invading the continent. This is a long-term goal, even though we have to put an end to it temporarily. In the auditorium, the nobles unanimously protested, but it was still too early. That's right. We have not yet resolved the roots of the revolutionaries. It is too dangerous to start a war when there is an internal enemy. Eduardo raised the teacup and took a sip, leisurely saying, "That's a good point. That's also the reason I called this meeting." They stubbornly opposed his decision, but for the good of the people, no, for the good of the empire. He lost patience and placed the cup of tea firmly on the table, saying, "I think you've forgotten something. I am the king if you serve me, the king, and do not intend to offend me. I think you should continue to complete that job." The change in his face made them extremely frightened. They all fell silent and bowed their heads in submission. "Yes, Your Highness," he said, "the war has been decided. Let's come up with a solution to deal with the revolutionaries at the next meeting." They angrily walked out of the meeting room muttering, "So this is how it will happen. What do we do now?" Suddenly he stood up and called out to the Duke. Illuster was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, slowly turned around and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He coldly said that the culprit behind the Church of Redemption has been identified, and that person is someone serving under you. Illuster hesitated and then said, "Yes, Your Highness, I'm sorry for not being able to resolve your internal problem." Before he could finish his sentence, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at his neck. "Grey Face says you think I'm a fool." Right at that moment, Illuster revealed his true nature. The Duke had never left an opponent alive. He glared and said, "Of course not." Because he couldn't look directly at the king's supporters, he must have chosen someone who was a thorn in his side, the one behind the church. Eduardo suddenly said with a smile, "And there are interesting rumors spreading. The king is really evil. The Duke is our savior, right?" Illuster smiled and replied very wisely and calmly, "Isn't that just stupid gossip?" The monarch said, "It certainly wasn't nonsense. Because I'm a disaster, not just evil, isn't that so, Duke?" He heard those mean words and found it jarring. He thought it was a disaster. "No, you are not a disaster." Even though the tip of the sword made his neck bleed, he still calmly said, "Your Highness, you cannot kill me." He thought that after all the blood that leaked out was just a small scratch. Disasters did not discriminate between people, but the king did. The king was quite surprised at his calmness. He also had to maintain his state of mind and speak with him. "You seem to have forgotten that I have swept a territory. You thought I would hesitate, with one more." He smiled and replied, I'm sure you won't hesitate for that reason, but your highness still can't kill me. He implicitly understood that it would be impossible to confront the disaster. He said you won't be able to collect war fees if the nobles start to protest, he thought, but if it's facing humans, I can't help but be more greedy. The king curled his lips and called me evil. But the evil is elsewhere, then take back your sword. And he left with the wish that I want your throne, my king. To steal the king's power, I must first deal with his hunting dogs. We must act more proactively. In another development, the crown prince invited Dion Hart to enjoy tea with him. The quiet atmosphere lasted for so long that he couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Excuse me." The other person leisurely took the cup of tea to his mouth and said, "Are you planning to go to the demon world, is what I asked." He was quite surprised and wondered how the crown prince knew. The other person leisurely took the cup of tea to his mouth and said, "Are you planning to go to the demon world, is what I asked." He was quite surprised and wondered how the crown prince knew. Elpidius bowed and put down the cup of tea in his hand. This action was intended to reduce the tension of the conversation and at the same time use sweet and calm words of reassurance. You don't need to be so stressed, but no matter what, it didn't make him feel uneasy. He thought he was just confused. Elpidius said, "I am the future king. Do you think I won't know your secret? Of course I must always be fully prepared to become the king at any time." He thought he guessed that the king had shared important information with the crown prince, then said he'd forgive me. Elpidius said as he knew, His Majesty had ordered him to return immediately if the demon king decided to wage war. "No matter what happens, you must return." He replied with a serious face that I would remember that. Elpidius stood up and said, "Okay. I'm always grateful for everything you've done." On the way back to the palace, Elpidius thought of a hero of the kingdom, and a commander of the demon king's legion. What if the demon world makes an offer that brings more benefits to Dion than the human world? I don't know what you're thinking, but I must always be prepared for Dion Hart's betrayal. Of course I'd rather have a close relationship than a forced one. This depends on each person's personality, but it's definitely not easy. I completely understand why he is the object of fear for everyone. If we get close, I think this could become a bond that draws him back to the human world. He walked like a lost soul, not paying attention to when the queen had arrived. She ran to his side and called out, "Brother! How did you talk to Earl Hart? You left me behind." He shyly said, "I couldn't help because we had to discuss something important, so why don't you become the heir to the throne instead?" She quickly denied his opinion. "I refuse to take on such a troublesome position. You can take on this position instead." He said sternly, "Alanthea, you are in the next position after me and uncle." Realizing his unhappy attitude, she said softly, "Why are you so impatient?" Hearing what she said made him slightly startled and asked, "Are you impatient?" She sighed, looked at him sympathetically. "You have enough reason. The whole empire discussed the revolutionaries and the war all the time and then came out here to me. I prepared tea for you in the garden. You need to rest a little." Then she grabbed his hand and dragged him to the tea garden. Then she ordered the servants to leave. "You can retreat." Her face lit up, she smiled brightly and said he should relax a little sometimes. He said he was starting to hallucinate. She was quite surprised at the information he just told her. He was hallucinating, not having a nightmare. He held his head and said, "Yes, why can the dead have such a strong influence on me? He secretly thinks he's the heir to the throne. I know I shouldn't say that, but what can I do? Eduardo de Serre is a precious relative to me. Because of him, I can turn my back on him, world." The queen asked him if he had seen the royal physician yet. He shook his head sadly. "How can I convince you? He is too stubborn, and this is not something I can do. It is my sense of responsibility. It is like a disease." She bowed her head in denial. "You're wrong. This is a sin, not a sense of responsibility." He smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, you're right. Then remember the words that Eduardo de Serre once said to the two sinners, because this is my sin, I will take all responsibility." He sympathized and thought, "No, you don't have to do that." Then spoke up, "Do you see, Alanthea, we don't have much time left. I finished all the preparations right when I started hallucinating. I will try my best in my current position, so you should also focus on what you are studying," she replied sadly. He told himself, "Uncle, at that time we were still young. In this palace, not growing up was a crime." As for him, in his mind the fear of that day returned, when he hugged the queen, in front of the bloody sword. During the massacre, only Eduardo de Serre was the support, protection, and embrace of the two brothers, him. Then he remembered Dion Hart, silently praying that no matter what happened, he must return. As for himself, after the Crown Prince's words, Dion Hart was stunned the whole time. The prince already knew what was going on. To what extent he knew? What did the king mean by revealing this to the Crown Prince? While thinking, he did not notice Dan's appearance. Dan stood and watched him for a long time, hesitantly thinking that I came here to report something to the Count, but I thought I came at the wrong time. What happened? I have heard about the Count's personality. It often changes erratically, but today it seems more serious than usual. Suddenly Dion Hart spoke up. Do you have anything to report? Dan came in and said yes, Master. I could feel the tension in the atmosphere, but if I kept hesitating like that, his mood would get even worse, so he decided to say I want to try investing money. He turned around in surprise and asked why. Dan replied, it's not that I became greedy, I want to give you all the profits. Before he could finish his sentence, he coldly scanned his face with his bright eyes. Said, I've always wanted to know what your goal is. Ever since I met you, there's no way you would follow a complete stranger for no reason. He remembered the first day they met and he immediately knelt down and asked to call me Dan. I'm uneducated, so I don't know many things and I don't have much experience on the battlefield, but I won't disappoint my master. Then he said again, but what you wanted all along was just money, and you will give me all the profits. I can think of two possibilities. You will try to gain my trust because what you want is also more important than money, or is your goal just to follow me, even though I don't know the reason? Whatever the truth is, it doesn't matter. Then he put the paper in his hand. He stopped and asked, this is... He said if you give this to Remember, he will lend you money. Dan called the owner and wanted to say something. But he brushed it off. I don't know what you plan to do next to me, but don't get in my way. The threat he gave him ended their conversation. In the dark night, he prepared to leave for the demon country. Remember saw him off and said I had put all the necessary items in my backpack. He said I was leaving the mansion for a while, so... Suddenly, behind him, a voice called for the Count. How can you leave without saying goodbye? This bastard, stop right now. You leave us behind and leave. It was a team of ghost knights. They were prepared, sat on horseback and planned to chase him even though they did not receive orders. He was startled and thought he was dead. Remember said, oh my God, you've been caught red-handed. He rushed away, at the same time telling me that before I hand over the mansion to you to manage, you should deal with these bastards first. The leader of the Phantom Knights spurred his horse and rushed after him, shouting loudly that we are coming. Remember immediately knocked him off his horse. He said he left another difficult task for this old man. But since it is your request, I will comply. And the whole army was stopped by him. They shouted majestically at the butler. Wait, if you could stop. They were crushed in just a moment, lying panting, asking each other if he was okay, with weak responses. Lion immediately ran over and said she was truly sorry. Butler, the leader of the Phantom Knights, said absent-mindedly, at least make sure the king doesn't take us back. Then remembered Dion Hart's smiling face and his advice to just do what he wanted. They hugged the king's head. It was so scary. Lion restrained them back to the mansion, urging them to stop and stand up, and the last person to return would have to run another 10 laps. They cried for their captain. We would die. Commander, hurry up and come back. Remember felt a strange aura, muttering, oh my God, I don't think they'll let you go in peace, master. Dion Hart was on his way. He looked at the trail ahead and wondered if this was the direction to the demon world. Without realizing that someone was following him. At the same time at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Daniel asked, do you mean we can't make any moves until the Empire has at least half of the continent? Illuster said yes. Silent for a long time. Daniel said, I don't mean to doubt, sir, but can you tell me why? He asked as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Illuster put down his teacup and said, the moment the war reached its climax, and the Empire was no longer able to stop fighting on its own accord. That will be your chance. At that time, the Empire would try to replenish its lost forces, so the majority of the military force would be gathered from many places, including the royal palace. He laughed and said that means they won't be able to easily detect our actions anymore, no matter how clever we are. Illuster said you caught on quickly. He smiled and praised the other person. You are such a talented strategist, sir, I will follow your orders. Suddenly someone rushed in and opened the door, shouting loudly, leader. Dion Hart had been secretly left by order of the Empire. He glared warily and said he finally made a move. Illuster says what a good opportunity. We don't know what he can do to change the situation, so we will need to send someone to follow him. Daniel said, since we have received a lot from you already, let our man take care of his business this time. Aluster replied that if you think so, I will gladly accept it. Daniel immediately left with the assurance that I would go and give orders right away. Only Aluster was left alone in the empty room. He smiled mischievously, thinking that unfortunately, those in the Revolutionary Army who dared to pursue Dion Hart would all die. The king must have predicted this development, and would have sent someone to protect Dion Hart. Indeed, in reality, the group of knights secretly sent to protect Dion Hart destroyed the entire Revolutionary Army, then said we had fulfilled the holy decree, let's go back. However, before they could leave, they were suddenly attacked by the cruel Hart, in addition to the final exclamation that they were killed immediately afterwards. But the people on the king's side won't be safe, Aluster thought. Because after all, I have predicted and sent Cruel away. If those sent by the king to Batvo haven't heard anything, he will become worried. This is just a ruse to deal with the king, but if we're lucky, we'll find out Dion Hart's true purpose, after defeating all the enemies, and still be able to track him down, Dion Hart. Then the next order I gave him was to confirm see where Dion Hart is going. It was pouring rain. Sela kneeled down before the pile of ashes, left over from the fire of the Church of Redemption. The little girl hasn't said another word since the fire. Paul, heartbroken, took his coat and told her how long he'd been sitting here. Sela, no matter what she did, she still remained speechless and unresponsive. He told himself that he would have to bring Sela to the church to make atonement for his sins, even though we always have to live in doubt and anxiety to survive. And we always know that the warmth in this world still exists no matter how painful things are. That place is still safe, especially when the country is sinking into chaos. It said, Sela, you are planning to join the Revolutionary Army. I will take revenge on the Empire for stealing our happiness. Will you come with me? Then he held out his hand to her. But the girl's eyes glanced at him absent-mindedly, then lowered, looking so pitiful that it made him angry. He thought that the young girl he found in the slums. Seeing her happy smile, holding her hand and protecting her made her happy too. He had wondered if this was what it felt like to have a younger sister. But in reality, seeing her so depressed, he got angry, turned away and said, fine, you continue like that, if you don't come with me, you'll be the only one who'll suffer. After going quite a distance, it turned back. Sela still didn't move at all, didn't stop or hold on to it, didn't chase it, still sitting there. How pitiful, it thinks of living close, not attached. If I had followed that unwritten rule while living in the slums, and not become too attached to Sela, would I not have felt as miserable as I do now? No, it's too late, there's no way I can abandon her now. Thinking of this, his heart seemed to be choked, he sobbed, covering his tears with his hands. Right now, in the demon world. Ryrunel looked up into the distance and said, when will Mr. Arut return? I miss Mr. Arut so much. That constellation looks like Mr. Arut. Next to her, the person standing guard thought she was standing guard or waiting for him. Suddenly her eyes lit up. She rushed forward and said there was an aura coming from the western wall. Next to her asked again. Last time's aura was just another legion commander, and the demon king had also ordered her not to use too much magic. Before she could hear it, she ran away, causing him to mutter helplessly to her, gone. Then she looked at the person emitting the aura she detected. Happily said, this time it really is, Sir Arut. It's been a while, how's your mission? She jumped in front of him. Although on the outside he was cold, inside he felt like he was going to lose his mind, thinking that she would scare him to death. Seeing him silent for a long time, she felt guilty. Oh right, how could I ask a corps commander about a personal mission? How insolent. Then she quickly explained that I was just asking for your opinion. I wasn't trying to pry into your mission. He said it was tiring. I found someone who founded a fake religion and blindly believed in it. He thought that, well, his coming to the human world wasn't a big secret, and it would be better than letting her misunderstand by not saying anything. She was also quite scary. She innocently asked what religion is. He thought, oh yeah, in the demon world they have no concept of religion at all, then explained it thoroughly. Well, simply put, it's similar to demons who always follow their creators, the demon king. She cursed under her breath. How stupid. He understands. I think to the demons it seems stupid, really. She said, instead of believing in nonsense, they could worship Arut. Arut religion, Arut sect. He asked what she was talking about. She replied, it's nothing. You're planning to go see the Demon King, right? The Demon King is in the Middle Garden right now. There, the Demon King and the chiefs of other clans were meeting together. The Demon King said you haven't been to the Demon King Palace for a while. What's going on? The Mermaid Queen asked if he had heard about the Empire attacking the kingdom of Ilion. The King of the Immortals continued, "This matter will not end simply. The demon world was originally known as Hell, and other races besides the demon race also existed here. The king of the fairy clan said that the Empire's goal was to conquer the entire continent, and the kingdom of Ilion was only the first place to be targeted." The dwarf patriarch and the vampire queen listened silently. They knew their clan's current residence. This place was called the demon world simply because the demon clan controlled most of the territory here, so what they needed was to patiently wait for the demon king's move. The demon king replied that I didn't know that you guys were so interested in the human world. The king of the immortals said, "Are you kidding? After invading the entire continent, the next thing they aim for will be this place, so as the leader of the race, I cannot just sit and watch indifferently. I hope that they do not harm my clan, just because of the noble's naive actions." The demon king smiled and said arrogantly, "Wow, this is a good thing. The subordinates I sent to the human world have returned. Arut, how was your recent trip? I have a few questions I want you to answer, so it's a good time. I heard that the Empire has attacked the kingdom, right? The king's goal is to take over the entire continent, right?" At the same time, he pointed at Imprint. Dion Hart bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, the king is planning to conquer this entire continent." The Fairy King said, "I had heard about this special agent of the Demon King, but do you really think that criminal is trustworthy?" Dion Hart glared and wanted to rush into battle. The Demon King promptly approached and held his shoulder, smiled at him signaling to stay calm and said, "Well, if he's still here, I believe he's worth trusting." He looked at the Demon King's smile and thought, "As long as I'm still here." In other words, the moment I turn my back on the demon world, he will deal with me. The Demon King asked what the king's order was. He thought, was he allowed to say that here? There must be a reason for him asking that. Then decided to tell the truth. The king said to control the Demon King and prevent him from getting involved in the Empire's invasion of the continent, and if the Demon King intends to participate in the battlefield, I will have to return at any cost. The Demon King stroked his chin and said, "Well, I could guess that." Dion Hart continued, "And also about this other matter, magic in the demon world was used in the human world. While I was investigating a sect called the Church of Atonement, under orders from the king, I have confirmed that there was demon world magic used there." The Demon King paused and said, "Is that so?" The next second he changed his face and smiled brightly and said, "I will take care of the investigation of that matter. You should go and rest." He wondered what, a human used demon magic in the human world, yet he didn't seem surprised or angry. Then the Demon King touched the wound on his shoulder and said, "Go to bed and check your left hand before going back to your room. Your movements look too unusual." He said, "I'm almost completely recovered, so it's okay." Suddenly from behind him, Ben appeared and whispered, "Sir Arut." He was so startled that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ben panicked and shouted loudly, "Sir Arut, what happened? Are you okay?" The Demon King was equally worried and said, "You've worked too hard, as expected. Go rest." He thought to himself, "Damn, Ben scared me to death. When did this guy get here?" He turned around and left, with Ben clinging to him. He flashed, "Show me where it hurts." He said, "I told you, I'm fine." The King of the Immortals smirked. "It was a joke, mister." Din went to investigate that matter. What demon would dare to use demon magic in the human world without the permission of the Demon King? That must have been ordered by you. What does the Demon King mean by saying that? The King of the Immortals pounded the table angrily and shouted loudly, "Is it important now? Aren't you afraid that future disasters will come because of using demon magic so indiscriminately? Our demons we can feel the changes in the human world every day. We can feel the human world or humanity changing. Not long after, the human world will send a hero, different from before. This hero will be an immeasurable threat to the Demon King." The Demon King calmly said, "Why should I feel afraid of the future ahead? What is the King of the Immortals angry about?" The Demon King continued, "There is no reason for me to be afraid. No matter what I do, that hero will still appear, and the fate of confrontation between him and me will be inevitable, and anyway, I'm getting bored, and as you know, I live well. It's been quite a while." The king of the fairy clan bowed his head and said, "Okay, it doesn't matter to me whether you were stabbed to death or not." His heart was so upset that it was hard to describe, even though he was a bit annoying. I tried to show concern, because after all, he was the leader of the demon race, the Demon King, the one who formed the defense line, first to fight against humanity. It's only a matter of time before humanity finds a way to invade this demon world. We must plan to resist human invasion, then left with the other clan heads. Suddenly, when they had only gone a few steps, the ground shook, the oppressive pressure was suffocating. The Demon King said it was okay. But can't you choose your words to make it better? I do not expect you to use polite speech, when you are just an elf who has not yet grown out of your cradle. Then the Demon King sighed in frustration and said, "Forget it, what am I doing with these children? I know that the elves hate the demons. But next time don't be so resistant, and next time be a little more patient." In the garden, Ben chased after Dion hard and said, "Sir Arut, it's not like you said you're fine, can't you just let me check quickly, okay?" Dion Hart replied, "I need to rest." Ben thought again, he didn't take good care of himself, that's why the people around him were suffering. It would be better if he could value himself the same way he values others. I guess that about him hasn't changed. He remembers the day he was summoned when Dion Hart was injured. He pushed the door open, panting, "Arut, sir." The Demon King also stood there, shouting why the hell Commander Zero's personal doctor was so late. "Huh? Do you think this is the reason why I assigned you to be Arut Sal's personal doctor?" Looking at his master collecting blood with his hand, he blamed himself for not being worthy of being his doctor, then bowed his head in guilt and apologized. He thought he knew that Arut was suffering from aftershocks from the fight with the hero, yet he couldn't take care of him when he became sick. There's no way he would let a doctor who failed in his duties live, so this must be the end for me. During the time he lost all hope of survival, Dion Hart looked at him benevolently and said, "I won't kill you." He bewilderedly asked me to forgive me. "Why not?" Dion Hart said, "Do you really want me dead or something?" He panicked and said, "No, of course not." Dion Hart said sincerely in a weak voice, "Why would I kill you, Ben? I'm fine, so take care of your business." Everyone saw that Ben was safe after the conversation with Dion Hart and was extremely surprised. They stood around congratulating him. "Dr. Ben, you're still alive, how could you be forgiven? So, are you okay?" Ben says, "I am extremely proud to be Mr. Arut's personal doctor." He thought he knew he was the most selfless commander in the entire army, but he couldn't believe that he protected even those who couldn't fulfill their duty. "On that day, I decided to try my best. Try your best to prevent such things from happening again." He insisted I test you, even if it was just a quick one. Dion Hart scowled and protested, saying I was fine. Ben held out the magic stone and said, "But, look." Dion Hart asks, "What is that?" He said it was a magic stone created from your blood and the Demon King's magic. Dion Hart thinks, "My blood and the Demon King's magic? What? When did they take my blood?" "If you have any problems with your blood, like circulation problems or your blood is not clear, it will notify me. It will also give me your location, which is why I will be able to find you before it's too late. Although there's still a bit of a problem, if you get injured outside the demon world, after all, I can't leave this place without permission. I'll try to somehow handle this problem, by asking your majesty, lower." Dion Hart said, "Forget about it." Walking quickly back to his room, Ben said, "Forgive me, but this is for you, Sir Arut. I'm sure your majesty will happily do anything, okay?" Then the two of them saw Admin waiting at the door. Ad said, "Sir Arut, you're back. I've been waiting for you ever since I heard you returned to the underworld." "But Ben, why are you here?" Ben said, "Isn't it obvious that I should be by your side, Arut, sir?" Ad worriedly ran to the owner and asked, "Because Ben is here, were you injured somewhere in the human world?" Ben said, "Mr. Arut is extremely exhausted. He seems to have injured his shoulder and arm." Admin shouted angrily, "What? There's no one there to support you. They can't even protect you properly. Those damn humans, useless, weak bastards." Dion Hart smiled bitterly, thinking, I'm also that person. I'm probably the weakest person. From behind him, a small voice called, "Arut. Sir Arut, do you have some time?" He called now. Admin angrily asked, "Why are you here?" Then picked up her collar and said, "Sir Arut. Sorry, but I'll be back with you shortly." Dion Hart wondered, "Why are you suddenly so angry?" Ben shook his head and sighed, thinking he knew this day would happen. Dion Hart silently exclaimed that the demon world was truly so scary. Ad pulled her to a hidden corner, put his hand around her neck. "Say this, it's not the first time. How dare an incubus girl talk to Mr. Arut? Have you lost your mind?" She replied tearfully, "But Sir Arut loves the garden that I take care of. He said the garden is a great place to meditate. And I want you to be able to experience that peace in your study. I was planning to give this tree to Mr. Arut. The evil tree has the name Cutie, and has a rather hyperactive personality." Ed angrily said, "There is no way Sir Arut would like such a weird tree. Where did you find such a thing?" She said, "Sir Arut like it, I think." He grabbed the pot and said this flower was very beautiful. "Let me give it to him." "You're delusional. I want to be praised by Mr. Arut." He looked at her awkwardly. He didn't want her to approach Mr. Arut again, but he didn't want her to die. Not long ago, Dion Hart ordered him, "Don't kill her now, haven't done anything wrong." He had to promise, "Then let me talk to her." Then he gave her a reminder, don't carelessly approach Mr. Arut. If it weren't for his intervention, you would have died. He thought Lord Arut was too kind. Cutie flower plant was sent to Dion Hart's room. He looked at its strange shape in panic. Why did he accept this from now? What the hell happened? Really scared, but admin said this flower will never attack you. The gardener has trained it carefully, don't worry. He thought he said that, but what if he lied? Next time I won't leave you alone. Suddenly, a knife came and stuck into the bed right behind his head. The commander of the second group, Devilania, walked in and said, as expected of Mr. Arut, he felt the blade and dodged it in time. You're so calm, isn't my blade worth worrying about? As a group commander, infiltration and assassination are my forte. He put his hand over his mouth. She immediately approached and asked Mr. Arut, excuse me, but what did you just say? He thought to himself, help me, I was so scared that I couldn't say a word. Looking at him trembling, she misunderstood if he meant that he didn't have any murderous intent. I see, how could I have murderous intent towards him? He coldly said yes, once he had the intention to kill. You betrayed and killed me a long time ago. She looked at his cloudy pupils and smiled and asked him not to be angry. He thought in the Demon King's castle, she is the one I fear facing the most, because she gave many gifts and said I had prepared all these gifts to give to you. He thought she was too crazy to refuse. She glanced at him and asked if he would wear them all, right? He had a hard time thinking about what to do. It was so scary, then reluctantly agreed, of course. Then, trying on the clothes she brought, she watched him change and commented carefully, it resembles the design of the Demon King's outfit. What do you think? No, this suits you very well. He said it's not my style. She changed to another outfit, fascinated as he said that. What about the costumes of humans in the South? He said it looked too revealing like this. She smiled and tried on clothes for him. I felt so happy, no matter what he wore. He looked beautiful. Let's try this again. He was devastated and thought, stop, I'm already tired. There was movement outside. Mr. Arut. I knocked on the door, but there was no response from him. It's the commander of group number 8, Hell. Hell said apologetically, sorry for coming in without permission, I didn't know you were also with him. Dion Hart quickly put on his clothes, happy to think he was saved. He said no, what's going on? Hell said I came to see you because I heard you had returned. Then he looked at the long sword that prevented him from getting through the door. He sullenly said he couldn't even get through the door. I know I'm trash. What am I still alive for? Deputy commanders of groups 8 and 9 immediately ran over and said, oh no, sir, it's just a small mistake. You brought a lot of weapons, that's why. Hell knelt down and said I brought too many things that I couldn't even use. I was trash. I didn't deserve to live. 9 confusedly said that's not what I meant. It's such a headache. Hell said again. It also gave the deputy commander a headache. Dion Hart wondered what the hell they were doing, acting as comedians. Devilania smiled and walked out the door and said unfortunately, we will continue another time, please go ahead. Oh, and the commander of Group 8. Looks like there's a bastard spreading bad reputation about Mr. Arut in the first city. Is this where you should be at this time? Hearing that, Hell disappeared. 9 shouts Sir Hell. No, it was only when he had the courage to come here to meet Mr. Arut. Are you so mean? Please stop bullying Mr. Arut. Devilania was grumpy. What are you talking about? A deputy commander dares to raise his voice at me. Want to die? Looking at the two girls arguing heatedly, Dion Hart thought it was a farce. Please go somewhere else to argue, you idiots. But where is the commander of the 8th Division going in such a hurry? What he didn't know was that the commander of the 8th Army, Hell, a devil born from the darkness with the power of the Demon King, was originally tasked with monitoring the cities, but later received a secret mission as soon as the commander of the Zero Corps joined the Demon Army. His mission is to ensure that Zero's appearance information is not leaked to the human world. Even though the wrongdoers apologized miserably, and promised that they would never dare to talk about the commander of the 0th Division again, the enemy was also decisively killed. When the servants in the Demon King's castle said about the Demon Arut's appearance that his red eyes made me sick. Then someone wondered when they saw Arut's face mumbling, was that the commander of the Zero Corps, or when Arut's face was revealed in the first mission in the first city? Or even when fighting heroes at the border, Hell will find all the witnesses and make sure they can't say a word. Always remind myself that he trusted me with that important task. I am not allowed to do it wrong. It will be bad. It will be very bad. It is not a coincidence that the soldiers of the Empire, no, it must be said that the whole world does not know any information about the commander of the Zero Group. A short time later, 9 happily discovered the aura of Hell surrounding Arut's mansion. She said, "Hell, you're back, really fast," and at the same time reached out to help him. He said yes, because it was my fault. She said, "Everyone makes mistakes, the important thing is that we know how to correct them," because he successfully redeemed himself, so it must be said that he did very well. He held her hand and asked, "So do you think I deserve to meet Mr. Arut?" She replied, "Of course, I bet Mr. Arut is waiting for you." In his private room, Dean Hart was engrossed in the ruby in his hand. Suddenly saw Hell looming outside the door. He was so scared that he vomited blood and screamed loudly. Hell hesitantly walked in, trembling, and said, "I just wanted to see you, because last time I couldn't. Are you okay? Let me call the doctor." Ben immediately appeared and shouted, "Sir Arut, I felt a signal that you were injured. Are you okay now?" Hell said, "It was my fault. If you cough up blood for me, I will pay for it with my life." Dion Hart hastily stopped. "No, please, I'm very happy to meet you." He thought, "Don't die. I don't know what the deputy commander will do to me if you die." Hell replied, "Sir Arut said he was happy to meet me. He was so kind to a piece of trash like me that couldn't complete the task." 9 said, "Sir Hell, it's okay, you're doing great. Dion Hart thinks this guy's personality is really annoying. I should talk softly and chase him away. Then say, 'Yes, you have done well, you have completed your duty, so rest.'" They looked at him and thought he exuded a fierce anger despite his gentle appearance and superior eyes. He said, "I want to rest alone, so you should leave too, Ben." Hell silently admiring, thinking, is that the attitude of someone who has been strong all his life, so cool, I want to learn such things from him. Is it okay if I want to meet him again? Then said, "So please take care, Sir Arut." Ben said, "I'd like to leave too, please call me if you feel unwell." He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, thank you." Angrily thinking, now I see what life is like in the demon world. Humans should only live in the human world, now. The king has made me a double agent, I should start the mission, the demon world is about to end. If you are a spy, the first thing you must know is to collect information about your opponent. He went to the library and exclaimed loudly. When the staff saw him, they were startled and stood seriously to greet him. "Hello, sir." He thinks he's somehow gotten used to this, but it's still annoying. Just find what you need and get out of here. He looked at the books on the shelf. Read the titles of each book of the Imperial Investigation Report. Report on the investigation of the Empire regarding the current hero, author Idalia Debelinia. He muttered, every time there is new information they will immediately add it and report this. In the book it is written that the first hero, Nemesius, he supported the current king in participating in the coup since the king was the 9th prince, then he held the position of commander in the coup, fought for 8 years and was rewarded, becoming the only noble without a territory. The second hero, Stigma Primero, he became known after the 8-year war, having received the title of saint and the title of duke in the Count Laufel family. His main job was to subdue the barbarians on the border southern part of the empire, and to display an incredible power. He flipped the page and thought, wait, if this keeps up, it'll be me next. Of course, I'm included too. The third hero, Dion Hart, luckily there's no picture. The investigation has been banned by the Demon King's order. No further investigation is allowed. The Demon King is no longer joking, thank God. Fourth hero. Cruel Heart, said to be of the same bloodline as the third hero, is a noble who opposes the king, but... Reading this, he felt hot inside and thought, reading this information is really uncomfortable. He went to another book and thought, this book's author's name is Cabert. If so, wouldn't he be the Demon King? A hero is an existence chosen by humanity and given great power to be able to destroy the Demon King. Talent, strength, intelligence, vitality, everything is far beyond an ordinary person. He thinks he knows this. The warriors under the hero are trained hard. Those people are called soldiers. Although not as strong as heroes, they are still superior to ordinary people. That's the information I already know. How there's information about the Demon King too, maybe there's good news here. But before he could turn the next page, he was startled by a familiar voice in his ear. What are you doing here? He was so startled that he dropped the book in his hand. The Demon King said he lost the book. He frantically said I would pick it up. He seriously read the next page of the hero and the Demon King, which was proof that this world still developed and existed. He frowned. What does it mean that the world is still developing? It's so confusing. The book, luckily it's okay. He glanced at the other person and asked His Majesty, why did you come here? The Demon King smiled mischievously. Then took the book from his hand and said I want to see this book. He wondered why now. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? The Demon King said no problem, anyway, sorry for taking away the book you were reading. He said he was fine. The Demon King turned around and walked towards the door saying I was leaving, so don't pay any attention to me and just continue working. He thinks you already know that I'm gathering information, right? The book obviously doesn't want me to read it all. He returned sullenly. The guards bowed their heads to greet you. He thought he would go back to his room. Instead of being a spy, it would be better to gather some information in the room. He passed by the lobby and heard two palace maids discussing why they suddenly held a party. So, hasn't it been a long time since the commander of the Return Corps? A party, he wondered. The two girls said you don't know his personality. We have gathered a lot of information from the outside. He is absorbed in it, so the party is now being held. Commander of the Fifth Army. He thought that if he was the commander of the Fifth Army, even the Demon King wouldn't be able to stop her curiosity. The palace maid spoke again, and this is not just a simple welcome party. In a relationship with Deputy Commander Durnovan. They are dating. He thought Deputy Commander of the Fifth Corps. So what can I say? That dumb-faced person is also dating. The two palace maids heard movement and turned back. Seeing him, they panicked and shouted Commander Arut. And he's still so busy thinking about it that he's still dating. They worriedly looked at his face and thought, what are you thinking? Have you heard everything we said? I've caught you talking bad about your superiors. They think of thousands of bad scenarios. It's too late. We will be killed by this devil. Then hugged each other and exclaimed, we are sorry, please spare our lives. But when they opened their eyes they could no longer see him. They wondered where he was. He walked towards the party room thinking, who cares if you guys are dating? If it's a welcome party, it should be here. Special wine from the demon world. When he arrived, there were only wine bottles and no one else here. What did he say? Looks like it's over. There's no more wine left. It seems Ol was very curious about human wine, so he brought it back. It was a waste of time. Suddenly 3 guards passed by. Seeing him holding a bottle of wine, he shouted loudly, wait, Commander of the Zero Corps. Commander, have you drank it all? He glared and asked why, thinking I haven't seen a drop of wine yet. You guys must be kidding. They panicked, shouted to each other, shouted this signal, run away, need to call for help urgently, we need support. He was even more panicked, weakly protesting, wait, what are you doing? They didn't care about what he said, just focused on shouting at Commander Arut who had been drinking. Red alert, all troops in defensive positions. Repeat again, Commander Arut has been drinking. Meanwhile, when the Demon King returned to the library, he looked around and couldn't see Dion Hart anywhere. He was still wondering where that guy had gone. Looking at the army surrounding him, he was bewildered. What did he do? What was the situation? The cavalry circled around him signaling, everyone raise your shields and prepare yourself. If even one person flinches, we will all die here. If Commander Zero drinks too much, he will slash anyone he sees. He clenched his fists angrily, thinking, damn it, I told you, I don't drink. That's right, I haven't felt this atmosphere in a long time. In the demon world, everyone is extremely against my drinking. He remembered when the Demon King held his head and said, Arut, I gave the order. Really, you love drinking so much? He asked, but why was it just me? The Demon King looked at him seriously and said, are you serious? He thought, okay, my habits when drunk are not good, but it's not like they can't control the situation when I get angry and cause trouble, right? I don't understand why these evil bastards are overreacting to such an extent. The knights thought I thought he would stay motionless for a while, then in the end he drank again, hoping everything would end peacefully, but it certainly wouldn't be like that, like that day. 2 years ago, at the welcome party for Commander Zero, Dion Hart pointed a knife at the commander of the First Corps and asked if you were the enemy. The day when the event made him known to all demons of Arut. While drunk that day, he kept asking questions, causing the commander of the No. 1 Army to angrily slap his hand and yell, what the hell, I told you no, why do you keep asking? If you're drunk then just get drunk quietly, damn it, fine, I'm the enemy, what would you do if I were the enemy? This is actually better. I never liked the fact that the Demon King created a position specifically for you and then promoted you. Commander No. 0, the rank is even higher than Commander No. 1. Let's see if you have the talent to sit in such a high position or not. One of the other commanders stepped forward to stop Commander No. 1, saying, calm down, this is an opportunity to welcome Commander No. 0. Suddenly Dion Hart rushed up, stabbed the knife at the No. 1 commander and said, is that so? The No. 1 commander stupidly thought he didn't see him. Dion Hart pulls out his dagger and says, you must be an enemy. And just like that, one of the commanders was stabbed to death in an instant, after which a new law was issued in the Demon King's castle. First, if Commander Zero asks if you are an enemy, he must immediately deny it. In the first stage, he will ask if you are an enemy, so you should answer, no. Second, if he insists on asking the reason, he must give the clearest explanation possible. In the second stage, when he asks, why, then we need to resolutely affirm that we belong to the Demon King's army just like you. Third, if he shows any doubts about your answer, then move to a defensive position immediately. In the third stage, if you are still asked why are you looking at me like that, immediately remind the people around you to take a defensive posture. The knights were talking to each other again, but why did we have to move to a defensive position? Shouldn't we attack him instead of defending if we want to live? One of them said if we hurt Commander Zero, the Demon King will kill us. Another guy exclaimed, what kind of ridiculous favoritism is this? Before he could finish his sentence, he was gagged and warned, idiot, you're speaking too loudly, don't provoke Commander Zero. The Demon King will handle his matter, our job is to stay alive as long as possible. Dion Hart turned around and smiled at the two soldiers chatting nearby. They felt chills and trembled saying he just smiled at us, didn't he? Are we going to die? We can't retreat, they're in Yen. He wondered why were they so tense? I just had the most innocent smile on earth. At this time, the Demon King appeared and said stop, Arut, luckily I was nearby. He turned his head and thought to the Demon King, both Ed and Ben are here too, isn't this just getting more and more strange? The Demon King asked Arut, do you hear me? He thought I can hear you, but I don't know what to say first. It's hard for him to express his feelings in words right now. His eyes are uncertain, he doesn't know how the hell he can escape this situation here. The Demon King guessed that if he looked this calm, he was probably only in stage 1, then said don't ignore me, listen, everyone here is not your enemy, no one has any intention of attacking, you don't have any reason to kill anyone, so put that bottle of wine down, and... He immediately put down the bottle of wine in his hand. And said I didn't intend to attack anyone, he thought, just do as he says, then I'll tell them I don't drink, and then what? Ben says Arut sir, did you just use honorific? What does he think? I usually use honorifics, why do they react like that? The Demon King asked Arut, did you really drink the wine? He replied that I don't drink alcohol, I'm just looking at some bottles of wine from the human world, he thought, finally, they heard me. Meanwhile, the knights rejoiced, thinking we were saved. The Demon King asked Arut, are you very bored? He asked why. He smiled and stroked his hair and said I should catch the clue when you go to the library, where you often go. He thought I was there because I wanted to become a spy. He said if so, would you like to visit the second city with Devilania? She asked permission to let you go out. He asked why, where are you going with whom? In his heart he screamed no. He patted his shoulder and said because war might break out soon, you should go while you still can. He left, wondering why the story had gone this way. Ed followed him and said I will prepare everything. He bowed his head and thought. Ben also quickly followed behind and said to Mr. Arut, let's check the whole body once before leaving. Suddenly the Demon King spoke up. You'll see me for a bit before leaving. In a closed room, the Demon King read the news written on the telegraph. Ilian Kingdom surrendered, the Empire won consecutive victories. Then muttered that I wanted to act when the Empire had occupied at least half of the continent. But I don't think we have much time left. Then ordered notification to the entire demon world. I declare that from this moment on, any use of magic in the demon world will be forbidden. Except for sealed magical devices, do not use any magic, the only exception is when your life is in danger. 2nd, 4th, and 8th commanders, you will ensure that punishment is carried out against those who use magic without probable cause to kill. Eldelia smiled and said I guess I'll be busy. Hell said the mission came from the Demon King because he trusted me, right? The Demon King thought that normally he wouldn't have the time to pay attention to the appearance of a warrior. But when the war is going on, it's a different story. For now, our best option is to delay the warrior's arrival as long as possible, while looking down below. Admin worriedly asked Dion Hart are you really going alone? Ben said don't worry, I will go with him. Dion Hart didn't know who was thinking about anything, he just looked at his two bodyguards and said you don't need to follow me. The Demon King looked at his appearance and thought even though he was not sure whether the world would cooperate or not, how could one person predict the coming storm and prevent it? The son of the fairy race frowned, thinking that in a blink of an eye, no one in the demon world would use magic anymore. But it was too late, the Demon King must have known that the time for the warrior to appear was approaching. The world has completed all preparations. Now we're just waiting for the perfect moment. The moment the world sends the warrior into battle will become the Demon King's worst moment. And when it's all over, only death will remain. Returning to the royal palace, the nobles spoke up at the annual meeting. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but it will be a bit difficult for me if we continue the war." Eduardo asked coldly, "And what was the reason for that, Count?" The Count said that as far as I know, you have accepted the surrender of other countries, you have also let the people live, including the royal families, unlike that 8-year war. But as long as those royal families are alive, the spirit of that nation remains eternal. And the soldiers we get from conquering them will also not be loyal to the empire. If we continue the war like this, our military strength will never be enough. Even though we can supplement the Liang army, we cannot have more soldiers. For the sake of the people, you must stop the war, Your Majesty. After saying that, the Count felt a little shaken and thought he was going to die, but he had to tell His Majesty that for the sake of the empire, there was nothing left to regret now. He only wished for a peaceful death. Then he raised his head and glanced at Eduardo's expression, quite surprised to think he wasn't angry. Another noble said, "Count, what are you talking about? We only need to force civilians to join the army and we will have more soldiers." The Count faltered in protest. The other side calmly said that I asked them to fight for their own country. What's wrong with that? Yes, we can make use of the farmers from the slums. At this point, Eduardo was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table. "I really didn't know you guys could bark so well. You say I can supplement the soldiers with civilians. You don't use your private soldiers, you don't dare to lead the entire army on the battlefield, yet you don't hesitate to force civilians to fight. Do you know why people pay taxes? The tax is to pay you to protect their lives and peace, meaning that people have the choice to protect the empire, and the empire has the obligation to protect the people." The Count glanced at him and said, "Your Majesty," with emotion. He pulled out his sword to continue speaking so I could speak quickly. "I will not stop the war, and if I am short of soldiers, I order you to send troops to me. The standard will be like the 8-year war. As long as there are more than 2 men in a family, each of you will have to go to war with half of your private soldiers. And if you choose not to fight, 2/3 of your private soldiers will be confiscated. Asking people to go to war would be the last resort. What are you guys doing here? If you understand, then go home and get ready." They panicked and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty," then quickly left in droves. He thought he knew he had no right to be angry and force them to join the war, but the chaos on the top was disgusting, both to himself and to them. Then he looked down at the pool of blood at his feet. He smiled bitterly, thinking it seemed like the hallucination was getting worse and worse. It had never affected daily activities like this. The zombies curse again. "Die, Eduardo." "He's right, bastards are impatient." They surrounded him and told him to come to me. He thought it wasn't like he intended to stand outside all his life, but why were they in such a hurry? Much of the southern part of the empire was constantly at war with the Barbai clan, with massacres tacitly approved by the monarch. It is where the second hero, Stigma Primero, governs. Sitting on the cliff reading the news, Stigma Primero said the empire declared war on the second target, the Sarahan kingdom. "Is this why the king ordered me to prepare for war?" Stigma Primero is the second hero of the empire. He develops forces to fight against barbarians and epidemics in the rugged southern lands. He stood up, put his hands on his hands and laughed. "Indeed, he is our king. This is truly good news. Everyone knows enough and is too strong to turn him into a lord." He said, "It's fun to fight barbarians, but there's nothing like a battlefield." The commander under him asked if you really like war that much. He replied, "No, the king will reward you greatly once you achieve some great achievement." He swung his sword and stabbed the barbarian clan leader to death. Then said, "There are some things I really want from the king." He thought that during the 8 Years' War I had received the title of Marquis in a large mansion in the south, along with a mountain of gold and silver. I was satisfied at first until I heard what Dion Hart requested from the king. What he asked for was the right to destroy his own family, which felt like a thunderbolt. So, how could he think of such a thing? It wasn't just shock, I felt like I was under a spell at that moment. He asked, "I wonder if my juniors will participate in the war." The commander replied, "If you are talking about the honorary Earl Dion Hart, then I am sure he will participate, it will just be late." He said he was really looking forward to meeting him. "Then we should also prepare for war." "Well, just burn all the living ones, because they can carry disease." The commander replied, "Yes sir," then followed his orders. Look at the burning sea of fire. He secretly thought that, like that bastard, his reward this time would be the right to destroy that family himself. Right now at the border of the demon world, Devilania frowned and said, I thought we were going alone, Sir Arut. Ben said, this is an order from the Demon King, and even if I don't come, you are not alone, you brought many people of the Second Army with you. She said she was surprised that he didn't bring that person with her, while she was preparing to go to the second city in the suburbs. Ben said, I wrote that the numbered army was not really elite, because they only got in the way of Arut. Dion Hart thought, why the hell should I bring soldiers just because I'm going to the second city? Why do they keep saying suburbs this, suburbs that? Even the Demon King, why is everyone so tense with the suburbs? I really don't understand why he makes us take a detour. The Demon King once told him to try to make friends there. He vaguely thought about it and gave me a defensive collar before leaving, and also made me wear armor. It's also possible that he wants to prepare for an emergency, but that's it. Damn, this is so uncomfortable, please let me out. Suddenly there was a noise that made the carriage wobble. Ben reached out to help him sit steady. He thought it wasn't like this. There's a guard coming to tell you, Arut, Sir Devilania, there's an emergency. There are too many demons coming here. He glanced outside and thought, damn it, the soldiers of the second squad are fighting very well. But there are too many of them. We can't just stand there, we have to do it. Each city has a commander to protect it, but the suburbs do not. The carriage was destroyed. Devilania said they were everywhere, it was disgusting. He looked at Devilania and Ben's expressions and wondered why they were so calm, as if they knew in advance that a demon would attack. Devilania said, at this rate, that should be enough to attack other species, including the demon lords. At this moment, Dion Hart just woke up, so what does it mean to go to the suburbs? Damn Demon King. AKA demon monsters. Demons are the responsibility of the Demon King. He is responsible for killing them all to ensure they will not invade the territories of other species. By ordering commanders around the outskirts, they must reach the border of their territory with other species. Yet I volunteered to obey orders like an idiot. Devilania said, I will go first. He looked at her blankly, thinking, someone please wake me up. Oh my god. She smiled and told him to take his time. This place is a bit crowded. He thinks, no, I refuse. How can I handle all those monsters? Okay. He heard Ben call his name. He secretly guessed that he was vomiting blood again, so maybe Ben wanted it. Ben looked at him intently and asked, do you feel like you don't want to fight today? You don't want to fight anymore today? Ben, upon hearing Dion's words, glanced at him with a deadly look. Dion immediately panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. The flags were blurred. Was I avoiding him so clearly? Although Ben always treats me very well, he is still a devil after all. If he realizes that I am weaker than him, I will be killed in an instant. Ben just reminisced about the previous episodes. A suspicious tone spoke up, but he just noticed. It turns out he always avoids fighting. When he's drunk, that's one thing, and when he's not really in danger of his life, that's two. Dion was so heartbroken that he looked awkwardly and fearfully at the person in front of him. He hesitantly replied, that's because. Ben added that if any other demon saw him, they would probably mistake him for a weak person. The fear in Dion's heart increased more and more. As soon as he heard that sentence, he immediately cursed in his head. The flag was vague. He thought to himself, I've eaten shit. Well, I also expected to be discovered. Well, the devil isn't necessarily that stupid. Thinking that the situation was revealed, Dion blurted out and was about to admit, actually, I didn't mean to deceive you. Unexpectedly, Ben seemed to interject at the same time, but I completely sympathized with him. Then at the same time, they both exclaimed, what? Realizing that the matter had not yet been exposed, Dion paused for a moment, wondering, it's nothing, but what did he mean by what he said just now? Ben immediately spoke his heart out. Although there were countless numbers of them, in the end they were just magical beasts. They are nothing for me to personally get involved in. That's what you think. Dion was stunned. A few seconds ago he thought this weak body had been discovered, but it turned out he was thinking too much. Ben added in a confident tone, as your personal doctor, there's no way I don't understand what Mr. Arut is thinking. Dion gritted his teeth, anger flared up. It seemed he had overestimated this guy. He was truly stupid. At that time, Ben suddenly took out a bottle of wine and said, don't worry, I have prepared this specifically for you. As soon as he saw that bottle of wine, Dion was momentarily shocked and covered his mouth, his eyes sparkling with exclamation, is that booze, a specialty wine of the demon world? After going through what just happened, you will naturally have doubts towards the other person. You thought he would react like that, but suddenly he offered you wine to drink when he had previously forbidden you to touch him, suspiciously pretending to ignore. His indifferent attitude immediately startled Ben, who hastily argued, I only have this much, so I won't forbid him to drink anymore. The more he talked, the stronger doubts arose in his heart. Surely there was a hidden meaning to this matter. Ben warmly poured wine to entice him. You just need to rest, relax and regain your spirit. Don't worry, just drink comfortably. Dion held the glass of wine in his hand and hesitated for a long time. Even if it were him, he wouldn't even touch this suspicious wine. But thinking one thing, he did another. He conveniently brought the cup to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. It was strange that he didn't touch it. Dion sat to the side, holding a drink in his hand, watching the Corps and Commander No. 2 fight enthusiastically, thinking to himself, looking at the current situation, perhaps even trying to avoid fighting was impossible, so let's just take advantage of the time we still have. If you haven't gotten high yet, you can go down to the Golden Stream. It must be very painful to look like that. This time, don't let yourself get too drunk and you'll have to fish. Ben stood next to him and kept glancing at Arut drinking one glass after another. Then he sighed apologetically and said, "Sorry, Mr. Arut. It turns out that before departing, the Demon King had a few words of advice for you, Ben, that if in the middle of the battle you see Arut hesitating, give him some wine." At first he was a little surprised and asked, "Wine?" The Demon King crossed his arms and calmly sat on the chair and voiced his concerns. Yes, he was too humble when he was sober. No, it should be said that he was too humble to the point of always looking like a weak person. But if alcohol affects him, he will indulge himself. Ben then noticed the previous details and tacitly admitted that that was true. Although he likes to fight, Arut is too patient when he's awake. While feeling a bit guilty, he remembered the Demon King's words. He had assured him that wouldn't it be much better to let him relax a little before he exploded. His mind was now divided into two streams of struggle. The Lord of the Demon World, who always calculated everything to see the maximum possible probability, had ensured that. But what if this was a battle? What about Silver? I accidentally gave him alcohol right now. He's not feeling well right now. I'll definitely have to apologize next time. But as soon as that thought appeared in his mind, he was immediately pushed by a strong force against the carriage behind him. Dion held the dagger on his body and coldly called, "Ben, you know how to use your brain better this time." Ben couldn't react for a moment. He could only stammer, "Sir, Mr. Arut." For Dion at this time, drugs and alcohol can be said to be a kind of key, like the principle of treating poison with poison. A wall built by drugs and alcohol can also be suppressed by the two things. I never intended or really kept this a secret, but I never expected them to directly use such strong measures. Dion put his hand on Ben's neck and calmly said, "I guess you don't have enough time, huh? Because the king's power is gradually expanding. And the number of ghosts is also increasing exponentially, so you have no time to waste. It's not that I don't understand your urgency, it's just..." After saying that, he used force to stab the dagger right next to the other person's face, making Ben turn pale, his face not bleeding. Dion's eyes suddenly became extremely cold and full of warning. "You must know that just because you understand me, you are not allowed to take advantage of me." Ben was now completely panicked, holding his hand with both hands. "I'm sorry." His heart was now filled with fear. The situation that day was definitely not caused by just a bottle of wine. Dion still maintained the tone from before and slowly said, "Because you have given me so much all this time, I will ignore this incident, but remember that there will be no next time. Forbid you to pretend as if you are Karen that way too." Ben was a bit surprised when he heard that sentence. Dion forcefully pulled the dagger back, emphasizing one last time, "Don't forget whose personal doctor you are." He turned his back to the other person. His tone still carried a deadly intent, even though from the beginning I didn't expect much. The doctor immediately bowed his head in torment. "Ben, you are really stupid. Mr. Arut is always right. Right now I'm Lord Arut's personal doctor, not the Demon King's." Ben originally intended to run over and apologize, "Mr. Arut," but from afar suddenly came the warning of Commander No. 2, commander of Squad 0. There was a monster rushing towards him. Ben just raised his head in time to see a large monster jumping up, heading towards Commander 0. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Lord Arut, be careful." Dion looked up and then calmly closed his eyes. Thinking about the past, "I'm sick of this, always struggling, always trying to survive." Part of his personality burst into tears. He was so weak and useless. But at times like that, his second personality appears to save the rest, becoming the cruel, cold-blooded demon Arut. But that doesn't mean anyone is allowed to take advantage of me. If there is someone, it must be me. As soon as Dion defeated the monster, he proudly smiled evilly, "Only I can decide whether to get involved or not." The monster was quickly chopped into many pieces, scattered on the ground. Dion stood in the middle of a pool of blood, breathing lightly, then turned back to tell his personal doctor, "Ben, make a video call to the Demon King. Ben was startled at first, and reflexively said, but when he left the Demon King's castle, he banned its use. But a second later, he quickly agreed, okay, I'll try connecting now. As soon as he called, his heart ached again. I almost made another mistake. I'm a doctor, Lord Arut's own. His orders are paramount. The Demon King appeared on the screen and quickly scolded, what's wrong with Ben? He's not the type to use magic without purpose. Before he finished speaking, he saw a familiar back, Arut. Dion tilted his face slightly and said coldly, the number was much larger than expected. Suddenly the Demon King's voice rang out among an army of monsters so large. That's right, at first I thought it would be enough to send 2 commanders and an army. I will send more reinforcements. Try to hold out for another 15 minutes, can you do it? Dion immediately turned his head forward, without even looking at the Demon King's face, softly replied, we will try. The Demon King regretfully exclaimed, Arut must be very angry. Dion suddenly entered the battle, surprising the soldiers. They were still coming in droves. 15 minutes from now, it's been a long time since I fell in love like this. The entire army seeing this scene immediately gained strength and cheered, Commander Arut has joined the battle, we are saved. Dion pursed his lips tightly and gave up if he was just a little desperate. How could I survive after 8 long years of war? Dion is like a killing machine rushing forward, the only difference is that his current enemy is the devil, think about it. Thinking carefully, he jumped onto the giant monster's shoulder and immediately stabbed 2 daggers into its flesh. See how to survive in this situation. The monster struggled and threw his body away. Ben in the back saw it and worriedly shouted Lord Arut. Just as the dagger was about to fall into his hand. See what I can do. Dion immediately went around and stabbed a fatal blow into its back, causing the monster to suffer pain and then collapse on the spot. My forte is not killing but inculcating the fear of despair. Dion repeatedly stabbed the monster's body multiple times, causing fresh blood to splash, dyeing the space red in front of the demon children's eyes. If the devil has inherently sensitive instincts, he will run away as soon as he feels overwhelming fear from his bones. He quickly located the location of the surrounding demons, although not all demons were effective. With just one stroke of the knife he handled it neatly. But the purpose right now isn't to threaten all of them, so that doesn't matter. All 3 of them were already extremely miserable. Ben was still holding a large stone in his hand, still blazing with warning, daring you all to dare to touch a single strand of Mr. Arut's hair. If the demons run away, we will have a chance to survive, but in the long run, this is not the optimal solution. Thinking about it, he immediately called out, Devilania. Commander number 2 heard the call and immediately turned around. There was me. Dion remained defensive, turned around and spoke to her, preparing to set up a trap. Now we have to kill as many as possible. After the trap was set up, the monster saw that they weren't attacking and immediately stepped forward. But as soon as they walked a bit, someone had their head chopped off by that invisible force. The bewildered monsters, although they didn't understand what was going on, still slowly walked away. As soon as they move, their flesh and limbs will be severed. Those poor bastards don't even know what's going on or why it's happening to them. Both sides remained in a static state. The monsters stopped for a moment and then boldly walked away again. In space, there were dozens of invisible steel wires surrounding the monsters. The number 2 commander quickly expressed his concern. Although they have fallen into the trap, I don't think I can hold them back for long. What are you 2 going to do now? We successfully held off the monster from entering the fish trap, set up under Lord Arut's instructions, and we also limited our movements. As soon as Ben turned around, he saw Commander Zero step by step towards the monsters. He hurriedly shouted, Lord Arut, the first aid I used on your hand is only temporary, so please be careful. Dion coldly glanced at him warningly, expressing his displeasure. Waiting until he got close to the trap they set, Commander No. 2 also hurriedly stopped him. Wait, are you planning to go into the trap to destroy the monsters yourself? Unless you have experience, it will be very difficult to recognize the position of those steel wires. It seems that the meaning in the words is a bit incorrect. Devilania quickly waved his hand. It's not like I doubted your abilities at all. Dion held the dagger in his hand, his mouth smiling strangely, his eyes full of murderous intent looking straight at the battle in front of him. I will find out myself, my fate is quite red. In the dark night, Dion's figure quickly passed through a trap that seemed invisible to others. Step by step approaching the monsters who were still confused and not sure what was going on, quickly and suddenly launched a finishing blow to them. Dion glared, realizing that the monsters were attacking him. He quickly leaned back to avoid it. The monsters actually attacked the steel wire. Their arms were immediately cut off and fell all over the ground. Commander No. 2 had just witnessed the scene and immediately his face was filled with horror. How could it be possible? He lured them to the place where the steel wire gathered into bunches. Could he really see them? In the eyes of others, Dion stood in the middle of that wire matrix, dominating the entire battlefield. Every time the monsters rushed at him, they were cut into pieces. Arut stood in the center like a cold-blooded demon, manipulating the situation. Actually, you can see the whole thing. The moment the moonlight shines down and reflects on the strings, making them sparkle even for just a moment. He could see the position of the steel wire, perfectly stepping the monster into the trap and then being cut into pieces. I don't know if it's because I've spent my whole life running away from heat and light, but I've always been very sensitive to light and feel extremely comfortable when surrounded by the night. It's just that, exactly the reason why I can do this. Thinking about it, he curled his lips and smiled with a look full of satisfaction. It was indeed due to his luck, right? The monsters stopped and growled angrily. Commander No. 2 saw it and shouted with joy. The battle situation had completely changed. The monsters were so scared that they no longer dared to move forward carelessly, as expected of Mr. Arut. Ben, on the other hand, was always scared and worried, but their number was still a problem. He always blamed himself for letting Commander Zero rush into this war. Everything could change at any moment. He is constantly pushing his limits. Not only that, his hand is also injured. When will reinforcements arrive? In front, Dion seemed exhausted, leaning against his knees and coughing hard. Ben immediately became frantically worried. Mr. Arut. Dion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his angry eyes shouted, "Stay still." But I had to fix it. Before the words even reached his mouth, he quickly swallowed them down. Wasn't this already planned? Don't bother doing anything unnecessary. Continue with the plan. Dion tried to stand up and found it difficult. He took a deep breath, looked at the army that was fighting hard, and looked at his current self, feeling like he could faint at any moment. Dion kept rushing forward like that. Even though he avoided most of the direct attacks, the ability to react from them continued to press on his body. It seemed like he had reached his limit. He was attacked by the monster. Not only that, my right hand has completely lost feeling. On this side, Ben was already enthusiastically beating monsters. Then he was startled and looked towards him. Lord Arut. Dion lost his strength and could only kneel down right in front of the monster's weapons to support his whole body, helpless to the point of sadness. I just need to hold on a little longer. Just as the lazy sword was about to reach him, a short sword flew from nowhere, pinned directly to the monster's head, causing it to die on the spot. From afar an excited female voice rang out, "Hello Mr. Arut, long time no see." This short-haired female demon is the 7th commander, Salua. Seeing his back, she smiled happily. I heard there was a party so I ran as fast as I could. The word party sounded unpleasant in his ears. I'm about to die here. What the hell does she mean by party? His original personality had returned. Dion hugged his right shoulder, grimacing. What happened to my hand, and what just happened here? Dion looked at the entire situation before him and began to remember what had happened, and he couldn't help but be startled. Wine. That's right. I drank the wine that Ben gave me and then joined the fight. If I die, I'll do that again. As soon as he turned around, he met the deathly gaze of Commander Number 7. No, this is not Mr. Arut. Dion was a little shaky and whispered, apologizing. Commander No. 7's face darkened, muttering in regret. Just a moment ago it was still Mr. Arut. How could that be possible? What do I have to do to be able to meet Mr. Arut again? Dion glanced at the attitude of the person in front of him and involuntarily dismissed. What's wrong with her? It's so scary. A second later, Salua held up a monster in front of him, with an excited expression saying, "This, Lord Arut is a true demon. Please grant it eternal sleep with your dagger. Go." When he heard those words, Dion started to fear the person in front. He was so disgusted that he wanted to avoid him. What the hell? What's wrong with this fanatic woman? Salua still looked at him expectantly. What's wrong? Surely you're not afraid, right, Mr. Arut? Well, the surrounding noise must have made you unhappy. At this moment, Commander Number 2 suddenly approached and patted her shoulder. Commander Number 7, stop! What the hell are you doing here instead of protecting the border? Salua still didn't care about the people behind him, happily said, Don't worry, Lord Arut, my subordinates will wipe them out right here, except your part of course. A series of warriors appeared from behind and immediately rushed up to defeat the remaining demons. Devilania now understood everything. It was crazy. Who would have thought that you guys were the reinforcements that the Demon King sent us? But how could you just leave the border to come here? Don't tell me, you brought all the personnel with you. When Commander No. 7 heard that, he crossed his arms and sulked, abandoning everything. I left everything to the Deputy Commander to take care of. And aren't we the perfect reinforcements? After finishing speaking, she turned back to the old topic. Come on, now everything is over. Mr. Arut, you should too. But before he could finish his sentence, the person in front fell down and sat on the ground. Ben quickly ran over to ask, Mr. Arut, please don't try any more in this situation. Please rest and leave the rest to us. As soon as Salua heard this sentence, he was extremely disappointed. I know that you must have been very disappointed with me just now, but please give me another chance. The more she listened, the more confused and bewildered she became. Dion tried his best to remember everything. Just now, I lost so much blood, it's hard to even think about it. After all, there's nothing you can do with your current body, so I believe you guys will take good care of what's left. Right after that, Ben came to his side to help him stand up, leaving the No. 7 commander struggling and screaming. Is he going to rest? Mr. Arut, please show me that side of you one more time before please go. Please, I beg you, just one more time. Besides Mr. Arut, there was nothing that could distract Ben at this time. He coldly said to the person behind him, Commander No. 7, why don't you go help Commander No. 2? Salua could only cry in despair, embracing her dream of meeting Lord Arut. No. It didn't take long for the whole forest to quickly return to its original quiet atmosphere. Commander No. 2 stepped forward to report that, except for those who had escaped, everything had been taken care of. Ben on this side is also finished treating your wound. The treatment is complete, you can move your hand now. Dion politely replied, thank you. Commander No. 2 turned to look at his teammate. It seemed like everything was in order. Why didn't you leave? Commander No. 7. Salua seemed unwilling, blaming him. You really do want me to just leave after everything? I didn't expect you to be so cold. Devilania. Commander No. 2 calmly and somewhat mockingly explained, it's for your own benefit. We will depart for City No. 2 from now on. You haven't forgotten who is protecting it, right? City number 2. Commander No. 10, just mentioning this. Commander No. 7 frowned and gritted his teeth in anger. Then maybe I should start moving. I really don't want to meet that bastard who is not worthy of being a commander at all. She stepped in front of Dion and bowed respectfully. Until the next time we meet again, Mr. Arut. Dion felt like a burden had been lifted from her mind. I thought she would be more stubborn, but it was just for my benefit. Hearing their conversation, his mind quickly turned suspicious. If it was the number 10 commander, then they were probably talking about Gaysidle. His heart was full of questions. Why does she hate him so much, right? But he quickly got the answer. As soon as he entered City 2, a vampire was also commander number 10. Gaysidle immediately warmly welcomed him. It's been a long time, Mr. Arut. The welcoming atmosphere and jubilant trumpets and drums were like a party, leaving all three of them speechless. I think I understand why. The atmosphere of the party was extremely bustling. There were several girls playing trumpets. There were a few other girls happily waving to everyone. Hooray! There was a young man wearing a cloak that covered his head sitting on a palanquin with many flowers attached, next to several soldiers carrying the palanquin. This guy didn't seem to be very willing. There were a few streaks of blood on his face. Sweat continued to flow down. His lips were pursed tightly. A voice suddenly rang out, Mr. Arut, what do you think? A purple-haired man walking next to Arut seemed to be happily waving to him. He said enthusiastically, I quickly prepared these things after hearing that you were coming, and here they are. It's called a sedan chair in the human world. Apparently, only high-status humans can sit on it, so it's perfect for you, Mr. Arut. After listening to him, Artist turned black and raised his hand to support him. Forehead, he thought angrily, I'm so embarrassed, this bastard. Suddenly the purple-haired man's face became extremely panicked. He was scared by his own thoughts. Oh no, do you have a headache, or is there something bothering you? Arut is tired, so tired that he didn't want to answer him. He put his head in his hands. Arut silently scolded him in his mind. What is bothering me? It is this situation that is bothering me and you too. He scolded, damn it. I can understand why Salua hates Gaysidle so much. In just such a short time, Salua has extremely hated remembering Gaysidle, the name Gaysidle. And at this moment, the purple-haired man was so frightened that his face turned pale. He kept asking Arut, if you tell me what's bothering you, I will. He jumped up, then confirmed his guess. Mr. Arut, you have a headache, right? Let me treat you right away. On the street, there were many people standing around watching Arut's army leave. A young man, after seeing Arut, asked the person next to him, so that was the commander of the Zero Corps, Commander Zero. That guy felt so excited to see Arut. I was wondering who would sit on that embarrassing seat, but it looks really cool, and now I finally see Commander Zero after sitting there. The girl next to her was equally excited. She answered the person next to her, of course, because of his cold and leisurely temperament, because no one knows anything about him, there are only rumors that keep circulating. I know he's a human because I don't feel any demonic energy on him. But how can a person have such a temperament? Even the commanders of other legions found it difficult to please him. Everyone gathered to see Commander Zero, the man who had been given the extraordinary title by the Demon King, someone whose mere presence was recognized by powerful commanders, someone whose role and power are kept completely secret. Someone whose mere presence was recognized by powerful commanders. In terms of strength, he is only inferior to the Demon King. Arut was constantly making noise from Gaysidal. He just coldly said one word, "Go away." Gaysidal used his hand to cover his ears to try to hear more clearly what Arut had just said. He couldn't hear clearly, so he asked again, "Yes, what did you just say?" Arut coldly repeated the two words and went away. After Gaysidal suspected he had clearly heard Arut Nosi's words, his face immediately changed, his eyes widened with fear. Then he quickly turned around and ordered everyone present to go away. "He wants you all to go away. What are you doing? He is surrounded by demons. That's annoying. Get rid of them all at once." Arut used both hands to cover his mouth tightly. He silently scolded Gaysidal in his mind. "No, you idiot. These flowers and pollen make me nauseous, so I want them all to disappear. Why do you chase away all the evil? The devil is innocent." Arut coldly looked at Gaysidal's soldiers chasing away all the demons. Now Commander Zero is very angry. "If you don't want to die, then leave now," Arut thought, "and if you continue to be famous, I came out like that to chase them away." He looked at the eyes of the demons in the city that had become red and filled with anger. "See, they are very upset. Now I will become the common enemy of all demons. The devil in this city is gone." The noise on the street continued to echo. "Hey, I still haven't seen Commander Zero's face. Maybe if you find the right angle you can see him from over there." Arut speculated, "I guess it's too late to relax in this village." A soldier secretly peeked at Arut. He thought to himself, "I guess hell is going to have a hard time." Arut glanced, but Arut looked at the crowd of people holding teddy bears, paintings, and balloons, all with his face on them. The person holding the teddy bear in his hand shouted, "Everyone, let's pray for Mr. Arut." Then there was a loud cry, "Long live Arut! Long live Arut!" The girl clasped her hands together and respectfully shouted, "Long live the devil Arut!" Arut thought angrily, "Long live the devil Arut, motherfucker." Another voice suddenly rang out, "If they wanted to believe in something so meaningless, then why not believe in Mr. Arut?" After hearing those words, Arut suddenly stopped, his eyes widened in surprise. He remembered that a while ago, a girl had told him, to believe in Mr. Arut, the religion of Arut, the Arut sect. Arut realized something. Wait, it can't be. The Arut cult. He remembered Rhinel, the person who worshipped him so much. Arut wasn't too sure. He wondered, was it you, Rhinel? He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, I even gave her a cookie to stop her from doing anything useless. Damn, this is crazy. In the past, Arut once gave Rhinel a bag. The cookies were packed in his luggage. He even gently reminded her, I'll give you this, so please don't do anything strange. Rhinel took the cookies. She was excited. I asked, oh my god, what about fan service? Arut angrily looked at his arm. Gaysidal knelt on the ground, bowed his head and sincerely apologized to Arut. Please forgive me, if I accidentally upset you, please forgive me. Gaysidal bit his lip. There was a thread around his neck, causing a long blood stain to appear on his neck. Arut saw that thread and felt extremely suspicious. The thread around his neck. Devilania. At some point Devilania appeared behind Gaysidal and used a thread to wrap around his neck. Devilania smiled and said to him, It seems you are being bothered by him, Lord Arut. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent as she stared at Gaysidal. Devilania asked Arut's opinion, should I kill him? Arut saw this scene and had to gasp in surprise. His face turned pale. Arut thought to himself, I swear I'm sure the commanders are not allowed to kill. I also guess they are just restraining them. Come on, they could kill each other if they felt like it, regardless of whether they were the same commander or not. But this... Arut's voice suddenly rang out. He said, it's okay. Arut stepped down. His next words surprised Gaysidal. There was no need to kill another commander. He walked past Devilania, then told her, let's go shopping. Isn't that why we're here? Arut was a little scared and thought that if he didn't follow the plan, they would probably kill him at any moment. The thread on Gaysidle's neck was removed, but a long cut mark was left on his neck. Devanalia replied, Arut, if you say so, Mr. Arut. Gaysidle knelt behind. He used his sparkling eyes in worship to follow the back of Arut as he left. He happily shouted, Lord Arut, I will serve you with all my best, as if my life depends on it. Arut coldly left without paying any attention to Gaysidle's words. He thought, I thought I had a safe tool, but it was all a lie. Arut opened his eyes wide. He reminded himself, he better stay alert. At this time, there are not many people passing by on the street. Devilania opened her arms. She seemed to be in a very good mood. I also bought a lot of beautiful clothes today, and Gaysidle followed behind her. In her hand was a pile of things that Devilania had just bought. As for Arut, he was being dressed by his subordinates. He thought wearily, thinking he had become a doll to change clothes, even though he could change those bloody clothes, so that's really good. Devilania still wanted to go shopping. She excitedly suggested, Mr. Arut, let's go over there next, or go buy some more accessories. At this moment, Commander Number 10 holding a large pile of mangoes interrupted their conversation. He called out, Lord Arut, these fruits are called mangoes. They come from the southern part of the human world. Would you like to try some? They are very sweet. Devilania was suddenly interrupted and became extremely angry. She covered Gaysidle's face with her hands and began to scold him. Can you not jump in mid-sentence? Where did you put all the bags? Gaysidle weakly argued back. But since we've been to so many stores, we should eat something now. I left them with the subordinates in the back. Arut was so angry that they made so much noise. Mr. Arut, Mr. Arut, Mr. Arut, what the hell, Mr. Arut, can't they just leave me alone? Suddenly a horse suddenly rushed towards me. Arut was protected by his subordinates behind him as the horse passed by. Arut looked at the horse that had just left. He was extremely suspicious. A horse, the subordinate who had just protected him asked curiously, Mr. Arut, what's going on? The other horse was entering the castle. Arut voiced his doubts. Most of those ghosts should be in the bay. It's strange that the castle opened the gate like this. He speculated. Now that he thought about it carefully, there seemed to be quite a lot of items coming from the southern human world. Was there a boundary nearby? Gaysidle's pile of mangoes had all fallen to the ground when he heard that man finish speaking. Gaysidle used his pale face to ask him, how did you know? Suddenly being asked back, Arut became confused. His eyes started to avoid The scene had now turned into a massacre. A group of monsters were continuously being killed and retreated by them. Devilania let out a breath. Phew, the monsters here are also too aggressive. Gaysidle pointed forward. Over there, we have discovered a boundary not too far from the southern region of the human world. Arut's eyes widened as he looked in the direction Gaysidle had pointed. In that place, the sun was rising, illuminating the entire space. How could you hide this? Gaysidle clasped his hands, fearfully explaining, when will people in our city get to experience the human world, since we only came across it by chance, so I thought I might as well enjoy it a bit. Arut helplessly supported his forehead. Gaysidle shouted quickly to explain, but we even established rules, and went back and forth in secret so we wouldn't be discovered by humans. And as you can see, we tried our best to prevent monsters from entering their world. Just as he said, there were indeed many bodies of monsters that had been killed on the ground, dead. Arut wondered, yes, and that was a relief, but what should we do now? He felt extremely uneasy. If it was the southern part of the human world, then it wasn't even part of the empire. Should I be concerned? No, but it was still the human world. Arut got off his horse. He said to Gaysidle, we must report this to the Demon King. Gaysidle bowed his head, agreeing with his way. Yes, I understand. Arut looked towards the boundary. He told them about his next plan, but before doing so he had to confirm it himself. Had to check if it was really connected to the southern region, world, and if that's the case then we have to see which country it belongs to. Arut ordered his subordinates, let's go. On the other hand, in a small country in the south, a suspicious voice rang out, they're covered in blood from head to toe and they've crossed the line and entered the human world. After receiving the news, the king of this kingdom immediately became angry. Those crazy devils. The subordinate just reported that he was in pain when supporting his forehead and shouted in panic, Your Majesty, call royal advisor now. The king sighed. He told his subordinate, forget it, it's not a problem that doctors can treat. I knew that the demons would suddenly cross the line. I pretended not to care because nothing happened, but now suddenly. I already have enough concerns with just running amok from the empire, so I can't have any more conflicts with the demon world. That subordinate bowed his head. He continued to report in fear. There is another big problem, Your Majesty. The king immediately became worried when he saw his attitude like that. There was what could be worse. The subordinate's face was extremely ugly. Even though he was very scared, he was forced to continue reporting what he knew. We have confirmed that one of the members of the demon group is the commander of Devilania's second army, and the remaining abnormal devils, judging by how much they respect and serve him, seem to be the rumored Zero commander. The king's face was equally ugly. He gasped in surprise, "Commander Zero, what is that guy doing here?" In the main hall at this time there was an atmosphere of terrifying silence. The king clenched his hands so tightly that they trembled. After thinking for a while, he decided to hide it. No matter what they do in the human world, we must hide the fact that Commander Zero and his gang have come to our country, no matter what. At this time, Arut was being reminded by his subordinates, "Mr. Arut, make sure you wrap yourself in a cloak, the sunlight in the human world is very bright." Arut pulled the hood of his cloak low. He thought, the sunlight is too bright, forget it. He wondered, but why are they following me? Devilania asked him with great enthusiasm, "Mr. Arut, where do you want to go first, a bustling street or a quiet place?" Arut thought tiredly, "I just want to go to the human world myself, maybe so they should stay in the demon world like Gaysidle." Gaysidle scratched his head and sheepishly refused to go with them. "I have to go back and carry out my duty to protect city number 2. Arut convinced himself that Devilania knew the human world well, maybe she would be able to do the job. After thinking about it, he replied, "Then let's go to a place where we can observe the lives of humans here, we have to know where this is anyway." Devilania immediately made a decision, then we will go to the market, but at this moment, a man appeared blocking their way. Devilania asked him, "What the hell do you want? What about us?" The three men who had just appeared bowed to them. The leading man spoke up, "Please forgive us for getting in your way," Arut speculated. "Are they the knights of this place?" The man explained why they came here. "We came to pay our respects to the mercenaries who prevented the monsters from crossing the boundary." He continued, "Thanks to you, many lives have been saved. As a representative of the knights, I sincerely thank everyone." Arut did not answer them. He thought to himself, "There is no need, it's nothing, they think we're mercenaries. I thought something was up, it's so lucky." The knight representative offers a bag of gold and a cloak, from little to much. "Please accept this gold and cloak as a token of our gratitude. We prepared these cloaks for if we thought you'd get bloodied while fighting monsters, we had good intentions." Devilania and another subordinate stood in front of Arut's men. Arut's expression immediately changed. He gasped when he realized, "Damn it, I was so worried about myself that I forgot they were all covered in blood." Arut was silent, but wait. Devilania and Ben were wearing the cloaks offered by the knight representative. Devilania was thinking to herself, acting like that. Arut suddenly realized, anyone could tell that Devilania and Ben were not human. They were both empty. "We're wearing robes, so why do these people still welcome us warmly and not kick us out?" The knight representative offered the bag of gold. His whole body was so scared that he was trembling. "Please accept this as well." Arut approached him. He carefully observed the man in front of him. They were scared but not panicked. Arut affirmed that they must have encountered demons before. The man was holding a bag of gold in his hand. Although his face showed his fear, he still tried to appear calm. Arut speculated, "I guess the southern country discovered this border a long time ago." The knight representative glanced at Arut's group with sharp eyes. "Since the king didn't mention anything when we met, I guess the whole kingdom doesn't know anything." "Okay, now that it's wartime, it's difficult to reveal to the whole kingdom that they have another boundary, so they want to hide the fact that the devil comes when he wants to come, and when he wants to go, he goes." Arut received the bag of gold. He covered his face with his hands and laughed non-stop. This action of his made the other person tremble in fear. "If they want to ignore us, then we can be gentle. I'm relieved." After seeing Arut smile, the knights all showed confusion and fear. Why did he smile like that? I was so scared. Arut, along with Devilania and Ben, turned to leave. He realized their intentions, perhaps hoping that we would return quietly without causing any trouble. The three knights bowed their heads to greet them. "So I hope you have a safe journey." Arut continued to laugh loudly. Devilania observed Arut. She thought, "Mr. Arut seemed to be in a good mood." Arut was happy. "I thought, that's great, they even gave me money. Don't worry, I have no intention of causing trouble." The three knights were still bowing their heads as Arut and the others left. The leading knight raised his face slightly, looking at Arut's back with eyes filled with murderous intent. An unusually clean outfit compared to a devil's blood-stained outfit, of course, since this father was the only one who changed, and an unusual aura. This father is just worried. He must be Commander Zero. After Arut's group was gone, the three knights dared to relax. One was so scared that he knelt down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. The leading knight stood up straight. He placed his hand on his chest and said to himself, "My king, we have tried our best, let them take care of the rest." The scene has now changed to a bustling market. Everyone is busy with their own work. Arut bit a skewer of meat in his mouth. He looked around and felt very surprised. Many people have that disability. He finished the last meatball. He was feeling very happy inside, but Arut didn't show it on the outside. Hey, it's fun to look around, but we should start recording, just gathering information about this place. While walking on the street, he was suddenly bumped into by a man. He suddenly screamed, "Ugh!" Devilania quickly stepped forward to support Arut. She called out worriedly, "Mr. Arut." The other man looked at Arut's seemingly painful appearance and felt extremely suspicious. He worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" But then he asked himself, "Did we hit that hard?" Devilania also felt that something was wrong. Did bumping into a human shock him that much? Arut looked at Devilania. I could feel her suspicious gaze. I was easily pushed down. "Ah, it's just my injury. My right shoulder still seems to hurt a lot." Van Mao. After receiving the answer, Devilania immediately became happy again. Aha, so that's how it was. Arut wondered, is that okay? That's a reasonable reason for Ben to treat me. Suddenly, Ben aggressively rushed forward, grabbed the other man's collar and luckily, "What's wrong, you stupid person?" The other man was scared by Ben. He turned pale and quickly apologized. I'm sorry." Arut felt extremely confused by Ben's attitude. Why did Ben do so much while Devilania was behaving? Is it reasonable? They finally remembered their identities. Ben thought in surprise, "I am a royal doctor." Devilania's eyes widened. "I had to overdo it." At this moment Arut felt like normal. Oh, that's right. After that, Ben and Devilania quickly changed places. Ben nearly caught Arut. "Are you okay, Mr. Arut?" And Devilania. She took Ben's place and grabbed the other man's neck. "How should I scold you?" Arut realized the situation was starting to get out of control. He thought, it's okay not like this, but suddenly, people on the street saw their actions and curiously stopped to watch. Chatter began to ring out. What was going on? A knight ordered his subordinates to capture that bastard. The subordinates immediately received the order. "Sir." Arut started to get worried. They looked like royal knights. They were making such a big deal out of it. He immediately knew they were in trouble. He looked at the approaching knights and quickly raised his hand to explain. "Sorry, we didn't mean to cause this." One arm was wrapped around the other man's armpit. He was easily lifted by the two knights, Arut completely unable to understand their actions. As for the other man, he was suddenly arrested, making him very scared. "Wait, what's going on? Why are you arresting me?" The knight's cold voice rang out. "How dare you cause trouble in the middle of the market? Take him away." The man was dragged away and began to cry bitterly. Causing trouble? We just collided, right? You. Arut had to widen his eyes in amazement at the royal knight's quick actions. Wow, the human world really maintains order well, doesn't it? But right after that, Ben was holding another person's hand tightly, causing him to drop the bag of money on the ground. Ben's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His mouth exhaled white smoke due to anger. He warned the money thief, "Miniature human, what are you planning to steal from Mr. Urue? You want to die, right?" Suddenly, a royal knight with a pale face rushed forward to stop him and leave it there. He quickly put the baby on his body and carried it away. Another knight bowed his head and said to Arut, "Just let us handle it." As soon as something happens, after Arut ate a piece of the mango in his hand, the taste made him vomit. Why is this so disgusting?" As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the fruit stall was immediately captured by the royal knights. They shouted, "How dare you poison others? Capture him." Arut felt extremely puzzled. It's true that there's a problem, but it's not enough to warrant arresting him. Every time the royal knight appears in a building, someone's pitiful screams rang out. I don't dare anymore. Please forgive me. Why is the royal knight here?" Royal knights seemed to appear everywhere. Arut began to be annoyed by their actions. He speculated, "I think they're trying their best to take care of everything, before I cause trouble and attract other people's attention." Wherever the three of them go, they receive fearful looks from the people here. "Don't go near those people. If you even touch their clothes, the royal knights will come and arrest you." That's scary. But who are they? Nobles perhaps? Arut was bothered so much that he had a headache. He felt uncomfortable holding his forehead. "It's because of you guys that we're getting even more attention here. I don't think there's anything else we can investigate at this point. Let's go back." Suddenly, he noticed a sound of arguing. "I told you that we don't sell Deusa tea leaves to merchants." Nearby, there were two men arguing. The one in white said, "I don't know why those bastards are so persistent." The one in orange awkwardly scratched his head. Their name is the Chamber of Commerce, but because they are also new so enthusiastically, they insisted on importing Deusa tea leaves. The man in white folded his arms across his chest. "You said it was a business association." He continued to finish his sentence. That's right, why don't you let me see who the bastard is? As soon as he finished speaking, he was scared by Arut, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Arut narrowed his eyes and stared at him. The man panicked and asked, "What is this?" But Arut didn't want to do anything to him. He just wanted to ask to buy tea leaves. "I wanted to ask to buy Deusa tea leaves." The other man immediately turned to look for tea leaves. "Oh, it's our customer. I'll get the goods for you. You right here." While taking the tea leaves, the man secretly observed and evaluated Arut. On the outside, he looked like a normal traveler, but why did he have such a scary aura? He was a noble hiding his identity, or what? After Arut asked to buy tea leaves, he was completely silent. He was thinking, Deusa tea leaves. In this kingdom, finding these tea leaves is almost impossible because there are few gardens. Besides, they are often sold at high prices to the nobility, a male kingdom so rich that they can have these precious tea leaves at a regular market. The other man put a small square wooden box in Arut's hand. "Here you are." Arut took it. Aha! The Emirate of Tea exported tea leaves, then threw him a large bag of money. He even generously said, "No need to return it." The white-shirted man immediately bowed his head, thanking him. Guests. Arut looked at the tea box in his hand and smiled. Devilania followed behind and asked him, "Are you done yet?" A map appeared. A land on it was glowing. This was Taion country. In a place where Arut and the others weren't paying attention, a knight secretly hid behind a wall and observed them. After seeing them leave, he felt relieved. They finally left. Another knight felt very lucky and said, "Ha, it's lucky they didn't cause any trouble, but I don't think that's not Commander Zero, because at the market he was weak and coughed up blood." The man next to me curiously asked, "Then who is it?" "I don't know, but I hope they don't come here anymore." The scene had now moved to the state-owned battlefield. In a tent, a surprised voice rang out, "What?" The man sitting on the chair is extremely angry. "You wanted to come all the way here to talk to me in private, just to ask what question?" Illuster Starb smiled and repeated his question. "I wanted to ask if you remember the death of the eldest prince, the father of the crown prince and princess, as well as your older brother." The king used his hand to support his chin. He ordered his subordinates, "All of you, to go out." When there were only the two of them left in the tent, the king began to answer Illuster Starb's question, "Do I remember the death of the first prince?" Warm-hearted man, the only one who cares about a Duert de Serre, among us, he remembered his brother with a warm smile, calling Eddie. "And the man who killed him, Duke Grades?" The king continued asking, "Was it like they said? Since when did you not kill him?" Illuster Starb gave an extremely evil smile. He said, "Oh my God, you already knew." The king smiled and scolded him. "Ha, that's crazy." The king said sarcastically, "Ha, that's crazy." It wasn't until after Duke Grades and his family were executed for assassinating the prince that we learned that Illuster Starb was the mastermind. I cannot help but temporarily conceal that crime because of the rising nobility. But I didn't expect the criminal to turn himself in like this. The king felt extremely curious. "What are you planning?" Illuster Starb narrowed his eyes slightly. He himself confessed to the king, "I will tell you the reason why I killed the eldest prince first. Everything was just so I could climb to the highest position." His face seemed to show satisfaction. Starb told the person in detail his plan. All the princes and princesses would compete for the throne if the rightful heir was the king. The prince died, right? I wanted to put someone I could control on that throne, but I didn't expect the ninth prince, a silent prince, would turn the tide. The king remained silent before Duke Starb's plot. If he became a duke, there was only one higher position, the king. The king's one hand supported his forehead. His eyes were extremely cold. Illuster Starb was born like that. The tired king closed his eyes. At this time, the king was immersed in his own memories. The first prince sat beside the bed and gently told him, "I will come back after Eduardo." The eldest prince looked at his two younger brothers who were drunk on the bed. He warned his younger brother, "It won't be long. Elapidius and Elethea, please take care of me." The king from the past didn't speak, but he used a confident face to answer. After that, he felt extremely regretful. "I should have stopped him as soon as I saw something was wrong." After a while, the king from the past spoke up, "Yes, don't worry." He obediently lowered his head to let his brother rub him. If he knew that it would be the last time we would meet, the great prince would give a very warm smile. "Thank you, Eddie. I will not let him go." When he first heard of his death, the king stood devastated next to his sword and bloody outfit. "I should have investigated instead of using my sword like that." He clutched his bloody clothes, but rumor has it that another of my brothers has killed him to take the throne, causing me to draw my sword. I hate you, die, and now, I'm so tired. Illuster Starb told the king that, the murderer of the great prince, the Atonement Church and Dion Hart's participation in the 8 Years' War, he smiled, you already know who is behind it. At that time, Dion Hart's family went to the palace to meet the king but was stopped. Something happened. I told you that our eldest son, Cruel Hart, would go to war. We were submit a request for correction stating that the document contains errors. The guard knight definitely cannot let Dion Hart's parents in to meet the king. I told you, there is nothing more we can do, and we confirm that we have not received any corrections at all. Dion Hart's mother immediately broke down. Ah, Dion, my child. She covered her mouth and began to cry. My poor child, he was already very weak. Her husband sat next to comfort him. Right now she is drowning in guilt, but I can't hug my child for fear that I will get sick. If I had known things would be like this, I would have. Dion Hart's father did not give up. He continued to beg the doorman to let him see the king. Please let us see the king. I will tell him myself, so please let us see the king. Dion's face, no matter how much he begged, what he received was only a refusal from the doorman. The king was not in the palace. Dion Hart's mother got angry and asked the doorman, please, why isn't he here every time we come? It's unreasonable. The doorman gave them a solution, so leave a message for him, and right at that moment Illuster Starb passed by. He secretly looked at the couple next to him. On his lips was an extremely satisfied smile. Illuster Starb got into the car. He gave his subordinates a set of documents and ordered them to burn this one too. A burning piece of paper suddenly fell out to reveal its contents. This was a request for correction. Earl Hart's family, Cruel Hart's conscripted soldier. Illuster Starb were not afraid but frankly admitted, that's right, I destroyed and hid all those documents, so you didn't know that Dion Hart's enlistment was a mistake. At least at first, the king bowed his head in silence at the newly revealed truths. He continued, but when you found out the truth after the war, you still stood by and watched Dion Hart kill his own family. If he knew the truth, I wonder how he would react. In the end, the king was angered by the words of Duke Illuster Starb. Duke Illuster Starb, do you want to die? Illuster Starb gave an extremely arrogant smile. Didn't I tell you, you can't kill me, your majesty. If you kill me without any reason, my honor will still be there, and his reputation spread even further, his reputation as a tyrant. The king coldly asked him back, do you think I'm afraid of those gossips? Illuster Starb replied, oh of course not, but the power of the royal family and its heirs will decline rapidly. Both the princess and the king will be in trouble because of them. The king was completely silent. Illuster Starb continued, I'm sure that's not what you wanted. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and what's more, you always pretended you didn't know anything. Illuster Starb told the king that he was his accomplice, so aren't you my accomplice? The king seems to have made up his mind to kill Illuster Starb. He said coldly, if I leave you behind, you will automatically shut up. Faced with that threat, he was not only not afraid but also provoked. Okay, why don't you try showing your hand? I really hope to have you personally end my life. Having finished speaking, Illuster Starb walked out of the tent. On his lips was a smug smile. The king is alive because he cannot die. That's right, that look, I cannot let him die without completing his goal. Inside the altar, the king still sat quietly in his original position. He crossed his arms over his chest, thinking deeply about something. Illuster Starb. But now, on the king's face is the determination to kill Illuster Starb. I will not rest until I give you the most terrible death. As for Duke Illuster Starb, next to him is a horse. He confidently affirms that he will not die until he kills me. Illuster Starb narrowed his eyes slightly. That's why I came to see the king. And let Shailen manipulate the revolutionaries. On the hand of the knight in front of him is the badge of the Revolutionary Army. Illuster Starb confidently affirms, everything is in my plan. At this time the king was riding his horse quickly through the forest path. The branch in the forest that the king had just passed suddenly vibrated, as if a shadow of a person had just stood on it. The king's horse continued to accelerate. Behind him appeared two people chasing him. The king glanced at the two people chasing him. Suddenly, he stopped his horse. The king sat still on his horse, seemingly waiting for something. He gave a very sarcastic smile. I went out to get some fresh air, but there were still annoying cockroaches following me. The group of followers had finally caught up, all of them holding weapons in their hands. The special thing is that they still wear Revolutionary Army lottos on their hands. Even though the king was alone, he still ran away without fear. He coldly asked the newcomers, did you come to see me? Elsewhere, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Daniel pushed open the door and entered the house, calling loudly for his mother. An old woman, but seemingly very gentle, was sitting on a chair knitting. Seeing that her son had returned, she immediately became happy. "Daniel, welcome home. I heard you will be happy. Go home after completing the mission." She gently held her face and worriedly asked about her son. It seemed like he was injured. Daniel sat down. He explained to his mother, "When I went to Ilion I encountered a group of ghosts. I had a slight injury, but there was nothing to worry about. For a world where everyone is equal, one has no rank in society." Daniel grabbed his mother's hand and comforted her. "I'm not kidding," his mother said gently. "I won't say anything about what you do or where you go, because I believe in you." She then placed the scarf she was knitting on her son's body. Her words made Daniel extremely touched and shocked. He called out, "Mom." A person who gathered everyone with the goal of killing the king. Daniel happily touched the new scarf on his neck. He sat next to his mother, listening to her advice. "But be careful," and it was that person who said that we should overthrow the throne and create a world that is fair to everyone. "This is all I have for my mother. My mother was a noble woman who ran away with a commoner. Even if she had a simple married life, even if dad died at the hands of a disgusting noble, even when she became weak due to excessive stress," Deal shouted loudly when he saw his mother fall down from illness. "Mother. My mother always talks about her dreams." As she sat in her hospital bed, she patted Daniel's head and told him about her dream, a world without kings or nobles, a world without social hierarchy, where everyone could be the boss of nations and their workers. Such a world will one day come. And I also collected all those memories, one by one. Daniel's mother gently hugged him. "I hope my son will one day be able to see such a world. I swear I saw my mother getting weaker day by day. That I will make the world of my mother's dreams come true." Daniel rested his head on his mother's lap. He hated himself so much. "But mother, I am a sinner. I fought for the revolution, but because of my orders, many people had to confess, and we're about to begin a battle that will threaten everyone's lives." His mother rubbed her head and asked, "Do you want to stop fighting?" Daniel raised his face. He was determined to say, "No, for the sake of my fallen comrades, and for your sake, I will complete my goal, so please wait for me, mother." She smiled and comforted Daniel. "Of course, like I said just now, I trust you, but you must return safely." She touches the necklace on her neck. "If anything happens to her child, I will drink this poison to follow you." Daniel was extremely shocked by his mother's threats. He was afraid to stop his mother. She couldn't say that. At this moment, a knight of the Revolutionary Army pushed through the door to report, "Captain, there is an emergency situation. Aiden has brought the army to depose the king." Daniel's expression immediately changed. He shouted incredulously, "What, the king?" The scene has now moved to the king's place. A revolutionary army was surrounding him in the middle, but the king was not afraid. He coldly asked them, "Did you come to find me?" He noticed something and smiled, "But it seems you guys aren't the only ones who came looking for me." The revolutionaries heard him say that and immediately became worried. What? It seemed that behind them, there were ghosts also coming to find the king. He leisurely stepped down from his horse. The king touched his horse. He asked the people surrounding him, "Do you know how I came to the throne? It seems you don't know about one of the key leaders in the 8-Year War." The king touched his side, then pulled out a knife. "Who led the battle to victory?" The leader of the Revolutionary Army opened his eyes wide. He could hardly believe the scene before him. Blood started to flow. A knife cut across the back of his hand, causing blood to continuously flow down. He was so frightened by the scene before him that he had to curse out loud. "Damn!" The king used a knife to stab himself in the hand. Fresh blood continuously flowed to the ground, forming a small puddle of blood, but he still no change in color. The king continued, "Don't worry, I'm just chasing away the spirits that bother me. Indeed, those souls have disappeared and there is no one left." The king waved his hand to let the wrist armor fall down to cover the wound on his hand. He smiled, "It's better." The king threw the knife just now on the ground. "Now let me continue. Do you know about the nameless hero who possesses the remnants of a hero? The reason why I don't need guards, to protect me." The man leading the Revolutionary Army was frightened by the king's words. He shouted, "What are you talking about? There is no point in listening to this bastard anymore." He shouted and attacked, but before he could finish his sentence, a sword slash cut across his neck. The king only needed to use one move to kill the man in front of him. The enemy's blood continuously sprayed out. The king coldly asked the revolutionaries, "Have you heard the saying, 'Be careful not to be forgotten'?" Next, there was a scream, "Ah!" A girl with a sword rushed forward. She clenched her teeth, screaming, "Die, king!" The king used his sword to block this attack. He continued, "That's because stupid people don't know they will repeat their mistakes over and over again." That girl could easily be killed, if you remember me when I was accused of treason. One by one, the king used a sword to kill everyone, if you remember me during the 8-year battle. The king continues to charge forward, or at least if you investigate what I did during the 8-year battle. The knight in front jumped up, holding his sword and preparing to slash at the king. But before I could even strike this sword, I was killed. Would you dare to aim at me so incompetently? Overwhelming power, the knight's eyes widened, blood continuously spurted from his mouth. The way he swung the long sword with one hand so easily, his swordsmanship is wild and brutal, just like his spirit. In the king's eyes, there was only murderous intent left. A knight took advantage of his cape when he wasn't paying attention. He smiled smugly and caught you. He sarcastically said, "Why would anyone fight with this uncomfortable cloak?" Before he could finish his sentence, his face changed. The king used his strength to pull him back and then used his sword to pierce his chest. The great power he possesses is enough to cut down a mountain or even heaven and hell, the king arrogantly said. "How can you look down on someone like me?" At this time, there was only one knight left alive. He watched his comrades being killed one after another and began to fear. He stared at the king, his whole body trembling and wanting to run away. He looked at the man in the middle of a pile of bodies. I remembered. Talent that is hidden by the title of king and tyrant. The king slowly approached him, making him so scared that he fell to the ground. The king said, "This bastard, that bastard, you all must think I'm a joke." The closer the king got, the more violently his body trembled. "Are you the last one? I recognize your uniform and that badge." The king smiled, "But if I remember correctly, your leader is not this stupid type. Is this an arbitrary action?" The king's face showed murderous intent. He raised his sword high. "If that's true, then I don't need to worry about the revolutionaries anymore." The knight recognized the name that stood above the rest. His eyes opened wide, his pupils reflected the image of the approaching king's sword, the owner of the heroic remnant, Eduardo de Serre. The king approached his horse. In front of him were all the bodies of the revolutionaries he killed. He is bandaging the wound on his hand. Suddenly, the king looked in a certain direction. He became alert. The king looked at the bodies of the revolutionaries on the ground. He speculated, the duke must have been the one who sent them here to spy on him. He must have known that they were no big threat. This meant that he's using the revolutionaries to depose the king, and he doesn't want to die by their hands. The Revolutionary Army's goal is a world where everyone is equal. The Revolutionary Army's goal is a world where everyone is equal. Meanwhile, they have recruited new people in the capital city of Ilion. He is trying to control them by increasing their forces to confront him. The king gave a crazy smile. How dare he try to take advantage of me? Elsewhere, Daniel is listening to reports from his subordinates, and so we estimate that about 1/9 of the revolutionaries are dead. I believe we need to pause our plan due to lack of manpower. Then after hearing the report, Paul felt extremely unbelievable. 1 out of 9. Daniel angrily held his forehead. What was he thinking, trying to take down the king like that? He said to his subordinates, "Good information gathering. You can go now. We will eventually have to add more forces, but it seems we are back to the beginning." Daniel angrily crumpled the paper on the table. Aiden was a bit apprehensive about this action, but he was not the type to act rashly. He wondered, so why did he do such things? Paul asked Daniel, "Since the king has entered the battlefield, it will be harder for us to detect his whereabouts next. What do you think about Aiden finding out the king's whereabouts and then taking action?" Daniel was stunned by Paul's speculation. He began to speculate who had enough power to obtain such important information at a time like this. Think back to it before Aiden fell away. Someone saw him talking to Shylin. Duke and Shylin, did they plan for a confrontation between the revolutionaries and the emperor? The sun began to rise over the national park. The king rode back on horseback. The servants immediately came out to greet him. "Your Majesty, are you back already?" Suddenly a worried voice rang out, "Wait, there's blood. Dawn just broke, don't say you were ambushed." The king closed his eyes and calmly said, "If I die, then I guess that is my fate." Hearing the king say that, the butler immediately became angry. "Your Majesty, why do you say that?" The king walked past him. He smiled and said, "Just kidding. What kind of chancellor can't tell the difference between a joke and the truth?" When the king laughed at him, the chancellor bowed his head and frowned. "Blame, please don't joke about this kind of issue." Suddenly, he asked, "Chancellor, do you remember? One of my sisters started wanting to make this country rich. And one of my brothers wants to turn this capital into a country that no one will look down on, by creating an empire. Another brother also wants to unify the continent." When the king was young, he could only sit and watch them discuss. The children had so many things they wanted to do that they could spend all day just talking about this. But, at this moment, the king stood among countless bodies and blood. Because of what I had done, no one could realize their dream. We have a responsibility to fulfill their wishes. The king stood alone on the battlefield and looked very lonely. We cannot return to the path we have chosen. Thanks to that, I had to endure quite a lot. The king clenched his fists. He continued saying, there is no way I can imagine a carefree death while living such a busy life. The chancellor noticed the wound on the king's hand. He realized, the wound on his left hand doesn't seem to be healing. It's possible he creates a new wound every time. Although the wound on the king's hand was bandaged, it still has not recovered. Blood still flows out and soaks the bandage, /. The person who is said to be the center of the empire, the chancellor reminded him, it's great that you have such responsibility, but you need to keep yourself safe. The king continued to go inside. He suddenly remembered and said to the chancellor, well, let me remind you in advance, I don't think my body has value, so if I die. The king looked at him, he smiled, I hope you won't waste military resources on recovering a piece of meat. The chancellor's face immediately changed. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and shouted, Your Majesty. The king ignored him and continued to leave. Don't worry, I intend to shine to the fullest until the end, and thanks to someone, I don't want to die right now. The newly arrived devil has already gained a place as the commander of the 9th Army. At this moment, there are two people on the ring fighting each other. The red-haired man was the commander of the 9th Trover Army. He threw a punch and shouted an earthquake. He claims his strength is magic, but in reality he uses his body that has been trained to the extreme. With just one Trover move, he made his opponent fall back. The white-haired man thought in surprise, it was just a straight downward punch. He raised his hand, his sharp nails seemed to shine. Then the white-haired man immediately jumped up and continuously threw moves towards Trover. Trover shouted, Shield! At this time, the commander of the 3rd Corps Azald and the commander of the 1st Corps Jakar were standing outside watching. Even the commander of Devilania's 2nd Army is here. Trover shouted a great earthquake. Arut was sitting on one side very depressed. He thought tiredly, I don't know why he chanted incantations when he didn't even use magic. It's so confusing, then why do I have to be here? Arut was so bored, he kept wondering, how did this happen? As soon as I arrived at the Demon King's castle, Trovel asked for a match, but I tried to trick him by saying I was tired. Trovel was extremely excited and shouted to him, "Ah ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to that match, Mr. Arut. My aunt asked you to be the referee today, but when will you rest enough, then fight me?" That's right, he asked me to be the referee, turns out that's why. At this moment, his opponent was hugging a girl. Trovel angrily shouted, "Ignore me, guys, ignore him," screaming. The girl gently said to the man hugging her, "I read a human romance novel, and it said that the knight who is about to fight and win will get the heroine." The white-haired man replied gently, "Really?" The girl gently encouraged Dernovan to win for me. Elle agreed with her, of course. Trovel was maddened by the sweet atmosphere of the two of them. He shouted, "Damn it, let's start the match. Mr. Arut, please start the match, but I can't stand these scenes anymore." Arut touched his chin. Okay, he thought to himself, but what should I say at the beginning of the match in the demon world? Try your best, or fight with all your might, then don't get hurt. That sounds awkward, what kind of thing? Finally he thought, then since it's a demon world, Arut raised a finger and said, "Don't kill each other." He thought to himself, it must be okay to say that. As soon as he finished speaking, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Arut was a little suspicious. What is this mood? He started to doubt himself. What did I say wrong? Why did everyone react like that? I thought saying that would be appropriate for those stupid and brutal demons. Suddenly Myers spoke, "Mr. Arut." Arut looked at him. He wondered, who is this guy? This man was the commander of the 12th Corps. Myers. Arut silently criticized him in his heart. Well, I heard he was quite quiet, but his voice was so hard to hear. He really looked like a commander. Arut asked again, "What do you want to tell me?" Myers briefly replied, But he pushed this issue to someone else. Dahar will tell you for me." Dahar was suddenly pushed forward and was very surprised. He glanced at Myers. Myers was now sweating from anxiety. Dahar bowed and introduced himself to Arut. "Hello, my name is Dahar and I am the deputy commander of the 12th Army. Please allow me to convey your message." Arut looked at them questioningly. Dahar cleared his throat ahem, then he immediately became extremely excited. "First, when you said not to kill each other, you looked so cool, thinking about how you let the battle come to an end when one of them couldn't fight anymore or surrender. Of course he will not accept their surrender. Fighting to the last breath is what he desires." Arut was surprised by his words. He stammered, "Wait, when did I say that?" But Dahar still didn't care about him. He continued to flatter and flatter without any dignity. "No command has such a heart of stone, that is Mr. Arut." After speaking, Dahar stood up straight and returned with a serious look. He said, "It's over. Everyone here except Arut, after listening to Dahar, had to admire him and give him a like." Arut turned pale. He was completely speechless due to the number of people making fun of him. Azul was also convinced by those eloquent words. He laughed extremely happily. "Thanks to Mr. Arut, everything will be more interesting, but I don't think the winner will be decided soon." Jakar also agrees. To him, it seems that way. On the battlefield, the war was still going on. Jakar continued, since Durnovan had received the offer to become the commander of the 9th Corps with Trovel, which meant they would be on the same level. Devilania told the news he found out. "I heard that the number of proposals to become commander this time was unusually high. At first it was Ed." Arut looked at the smiling deputy commander next to him. He thought to himself, "Ed, she mentioned my deputy commander even though his strength has not been confirmed yet." Devilania continued, followed by Durnovan. Under the ring, Durnovan threw a move at Trovel. Trovel raised his hand to block. Devinalia's voice rang out again, and the third person proposed for this position was Trovel. Trovel unleashed a move and shouted, "Blind." Azuld said, "I was wondering why he refused the proposal, but when I met him today, everything became clear." Durnovan's deputy commander suddenly spoke up, "Because he couldn't stand me due to his love." Him. Azuld was startled by this sudden voice. "Oh my god, he scared me to death." Arut looked at the girl next to him. His eyes widened in surprise. "When did she get here?" Durnovan's deputy commander touched his stomach and suddenly spoke, "Mr. Arut, they said you can create a baby with a certain probability when two people love each other. Is that right?" Arut was confused. "She mentioned, are you pregnant?" He finally understood. "Well, I guess she wanted children, but I thought demons couldn't have children." The deputy commander was in the shadow of love. She seemed extremely happy. "I heard such children are called blessings." Arut was extremely surprised by what she just said. Under the ring, Trovel was carrying a large rock, preparing to smash it on Durnovan's body. He shouted loudly, "On meteorite." Durnovan calmly looked at the incoming rock. He was not afraid but calmly faced it. Above, his lover is telling Arut, "I also want a blessing with Durnovan." Arut wondered, "A blessing?" The girl next to her looked at Arut's clenched hand. She worriedly called out, "Mr. Arut. If a child is considered a blessing." He remembered the family photo covered in blood. "Then me." Arut remained silent and did not speak. The fight between two young men below the stands is taking place extremely fiercely. Everyone is rushing into the dispute and no one can stand the other. At this moment, Dion Hart's face began to darken. He sat with his arms crossed over his chest, his face cold and without saying a word. His teammates next to him were extremely confused by this expression of Dion Hart. A young man with seeing that, his dreamy purple eyes forced his mouth to ask curiously, "Mr. Arut, why do you look so unhappy?" As if knowing Dion Hart's mood, the sturdy man with blue hair next to him hurriedly he covered the mouth of this guy with purple eyes, then lowered his voice and shut his mouth. The pink-haired fairy next to him saw this and just sat with her hands clasped in front of her chest, shyly looking at Dion Hart's expression. It seemed like she was extremely worried about him. She thought about it. What's wrong with him? Isn't this interesting enough for him? Then what makes Arut interested? After a period of psychological struggle, deducing all sorts of scenarios, the girl idly started a conversation with Dion Hart. "Mr. Arut, did you know that Trover could initially use magic?" Her words broke her train of thought and then he turned his eyes to look at her. His eyes made her feel a bit embarrassed and thought to herself, "It seems like this isn't interesting at all." It seemed that Dion Hart found the topic she mentioned quite new. He turned around and wondered, so why doesn't he use it now? She was very surprised by this action of Dion Hart. She was happy, so much so that her eyes lit up, her cheeks turned a little pink, and then she immediately answered Dion Hart's question, because he had completely exhausted his mana. Below the arena, the two young men were still passionately fighting. It seemed like the battle was getting more and more fierce. The pink-haired fairy continued to argue, "The mana used in magic could not be recovered, and I'm sure he knows how to control it." Trover was arrogant and confident that he was the best in the world. He fought and laughed as if he knew for sure that he would win. The pink-haired fairy commented that, but his personality put him at risk. Fun came first, so he used all his mana and he didn't have much mana, idiot. The mysterious gate appeared. The dim purple light emanating from inside made people's hair even more creepy. Seeing this, Dion Hart spoke up to express his opinion, meaning the commander of the 9th Army. Couldn't she use magic again for the rest of her life? Hearing that, she quickly denied. No, there was still another method to use magic. she continued to explain, is the Demon King's power that our body possesses. In her mind, a series of images of the Demon King with potential power appeared in her mind. She argued rigorously that, because we are the children of the Demon King, so our bodies are also created by his power, he can consider it as the strongest pure mana. Then, she firmly affirmed, and you can take advantage of it. After the clear explanation from the pink-haired fairy, Dion Hart somewhat understood the mechanism of mana. He thought in his mind, that does this mean I will have to put my life on the line of an army with people like this? Seeing Trover and the young werewolf fighting passionately under the stands, Dion Hart shouted angrily in his thoughts, Trover used such a precious source of mana just for fun, what a joke, mental name. At this moment, Trover and the young male werewolf attacked at the same time. Both of them punched the other, causing it to change direction and hit the floor, creating a loud explosion. Trover was angry because the opponent was not hit by his attack. He cursed indignantly, hey, you are as slippery as a rotten fish, damn wolf. The young werewolf saw the other party attacking his honor like that, but there was no anger on his face. He just said in a low voice, will you stop? With your hasty, quick-wittedness and eagerness to win, eyes burning red like fire, rushing towards the opponent and then making a move while your mouth keeps letting out taunts, how do you think to block the fatal move? Having finished speaking, Trover unleashed a blinding earth-shaking attack straight towards the opponent, but the young man werewolf was not the type with the strength that erupted from him to be able to refute this attack. The two sides fought back and forth, creating a huge explosion. The young werewolf sneered, you're just combining all your moves. The flow of power on both sides was so great that it shook the entire arena. Dion Hart was thinking in his head, the wind and dust are so foggy. Suddenly a purple stone flew into the air from somewhere. Dion Hart had just taken his hand out of his eyes when he saw the stone flying towards him. Damn it, it was too late to dodge. Dion Hart was ready to accept being hit in the face by the stone, but suddenly someone appeared to block it, causing the large and sharp stone to shatter into hundreds of pieces. Dion Hart was shocked and stunned. He was terrified, exclaimed in surprise, Ed. Right at this moment, Ed hurriedly turned back to ask Dion Hart, are you okay? Dion Hart could not understand what happened before his eyes. He seriously reasoned, how did he smash the giant stone? That giant is like a fly or a mosquito. Dion Hart's mind was a mess. He put his head down and replied with difficulty, I'm fine, cough, immediately followed by a series of coughs coming from his throat. Ed saw this and quickly shouted, Mr. Arut. Dion Hart replied wryly, this broken body is acting up again. At this moment, Dion Hart observed below the stands. He thought to himself, did they stop because of me? Look at their expressions. Trover was now pale-faced, holding his head in regret and stammering, I didn't expect if that thing could fly to him. Mr. Arut would kill me. The young werewolf also spoke up, you are truly courageous to dare to attack the commander of the Zeroth Corps. Trover quickly put out the fire. That was just a mistake. At this time, Ed quickly knelt down in front of Dion Hart. He said softly, please excuse me, Mr. Arut. Dion Hart was quite confused by Ed's action. He stammered and said, Ed. The atmosphere at this time was extremely gloomy and dark. Ed continued to say, I didn't expect the atmosphere here to be so bad, for you. It's all dust, and I didn't expect there to be someone so stupid here, dare to attack you, Mr. Arut. Dion Hart was still in a state of extreme confusion. He hesitantly expressed, what's wrong with you guys? The young male werewolf's mind was blank and he couldn't think of anything, just stared at Dion Hart, and Trover was now afraid of peeing his pants. He glanced at it in thought, leaving Mrs. Ed angry. However, Dion Hart quickly resolved this awkward situation. He stood up, patted Ed on the shoulder and calmly said, Ed, I'm fine so don't get involved. After that, Dion Hart turned around and left saying, I think I should go rest now. You can call this a draw and continue another day. Dion Hart's actions made Ed he was so surprised that he couldn't believe his eyes. Dion Hart thought to himself, can't we live in peace? Why do you guys keep fighting each other like that? Dion Hart turned and left, leaving everyone with thousands of question marks in their minds. Everyone just stared blankly. As for the pink-haired fairy, she had another dark thought and she exclaimed, well what he meant was don't get involved. If he wanted revenge then he would do it himself so coolly. His teammates nearby also didn't hesitate, spoke up. He called this a draw. It seemed like he wanted to watch this fight until one person died. Right at this moment, from outside the door, Drive, Ben hurriedly ran in and quickly asked, Mr. Arut, I saw your necklace reacting. Dion Hart and Ed walked side by side but no one was there, said a word to anyone. Only Dion Hart thought, indeed he is here. At this time Ed was also thinking, he is even more cruel than any demon we have ever seen. Returning to the room, the leader of Army Zero smiled happily and said, Arut, I think it's best for you to visit the Empire. Sorry for calling you suddenly. Dion Hart's face was not very excited. He thought, he gave me orders as soon as he met. No wonder. Right after that train of thought, Dion Hart returned to reality and said with a disgusted look, "What's going on, Star?" The leader of the 0th Army Corps was extremely excited. Pointing at the map, he couldn't hide his joy and said, "If you look at the map, it seems that the name of the empire is indeed no exaggeration." Dion Hart stared at the map and exclaimed in surprise, "Have we already conquered half the continent?" The leader of the 0th Corps pointed to the map. He softly mentioned the problem. "The kingdom we are currently aiming for is Esperanza. Based on its size, this is the smallest kingdom on the map. Damn, it's only a matter of time before the empire destroys the city gate." Dion Hart listened attentively and thought, Esperanza, the name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? I'll last time remember. Thinking about it, Dion Hart recalled old memories. Now he raised his voice and asked, "Hey, remember, who are you really?" Remember did not hesitate to answer, "Hero Dion Hart's butler," as if he couldn't find out exactly. "What I want to know," Dion Hart immediately asked back. "That's not what I want to ask. I mean, what did you do before coming here according to royal orders?" Remember this time, absent-mindedly thinking about his question while he whispered, he was too suspicious and strong to be considered a regular butler. At this moment Remember suddenly spoke up, breaking the flow. Dion Hart's feelings, "I'm from Esperanza, is that what you want to know?" Dion Hart was stunned by Remember's answer. He was sweating profusely and stammered, Esperanza, where is that? I want to know your true intentions, not where you came from." After saying that, Dion Hart fell into deep contemplation. In the end, I only heard the story about his hometown and did not find out anything about his identity. Recalling the story at that time, Dion Hart thought to himself, is the Empire fighting against Remember's hometown? The leader of the 0th Army insisted firmly, the Empire will not stop with conquering the human world but also targeting the demon world. So we have no reason to continue to ignore them and let them do whatever they want. Dion Hart heard the leader say that. His face changed color and he replied, "What?" The leader's face then changed to look extremely evil. His black eyes darkened, proving his power and authority. He eloquently declared, "I will begin preparing for this game." Gliding his fingers filled with hidden weapons across the world map, the leader of the 0th Corps commented that we will turn our cards to the Empire. The more enthusiastic he spoke, the more powerful the leader became, making Dion Hart sitting next to him shiver. The leader firmly affirmed and changed the name of this game from territorial dispute between humans to a bet between the survival of demons and humanity. Dion Hart's face was now purple. He worriedly thought, the real war is about to break out, then I will. Before he could finish thinking, the commanding leader interrupted by saying, "You should go now, it's dawn in the human world, so you'll get there in the morning." Dion Hart didn't have time to regain his composure. He said hesitantly, "That is." As if realizing what Dion Hart was wondering, the army commander held a watch in his hand and explained, "Oh this, thank you, it's really useful because in the demon world it's hard to determine the time, very." Right after that, Dion Hart also complied with the orders given by the leader. He respectfully said, "Then I'm leaving," but in his mind he was still thinking. He still kept it and felt guilty because of many things. What I did in this demon world, I just randomly gave him an item I had in my bag because he kept bothering me since returning to the demon world and I didn't think he still used that watch. Thinking back to that time. Dion Hart shuddered remembering the leader's words, "I heard you gave Ryanel cookies as a gift and what about me huh?" While leisurely walking out the door, the commander of the 0th Corps suddenly announced, causing Dion Hart to pause, "Arut, you don't have to bring any gifts home this time." But suddenly the leader turned and said, "But if you can, you only need to bring one thing back to me." That sentence made the hair on the back of Dion Hart's neck stand up. He just stared at the leader. The commanding leader at this time looked extremely cool, crossed his arms over his chest and announced, something like information. On a full moon night at a massive castle in the demon world, the gloomy light in the sky makes people feel even more creepy. The leader of the Corps Command sat down on a chair drinking wine and said with a gloomy face, "I don't want to send him away but that would be against the rules." The stream of thoughts stretched endlessly in the leader's head, because this was a war and also a game between us and the Empire to decide who would win the reward. Dion Hart. Putting the glass of wine on the table, the commander consoled himself for his wise but possibly foolish decision. The only rule was, if we keep him or take his life, we will be considered cowardly and a failure. We should follow the rules because we really don't want such an interesting game to end too quickly. The leader remained silent and fell into thought. We should be careful when using Dion Hart. At the same time Dion Hart went out to the lobby. He told Ed, "Now I have to go on a mission." Ed also quickly responded, "Again, yes sir, I will go prepare my luggage." The leader's thoughts returned. He was very useful but also a very dangerous card. It must be said that in order to make this decision, the commander-in-chief must have been tormented a lot in his heart. But then his eyes showed that he had complete faith in this battle. He smiled devilishly and said, "It will be very tiring soon." At this time in his room, Dion Hart was being prepared by Ed to prepare his belongings to go to war. Meanwhile, Dion Hart thought endlessly, if he was sure to get caught up in a war, would he have to stuff a handkerchief in his mouth and fight those bastards again? Right at this moment, memory suddenly rushed back. A handkerchief was held out by someone. That person's voice rang out, "Are you sick?" Right after that person walked up to Dion Hart and said in a low voice, "I didn't think you were injured but you were vomiting blood. Are you a soldier of the Empire?" Dion Hart was extremely pathetic at this time. His mouth was king. She was bleeding but he still tried to threaten her. "Go away and I'll kill you." The benevolent young man gradually appeared but his face was not clearly visible. He handed the towel to Dion Hart and gently advised, "On the battlefield, people say that people who look weak will often become targets. First of all, for ordinary soldiers, swallowing your own blood or stuffing this towel in your mouth is best for you to hide the fact that you are sick." Recalling this memory, Dion Hart's mind hurt like hell. He held his head in discomfort and said, "Ugh." Ed next to him saw that Dion Hart was not looking well, so he quickly asked, "Mr. Arut, are you okay? There's really nothing good about going to the training ground." Dion Hart quickly responded to calm Ed's spirit. It was nothing, but his heart was now filled with thoughts. Who is that child? I no longer have to hide his condition because everyone knows. I knew it already, but this time it's really useful. Ed sounded worried and asked, "Are you sure it's okay? Why don't you try to check again to be sure?" Dion Hart replied honestly, "I'm fine, just a little nervous is all." Then Dion Hart went out alone to fight, he said, "So we'll be back soon." In the dark of night, Dion Hart set out to fight alone on his horse. The surrounding space was still in the quiet night, only he and the horse crunching making noises. While walking, Dion Hart suddenly thought. A young boy about 7 or 8 years old with silver hair appeared. Someone's voice rang out, "Gweg, remember to take care of Mr. Arut instead." Dion Hart continues his journey. The sun gradually rises, the light shines all over the road, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. The massive villa also appears magnificent before the dawn of a new day. Remember then respectfully poured water for Dion Hart. He happily welcomed him and congratulated him on his safe return. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, Dion Hart looked at him and said, "Remember, you took good care of the mansion while I was away." Remember slowly replied, "I simply completed my duty but..." Speaking of this, Remember hesitantly glanced at Dion Hart's pile of luggage and gently scolded him, "Why didn't you let the servant put that briefcase away?" The cup of tea in Dion Hart's hand splashed everywhere. Perhaps he was startled by Remember's sudden question. He quickly tried to put out the fire. "Ah, this thing contains something extremely important that we can't just hand over someone else." Remember suddenly understood and replied respectfully, "That's it." Dion Hart thought to himself after this incident, "How could I put this briefcase in someone else's hands?" While deep in thought, Dion Hart suddenly stood up and cursed. "And what is that stupid plant doing here?" The flower pot in his bag kept making strange sounds. Dion Hart then exploded in anger and shouted, "What the hell?" Dion Hart was shocked and confused and thought to himself, "Since when was it in the bag? No one is allowed to see this plant. I need to quickly find the fish." The sound of the plant pot continued to sound. Dion Hart quickly pretended I was coughing and drinking a cup of tea as if to drown out the strange noise coming from that briefcase. Remember, he saw Dion Hart's strange expression and quickly asked, "Master, are you okay? Just drink your tea slowly. Let me pour you another cup of tea." Dion Hart replied frantically, "Thank you," and with the other hand, I squeezed my briefcase while silently praying, "Please stay still." Seeing that the situation was about to fall into a critical situation, Dion Hart thought to himself, he had to avoid it. Right now, he held a cup of tea and pretended to praise. "Today's cup of tea smells really good." Remember thought it was true and said politely, "That's good. As you noticed, I brewed it from the Deusa leaves you brought back last time." The more he talked, the more enthusiastic he became. Remember excitedly said, "Come to think of it, Mr. Dan also brought back a lot of Deusa cards from the previous time." He said that his merchant guild had also started exchanging cards. This leaf. Dion Hart was surprised by what Remember mentioned. He exclaimed in shock, "Danon set up a business association." Then he fell into a state of thought. Thinking back, it was true that he had borrowed money from him to do something in the demon world. Right at this moment, memory suddenly came rushing back. Dan hesitantly said, "I wanted to make money with my own hands," but at this moment Dion Hart turned around and left, leaving advice, "Try talking with Remember to see if he would lend him a little." Dan was stunned and stammered out, "Master." Remember quickly answered Dion Hart's question. He explained, Dan has named the Den Merchant Guild and it seems that his merchant guild has grown quite quickly. Does Dion Hart feel the same? I felt very comfortable so I offered to talk to Remember. Sit down and make a cup of tea with me. Remember awkwardly replied, is it okay, master? Dion Hart fell into deep contemplation. Den Chamber of Commerce waited for a moment, when the group was in Taihun right after successfully crossing the demon border. At this time, two men were chatting back and forth. The one wearing a white scarf crossed his arms and said, why are they so stubborn? The man wearing a yellow scarf scratched his head and replied, I heard they are from the Den Chamber of Commerce. They seem to have appeared recently. Dion Hart's mind explodes with emotion when he remembers it. Everyone is talking about it, including that stubborn guy, Dan, or something. Remember, sitting across from Dion Hart, warmly said, isn't he quite resourceful at first glance? Why don't you try stopping by the Merchant Guild if you have time? Hearing that, Dion Hart shyly replied, sure, if I have time. Although he answered yes on the outside, in his heart Dion Hart secretly thought, I think Remember has also started to pay attention to Dan, or maybe he is Dan's grandfather. Sipping a cup of tea in his hand, Dion Hart worried nervously. When would he have the opportunity? And the war between the demon world and the Empire was about to break out. Out of his endless thoughts, Dion Hart suddenly spoke up, by the way, are you okay, Remember? Immediately afterwards, Remember replied, if you want me to spend some time, I'm always willing. Dion Hart felt sorry for me. Looking tense, he immediately waved his hand to deny. No, I don't mean that there is about to be a war between your homeland and that empire. Gently placing the teacup on the table, Remember said in a low voice that he was referring to the war in Esperanza. The expression on Remember's face was extremely unpredictable, but he still respectfully replied, I haven't heard any news until now. Seeing this, Dion Hart panicked, raised his hand and stammered. Remember, in Dion Hart's head imagined thousands of painful scenarios. Surely, since his homeland fell into the sea of war, he must have been very worried. Before he could finish his sentence, Remember firmly affirmed, it's okay, I'm fine, sir. Dion Hart was stunned and awkward on the spot. He suddenly exclaimed, huh. Right after that, as if wanting to break this awkward atmosphere, Remember suddenly spoke up, I have summarized for you the war situation in Esperanza last time, master. Dion Hart quickly replied, well, let's see, it was like a small kingdom in the middle of the continent. Remember immediately explained, yes, mentioning it was referring to the fortresses surrounded by natural hills and mountains. It seemed like the continent of Esperanza appeared before his eyes, Remember vaguely commented, which meant that if war really broke out in Esperanza, failure was only obvious that the monarch could manage to mobilize the army quickly. Holding up a cup of tea and sipping his lips, Remember eloquently declared, Esperanza has never been an easy target to conquer. Dion Hart fell into a state of quiet contemplation. God only knows what happened there, and what country Esperanza was. I should investigate a bit. The train of thought was immediately interrupted by the noise coming from the giant purple stone located right on Dion Hart's desk. The atmosphere once again fell into a state of silence and stillness. Running all the way to the desk, Dion Hart thought in panic, that was the communication cable the king had given him. Hastily holding the potion in his hand, Dion Hart frantically said, glory to the Empire. Suddenly, the leader's voice rang out from the crystal, forget about those greetings, I just want to hear your report when you return, can I hear it now? The Legion commander on the other side replied through the crystal. It turned out that this was it and the Demon King had finally taken action. The leader of the army commanded in a low voice of encouragement and comfort, I wanted everyone to unite when confronting the demon world, so we postponed the conquest. At this moment, the tables have just been turned. The commander-in-chief fell into deep contemplation. Psychologically speaking, confronting the Demon King head-on is no different from committing suicide. I have absolutely no intention of withdrawing from this war. The leader's voice kept echoing. Were there any other reports? Dion Hart immediately asked, does your majesty need any news beyond the war and the demons? The leader of the corps command did not hesitate to respond, just tell me, I'm sure you will never pay attention to the random thoughts in your head. After saying this, the leader confidently thought, you will never reveal your cards unless you ask. Dion Hart still held the pill in his hand and listened attentively to the leader's instructions. What's going on? The monsters often discovered the gate. Dion Hart quickly answered, a portal leading to the demon world had just been discovered in Taiwan. The leader of the corps command was extremely satisfied with Dion Hart's attitude. He confidently thought for a moment, I'm sure you will tell me everything. Then the leader put his hand on one cheek and praised, National Taiwan, South, that is very useful information, thank you for your cooperation. Dion Hart continued to report, then, but before he could finish his sentence, the commander added, guessing that I will see you again at the hunting contest next week. Dion Hart was extremely stunned as if he did not believe it. The words in front of his eyes blurted out, Your Majesty. Dion Hart suddenly wondered why you held a hunting contest at this time. As if he couldn't believe his hearing ability, Dion Hart picked up the tablet and held it close to his ear to hear clearly what the leader said. I'm sure you've received the invitation to attend, don't forget your costume, but I enclosed the letter as a gift. Hearing the leader say this, Dion Hart was shocked to realize, what is an invitation, a gift? Glancing at the gift box placed neatly on the table, Dion Hart was stunned. In the dark study room, a handsome young man was still attentively reading a report. It seemed like things didn't go as expected. He crushed the manuscript and exhaled, wondering why there wasn't any response when I was sure he had received the report. Dion's report has returned from his mission. It turned out that the handsome young man was Cruel Heart. Because he was so frustrated, he walked to the door and pulled the curtain to look outside, his mind filled with arguments. If it was the Duke, he would send a revolutionary army or a council assassin right after that. While deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, greeting Mr. Cruel. That voice seemed to wake Cruel Heart up from his thoughts. He suddenly glanced through the door mirror. Duke Il Luster Starb entered. Cruel Heart respectfully replied, Hello, Duke. Il Luster Starb went straight to the point. You must have heard about Dion Hart's return. After that, Duke Illuster Starb continued to confide, I have something to ask someone to do, Mr. Cruel. Cruel Heart glanced at the Duke. Illuster Starb explained, the time was right. Immediately following is the conversation between Cruel Heart and Duke Illuster Starb. The time jumps to a week later at the hunting convention. A week later the day of the hunting convention was held. Walking gently, Dion Hart confided in a low voice, remember, the place you want me to stop before going to the hunting convention is Dan's Chamber of Commerce. Dion Hart wore a bright red outfit that stood out in the crowd. The whispers kept echoing in his ears, making him cringe, his purple face turning red. Dion Hart did not happily complained. Was this outfit too prominent to walk around in this place? Remember next to him smiled casually and leaned close to Dion Hart's ear, but there was no other way but to wear this outfit to the hunting convention. It seemed like he wanted to wear something else, but in the end, this was it. It's the outfit that the king himself specially sent it to you as a gift. It looks quite suitable for you, master. Remember found Dion Hart's appearance very new and made him want to tease him, and he was not happy at all. His face was gray and squishy like a pumpkin. Dion Hart thought angrily, don't tease me like that, old man. The two of them walked leisurely down the bustling alley. Remember reminded in a low voice, besides, Dan would be very happy if he knew you would come by, master. Dion Hart and Remember walked into the Den Merchant Guild together in surprise. The bustling scene of the Merchant Guild made the two people overwhelmed by the atmosphere here. Inside the Merchant Guild, two people sitting at the table at the entrance were arguing. The woman with red-orange hair spoke up aggressively. Are you kidding me? I graduated from a prestigious academy. What the hell? How could you think I couldn't distinguish my own herbs? The man with the headband also tried his best to prove that our Merchant Guild always exchanges the most special herbs. Dion Hart marveled at the magnificence of this Den Merchant Guild. He thought to himself, wow, it looks so bustling, it's even bigger than I thought. Immediately after that, Dion Hart immediately started to get to the key issue. He thought, now how to find Dan. At the same time a voice spoke in the distance, Sir. A young male worker walking alongside Dan reported, I just received a report that there was an incident on the Juten Bridge. How should we handle all the goods from Lewis? Without giving away the names of people, having finished his sentence, Danon decisively gave instructions, still on the Bergen Bridge informing them of the change of direction. That conversation quickly attracted Dion Hart's attention. He looked around and then as if I opened my stomach and saw you. Dan continued to issue orders, and recently we heard rumors of bandits running rampant, making sure not to be negligent and absolutely not letting them go. Seeing his fierce response to every situation, Dion Hart secretly admired, so he really looked like a Merchant Guild owner with that way of working. Suddenly, Dan changed his gaze. Seemingly overjoyed, Dan threw away the documents in his hand to list the employee's name and hurriedly ran over to say, Boss, did you come here to see me? Dion Hart also frankly admitted, well, that's true, but in his mind he was absent-mindedly thinking, is it so fun to meet me or why is he so excited? Dion Hart said idly, well, your Merchant Guild seems to be doing quite well. Dan didn't hesitate to reply happily, it's all thanks to the Master's grace, thank you very much, since I've been serving you. For the Hart family all my problems were almost solved, Dan happily told me, I often talk to bad people. Dion Hart shouted angrily, you even dare to use my name. Dan asked curiously, looking at your outfit to see where you were going. Dion Hart shyly replied, well, I'm on my way to the hunting convention, so I stopped by. Dan quickly took the opportunity to confide, if it's a hunting convention, I heard that you can also bring a partner with you. Dion Hart coldly asked, so what? Dan earnestly begged, please let me go with you. Dion Hart still maintained his cold and serious attitude and refused, no. Concerns arose in Dan's heart, he silently exclaimed and answered decisively. Then Dan continued to express, why, I can use my swordsmanship to escort you, that's quite useful, there's no way I could get in your way. Dion Hart was confused by this situation, he just stood there silently without saying a word, thinking to himself, the problem is not that. Holding tightly the school bag containing the strange potted plant in his hand, Dion Hart thought painfully, if I take you with me, how can I destroy the stupid plant in this bag? Dion Hart tried every method to destroy that flower pot but could not destroy it. He was disappointed and thought, I have tried many methods at home. The first time I tried, I used a knife but nothing happened. The second time he tried using flower pot fire there was no reaction. The third try let it fall freely but the flower pot was still intact. The fourth try was to poison him, then the fifth try to release him, then the sixth, 70, or 8 times in a row, but no matter what he tried, it didn't work. Dion Hart pondered quietly, perhaps the hunting festival is the only chance I can do something with this tree, so it will be a big problem if someone comes along and sees the tree. Remember, and Dan was confused by his actions. Remember impatiently spoke, Master. He happily placed his hand on Dan and said, why don't you try to trust Dan this time? From what I've seen, it seems like he's forcing himself into a framework for you. Dion Hart held his head awkwardly, he whined, oh God, trust is not the issue here. Dion Hart said difficultly, I just want to be alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked at him with eyes of anticipation and pleading. Dion Hart thought confusedly, this old man's last wish, he will not be a burden to you. Dion Hart held his bag in front of his chest and cautiously turned his eyes towards Dan, and remember, he was so awkward that he couldn't say a word but calmly affirmed, this is enough, don't look at me with those eyes, no, okay. But no matter how strongly he protested, Dion Hart was still helpless and had to accept Dan to go with him. Remember happily announced that we were there, and Dan excitedly jumped out of the carriage, happily exclaimed, thank you very much for allowing me to accompany you. Only Dion Hart sat alone in the carriage, so heartbroken that he could not utter a word. Seeing that Dion Hart did not react, Remember eagerly called out, Master, you don't know that I am extremely miserable right now. Dion Hart is mentally troubled, not knowing how he will face the upcoming situation. He held his head and thought, damn, it's not okay, am I that weak? Dan curiously looked into the carriage to examine Dion Hart, and he was now wondering, how should I deal with that debt thing now, or should I just leave it there and it won't do anything, nothing, right? Dan stood frozen in place, taking in everything Dion Hart was showing. He didn't say a word, just glanced at him curiously. Dion Hart opened the door and got down from the carriage, thinking, maybe I should rethink this after the hunting contest. He sighed softly and placed his hand on Dan's to support him. Of course lust was a problem. His eyes became more intimidating, but this hunting contest itself was a nuisance. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. Remember looked at him in surprise. The others also widened their eyes in surprise. At this point he realized the problem, that he was holding out his hand to help Dan get out of the car. What the hell, what did I do? That's it. His eyes were filled with stunned confusion. As quickly as he could escape, he withdrew his hand. Dan didn't understand why he did that, so he asked, Master, what's the problem? I can't answer, but I really want to say, there are many problems. Leanne held her head and screamed. Dion Hart wanted to explain that it was not because I was effeminate, escorting a grown man out of a carriage. Her eyes became scary and full of anger, blatantly insulting that person. Perhaps he raised his hand because he knew that his body was weakened by the curse, although his subtlety was very good, praiseworthy, but ignorance is also a sin. Dan still stood there bewildered, not understanding anything. Dan not only made him a laughing stock but also mocked the honor of a hero. Dion Hart called out harshly, Dan. Everyone thought Dan was dead this time. Even if the owner was generous, he wouldn't be able to forgive him easily. I couldn't believe Dion Hart would smile and praise Dan. You're so quick. Dion Hart patted Dan's shoulder and said, I haven't been feeling well all day, thank you, but next time you don't need to do that. Then he turned and walked towards the competition. The people here immediately thanked him. He forgave him. He is truly our leader. Others also excitedly said, Great, unified. No, I mean the Duke, so great. A man stood there dumbfounded and said, even if he was angry, people wouldn't say anything, but he forgave him. The rumors must have been fake. Others immediately nodded in agreement, yes so. Everyone competes to praise Dune Hart, he is an honorable man. Lian seemed to blush and secretly praised in her heart, he, have you seen how he mercifully forgives his subordinates? She feels extremely proud, she is our owner. Dune Hart was startled for a moment, damn, I almost died. I no longer realized that it was strange because I was still used to the rules of the demon world. He turned around and breathed tiredly, no matter what I said to Dan, it would only turn into self-mockery. Let's just go, I'll remember this and teach him later. Dan walked behind him as if surrounded by darkness. Dune Hart came over to say hello, Miss Lian, long time no see. She also replied solemnly, Master, it's been a long journey, are you okay? Someone came and wanted to help him carry things? Commander, is the bag heavy, can I carry it for you? He immediately shouted enthusiastically, Gweg, I'm fine, don't touch it. You look like a child trying to keep his things, it's mine, don't touch it. Everyone is bewildered by your actions. He looked around and asked, oh, where are the others? It doesn't seem like there are many people here. Lian replied, no. Just as the Crown Prince came to speak, it was I who summoned you here. Dion Hart immediately bowed his head and bowed, Glorious Empire, God Dion Hart, please meet your highness. The Crown Prince put his hand on his shoulder, long time no see the Duke, you must have heard about us hunting, hell in a hunting contest, right? He replied, yes, I heard that the contest was aimed at exterminating the number of demons, I mean monsters are increasing rapidly. He was startled and frightened again, almost accidentally said devil. His eyes were sharp and clearly understood everything. Surely that was just a superficial reason, but the real reason was to emphasize the fact that this kingdom was free enough to hold a hunting contest, in the middle of a war. Damn politicians. The Crown Prince said, as you said, monsters are multiplying more and more, so to prevent accidents, I plan to eliminate all the monsters in the hunting range and keep a few for the hunting competition. And I want the Knights of the Demon Knight to help me do that. Dion Hart was bewildered when he heard those words. The Crown Prince also said, of course I won't force you, so if you refuse, I will let the Royal Knights take care of it. Dion Hart replied, it's not that I don't want to. The Crown Prince also said, I don't want to either, but some royal knights are missing. Dion Hart was bewildered. Why? He said despondently, of course there are also people who have to stay up all night to clean up their battlefields. The people standing behind were teasing, so embarrassing. Dion Hart was angry, those disgusting bastards. Suddenly Dion Hart knelt down and bowed his head, thanking him for his offer. I would gladly entrust my knights to you. Even though I don't know how he will deal with those monsters, I don't care. It turns out he has other plans. We plan to rest a bit before the hunting contest begins. He said, I'm not sure if it's enough to compensate for the mistakes they made, but feel free to give them orders. The Crown Prince heard something was wrong and immediately interrupted. Wait, what are you saying? Of course we have to let you lead them. You froze on the spot, Standing in front of a group of monsters, Royal Knights, keep your position, don't retreat. The Royal Knights have a proper hierarchy so they can control the situation themselves. But the only person who can control the crazy knights, those who are like wild horses, they are given orders, charge, kill every time they meet. Hey, you can't just charge without a plan. It's you and only you. One person comes forward and kills one, this one with horns is mine. Other people also rushed forward and killed another one, die. So obviously you will have to give them orders yourself, right? The knight was also terrified, fighting like a bandit. He secretly glanced at Dion Hart, probably their personality is similar to their leader. What is he looking at? Every time he glances at me I get goosebumps. Dion Hart wasn't surprised by his expression. It's not the first time I've been misunderstood. His eyes lit up and his smile was scary, because I will be home soon. I have already planned if this situation happens. They have mocked me countless times, starting the journey to get injured and go home. Then he burst out laughing kkk. The knight looked at him laughing and also burst out laughing, laughed along. Oh my god, look at the Duke's excitement haha, his eyes are big and round. Suddenly someone shouted, be careful master, a monster is coming to attack you. I'm not afraid but excited, great, come at me. But Lian moved to block him. Lady Lian, she shouted at the monster, how dare you? You, cannot, don't touch me with a finger. All were defeated by her right under her feet. Dion Hart complimented her, Lady Lian, you are very good at protecting me. She turned around and smiled shyly, it's nothing master. Dion Hart wanted to say in his heart, I didn't praise you. she said very excitedly. I guarantee you won't have to fight this time. I will do my best to protect you. Dion Hart felt uncomfortable again. This time I don't need your protection. He looked at the battle in front of him. No, it's almost over. At this rate we'll have to participate in the hunting contest. I don't want to. I just had an idea. Maybe I should fall off my horse and get hurt. It's true that I wanted to, but it wasn't like I suddenly fell down. Suddenly the bag broke. It fell to the ground with a thud. The horse kept shaking, making him stagger. What's wrong with you? Can you hear my heart? Suddenly Dan said, excuse me. Dan said, I accidentally touched the horse because my foot was stuck in mud. Are you hurt anywhere? You're sorry. With that expression, his face showed no signs of remorse. As soon as Dion Hart said, it's okay, just be careful next time, he ran away. He looked at his bag again. Even though there was something suspicious, I didn't want to say it, in case he was planning something. Why was the thing in here suddenly so quiet? Was it dead? I hope so. I just opened it. Gweg, damn, what a troublesome monster this flower is. He tried to put it back in his pocket. Go inside and don't come out again. Dan came again and called him, Master. He just replied, we will talk later. You look back, Dan. Dan asked, Master, why are you never angry? Dion Hart asked Dan, what did you say? Dan said, Sir, I made a lot of mistakes today, but you never got angry with me. His eyes were filled with caution. I followed Dion Hart, because he was a disaster. It turns out that he was trying to help Dion Hart get out of the car, and I've always expected Rage to fit that title. But he is so kind and considerate. So what if Dion Hart wasn't a disaster? Dune Hart has understood the problem. It seems he wants me to be angry. You. A group of monsters, the knights shouted. Many of them were rushing, focusing on. Dion Hart rode forward leaving Dan behind and he just said, we'll talk after this hunt. He was trying to head towards the monsters, his ticket home. Dan began to wonder, were you really the disaster, or was it me? Dune Hart rushed towards the monster. This time I will do everything to get injured, then go straight home. A monster has entered my sights. Okay, I'll take advantage of that guy. He also calculated very carefully, because it wasn't very big, so if he was lucky he wouldn't get seriously injured. But Liane quickly came to his defense. She shouted at the monster, how dare you? A knife slashed through blood flying into the sky. Dune Hart was angry. It was you again. He quickly turned his horse around to look for another person, turned the boat over, and looked for another person. Seeing another monster, my next ticket home. The knight shouted happily, I killed it. The other knight was angry with him. This bastard, I killed him first. Suddenly the two of them stared blankly at something. Dune Hart hung his head angrily next to his horse. The knights were surprised. Huh, Captain, what's wrong with you? Whoa, your expression is so scary. He gritted his teeth angrily, but these guys were so picky. He looked at other places. What about the other children? Every monster has been defeated by the knight, so where can we find the monsters left behind? One knight was angry and died, letting one go. Dune Hart's eyes immediately lit up, that is. He picked up the knife. He came like a wind, mine. A knight looked a little worried, his posture just now. Could it be? Another knight continued, hoping he didn't intend to use that skill. They held their heads and shouted, no, how could he use that skill on a stupid monster? Is there a need to take the matter so seriously? I'm rushing forward with strong hope, I will definitely go home. But his eyes widened in surprise again. The knights had advanced right behind him. Ah! They rushed towards him. Stop the captain. He was startled and shouted, what the hell? A blow fell right where he was standing. They hugged him tightly. Wha, Captain, are you hurt anywhere? He angrily shouted, this guy, what are you doing? It escaped. The knight shouted back at him, your actions are too dangerous. Captain, weren't you planning to unleash a powerful attack just now? Is that so? He was surprised. What is that skill? A skill that allows us to temporarily exceed our limits. Our own speed and strength, to make us the fastest and strongest person. In return, it causes a lot of damage to bones and muscles after battle. We are still alive thanks to our captain's sacrifices over and over again, but today there is not even a signal that he has taken action. The engineer still tried to say, please take care of your body, sir. He pushed him away again. Stay away from me. This guy, I'm going home. I'm extremely angry because I just want to get a minor injury. The knights were still screaming and hugging him. Do you think you are a hard-working bee or something? You really make me sad. I tried to struggle away. I was suffocating to death. These guys. Someone came to report, since the conquest is over, I think we can return to the arena. Doonhart was stunned. What, is it over? No way, bring out more monsters. He replied humbly, that, even if you want it like that, we still have to leave a few monsters for the competition. He was still confused. Was this much bloodshed not enough for him? Really scary. The knight said, Captain, I mean master, the official hunting contest will start soon. You just need to wait a little longer. That's right, later you can kill as much as you like. They all felt proud, lucky to have Earlhart on our side. Dan's eyes silently observed. He stood alone in the dark shade of a tree. Those eyes are extremely scary, Dan. The competition has begun. Doonhart lay dejectedly on the bed. Do I really have to participate in this hunting contest? He sighed and thought, when the competition starts, the Emperor will also come here. Hart received a reminder call, as I'm sure you've noticed since you received my invitation. Remember to wear the outfit I gave you. He initiated this hunting contest. I don't know if it was because he wanted to say something to me. I wonder if it has anything to do with the war. He turned away depressed. He hated it, and didn't even want to be a part of it. Especially since this war is against the demon world. Suddenly the flower next to him cried out, Gweg, Gweg, he called it, hey. He angrily sat up and shouted, I told you not to crawl out. Suddenly the knight came calling to him, Sir, can I come in? He stood there stunned. The image of Doonhart dancing around alone inside. He asked bewilderedly, What are you doing? He pretended to practice and said, I'm just warming up. Do you have something to say? The knight smiled happily. It seemed like the captain was very excited about the hunting contest. He was really happy. He asked him, Why did you come here? He replied, Can you bring another person in the hunting contest besides Dan? Hart asked in surprise, Why do you have to do that? He explained, I felt uneasy leaving you alone with that guy, just now, when he looked at you during the conquest. His eyes were, feeling extremely dissatisfied, or a surge of doubt, or a burning rage, something like that. Hart replied, Is that so? I understand. The knight smiled, So you understand. I call, Dame Leanne, take this person away. She grabbed his ear and pulled him away. He even tried to say, Yes sir, Captain, when did you come? Wait, I'm serious now. He tried to explain, It's because you haven't seen Dan's face just now. Sir, please choose one more person to be your assistant. Doonhart held his head in pain. I can't let too many people stay by my side because of this stupid tree, not even one more person. Leanne said, Sir, I don't know the details, but I agree that you should choose one more person to be your assistant. Hart was angry with her. Leanne, this traitor, the knight replied happily, Right, I knew you would agree, too. The two of them said in unison, I will accompany you. The eyes of the two of them glanced at each other again. Taking care of him is my responsibility. It's not fair. This time it's my turn. Last time you went with the captain. He turned around and said, I don't choose either of you. They exclaimed in surprise, What? The knight tried to beg, Captain, I swear there is something very suspicious about that guy. Hart turned away. I don't care. Whatever. This is my decision. The knight begged, Are you a child? How can you not say no but be so stubborn? Doonhart also has some doubts. Dan is doubting. It's true that even now, It was really strange for Dan to ask, Sir, why aren't you mad at me? He is indeed suspicious. But if it's just him, I can still handle it, right? The knight chased after him and begged him. He was really suspicious. Please let me follow him. But Hart insisted on chasing him away. Go away, he thought to himself. If it was only luck, I wouldn't have gone forward. It's far from here. Suddenly someone came in front of him and said, Is it the Honorable Count Doonhart? He mocked him. Why are a real earl and an honorary earl treated the same? This world is really ruined. The knight gritted his teeth angrily. What did you say? Leanne stopped him. Don't cause trouble. You'll get him into trouble. Doonhart is still standing in shock. Who the hell is this guy? I don't know who the guy with long curly hair is. Tudo appeared, defiant, crossed his arms over his chest and said, How dare they treat a real count and a real count with no realities with the same courtesy? So, this world has gone crazy. The people here asked each other, Who is that rude nobleman? Someone else replied, I'm not sure but he's so stupid, he doesn't know who he's insulting. Dion Hart, angry, with an angry look on his face, said, So who are you? The people here warned that stranger, How dare you anger the hero of this kingdom, also the sword of King Dion Hart. That rude guy was arrogant, put his hand on his chest, and replied leisurely, It's good to ask questions. I am the true head of the Hart family. The real Duke Hart. Everyone is surprised. Duke Hart. The man calling himself Duke Hart pointed at Dion and shouted, "I'm not an imposter like you." Everyone here stood and watched and talked excitedly. Some said, "The real Duke of Hart." There are also people who say, "I think they are dead." This side said, "I have never seen him before. Is he from a related lineage?" That's right, since there exists a sideline, this family is probably still around somewhere. The guy behind Dion couldn't stand it anymore and was angry. "How dare he insult you? Just let me deal with him. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense anymore. I heard that cruel love refused the offer to become an earl. Perhaps a descendant of some sort eventually became the chief." Dion stepped forward towards the self-proclaimed man. "His face looks really scary," I warn him. "Congratulations, I hope you try your best." He thought, "It won't be long before the Hart family disappears from history. I'm having a great time. See the ruins of your family." That self-proclaimed guy, angry but unable to do anything, left, holding hatred in his heart. "You wait there." Dion looked at him and could only smile and challenge, "Then see what happened. I'm sure the greedy people in the family just put an idiot in that position as a pawn." That rude guy had already left. Then there was a voice from somewhere, saying, "Although I believe it is better for the family to decline than for such a person to become the patriarch." That was the crown prince. He appeared with a proud face. Everyone was already there. He said to everyone, "Thank you for taking the time to participate in this event. We were all happy and there were no accidents. If you are ready, please begin." In this kingdom, there is a custom that admirers will give scarves to warriors preparing to go to the battlefield. Friends and relatives will give handkerchiefs. A girl gives a handkerchief to her lover, grave, and said, "Please accept this." The warrior promised the girl, "Lady, I will return victorious." Dion said to the guard, "It's not like I expected anything, but you don't intend to give me a handkerchief, do you?" The guard standing next to me did not foresee this situation. He stammered in explanation, "Yes, we are not the type of people who will remember these things. You want given? Then I'll get it for you right now." Dion felt shy, so he refused that guy. "Go away, I don't need him." Lion saw this scene and could only laugh. Suddenly she noticed a cute handkerchief exchange on the other side. The little girl ran over and gave the handkerchief to the boy. "Brother, I'm giving it to you. Don't get hurt." The other warrior was happy, patted her head, and said, "Ha ha, okay, thank you, kid." This scene reminds her of the past, when she also gave it to someone she admired, and that person promised, "Brother, come back safely." Now that she remembers, she only sadly complains, remembering the old days, 8 years before the war. "I also gave a scarf to my brother." Dion noticed her and asked, "Has your brother enlisted in the army, Miss Leanne?" Leanne replied to Dion, "My parents forbade me to join the army. The more skillful I use the sword, the better my health will be, so I am very worried about my sick brother on the battlefield. I cannot see him having to commit to the battlefield again, so I became a knight, because parents will not forbid it." Her face turned from sad to proud. Dion told her, "Truly, worthy of praise. I remember the old days, very similar to a fairy tale I once heard. Regardless of the ending, completely different. Those who sent warriors off to battle," the knight shouted, "Safe travels." Daniel was also worried about his warriors, and exclaimed, "Godspeed." Daniel advised, to make them have confidence, he told everyone to rest assured, everything has been carefully prepared. Gather this many weapons and assassins. Even Dion Hart can't defeat me. I remember the other day, the Duke told me, "Of course, I will arrange gunners and assassins in the hunting contest. Even if they fail, I believe you will complete your cruel mission." Cruel worriedly asked, "Do you know where Dion Hart will be?" The Duke said, "No, but I can guess. Dion Hart hates crowded places, so if we lure him with the monster's trail we can isolate him." The Duke continued, "Hasn't he lived long enough?" Cruel saw that the Duke understood Dion Hart very well. On the contrary, Dion Hart knew nothing about the Duke. So he didn't know it. "I will participate in a hunting contest." The rude guy just now followed Dion without realizing it. He asked, "Where are you going without riding a horse?" Dion replied, "Since it is difficult for horses to enter this area, why did you follow me?" That rude guy quickly denied, "Who would follow you?" Dion looked around and thought, "Because I've come to the abandoned land, just pretend to hunt a few monsters and escape from this forest." The rude guy looked at Dion and thought, why did he go into the open field? This loneliness is so suspicious. Dion didn't care about everything around him, just stared intently at this forest, and thought, there must be traces of monsters somewhere around here. Suddenly there was a scream, "Master!" The guy following the security guard quickly hugged Dion and ran away. Dion is passive. Looking back, he realizes, arrow. The follower asked worriedly, "Is this master okay?" Dion seemed okay, holding his head, wondering, what does this mean? Suddenly, as if seeing something, the two quickly separated. A series of arrows landed on the place where the two people had just been lying. Dion was angry, swearing, "Damn it." From somewhere in the forest came the commanding voice, "Are you not tired? Kill Dion Hart quickly." The rude guy was scared and hid in the bushes. The group of people took orders. One by one rushed in to attack Dion. He fought them, cursing under his breath, "Damn." Only then did he realize, I should have listened to Kletter when he told me to bring more guards with me. Why do we have to waste so much effort? Looking at the rude guy hiding in the bushes with his head in his hands, he could only lament, that sidekick bastard is useless. Looking at Dan, I thought, Dan had just learned swordsmanship. And I don't have the strength or talent to handle those bastards. Fighting them alone, unfortunately he was cornered. He angrily cursed under his breath, "Mom," he was cornered. In the sky, there is an order, quickly release the arrow. Suddenly, a series of arrows pointed at him. Dion was scared and cried out, "How can I avoid all those guys, damn." Suddenly, Dan cried out, "Master," then ran to Dion, hugged him down. A series of bombs where Dion had just stood exploded. Once safe, Dion clutched his mouth, blood flowing out. Dion said to the person hugging him, "Thank you, Dan." But then I looked up and it wasn't Dan. Suddenly, "You were the cruel heart." Dion was surprised, exclaimed, "You? Don't you think that's cruel heart?" Seeing that Dion recognized him, he was cruel and pulled his shirt to cover his face. But Dion stopped him and said, "Do you think if you put on this cloak you won't be able to recognize me? What are you planning, cruel heart, why are you here?" On the side of the assassins, giant plants appeared, fighting them. Dion looked that way, wondering, what the hell, is that a crazy tree? How did it become so huge? Is it destroying assassins? Dion was surprised, why is it so strong? After defeating those assassins, the crazy tree turned towards Dion and called him. Makes Dion feel scared, he thought in his mind, "Don't wave at me anymore." Fortunately, he handled the murder for me, but it felt like I was thrust into an even more dangerous situation. Behind Dion, suddenly there was a voice, I heard the alarm, "Hyuk." Turns out it was the blonde guy. He looked at the crazy tree. Its appearance also made this guy scared. He exclaimed, "What the hell is that? I've never seen a plant-like monster like that, so ever." The rude guy, who was hiding in the bushes, now spoke up, "Hey, that monster came out of Dion Hart's pocket, that bag in front of you." This guy is also scared. His expression is not normal. He saved Dion Hart from the assassins, so he must be the one controlling it. Everyone looked and wondered, it was a monster. Averil Dion Hart. In this situation it seems like that, is it true? Dion stood up and looked at that rude guy who was talking too much. What the hell is that talkative guy babbling about? Surely the rumors surrounding me have something to do with him being so stupid that he doesn't know what to fear. Looking at this guy, he now seems very angry, and a little scared. That guy, what the hell is he looking at? Dion looked around, realized, and it seemed Cruel had run away, one person after another. It's so annoying. Dion looked towards that crazy tree, but now the situation seems to be worse for me. I need to deal with this stupid demon tree first. Should I go down with him this time or not? Dion Hart's murderous aura stews. Easier said than done. If I could kill it, I would have done it a long time ago. Then suddenly, the tree rose up, wrapping itself tightly around Dion Hart. He was surprised by its action and asked loudly, "What are you doing?" That crazy tree fell on Dion Hart in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the blonde guy turned around and angrily told that rude guy, I clearly heard you say that they were on the same side." The rude guy didn't understand what was going on. He gasped, it couldn't be that they weren't acting. The guy in the yellow shirt was angry and shouted loudly, "Who would risk his life to act? Quickly go help the count." Dion was in a state of being pressed down, confused. This monster tree was waving at me just now. Why is it acting like that now? Cough, I can't breathe. Dion groaned, with all his might, "Stop." Then stood up again, punched the tree hard, and shouted, "Get away from me." The crazy tree fell back, and collapsed. The soldiers standing behind were surprised. He had already defeated it. Dan ran worriedly and called after him, "Master." The other soldiers praised him. That day he defeated a new species of monster. As expected of Earl Dion Hart, Dan was worried, ran over to help Dion up, and asked, "Are you okay? You're bleeding too much." Dion was surprised, thinking, I defeated it with just one blow. As for whether I'm okay, of course I'm okay. I'm coughing up blood because of my weak body, but actually I did not have any serious injuries. Thinking about it carefully, maybe the scene just now looked like I had been violently attacked, but before I was thrown to the ground, it used vines to protect its head. And when I swung the sword unconsciously, then it placed itself right in front of the sword to commit suicide. The other group of soldiers, approaching the tree, commented, "Ugh, when you get closer you can see how strange it is." Only then did Dion realize that he would be in trouble if they found out that they were both on the same side, and attacked me to prove to them that we are not colluding with each other. No matter how many times I wanted to kill it, it still tried to survive, but for my own good. Dan helped Dion to the resting place. He thought back to what he had just said. The rude guy said, "Hey, that monster came out of Dion Hart's pocket, so he must be the one controlling it." He thought strangely, I also saw that tree monster crawling out of its owner's pocket. Thinking back, that situation was still very suspicious. But with the monster attacking its owner and then committing suicide, everyone's doubts were erased. It was truly a perfect way to end it all. That rude guy tried to explain to the soldier, "I said they were just acting, but that monster belongs to Dion Hart, my heart, I'm the real count." Those soldiers crossed their arms and wanted to teach them a lesson. The blonde guy said, "Think carefully before speaking. How can humans control monsters?" Suddenly, Dion said to Dan, "Are you satisfied?" Dan has sighed, thinking, "Yes." As soon as I saw that monster crawling out of its owner's pocket, I stopped taking action and just stood there watching. And I was sure of that, Dan said to Dion with a murderous face, with a challenging smile. "Of course, master," he thought to himself, "Dion Hart is a disaster. What kind of person can control monsters? That's impossible unless he's a disaster. From now on I won't doubt Mr. Dion Hart anymore." Returning to the resting place, the green-haired guy saw that rude guy looking at him. He kept rambling, complaining. His head hurt. The black-haired guy said to Dion, "What's wrong with your relative? He looking for cover right when he was ambushed was a shame." That rude guy's face turned pale. He said, "I need to get out of this as soon as possible or I will die." Who would have thought that the rumors would be true? That guy set it all up, so why would anyone believe me? Dion slowly appeared from behind, his hand on his shoulder, pretending to be friendly. "You're still living at Hart's house, right?" Suddenly, Dion's face tightened. It was scary, and said, "Let's clean it up. I'll soon be staining the walls of my house with blood." The other guy shouted in fear, "What are you talking about? Hick, so that means the rumors about being a murderous maniac are..." Dion glared at him. Maybe someone needs a cleaning service too. For example, resentful spirits wandering around the yard, or something like that. And if you don't want me to clean up you too, it's best not to do anything too extreme. Thinking back about just now, Dion, how you scared that guy. You smiled, clasped your hands and chins and calmly said, "Who knows, maybe the hunting contest was too scary for him." The black-haired guy didn't really believe what he said. This guy said, "How could an idiot like him become the homeowner?" There is a loud order. The emperor is entering. Everyone bows, respects the emperor, salutes the emperor. The emperor told everyone, "This hunting contest was supervised by the crown prince on my behalf." Everyone was satisfied. It still seems a bit messy, but overall the ending is still smooth. Hearing those words, it was as if the emperor was aiming at him. Dion pondered thoughtfully. The emperor picked up the paper and said, "I will announce the names of the victors and then I have a few more things to say. Congratulations, Cruel Heart finished with 4 monsters reaching 3rd place." Looking at the empty chair, not knowing where Cruel had gone, the emperor continued, "El Piteous Desert hunted 5 monsters that ranked 2nd. The prince's face swelled with pride. Everyone was surprised. The crown prince didn't get 1st place. Who could beat the crown prince?" Next, the emperor announced, in the top position Dion. Listen, Dion didn't know what was going on. His face didn't understand anything. Then everyone standing around was happy. "Congratulations, sir. Indeed, of course, our captain." Dion was surprised. "Is it me? How can I be first?" The black-haired guy, happily, hugged Dion. His efforts paid off. Dion was surprised. His eyes were an O. His mouth was an A. Dion thought back. Obviously I only killed 1, even though I killed quite a few assassins. The emperor continued, "This is the first time a flora monster has been discovered, so Tai gave you extra bonus points." Dion hated it, thinking in his head, "I don't need it." The emperor announced, with a smile on his face that contained dangerous things, "So the hunting contest ends here, but before the banquet, I still have one thing to announce. As everyone knows, the empire is at war with many other countries, but there is one more important thing than all of that. We will now stop all wars in the human world. And, we will wage a war against the demon world. The Emperor looked extremely determined. Right now, His Majesty stands on a high platform, eyes resolutely looking forward, raises his fist and shouts loudly that right now we will stop all types of conflicts within the human world and declare war on demon world. He continued, the Demon King has officially announced that he will be involved in the battle with the human world, so we cannot continue to turn a blind eye anymore. Below, the crowd began to whisper. They said to each other that, not only between humans but now there are also demons, so what about the loss of life and property after our current war, so how do you calculate it? A man asked, excuse me, Your Majesty, if the kingdoms currently in civil war would accept this situation. Hearing that, he immediately replied that they have to accept it even if they don't want it, because our kingdom is the only territory in the human world capable of waging war against demons. Dion Hart thought with a puzzled look. It's strange that he didn't intend to say anything to explain how humans would try to collude with the devil's side. The Demon King not only accepted an ordinary human as himself, but even gave him the title of Commander Zero and asked, what do you think about joining the demon army? He originally had no malice or hatred towards humans. That means, even with human status, if you have the ability to create benefits for the demon world, the Demon King will accept anyone. Why did the king not consider such an obvious factor? Your Majesty walked leisurely. Next to you was Dion Hart. His face was somewhat dark with a slightly pensive look. Your Majesty suddenly saw Dion Hart's face and asked, you are upset because I summoned you. Surprise practice. He was surprised and replied, nothing. His Majesty continued, it's fortunate that I chose red clothes for you, Count, but think about how terrified they would be if you appeared covered in blood in front of those weak nobles. He was speechless and thought to himself, it's not like I want my whole body to be covered in blood. His Majesty continued to say, by the way, since you have overcome the challenge set by the royal family personally, in addition to the award for the leader that will be sent home, you will also receive an additional reward, another reward worthy of your efforts. Dion politely replied, thank you. In his mind, his thoughts began to return to another issue. He thought to himself, actually I don't need money that much, but when did your Majesty start wearing gloves? His Majesty seemed to realize Dion's distraction and immediately said, I called you here alone to discuss another matter, did you hear that? But he still didn't pay attention to His Majesty's words, still thinking, I thought he hated the feeling of not being able to directly hold things. At this time, His Majesty called out his name, Dion Hart. He was startled and replied, yes, there is a God. He completely forgot that he was standing in front of the king. He said, I just told you that you will also participate in this war. Your Majesty thought about it and knew right away. Dion's decision to follow orders from which side was purely intuitive. His Majesty told him, perhaps it's time for you to make a decision. Which side will you be on? You must know that up until now, I have given you many chances. Dion Hart, you once participated in a monster subjugation mission where even the hero lost his life, but you successfully survived and brought back the hero's body. That feat was truly extraordinary, but thanks to that event, Dion is now nothing more than a mess. Although he didn't look like he was seriously injured, he was constantly vomiting blood. Could it be that the mark on his collarbone was the Demon King's curse? His Majesty asked him, have you found a way to remove that mark? Dion replied that if I wanted to do that, I would have to go back to the demon world. At that time, I never thought that allowing him to return to the demon world would change things to this extent. His Majesty continued, the information you bring back regarding the army commanders will be extremely useful to the Empire. Now do you still need to return to the demon world? Dion raised his head. His eyes were extremely complicated. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. I still haven't found a way to remove that curse. His Majesty's eyes changed. He thought to himself, who would have thought that behind my back, Dion Hart could be so cunning. Dion went to the Demon King to request to cancel the curse but was unsuccessful, but it was strange, yet the Demon King still let him return unharmed, although we still intend to continue letting Dion Hart work as an insider to minimize losses, but it's strange, is the Demon King really going to just leave him like that? Suppose he was keeping the fact that he was an insider of the Empire a secret, but then what benefit does the Demon King gain? From the information that Dion Hart brought back from the demon world, it was so detailed that it was impossible for anyone who was closest to the Demon King to know. And coincidentally, rumors about Commander Zero also started spreading since Dion Hart started going back and forth between the sexes. Dion Hart is contributing to more than just the Empire. Now I understand, the Demon King is also using him. Dion Hart is maintaining a perfect neutral position between the human world and the demon world. Hold two parallel positions at the same time. Even after finding out that you were smuggling the Empire's information to the Demon King, I still wouldn't imprison you. You still need another chance." When Your Majesty finished speaking, he also answered, "I did not lie a single word every time I was questioned by Your Majesty." His Majesty said darkly, "Yes, that is exactly the reason why I have left you alone until now. Indeed, at first I felt disgusted, but if I killed him, it would be a pity. Dion Hart is not on our side, but he's not on their side either. He also will not reveal any information unless he is interrogated. Dion may be reluctant while on duty, but will not refuse any orders. Although there is a slight misunderstanding, it cannot be denied that he is truly outstanding and talented. As long as he still possesses Dion in the palm of his hand, he will be the most effective chess piece, the King's Knight. From the beginning, this has been the unwritten rule in the chess game between me and the Demon King. Surely that Demon King also had the same thoughts. Which side will use Dion Hart more effectively? Which side will lure Dion Hart to their side first? If Dion Hart intends to lean towards one side, will the other side realize it, and how will they react in the end? The players are the Demon King and the Monarch. The game leader will be Dion Hart. The winning prize is also Dion Hart. The next player is still Dion Hart. Dion Hart continued, "Even if it's a curse, after I kill the Demon King it will disappear on its own." He put his hand on his chest. "Everything you have ever achieved is here." Your Majesty also touches that curse on Dion Hart's chest. "There must be a reason why you were born into this world. I can't live forever in the dark just because I'm sensitive to light, right? You're human, so stay here." Dion Hart thought, "I've really lasted a long time. I knew this day would eventually come, but..." He was wandering in thought when His Majesty spoke. "I know it's a bit sudden. I'll give you more time to think. I hope your answer doesn't disappoint me. For all your achievements thus far, I will grant you the honorary title of a Marquis." His face turned sinister and he said, "I thank the king." He thought to himself, his thoughts were too predictable. There was a beautiful girl thinking thoughtfully, "I had miscalculated. I should have given my ribbon to the count before he left for the hunting contest. If I had calculated more carefully, then it can help you a little more." In the room there were two men talking to each other. The count had returned. The other continued, "I wonder what he and the king discussed." It was obviously about the reward for coming first in the hunting contest. The girl with a panicked look exclaimed, "Count." He bowed his head respectfully and replied. Subordinate Dion Hart respectfully saluted the rose of the Empire. She thought, maybe it's not too late. I heard that something happened in the middle of the hunting contest, since all the traps were removed, so if we continue like this. He interrupted her sentence. "I should have paid more attention, Your Highness the Princess. Would you mind if we went somewhere quieter to talk?" The princess was silent for a moment then spoke up. "Okay, go anywhere as long as we both have privacy." "Are you okay?" After the two of them went to the outside grounds, the princess spoke first. "I'm sorry that I couldn't give you the ribbon to wish you a safe hunt, so when I heard the news of your assassination, I was quite panicked." He replied with a calm expression, "I'm fine." The princess continued to speak, "But I still felt very sad. It was all because I suddenly forgot." His eyes suddenly darkened and said, "It's okay, it's natural to forget." The princess asked confusedly, "Why?" He replied, "I think it is very understandable for you to forget me." The princess was so surprised and confused that her thoughts were overlapping. What was that expression? "Dion is sad." "That's not it," he continued, his eyes turned cunning, "because His Highness did not really like me. He was bluntly mocking me. He knows everything is an act." The princess bowed her head and quietly replied, "You are right." Then the princess suddenly glared and said loudly, holding his shirt, "Although it was embarrassing, if we became a couple, both sides would benefit. This proposal is not too bad." He pondered, "I have completely failed." He removed the princess's hand that was holding his shirt and said, "Stop wasting your precious time on me. Because people only live once." He left, leaving the princess standing there, unable to say anything more. Then the princess sat down with her face down and cried. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, the princess thought and spoke very bluntly, "I couldn't even find a chance to hold on. Does he really not want to marry me? Even though he is such beauty, he hasn't yet ever seen him involved in any kind of scandal with women. Or does he have some strange hobby? Maybe?" He suddenly felt. Why do I suddenly have the feeling of being seriously misunderstood? He was deep in thought when a hand was placed on his shoulder from behind, startling him, and he turned around to look. Then the person behind smiled politely and said, "Where are you at right now, subordinate?" "Marquis Stigma Primero." Marquis Stigma Primero touched his shoulder from behind and asked, "Where have you been, Junior?" He was startled and confused, thinking, Marquis Stigma Primero. I'm not talking to the emperor. Why am I here now? The Marquis asked confusedly. What's wrong? He thought to himself, I can't remember anything, then awkwardly replied, ahem, and nothing. He was still trying to think again. It seemed like the emperor had said he would give him more time or something, but let's think about it later and deal with this matter first. He asked, Marquis Stigma, do you have anything to look for me? Stigma Primero smirked and replied, I thought I missed the opportunity to meet you, but fortunately we happened to meet here, Junior. Stigma Primero's words made the approaching man suddenly look uncomfortable. Wait a minute, what do you mean, Junior? Then how can he be the judge? It's unfair if he's biased, sir. Dion Hart's face turned black, clearly showing confusion, and asked, What judgment? Stigma Primero smirked. I said I knew him before. This is the first time we talked to each other. The more the man listened, the more confused he became. So why are you acting like he is? He was hesitating for a long time, prolonging his sentence, when the Marquis interrupted him, simply because I liked him. As he spoke, the Marquis smiled and put his arm on his shoulder. His eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe what he just heard. What was he babbling about? What did he like? The speechless man held his head, rubbed his temples and said, Okay, first let's ask the Count to judge. Please don't, forgive me. Tenor Amiable walked towards Dion Hart, politely shook hands and greeted him. First of all, nice to meet you. My name is Tenor Amiable. Dion Hart frowned, eyes full of doubt, and replied, Oh, I'm Dion Hart. Tenor Amiable continued, I have heard a lot about your exploits. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Oh my God, we haven't properly introduced ourselves yet. I am Marquis Stigma Primero. Dion Hart politely bowed and replied, Pleased to meet you. Then he thought, what are these people planning? Then he asked the two of them, but what do you want me to judge? Tenor Amiable smiled wryly, oh, it's nothing, just a small disagreement between me and the Baron here. And I think you're the best person to judge. Dion Hart widened his eyes in surprise. What am I? Stigma Primero replied with a smile, his tone full of confidence. Don't worry, our argument is just simple. Dion Hart thought coldly, then you guys should deal with it yourselves. The men live in the southernmost part of the empire, interrupted by Tenor Amiable. They are the barbarian tribe. The Marquis laughed, ha, the name is too long to remember. Sorry, he was secretly upset. Don't argue in front of me. Those men continuously invade our territory. They kept killing people and robbing the south for a long time. So we reported the situation to the Empire. I don't expect any reinforcements, because the Empire is still prioritizing the war with the demon world, so I will personally go and destroy those men. But the Count again. Having said this, the Marquis was interrupted by Count Tenor Amiable, and I objected, an old man with a short brain. The Marquis smiled sarcastically and contemptuously. Dion Hart now thought to himself, oh my God, shouldn't they go to see the Emperor? As if understanding that thought, Marquis Stigma Primero continued to speak. The Emperor said that the Count and I should resolve this matter ourselves because after all, that place is our territory. Is that what he thinks? So they wanted to know whether they should prioritize destroying the human race before the war started or convincing them to join the war against the demons. So this argument broke out. But why did the Emperor and the others? This person is all. Thinking of this, he said, forgive me if I misunderstood. But why is the Count so sure that the barbarians will not ally with the demon race? The Count was startled and said, but after all, they are humans just like us. Even if they consider the Empire an enemy, they will not side with the demon race. With a bored expression, he said meaningfully, who knows, there is no guarantee that they will always be on the side of their fellow humans. The Count said in surprise, why are you? At that moment, the Marquis patted him on the shoulder and smiled, yes, you are indeed very wise. The only flaw of the Baron is being too lenient. Having said that, the Marquis patted the Count, the Baron, on the shoulder, which can change a person's decision. Is absolute power and hatred. If the demon race holds unparalleled power, humanity will choose to side with them as long as they can keep their lives. And there are people who are willing to sell their souls to the devil just to take the lives of people they hate. Race is not the main factor. Barbarians have a bad relationship with us, so there is a high possibility they will side with the devils. The Marquis said with confidence, then the argument is over. I know you will be on my side, Junior. Dion Hart was confused. No, I'm not on anyone's side. The Marquis still smiled and patted the Count's shoulder, saying he would report this matter to the Emperor. You can go home, Mr. Baron. The Count replied, so I'll go first. What about you two? I will too. Dion was about to answer when he was interrupted. The Marquis said, well, I still want to talk to my Junior a little more. Dion silently cursed in his heart, oh my God, okay Junior, yes sir. Dion tried his best to stay calm. He was very restless inside. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Everyone just stared at me and felt so uncomfortable. The Count smiled faintly. Oh my, it seems we've attracted too many looks. You don't like being scrutinized like that, right, Junior? With just one glance, this is the influence of the Empire's second hero. Are you still upset? The Marquis asked him. Dion deliberately changed the subject. No, I just realized that you have brown eyes. The Count stopped laughing. His eyes became sharp. Yes, it looks so ordinary, isn't it? It's the same color as my mother's eyes, me. I'm screwed, Dion thought to himself. Stigma is a person born by a maid. Dion took a deep breath. His mouth was running faster than his brain. Marquis, what are you doing with the bottle of wine? Are you trying to hit someone? The Count handed the bottle of wine to Dion. It seemed like we were going to talk for a long time. Would you like some wine first? Dion thought to himself. Isn't he angry? Thank you in advance, sir. You can call me Stigma. The Count smiled faintly. Then I'll call you Senior Stigma. It's been a while since I drank alcohol, Dion thought to himself. The Count laughed loudly. I know I shouldn't believe in rumors. I thought you were a cold guy, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. It's true that it would be great if I could have a junior. Now I understand why the Emperor likes you so much. Dion paused. It's not like that. There's nothing to love here. The Marquis quickly continued. Don't you realize, the Emperor highly values talented people, especially those who have similarities with him. People who rise from the bottom of society or people who never feel enough and are always obsessed with proving themselves. Finally, there are those who killed their own families. That's why the Emperor likes you, Junior, but you do find that a bit scary. Dion felt cold down his spine. I don't know what you mean. The Count smirked. He himself had requested that as a reward for his achievements after 8 years of fighting. Dion stammered, He thought about the old days. His father told him, oh my god, Dion, you also came here to learn how to become an heir. It was a bit difficult for you. Dion happily and confidently answered, it's okay. Dion's father is very smart. Father replied, don't try too hard. His mother gently and thoughtfully said, let's eat some breakfast. Since when did my son grow so big? You are truly the pride of our whole family. But in his head other words rang out, the family's disgrace. Go into your room and reflect on your actions. No one expects anything from you. Monster, sorry but you'd better die. It was becoming difficult for him to breathe. Huff, 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 huff. Junior, are you okay? The Marquis's voice brought Dion back to the present. Dion replied with cold eyes, I don't know what you're saying. Can't you hear clearly? The Marquis smirked. I know, I understand. It seems you don't know anything about that. How could a sane person suggest that to the Emperor? The Marquis suggested, why don't we have a drink before we continue chatting? I brought a bottle of fine wine from the south. Do you like strong drinks? If his conscious state refuses to talk about it, why don't we try getting him drunk? A man walked into the barracks. The Emperor suddenly said, what wind brought you here, Mr. Duke? I hope it won't take too long. I still have to attend the party. The man replied, since you look very busy, I will get straight to the point. Emperor, have you ever had hallucinations? The Emperor frowned in confusion filled with confusion. What? Duke Aluster Starb sarcastically said, Your Majesty, are you hallucinating? The Emperor felt confused. What nonsense are you talking about? I spent my precious time coming here just to listen to you say those ridiculous words. The Duke jokingly replied, Don't deny it anymore. Your left hand will never heal even if you have the remnants of a hero, and your habit of looking into space makes it difficult for me to ignore this matter. The Emperor's face darkened and he clenched his fists unconsciously. A figure as important as the Emperor of a country should always know how to look forward, but this person only focuses on clinging to the past and what is past. Unfortunately, the king always feels guilty over the smallest transgressions and is easily overwhelmed by that guilt. A king who cannot bear the weight of his own crown is worthy of being recognized by the people. He asked, What do you mean, Duke? He smiled. To put it simply, the position you are sitting in seems to carry too much responsibility. He made the suggestion in a sinister way, so maybe it's time for you to pass it on to someone else. The Emperor laughed at the Duke's words. He was provocative. Instead of just saying empty words, why don't you try to take the crown from my severed head? Aluster Starb laughed out loud. The vision you have drawn is so scary. I simply want that when I am qualified, I will be able to pass it down to you righteously, and your Majesty also know it well. Aluster grinned, saying that right now I'm still turning a blind eye to some issues. The Emperor looked at him warily. Indeed. This guy is not only the leader of the aristocracy, but also has an imperial hero as his subordinate. Has a great influence on the people through the Atonement Church. Not only that, there is also a deep connection with the revolutionaries. With such power spread in all directions, he was still able to hold both the nobility and the people within the right limits, and control the revolutionary army from spreading freely. The emperor crossed his arms over his chest and asked seriously, "So why do you want this position?" He wondered. There was originally no obstacle to stop him from wanting to depose me. He calmly asked in return, "Does your majesty feel that there is a reason for the desire for power?" Only now did he realize that he was simply trying to force me to leave the throne. Still, hesitant to confront him, wondering if that was the only reason, Illuster exclaimed, "Oh look, it seems your majesty still doesn't understand. If that's the case." He slowly expressed his wishes. "I want absolute power to protect everything. Is that a good reason? The throne is the pinnacle of power. Of course everyone wants it." The emperor smirked and said, "Oh, so that means you have someone you want to protect." Illuster laughed quietly. "He's mysterious, maybe that's why." The emperor returned to the topic. "Forget it, I have no interest in knowing. In short, the duke probably knows that I will not pass on the throne because of a few empty words like this." The two looked gloomily at each other. The duke smiled. He bowed solemnly and said, "Then I respectfully greet your majesty. I will take my leave. May God bless you." In the dark space of the night, only the white light illuminates everything. Illuster walked away while deep in thought. The king didn't look like he was in a panic before the battle. He didn't even use retort words to take advantage of his ability. He happily speculated that the risk of nobles leaving the king and joining the devil's side, and the risk of other countries also allying with the demon world, must be thinking about many cases in the emperor's mind right now. The butler worriedly ran over and asked, "Your Majesty, are you okay? You ordered your clothes to be adjusted. Quickly depart for the party, it's very late." Illuster stopped walking. How innocent. He turned back and said, "Perhaps it couldn't be helped. Quickly pass this message back to Shailen immediately, that they should be used to spread rumors about demons. Any rumor is fine, as long as it has content. It's that they have a habit of betrayal and cannibalism." The two masked strangers quietly listened to the orders. "In general, as long as humans don't believe in ghosts anymore, that's fine." Then, they both disappeared into the night. Illuster satisfactorily mounted his horse. "If the king's wish is to participate in the war while still in power, then I am willing to fulfill it for him." Illuster mounted his horse and left. His face clearly showed malicious amusement, "Because I cannot let my empire slip away so easily." At the party, the sound of wine bottles and objects falling could be heard. Everyone ran, screaming, avoiding the two people fighting there. The blue-haired man was hit and one cheek bled. The other person is Dion Hart, with a red face and breathing rapidly. Even though the other person was hit, he still smiled and asked, "This junior, you still don't want to give up. If you continue, the whole party will be ruined." Dion smiled viciously, but he said, he was the enemy. The blue-haired guy wiped the blood on his cheek and explained, "Just teasing, I just want to see your reaction. No one wants to be your enemy." Even so, Dion still rushed forward. But before that you said you were an enemy." He struggled to block the attack. Being drunk like this was terrible. Saying he was curious was just an excuse. He remembered a few minutes ago, he was helping Dion who staggered because he was drunk. "Junior, are you okay?" Dion muttered, "Enemy," he sighed, looking like he was completely drunk. I just want to talk frankly with this guy for once. But at this rate, I won't be able to say a proper sentence." Dion asks, "Sir, are you an enemy?" He was surprised. Dion raised his head to look at him and repeated, "Are you my enemy?" At this moment, he looked at his younger brother in front of him. Then he smiled mischievously, maybe so." And so, the two rushed to fight each other. I feel regretful. If I had known he would turn out like this, I wouldn't have wasted my time making excuses. He tried his best to block the attack while acknowledging Dion Hart's talent, but I have to admit that at first I was a bit confused. He had no heroic remnants. This behavior was just unconscious violence when just drunk. He slashed his sword, causing him to dodge away. How could he lose? But Dion breathed rapidly, seemingly losing control. He repeated, "The enemy must die," he thought to himself, being that drunk and still having this much agility, strength and technique. If put in another situation, when he was still awake, it would probably be very difficult to play. Even so, he was still on the defensive, ready to attack. "You don't look like you're going to calm down, so we should quickly suppress you." He swung his sword and walked towards Dion. "Understand, it will hurt a bit." Dion seemed to be drunk, he didn't have time to react. Suddenly someone intervened. He blocked the blue-haired man's sword attack, shielding himself in front of Dion. I'm surprised, you are. Next, the Emperor came and ordered everyone to stop. I say, Your Majesty, he asked, did this chaos turn out to be caused by you heroes who should have been exemplary citizens? Suddenly, you shouted, Dion Hart. On that side, Dion tightly held the body that had just shielded him from the ground, the hand holding the knife without hesitation stabbed down hard. He hauntingly said, You are the enemy. It was Cruel Heart. He was lucky to dodge the attack, grabbed the hand that was squeezing his neck. He was still silently admiring, so decisive. The Emperor spoke, Dion, but he did not hear, raising the knife to prepare for the next blow, repeatedly saying, Must kill, all enemies must be killed, you are my enemy, die. Before Dion could move, the Emperor grabbed his hand and ordered, Dion Hart, I told you to stop. He advised me to stop, give up, the person you are now cannot compete with me. Dion suddenly twisted his hand. That action frightened the Emperor. He quickly let go and asked, What are you doing? He wondered, is it possible to bend the wrist joint by changing the center of gravity using force? Cruel also looked at the person in front of him in panic. Dion had completely lost his mind, constantly repeating, All enemies must die. Vicious eyes and hateful expression, All enemies must die, all enemies must die. Dion Hart obsessively repeats the words, All enemies must die, all enemies must die, all enemies must die, die, die. He chuckled, Die, cruel thing. The Emperor repeated his orders, I thought I told you to stop. He held his hand with one hand, and with the other hand, he smashed his head against the ground to suppress him. Dion looked up at the Emperor uncomfortably. He thought to himself, that insolent bastard. He moved his wrist as soon as I caught him, because he knew he couldn't suppress him for long due to fear of getting hurt. Cruel immediately backed away, coughing and trying to control his body. The Emperor asked, Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself? Dion tried to struggle, He is the enemy, let me go, out, all enemies must die, all enemies. Cruel touched his neck, gritted his teeth and thought, that bastard, his wrist. He used his conscious personality and his subconscious personality for his own purposes. The Emperor looked at Dion's broken wrist, stupidly. You remind me, Dion Hart, this is not a battlefield. He healed Dion's hand. He gasped in pain and cried out loudly. He said, Just wake up. The Emperor put his hand on his back and breathed. He continued to tell me, Have you regained your senses? I have re-broken your wrist joint, but you should still go get checked. Dion Hart was stunned and couldn't say a word. A bodyguard came over and asked, Are you okay? Cruel quickly said, Then, Your Majesty, I'll leave, but you replied, I don't think you're mentally stable. He remained silent and did not respond. At this time, Sanger was sending Cruel home. He silently blamed himself, it was his fault, his body reacted before he realized it, but how dare he? He remembered the moment he rushed out to block the blue-haired man's sword. How dare he swing his sword? How dare he point his sword at his beloved younger brother, the person he loves so much that he can't bear to hate him? He turned around and ordered, Sanger, you stay here, until Dion wakes up and give Dion these words. Sanger listened silently, Don't wander around the streets tonight, go home immediately. During this time, Dion is sleeping and recuperating. He woke up. Stunned, wondering where I am. He looked at the royal physician who was holding his hand in front of him. Why did he feel so much pain all over his body, and why was the royal physician here? What the hell did he do when he was drunk? The royal physician saw him. I immediately woke up and advised, Your Majesty has broken the joint again, so I don't need to do much anymore. Don't use my wrist next time. He looked at the Emperor and the blue-haired man. Why was his wrist broken? No wonder it hurt so much. And why were they here? The Emperor looked at the other person and said, I did not allow strong alcohol to be distributed at the party. He admitted his guilt. Forgive me, I specifically told my subordinates to bring it. There are weak people who tend to rely on alcohol and drugs to maintain their lives. The Emperor announced that he was awake, and the Emperor immediately came to ask how he was feeling. Dion sat up and replied, I'm fine, sorry for causing such a thing. The blue-haired guy also smiled and replied, I'm sorry, I must have been so happy that I gave you too much to drink. He replied, It's okay, Senior, I hope I don't burden everyone because I drank too much. The other person replied, Don't worry, it's very interesting. Those words made Dion confused and interesting. He smiled happily. He remembered the Emperor's words, Wake up, this is not a battlefield. Based on His Majesty's words, this is not simply a drunken joke. Phenomenon when a person falls into hallucinations, appears in imaginary voices, becomes extremely depressed or becomes aggressive, and everyone seems to turn into that person's enemy. A common symptom of those who have been injured or killed in battle, post-traumatic stress disorder. He suddenly felt sorry for him. People said he was already on the battlefield when he was 14 years old, even though he was rumored to be around as much as his juniors, he was still just a human. The Emperor asked with concern, why didn't he stop, just a little more? Dion still stubbornly gets out of bed, I'm okay. The blue-haired man smiled and thought to himself, but if that's true, then he's even more special than I thought. The fact that those aspects only appeared when he was drunk meant that, when sober, he had to suppress certain instincts to the best of his ability. Truly an excellent junior. Suddenly, blood gushed out from Dion's stomach. The Emperor immediately called the royal physician. He hurriedly came. Yes, Your Majesty. He silently begged in fear, please, don't be sick anymore. That look on his face made Dion wonder, what's wrong with him? The royal physician said confusedly, besides his wrists, his body was covered in bruises, but they were all just small wounds, so he shouldn't have had a nosebleed. The blue-haired man asked again, so why? The royal physician replied, I believe he was natural. He had not finished his sentence when the Emperor interrupted. It was the Demon King's curse, because that curse made his body weak. The royal physician looked at the Emperor silently. He looked at him and ordered, your work here is done, you can go. He bowed and left. The blue-haired man mused, curse, that's right, I forgot about this because he didn't seem to have any problems at all. He must have tried really hard not to show that he was weak, I love him more now. The mark on Dion's body glowed. He told himself, I should go back and rest. At Cruel and Dion's mansion. Cruel Heart has returned. He was taking off his cloak when a voice rang out. The voice made him immediately stop, it was so late. Only then did he pay attention to the person sitting in front of him. I asked, Your Majesty, why do you stay? Before I finished speaking, a luster put down the pawn on the chessboard before I started speaking. He ordered, kneeling down. Cruel didn't understand and asked again, yes. A sword came out of nowhere. Stabbed straight into Cruel's thigh. He knelt down. He raised his eyes to observe. Cruel realized that they were not his normal bodyguards, they were assassins. Cruel swallowed. He was clearly aware of his current situation. He knelt down on both knees and bowed his head before a luster. At this time, a luster spoke up, I heard a very interesting story. Cruel listened nervously, it wasn't like I had any time to waste. Illuster picked up the knight's flag to play around, so why don't we get straight to the point, you see, I'm very busy. He glanced at Cruel, you thought. Then dropped the forgotten code and asked, we won't find out. Cruel silently watched the chess pieces fall in front of him. Illuster said frankly, it's about you protecting Dion Hart. Hearing Illuster's words, Cruel was startled. Dion Hart had just put his hand on the horse's back when someone called out to him. He turned around and glanced behind him with scary eyes. Dion narrowed his eyes and coldly said, damn, that Cruel asked you to tell me not to wander outside but to go home immediately, told me. Sanger calmly replied yes, Marquis, but in return was Dion Hart's scornful laughter, ha. Ignoring that guy, Dion directly climbed on the horse and leisurely left, thinking in his head that it's not a joke, why should I listen to that bastard? Sanger opened his eyes to see Dion Hart leave, without stopping, his yellow eyes lifeless, cold, standing there silently. Recalling the memories from before, Cruel Heart climbed on the horse and ordered him, Sanger, you stay here, when Dion wakes up, leave a message for him, go home immediately, don't wander around outside, tonight. When Sanger heard that, he asked if I could ask what the reason was. Cruel Heart heard that, his sharp eyes glanced back at him. He said, that kid never listens to me, so if you say something like that then he will definitely stay out tonight, then maybe he will drag that injured body again to get himself into trouble, body, which is more beneficial for us. He really understood Dion's psychology. Right now he was very angry, his eyebrows were raised, his mouth was clenched, thinking to himself, who the hell are you to dare to tell me to come back? It's very funny, I think I'm the guardian, my bodyguard or something. He rode out and found the mansion's carriage waiting. When the female guard saw him, she immediately called out, Marquis. She raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the carriage, saying we had prepared a carriage for you, but Dion Hart ignored it and rode past. Seeing that he was going farther and farther with no intention of getting in the car, the female guard's face turned pale and she cried out in panic, where are you going? The female guard quickly ran after him and called him, "Don't you want to ride the horse carriage? But it might be dangerous. Please let me follow you." Dan beside him also quickly pulled the horse's reins, holding his shirt in his hand, cried out, "Master, you forgot me again." Dion Hart coldly said to leave me alone, his voice carrying murderous intent and the smell of blood, causing Dan and the female bodyguard to stop in surprise. Dion Hart looked back at them, his sharp eyes filled with murderous aura, his whole body emitted a dark atmosphere. "I would go out to breathe fresh air, alone, but actually I was afraid that now but going home is like admitting defeat." Dion also has times when he thinks quite childishly like that. The female bodyguard looked at Dion Hart, who was emitting a bright red aura, and announced the information that following her was forbidden. Seeing this, she was confused and didn't know how to handle it. She could only sadly say but. A hand held a black cloak, accompanied by a voice full of concern, "So at least put on this cloak." "It's Dan. When did you come to the horse?" kindly saying that if the master keeps walking around carelessly like that, he will reveal his identity as Earl Hart. "Let me help you get dressed." It felt like Dan's eyes were sparkling. He said to just take this as my apology for testing you before. You don't need to feel pressured. Seeing that, Dion Hart, with a disgusted look on his face, smirked and said, "No, let me do it myself." Looking at Dan like that, Dion Hart thought to himself, "This guy reminds me of a certain object." On the other side, as if there was a spiritual induction that the object in Dion's mind felt that someone was talking about him. "I am truly divine." In a small village nearby, the villagers were darkening the sky. Countless lights lit up the night sky. The scene was indescribably beautiful. Dion Hart wore a black cloak that covered his body, walking on the village road. He had to tie his horse at the village gate due to too many people. Looking at the stream of happy people around him, he reluctantly thought to himself that he had already gone to the next village. In the middle of a battle, they're still having a party. Dion Hart walked alone among the groups of people. He looked completely separate and different. He thought to himself, this is also a way to express the Empire's freedom, like the hunting contest. Now you're tired, so it's best not to go near any crowds. Can't help but remember what Senger said. He told him to go home now, not to wander outside tonight. Dion Hart immediately got angry at Cruel Hart, thinking it was all because of that bastard Cruel. As he walked, he thought, what else is he planning? He clearly knows I will never listen to him. That means... At this moment, Dion Hart realized Cruel Hart's thoughts. He thought to himself, is he trying to lure me? Is it a trap? Back when we were kids, the two of us were playing chess together. When we saw Dion Hart make a move, Cruel Hart suddenly said that if it were me, I wouldn't make that move. Have you thought about it carefully? At that time, the two had competed against each other thousands of times through chess, which Cruel Hart said admiringly. Your move was great, Dion, he said. But is the knight in front of me a trap? What's fake, what's real? I don't have any clue. That's what Dion Hart thought when he was playing chess with Cruel Hart. And right now, he's tired, depressed, thinking that regardless of whether the reason is because he's worried about him or wants to trap him, either way is disgusting. Dion Hart is constantly making excuses for himself in a way that makes sense, he thought to himself, but now wandering around like this doesn't make me feel any less angry. I should go back. It's not like I'm going back. Immediately, like he said, this doesn't count as submission, right? A shadow of a person covered his body, passed by and bumped into Dion Hart. The impact was so strong that it made him stagger and bump into the back of the person walking in front. The man in front was startled, looked back and asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Dion Hart was in serious trouble. Behold, that person shouted in surprise when he saw Dion's hands and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. He shouted in panic, there was blood. He had to call the doctor quickly. Dion Hart didn't pay attention. He was breathing heavily. His vision gradually blurred. In my head, I angrily thought, damn, what an unlucky day. On this side, Cruel Hart, he is still kneeling on the floor. Aluster Starb's voice rings out, do you think I won't recognize him? He sat cross-legged on the chair, looking down at Cruel Hart, saying that you are secretly protecting Dion Hart. His eyes were sharp and cold, saying, do you really think you can fool me? Aluster Starb slowly said that the last time I entrusted you with the mission to assassinate Dion Hart, you chose to hire assassins instead of taking advantage of the revolutionaries' available manpower. Aluster Starb continued speaking, I heard that your younger brother has returned. And Dion Hart replied that I would send a request to the assassination team. Aluster Starb continued, who should not have had to spend money to hire because their purpose also included this assassination. You also changed the bonus condition to just causing a small scratch, Aluster Starb said. At that time, Dion Hart had actually given such a condition. The assassin's side still couldn't believe it and asked him again, just need to be on their side. If I cause a small scratch on the target's body, you will be willing to immediately pay half the reward. Aluster Starb continued, and I heard that you personally saved Dion Hart's life in this hunting contest. It was in the forest, and also when he blocked Dion Hart's sword. Cruel Heart knelt silently, his head bowed low. What did Aluster Starb say? There was nothing more to explain. Did you really want to kill Dion Hart in the first place? Cruel Heart opened his mouth to answer, honestly. I want to kill it myself, not through someone else. Cruel Heart's answer startled Aluster Starb. He looked at Cruel Heart, smiling slightly. So why didn't you say that before? He stood up, snapped the cup, said I really wasted a lot of precious resources. Cruel Heart knelt down and bowed his head apologetically. The surrounding assassins saw the signal and immediately disappeared. Aluster Starb said whatever, it's fine for now, but now I can't blindly trust you anymore, let's make a bet. He said, I will give you the opportunity to kill Dion Hart with your own hands as you wish. You want to deal with Dion Hart as you like. Of course we will not sit still. These words made Cruel Heart stiffened. Whoever kills him first will win this bet, he said as he stepped on the knight on the ground. The white chess piece was trampled until it was dirty and covered in dust. Aluster Starb walked towards the door, saying the reward would be for the losing side to unconditionally obey an order from the winning side. He raised his hand to open the door, but suddenly stopped because Cruel Heart suddenly said, there is something that makes me curious. Aluster Starb looked back. Cruel Heart now picked up the chess piece. He looked at the knight in his palm and said why? His Highness wanted to kill Dion Hart so much. Cruel Heart recalled his childhood memories, looking at the tiny, adorable newborn baby, with white skin and pure white hair, eyes like two sparkling rubies. Hide, it was Dion Hart. He was born with albinism. Dion Hart was also a premature baby. He didn't understand why he was born in such a hurry. When Cruel Heart looked at his little brother lying in his crib, he thought he was so small, he looked like a white rabbit. He gently stretched his hand towards Dion Hart's face. And Dion Hart also reached out his tiny fist and grabbed one of his fingers. Cruel Heart thought, but even though you are small and weak, I still cannot forget how happy your parents were at that time when they saw you healthy and strong. At that time, the Hart couple stood side by side looking at the two children. The happy mother said, oh my God, it seems that Dion really likes you, Cruel. He thought, my heart was warmed by the warmth of your small hand. But an incident happened. Does that mean that even if he was just slightly stressed, the boy would vomit blood? The voice rang out, full of surprise, panic and disbelief. The doctor examining Dion Hart answered that yes, the little master's body is really extremely weak, very sensitive to stress as well as sunlight, so special care is needed, every day. The mother was so scared that she covered her face and said that's it. The father next to him had a headache and held his forehead and said that the boy was still young and he still didn't know anything. He then stood by the bed, held Dion Hart's hand, and called Dion's name. He held Dion Hart's hand tightly and gently said it's okay, don't try too hard, if you don't want to, you don't have to do anything. Just stay with me and my parents. My parents hugged each other and looked at Dion Hart worriedly. Then the three of them went out into the garden. The father patted Cruel Heart on the shoulder and said, Cruel, when your brother was born, we were quite frightened, but from now on we have to get used to it, that's it. The mother on the other side worriedly said that the boy was so different that he would encounter many difficulties, and I was afraid he would get hurt. The father immediately said no, we shouldn't treat the boy too differently from everyone else. If we do that, it might make the boy have low self-esteem and be ashamed of himself. And just like that, the emotionless Hart family chose the wrong path from here. I'll just keep my distance and take care of him. Because you're the eldest brother, so I'll leave it to you, Cruel Heart said. The father immediately patted his shoulder and said it's all up to you, Cruel. Cruel Heart replied yes, then suddenly he stopped. Cruel looked up at a curtained window, which was Dion's room, taking care of a sick child. Behind the curtain, young Dion Hart stood leaning against the window, pulling the curtain closed tightly. Cruel called out from below, Dion has caused Dion a big misunderstanding and made him lose trust in his own family, Cruel Heart thought to himself. What did you just do? Young Cruel Heart said excitedly, holding Dion's shoulders with both hands. Dion Hart awkwardly replied, I just want to practice a little. I told you not to overexert yourself, just stay in the room and rest. Look at you, you're bleeding again, you need to call the doctor. And a thought appeared in Dion, okay, then I won't do anything. Cruel blamed himself and thought I should have realized sooner. Was it okay for you to move away? Someone asked. And Dion evasively replied that there was no need to worry about the child. In the last scene, when Dion was taken away, his young face was filled with fear, tears calling out to him. Cruel thought to himself that my little brother was constantly hurt, and gradually built a wall around his heart. At that time, we couldn't even stop you from being forced to go to the battlefield. The image of Dion's small, lonely back appeared in his mind, surrounded by dark red patches mixed with black gas, like blood, carries a clear sense of bad omen. After 8 long years in a bloody battlefield, when you return with a heart full of scratches, Cruel thought to himself. At that time he couldn't believe his eyes. His face was surprised and frightened. Dion, he called. In front of him was his younger brother, but it seemed like he wasn't. He squatted next to 2 cold corpses, blood flowing darkly, dyeing his fur red. Those were their parents. In killing my parents, my world had almost collapsed. Looking at you like that, my heart ached. Cruel thought. Dion at that time had a lifeless face like a puppet, blood splattered all over himself and his child, dagger in hand, tears flowing, calling him. Dion then without hesitation rushed forward to attack Cruel. He blocked it with his sword. The two must fight each other, no matter how much you hate me, he thought. It's all the family's fault for putting me in such a painful and miserable situation, Cruel thought. At that moment victory and defeat were decided. Dion knelt down, he raised his sword. But he hesitated, unable to cut down. Looking at Dion completely collapsed, lying on the cold floor. The corners of his eyes were still wet with tears. He couldn't stand it, rode his horse and ran away in the rain. He thought painfully, because we couldn't protect you, we forced you to change. In the rain, his eyes appeared, sharp, but also filled with unspeakable suffering. He thought, so how could I hate you, the person I cherish more than my life? Dion was left in the mansion by him, sitting with his back against the wall next to the window. And finally through a series of investigations I found out, Cruel thought, this is the document I mentioned before, only this much remains. In the alley, the mysterious transaction took place. The source of all this suffering, he thought with hatred and indignation. What a hell, he said as he spoke with his eyes shrinking. Murderous intent filled him, hatred deep within. Starbaluster, he called that name. Returning to reality, Aluster Starb narrowed his eyes at him, repeating, why do I want to kill Dion Hart? He thought to himself, the reason for the incomprehensible hatred towards Dion Hart rooted in his heart. Cruel Hart looked at him, his eyes dark, thinking why the Duke knew about Dion, who had never stepped out of the door. Looking at that arrogant fox expression on his face, Cruel Hart thought to himself and even wanted to aim at it. Even after the war ended, his hatred of Dion had not ended, he thought doubtfully. For that reason, Cruel Hart decided to become a subordinate of Aluster Starb. Cruel Hart came to meet Aluster Starb and asked if he was willing to become my backer. Aluster Starb was still on guard at that time, asking out of curiosity, why did you suddenly suggest like that? He silently said in his heart, it was for protection. But in front of him at that time, Cruel Hart answered this time to protect him. He stopped talking here, continuing to whisper the same sentence in his heart, my little brother. Looking at Aluster Starb, he clutched the knight in his hand, thinking to himself that Dion Hart was out of Aluster Starb's clutches. Aluster Starb looked at him, saying, why would I want to take Dion Hart's life? Cruel Hart thought to himself that for some reason he had a grudge against Dion Hart. He wondered and thought to himself, but Dion had never set foot in the business world, so how could he know Dion? Aluster Starb smiled at him, his face cunning like a fox, his eyes narrowed full of intrigue and planning. Cruel Hart looked at him and thought to himself, why did he aim for it? Cruel Hart stood up and said I had a good reason to kill him, but it seemed like you didn't. He secretly thought that as long as I was on his side, I could guarantee Dion's safety. His face frowned, thinking to himself, but I still didn't know what his goal was for the boy. Aluster Starb glanced at him, saying what more reason does a noble like me want to kill a dog loyal to the Emperor? He secretly thought why are you asking? Obviously because, his hand raised and clutched tightly in the middle of his chest, where his heart was. The contract between me and the Demon King is over, Aluster Starb thought to himself, a complex magic circle with crimson drawings appearing in his mind. An entity with superhuman power, enough to withstand the natural order of the entire world. Aluster Starb thought excitedly, that was the power he craved and craved. Just a small portion of the power I have through the contract, and yet it's already this extraordinary, he thought excitedly, his heart covered with mysterious dark purple smoke. He thought to himself that if he could sign a contract with the Demon King, my power would increase greatly. Contract, a teasing voice rang out, the corners of his arrogant mouth slightly curled up. Uninterested, the Demon King said, shrugging his shoulders, standing in the middle of the summoning formation glowing purple. The words made him startled. Hard to believe, Aluster Starber thought to himself. I used forbidden books and sacrificed countless lives just to summon the Demon King, but I didn't expect that he would have no interest in making a contract. Aluster Starb then knelt on one knee on the ground, his face blank as a blank. But it seems that heaven has not abandoned me, he thought to himself. Because I immediately came up with a genius idea, he thought, opening his mouth to say, are you interested in betting? Hidden in the darkness around are bloodstains and human corpses, open pages of books stained with color, dark red. The Ghost King looked at him, a little suspicious, and asked again for the bet, waiting for him to continue, which was to give the bored Ghost King a new toy. He secretly thought about it. Aluster Starber looked up at the Demon King, saying yes, it would be interesting. He recounted, I once saw a small noble who had white hair and crimson eyes even though he was human. It was at a noble party. Aluster Starber stood at the table, took a glass of wine, and boredly looked around. And then Dion Hart fell into his sight. At that time, Dion was being bullied by a big kid. He said that because his body was weak from birth, he had never stepped a foot out of the house, and only occasionally attended royal parties. The young, small face showing weakness, softness, and cowardice clearly appeared on Dion Hart at that time. He thought to himself, yes, I have my eyes on that Dion Hart. Aluster Starber sipped his wine, thinking with disgust that it didn't look human at all. What an unlucky boy, he thought to himself. Aluster Starb just cruelly said that aren't you curious how long such a petty noble can survive on the battlefield? When the Demon King heard this, he covered his mouth and laughed. I defied my conscience to make that dirty bet, he thought. In the end, the Demon King couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling amused and saying that he didn't expect that such a cruel and indifferent person would be the one who summoned me. When he heard that, he was happily thinking that he was about to take the bait. Aluster Starb still knelt on one knee and said that since you were not interested in making a contract with me, I could only devise a plan to attract you. The Demon King was right in his interest. Humanity's motivation is inherently a bit corrupted. Well, it seems like war will break out sooner or later. The Demon King wiped away the tears from laughing so much, exclaiming that it had been a long time since he had to laugh so much, saying okay, I bet it can survive, startling Aluster Starb. He looked at the Demon King in shock, exclaiming why. His heart was full of confusion, thinking it was not a bet on how long it could survive, but whether it would survive. At that time, he thought that the odds that Dion Hart could survive were very small. Why did he choose to bet in such an unfavorable direction? The Demon King smiled and told you not to think too much. Choosing the underdog is always more interesting. The Demon King said, the day the war ends, this bet will come to an end. If the boy dies, you win, and if he is still alive, then victory is in my hands. And just like that, the betting began. The sun rose again. A new day began on this land. This place was a battlefield. The city wall was towering and sturdy. The tents were close together. The reason I sent Dion Hart to war 8 years ago was because he had to die, he thought. When Dion Hart was a child, he stood in the middle of the training ground. He trembled, holding his sword, scared, crying in despair, looking at the barbaric battle scene around him. The reason why a child of noble lineage was placed on the front lines and appointed as commander, he thought to himself, was on the letter paper recording the appointment notice with Dion Hart's name. It was because Dion Hart had to die. Aluster Starb thought fiercely. Dion Hart was sitting in the tent, holding the appointment notice, quietly drinking wine. The reason why I severed all contact with the Hart family and continuously forged documents was because that was the only way for me to win the bet with the Demon King, Aluster Starb thought to himself. But the papers and documents were actually taken away and burned to ashes. But things didn't go as planned at all. The Vanguard Corps is undefeated, has won countless battles, he thought to himself. Dion Hart holds the flag, sits on a mountain of enemy corpses, surrounded by subordinates. The whole group radiates a fierce murderous aura, fierce and evil. The figure was hidden under the hood of the cloak. His eyes seemed to glow red with blood. His silver white hair was exposed. All over his body were blood stains from the enemy. That was the owner, the commander of the Ghost Army, Death Knight. And a great hero of the war of the past 8 years. Aluster Starb angrily thought to himself, Dion Hart, still alive and continuously achieving countless achievements. He sat in the study room, thinking deeply, if this keeps up, I will lose the bet, so how can I make a contract with the Demon King? But when I met the Demon King again, I found another solution, he thought to himself. The Demon King then stretched out his hand, temptingly saying I have another offer. At that time he thought even though he lost the bet, but we have not failed completely yet. Bring Dion Hart to me, in return I will give you some demon power, said the Demon King. Upon hearing that, Illuster Starb was completely surprised. The Demon King continued to say that it wasn't really a complete contract. That's right, you can call it a semi-contract. He smiled when he achieved his goal, thinking that I expected that he would feel attracted to Dion Hart after observing him for the past 8 years, but he did not expect it to be so simple. He immediately said that I could use one way or another to bring him to the Demon King's palace, but to keep him here, the Demon King continued, yes, that will be my job. The Demon King smiled and looked at Illuster Starb, saying I would take good care of it. And so Illuster Starb immediately went to see His Majesty the Emperor and proposed why we don't let Dion Hart join in the conquest of the Demon King. The Emperor up there asked, what are your intentions, Duke? Illuster Starb immediately said, what are your intentions? I just don't want to waste a talent, after all the Empire is still in chaos. He looked up, asking, why don't you forge Dion Hart into your sword, Your Majesty? The Emperor remained silent, but his expression was not entirely disapproving. Illuster Starb secretly thought, although a little hesitant, the Emperor has accepted my proposal. And so he called Dion Hart in, saying the hero was on a journey to destroy the Demon King. You two will join, he ordered, and Dion Hart left the Empire. So Illuster Starb at that time relaxed and calmly sat and read the documents, thinking to himself that maybe he would die on the road, but I had done my best, so he would not reprimand me. Just like that, I secretly believed that everything would go smoothly as planned, he thought complacently, but then the surprise came. The servant rushed in to announce, Sir, Dion Hart has returned. Hearing that, Illuster Starb couldn't keep calm and used his hand to hit the table. The pages of documents were scattered in the air, but he didn't care. His expression was deep and dark, as if his whole body was emitting a deadly black aura. He thought frantically, but then who did I give to him, that he will die and return with the hero's body in his hands? He raised his head, gritted his teeth, his facial muscles tensed, inhaled the strange substance, and cursed Dion Hart, this insect. He secretly thought, how could Dion Hart come back? Did the Demon King forgive him so easily? What happened there? He couldn't bear to think. Illuster Starb calmly stood before Cruel Heart, asking if there was anything special about your mission that needed to be reported. Cruel Heart answered, this mission. After defeating them, if you can still chase Dion Hart, confirm where he wants to go, Illuster Starb said. Cruel Heart said, like I said before, Dion Hart had already run away, so I couldn't see anything. After listening, Illuster Starb left, saying, I don't know if you really didn't see anything or if you were just closing your eyes, but maybe it was just a reluctance. That's all I wanted to say. I hope you can win the bet, he said. Cruel Heart watched him leave, his eyes cold. The Duke's mansion. Illuster Starb walked down the hallway, thinking that everywhere in the human world there was no place that his eyes and ears could not reach, but if the place Dion Hart was aiming for was that place. The commander of the army did not suddenly appear in the demon world and the hero of the empire that the emperor loved, Illuster Starb thought to himself, putting those two identities together. He sat with his head down, his hands resting on his thighs, and finally made a guess that they were probably the same person. Illuster Starb sighed dejectedly and said he didn't expect him to be a double agent. He thought to himself, a person who is both an extraordinary position in the demon world and an extremely influential person in the empire. The Demon King and the Emperor were both using him, but then he had to choose a side, and if he chose the Demon King, things would be very complicated, he thought to himself. At this point, Illuster Starb raised his head, his face filled with murderous intent, cruel, cold and terrifying. He silently said, I have to kill him before that happens, for the good of the Empire, said Illuster Starb. On one side, in a small, warm wooden room, the doctor was examining the comatose Dion Hart lying on the bed. It's not life-threatening, he just needs to rest and doesn't need any further treatment. The bleeding is also caused by stress. It seems like his physical condition is not very good, the doctor advised. But, he suddenly said, glancing at the person standing behind him. Did you know this before bringing him in? The doctor said to Daniel, who was standing there with his arms crossed. Daniel put his hand on his head, blaming himself and saying, no, it was because I was too careless, it was my fault. He said it was because I didn't pay close attention from the beginning, only when something happened did I rush to find a doctor. The doctor immediately told me not to worry, I would keep my mouth shut, and close my bag. Besides, I've been forgetful lately, I don't know if I can remember what happened today. The doctor told me to leave. Daniel's two sinewy hands slowly placed themselves near Dion Hart's throat. His face changed completely in contrast to his previous appearance, an angry face, two clenched teeth grinding together, muttering, death, die. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, his anger rose to the extreme, he used all his strength to squeeze out each word, Dean Hart. At that moment, blood suddenly poured out of Dion Hart's mouth. Before Daniel's eyes, the image of his sick mother gradually appeared and took over his thoughts. He was heartbroken and sad thinking about his mother. Suddenly he woke up and his thoughts gradually returned to their original trajectory. Daniel panicked and stepped back, giving up the idea of killing Dion Hart. He lost control and sat down on the ground. Rapid, somewhat panting breathing. Daniel gritted his teeth, sweat covered his face, his eyes were still cold, one hand held the other's trembling wrist, and said, "Consider yourself lucky, Dion Hart." In my head, I silently thought, why today? Time goes back a bit, about a while ago, at the Revolutionary Army Command meeting. One person shouted, "Is he planning to complete our mission?" The speaker is a girl. She continued to raise her voice. "It's not the time yet, war between humans and demons is about to take place, so when can we start an uprising?" Daniel covered his forehead, eyes closed. He had a bit of a headache. "This is not the first or second time," Daniel said. "We have used all our strength to prepare for the uprising." The girl directly interrupted Daniel's words, clearly showing her impatience as well as being ungrateful and disrespectful to others. Still in a loud tone, she said, "You keep delaying like that, are you sure you don't have your own agenda? Since last time, I've felt strange." Boom! Daniel lost patience and slammed his hand on the table. His face was gloomy and scary. He looked up at the girl, speaking clearly every word. "At a time when humanity was on the brink of war with the demon world, you guys still dare to propose an immediate uprising. Our reason for existence and actions are based on the people." Now, Daniel was extremely angry. The girl who was still loud before now turned soft, hesitantly speaking, "I mean, do you think that without their support, this revolutionary army could still exist?" Before Daniel could answer, the other person said, "No. That person is Paul." He continued, "We are just like a group of rebels." Daniel suddenly whispered, "Paul." Paul continued, "We must convince the people to believe in our ideals of justice. To do so, we must eliminate the aristocrats, and our ideas must be recognized. In my opinion, this is the way of true revolutionaries." Daniel widened his eyes slightly, a bit surprised. Smiling slightly, he said, "Right. Pick up the chess piece and move it to another position," saying at the same time, "Only when you stand in front of the city gate can you meet the king." Daniel asked, "But do you think we have enough manpower to carry out this plan?" His question made everyone sitting next to the table silent. Daniel continued, "Not long ago, there was someone who acted on his own, causing damage to the Revolutionary Army. Someone who didn't stop them while knowing clearly that there were problems with their plan. They are just like you, eager to start an uprising. People around feel shy." Suddenly, Daniel raised his voice with the desire to burst everyone's eardrums so that the words could best reach the brain for ignorant people. "So if you still think you have to rebel right now, then don't sit in this command chair anymore." Once again, Daniel slammed his hand on the table, his face extremely determined. After the meeting, only Daniel and Paul remained. Paul asked quickly, "Hey, are you okay? I'm about to leave, remember." Before he could finish speaking, Daniel flicked his forehead painfully. Paul bewilderedly held his forehead and asked, "Oh hey, you." Daniel smiled softly. He gently placed his hand on Paul's blue hair, then spoke, "You're older, Paul, and you already know how to stand up for others." Paul seemed a bit surprised. Daniel continued with an affectionate face, "You were very good just now, thank you." Paul, a little embarrassed, responded softly to him. "Wishing you a safe journey," Paul said. Daniel asked back, "Where are you going?" Paul exposed him, "You know that every time I feel stressed, I will go back to my mother, go visit her." Daniel was surprised, then felt a little warm. He smiled as bright as a flower, his eyes closed. "Ha, really grown up." Then both brothers played around with each other. Daniel hugged Paul's neck and rubbed his head with his other hand. "You really don't want me to take you back to the dorm?" Paul was embarrassed, tried to push him away, and said, "Don't pat my head." Daniel thought of his mother. His mind gradually became more steadfast. He cannot give up because of his promise to show his mother the world she has always wanted. Daniel opened the door and stepped inside. Outside are two soldiers whose duty is to guard. Daniel shouted, "Mom, I'm back, but this world is cruel to me." The woman in the blue dress collapsed onto the cold wooden floor. Daniel's face turned gray. He quickly called out to his mother. His mother has long struggled with a serious illness. Holding his mother in her arms, his mother's mouth was still bleeding, her hand trying to reach up to touch her son. Daniel's whole body trembled. He felt the pain was too great. Why is this? Why? When did Mom get sick? He turned to shouting at the two guards outside. The other two guys didn't speak, so they could only respond to Daniel's questioning. His teammates hid it from him even though they knew everything. The woman's face had sunken cheeks, full of haggardness, and the corners of her mouth had long streaks of blood. Try to force yourself to speak. Daniel, my son, I'm okay, don't get angry with them. Not knowing when, Daniel shed 2 tears. The tears kept falling one after another. His mother continued to say that she begged them not to tell him. Daniel thought again, in our minds, we also understand. I don't want my son to be heartbroken, because the leader of the Revolutionary Army is not allowed to falter, no matter what. Mom only wants the best for us. But, Mom is about to leave this world. Daniel looked at his shaking bloody hand. I cannot accept that, she hasn't seen that world yet. Daniel was suddenly bumped into. The other person was dressed in black, unable to see his face clearly, and quickly apologized to him. Daniel was still crying. He slowly turned around to look. A young man with white hair was coughing up blood, reminding him of his mother. Daniel suddenly exclaimed, "No, my heart was thinking, this is not my mother, but his obsession is really too big." Daniel hugged the young man. His eyes were red with blood, glaring slightly, then the tears continued to flow down. His mouth spoke, "It's okay, wait a moment, at any cost, I will save my mother." He no longer looked like he did just now, but now had a face filled with the dullness and pain of a filial son. The pain was tearing through him, trying to say it out but still couldn't. "Don't leave your child, I beg you, mother." Those thoughts of his keep taking over every part of his body at this moment. Back to the present, Daniel put his hands on the ground and slowly stood up, thinking to himself, at that time, he reminded me of my mother, that's why I reacted so violently. And now, I still can't kill him. Why are we so soft-hearted? Daniel said softly, "You don't know how lucky you are." His eyes are icy. He thought he should kill Dion Hart as soon as he realized it, but today there was nothing he could do. He noticed the mark near his opponent's chest. That was the curse mark he had heard about. Daniel thought to himself, not only did he vomit blood, he was also cursed. Even if you don't kill him, he will die soon. Perhaps he was convincing himself, this contradicts what I told the commanders, but it must be urgent. We can think of the most complete plan and execute it. Before Mom left, Daniel grabbed the doorknob. Before leaving, he turned around and spoke idly, "Curse, if you are hit by the Demon King's curse, then perhaps my mother was cursed by this world. Because this world is always cruel to my poor mother, before my mother died, I will give her the happiness she has always dreamed of." Daniel left, leaving Dion Hart alone in the room. As soon as Daniel left, Dean Hart woke up. He sat up straight, pushing the blanket down. Dion Hart's face was pale. He coughed a few times. The corner of his mouth still had blood stains. He raised his hand to touch his neck, thinking to himself, "Ah, fuck, he's finally gone. Does he want to torture me to death? I almost went to heaven." Thinking back, Dion Hart still felt scared. He came up with the idea of leaving before Daniel came back. Dion Hart sat on the bed, feet off the bed, arms leaning down, mouth still mumbling, "But where is this? It looks like a medical shop." The door suddenly opened. The doctor walked in surprise. Dion Hart calmed down when he saw that it wasn't Daniel. The doctor was a bit surprised. Before he could ask, Dion Hart spoke, That thing, it's not like I'm planning on running away." "Oh right, money, I will pay you, but now I have nothing on me." The doctor gave him a gown and a blindfold, and also spoke, "You don't need to worry about money. If you plan to go, take this with you. If you remember the way to our place, it will be troublesome, so even if it's uncomfortable, you have to wear a blindfold." He turned out the door, turned his head back and continued, "When you're ready, go out, I will escort you out of here." Dion Hart put on his cloak. There was some doubt about what the people were hiding here. He guessed that this was definitely not an ordinary medical shop. Starb put her chin on her hand, looked at Daniel and asked, "Daniel, why did you suddenly come here this morning?" The Duke's sharp eyes were able to recognize the unusual Daniel. Daniel put his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, stood up straight, and answered loudly, "We need to discuss the uprising." Daniel, standing before the Duke, began to make his proposal. "We need to discuss the uprising. When will we finally have any action?" Duke Aluster was still calm as if he wanted to anger Daniel, then began to answer, "The upcoming battle against evil. The kingdom's army is the most important. If there is a civil war now, our country will fall into trouble, dangerous." Daniel seems very impatient, but the commanders beg us every day. I hope you don't expect us to sit still. Seeing the Duke's unusual calmness, he thought his attitude had suddenly changed. He must have known about his mother's illness. This made him even angrier and shouted loudly. Responding to Daniel's anger, the Duke's expression remained unchanged. I have Why don't you stop everything and rest for a while? Daniel has some thoughts about the Duke. I respect him, but I didn't expect him to be swayed by such a small thing. We should make sure he has no other thoughts during the war. At that time, Duke Aluster said, standing up and walking to Daniel's place, I think this time you should calm down and think better, Daniel. You also realize that you are too hasty, right? What's wrong with you suddenly? Tell me. Hearing the Duke's analysis like that, Daniel thought for a long time, then only replied with 3 words, I know. After the conversation with the Duke just now, in the hallway, Daniel also thought about the Duke's words just now. Why don't you stop everything and rest for a while? He thought that, thanks to the Duke, I have accepted my position. Do you want us to stand still until the king has conquered half the continent? Aiden has rebelled with his army. Thinking back, before Aiden left, someone saw him talking to Shylin. Maybe the Duke and Shylin arranged the encounter between the revolutionaries and the king. After all those thoughts, Daniel became even angrier. I hope the empire will not collapse. Of course, someone standing as high as a duke does not easily give up his position. Even though I already felt he was the most suspicious, the reason he approached the revolutionaries was just to make sure we fell into his trap. Daniel looked out the window and thought how stupid. We should have been more careful when cooperating with powerful people. While Daniel was still in his unfinished thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice from behind calling him, brother. Paul's voice startled him and he turned around, seeing Paul angry, hands clasped together, walking towards him. He was surprised, raised his voice and asked, Paul, you haven't left yet? Paul with angry face, walked in front of him, staring. This made him start to feel a little scared, stuttering, what's wrong? Paul questioned him, did you bring Dion Hart here? Hearing the question just now, Daniel's eyes turned from surprise to shock. Grabbed his shoulder tightly, shouted loudly, asked Paul again, how do you know? Did you see him leave? But he had to wear a coat. Where can Paul see? He exclaimed. Daniel didn't care, just continued to question him. Has anyone else seen Dion Hart? Paul hastily calmed his loss of composure. He's done. Wait a minute. Brother, calm down, I'm the only one. He was wearing a cloak and a blindfold when he left, but I saw his hair, such a unique hair color, no one would recognize him. Daniel gradually calmed down. That's right. Having said that, I secretly blamed him. Damn it, you should have shielded him carefully. Paul saw him regain his composure and turned to blame him. I don't understand. Why don't you kill him? You should at least take him hostage and get clues from him, right? Since he is the king's dog, I am sure he will also be affected. Just because of that bastard, the Atonement Church was destroyed in Saya. The hatred and helplessness on Paul's face, thinking back to the past, that day Paul ran to Daniel alone. I was surprised. He came alone. Didn't he say he would bring his sister with him, Paul? Paul cried, told, oh dear. Saya, she didn't want to go anywhere, when she held my hand. Daniel quickly reassured him, I understand, maybe your sister needs time to think. Why don't you come visit her? I'll go with you. It's okay if she's not there. I just need to be strong enough to protect her, isn't that right? Daniel rubbed the crying boy's head and comforted him. He also kept silent, but obeyed. Yes, remember that time? Wanting to appease Paul's anger, he gently teased, it's been a long time since you cried in front of me, you're so grown up. Paul was shy and angry when he teased you, don't try to avoid it. When you met me, I was already an adult, but I'm really asking, why did you do that? I don't understand. Daniel, perhaps because he knew his actions were not right, for his own reasons, he knew he had made the wrong decision. No one is perfect, Paul, I'm sure you will see other weaknesses later. Paul was somewhat confused, still not fully understanding what he was saying. He looked at Paul and continued, just ignore the nonsense, just what is necessary and useful to you is fine. I intend to teach you a lot of things in a short time, I hope you will learn quickly. The position of successor is not easy, kid. Hearing about the successor, he was startled, surprised and asked back, my successor, honey, that can't be, maybe that's why I take you everywhere. Daniel wasn't surprised, he just found out now, but why do you think I let you sit in such an important meeting, then turned around and left? Paul followed suit, how many people are there? Why, it's me again, I'm just a kid on the street, in the corner of the market, I basically don't even have any education. Daniel doesn't pay much attention, don't worry, I'll teach you everything. Paul's face was still pale at that time, but he was still young. I interrupted him. I thought you said you were grown up. Seeing that my words were now like a knife stabbing back at myself, I could only hold my tongue. Oh well. I comforted him. It's good to be young, you can look at the world from a different perspective, you're not afraid of change. Paul, you may be from the kingdom, but you're a child who died on your own in the slums without the empire's help. Do you know that there are many people in the Revolutionary Army, from different countries? The fact that you have nothing to do with the empire only proves my fairness. Paul then gradually accepted the truth, sat down to talk to you. Is that why you chose me? He sat and answered very calmly, one of the reasons, but the most important is that you know how to love. Of course he was dumbfounded. Honey, I've never been on a date before. Seeing his innocence, he smiled teasingly. Do you think the love between a man and a woman is the only one? Even though you may not be able to name it, when you go all out to treat someone, what is that feeling? Hearing those words, his mouth whispered Saya's name. He angrily clenched his hand, but it is also your weakness. Every time my mother is mentioned, I am shaken. Daniel is still taking it easy. What you said is right. I feel that every time I talk about my mother, I let you see my bad side, then I continue talking. But Paul, the revolutionary ideal is justice. To create such a world, we need someone who knows how to love, someone who is dedicated and understands others. Daniel reached out to Paul, just like you. You can also see that I trust you very much. Even though you say that, I still don't know if your decision is correct or not, and it's funny for a young person like you to think about a successor. But I will try my best to learn. Seeing Paul's spirit trying so hard, Daniel was also very happy. He smiled brightly. Haha, thank you. For the revolution to succeed, we must overcome great barriers, like the Duke and the King, for example. But we will succeed. You don't understand why he's so happy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up. So, because time is money, let's start now. You still don't understand anything. Then you see him carrying out a towering stack of books. He tells him to read all of these books. Paul is scared. He's taken it back. He won't do it anymore. That's it. You're being teased. Let's talk about human rights a little. It's scaring the hell out of you. In one place, the king was hunting, talking about the duke's weaknesses, his pride. This is the Star Duke's weakness. The king replied, yes, he always looked down on others and thought he knew everything. He doesn't realize that other people can also despise him. That's right, there were times when I was used like an idiot. But, the Duke is not the only one who knows how to take advantage of others. In the day we declared the end of war with the Empire. And we will fight the demon world. If we have water, we will shout, luckily we are saved. When there is a country, there is anger. He himself declared war, now he retracts it himself. What does he think of us? I do not agree with the actions of the Empire, but we cannot stand by and watch the Empire collapse, because humanity will also wither away, and there are countries that normalize everything. But absolutely, no one thought they would join the demon world's side, because the Duke himself wanted it. He deliberately let people who don't know think bad about the demon world. After all, that is his forte. It will only help us more. The king thought back. Just now I acted in front of the Duke, as if I believed that humans and demons were in conflict with each other. And so he started to get involved. But those tricks, how can you fool me? He said cold, ridiculous words. I just let the Duke play his part and pretend I don't know anything. Thanks to him, I didn't need to lift a finger to solve the problem, and also saved a lot of manpower. As he said that, the king raised his bow again, shot a second arrow at the next animals. They lay down, piled on top of each other and died miserably. The courtier next to him also saw what was going on and continued, what a reckless move, putting such an important outcome in the hands of the enemy. The king, after killing all the so-called monsters in this area, smiled triumphantly. That is exactly why I trust him. The Duke cannot let this empire fall. Because he wants this empire for himself. Having finished speaking, the king whispered to the little horse, let me go home. I firmly affirmed that he treated me like a child before, yet he still fell into such a simple trap. One thing is certain, his pride will one day be the thing to overthrow him. I don't know what his expression will be like then. Beautiful day. A bouquet of blue roses with a proud face appeared before Dion Hart. He coldly looked at the bouquet of flowers. Perhaps he was really confused by this situation. The person who gave the flowers was none other than the Crown Prince. Without letting Dion say a word, he said, hello, long time no see, Marquis Hart. I stopped by to give you this bouquet of flowers. Dion's face was clearly suspicious. Why did you suddenly give it to me? On the surface, the Crown Prince had a friendly smile as if he was being forced. It seemed like he was really being forced, because I have to tie you to the kingdom, Alanthea. Does this really work? Sitting back at home, listening to Alanthea's advice, the Marquis Hart, he definitely likes men. He was shocked when he heard that. Looking at her cheerful face, he was also very surprised. Cough what? Alanthea seemed to have just found the truth. Think about it, there were only men around her, there weren't any women. He calmly drank tea, intending to explain to his sister, but Alanthea seemed to predict he would continue speaking. Just stop me, your plan was wrong from the beginning. I should have seduced him. Seeing his younger brother's determination, the crown prince was a little worried. He felt wrong. Without letting him say a word, she explained, no, think carefully, every time the royal palace holds a party, so many young ladies are looking at me. Yet Marquis Hart did not take it to heart. Suddenly, I realized that what my brother said made sense and was right. Thinking about it, he really didn't have any women close to him. All subordinates are male. Looks like they're very close, too. Impossible. Could it be that what Alethea said is true? Probably not. Well, now I'm sitting here with Dion. If I stab him, I have to follow him. Either way, I have to attract him to my side before the war breaks out. His face pretended to smile, pretending to be friendly, trying to correct the mistake by saying, why don't you ask His Majesty for a higher title when you win the hunting contest? He thought, now I have to do whatever needs to be done, do it right. He continued, now the hero Cruel Heart has become an earl. Seeing Dion's frowning face, he felt a little guilty. I shouldn't have said that, but then his face brightened again, smiling widely as he said, but more importantly, your title has been promoted to Marquis. Dad, this flower is my congratulation to you. Dion's mood is also normal, just a quick response, thank you. After Dion, his expression became less tense and relieved. It turned out he came to congratulate me. I almost misunderstood. Seeing Dion's face change, he wondered, was he smiling? No matter what Alethea did, his face remained cold, but my bouquet of flowers made him smile. Seeing that the situation seems favorable, the power in hand is also greater. I wonder if your political views will change. Hearing this, Dion is startled, wary, political views. The king ordered him to probe my reaction to the news of war or something. Seeing the danger, he stammered to explain, that. But it made Dion even more suspicious. Why was he so hesitant? Was he planning on saying something serious? It felt like Dion was on guard. He mustered up the courage to speak out. If same-sex marriage was accepted, how about receiving? What an unexpected move. The words made everyone in the room stunned. What about same-sex marriage? He felt very humiliated, absolutely humiliated, watching the whole room fall silent. Silently praying, please say something. Dion stood up and walked towards the door. We have an urgent matter. He ran after him when he knew things had gone too far, held Dion's hand, explaining in vain. No matter what he was thinking, it was all just a misunderstanding. Dion's face was clearly scared. Well, I know we're different. I'm afraid to blush. No. Dion jumped back in surprise. Yes, I know everyone's tendencies are different, but I like women. The crown prince followed. No, I said it was a misunderstanding. I like women too, he shouted loudly. I feel like I can hear it even deep in the forest. When he left, the servants in the house, everyone curious, looked after him, only daring to look and think, did he just shout that he loves a woman? Maybe the prince really does, too. No need to worry about the successor anymore. The name of the street leading to the gate. The crown prince was shy and didn't say a word, just quickly walked out to the car. I felt like I was being played, angry. I was really stupid to think that it was possible, because I was in a hurry, so I was impulsive. You wait, Alanthea. On Dion's side, when the crown prince returned, he felt like he was the laughingstock of his servants in the palace. He was also angry and a little humiliated and thought to himself, just laugh, you bastards. The courtier walked behind, smiling brightly. No matter what you decide, I support it. Being teased, Dion shouted loudly, shut up. He said it was nothing. But why did you come here? I thought you were just escorting me to the hunting range. Go back and run your caravan. This guy is also stubborn. I'm not afraid. I'm still standing there, talking carefree. Sir, is my number one priority. Master, I'm sad. I can't do anything. You bastard, just follow me. This Stan isn't afraid of Dion at all. He spoke loudly. Aren't you about to go out to carry out the mission the king has assigned you, or should I escort you? Dion felt annoyed. Let it go. It would be more comfortable for me to go on my own. Go away. Dan still stubbornly followed. But, anyway, if you go to the hunting contest by yourself, you won't be back until dawn. Dion was angry, turned back to warn, I'm going to get some fresh air alone. If I go home I'll lose. Do you dare to follow? Dan refused to give up, and when he returned he was injured. Suddenly, after hearing this, Dion touched his neck with his hand. Thinking back to last night's incident, last night the situation was very dangerous. Those bastards looked like they were treating me. But that guy tried to strangle me. Until they left, they were still very alert and covered their eyes. Last night, when Dion was blindfolded and led somewhere, he was pushed once, luckily for him. I opened my blindfold, I couldn't see anyone. Is he gone? What the hell, where is this? Who are they? Where is that place? I don't even understand who is destined. No matter what, I'm really lucky. Thinking about that, Dion turned around and said to Dan, don't even think about following me. If not, one of us must die. I think anyone who witnesses me crossing the line will lose their life. Damn, does that sound terrible? Dan stepped back, chuckled, then said, Master's orders, I will not follow you. Staring at Dan, he thought, what a disaster in my life. I never thought that someone would threaten me in this situation. Dion turned back to look at that guy, feeling confused. Why does he look so happy? What a weird guy. Dion went to the dining table. The butler, seeing him, quickly greeted and welcomed the lord. These noble knights were eating when they saw Dan coming, happily invited. Commander, are you coming to eat? Do you want to try this sausage? The other guy stopped my friend. You idiot, the count wants to come and eat your leftovers. Dion looked at them, thinking to himself, noble knights, you hateful bastards. Then Dion turned and said to the butler, we have to leave early. How long will this last? The butler replied, it's been 10 minutes, probably. One of them seemed to lose his temper and shouted, you idiots, now you have to call him. Marquis, as soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed on the table and fell asleep. The guys didn't even understand what was going on. Cletter, you were drugged or something, and they all collapsed as well. The housekeeper saw that everything was fine and it was finally over. He didn't expect that after being drugged, they still talked continuously for 10 minutes, even the elephant had to collapse. Dion looked at these guys, thinking to himself, those crazy people are not ordinary people. Dion didn't know that if he said that, Dion would be no different from the commander of a crazy dog household. Dion turned to thank the old butler. Thank you, last time it was too noisy but this time I can leave peacefully. The butler smiled carelessly. It was because they loved him so much. After thinking for a moment, Dion just denied it. The butler sent Dion away, wishing him a safe journey. The border's smallest manholes, which exist only for Dion Hart. The two kings secretly vowed to keep their location and border hidden for their own safety until they decided which side they would choose. That's why the knights couldn't follow him, go over the mountain. Will the demon king leave it alone when he discovers the king's intention to declare war? Of course the answer is no. Dion walked through the mountains, thinking it was time for me to make a decision, feeling like this life had a limit. Suddenly a fight appeared in front of Dion. The guys being stabbed cried out in pain. If you look closely, there is a cruel heart in this group. Cruel thinks, why is this bastard here? Is he following me? Dion thought he came here to see where I was going. Dion was surprised. With a somewhat excited look on his face, he spoke up. It was a good time. We had to kill all the witnesses. A voice with the gloomy aura of a man holding a small sword in his hand rang out softly. I must kill everyone who witnessed it, especially if you happen to be a subordinate of the leader of the group. Noble, suddenly something passed by very quickly. Arud himself rushed forward, used his sword to strike a blow that the opponent also quickly blocked, the two sides of the sword touching each other emitting a bright red light. That person's eyes looked very cold, covering the space. But Arud also glared with murderous intent. Suddenly Arut swung his hand out, immediately adding another move. The sound of the sword and the power of the sword continuously rang out. And Cruel Heart also used his weapon to block each of that guy's attacks. The two of them refused to lose. They immediately rushed into each other and fought fiercely. The match was evenly matched. There were no signs of losing from anyone. It seemed like everyone wanted to win. At this moment, Arut suddenly gasped. His eyes widened with an unwilling expression. Can you at least use a little more force? Cruel Heart stopped his sword and looked at him with a cold face. Besides being angry, he also felt confused. His face frowned, murderous intent rising. He should have hated me. I'm just a useless and annoying younger brother. Cruel Heart stood boldly in front and raised his voice. I don't want to be the heir, or want to take advantage of my family name. He remembered what he said. He should hate me, the one who took away his family, your family. Every moment of battle flashed through Cruel Heart's mind like a slow-motion movie. So why him? His eyes suddenly widened because he realized something. Arut gently held the small knife in his hand and moved slowly with labored breathing. The knife's face was pointed straight down, stabbing hard. His eyes had no emotion at all, but he kept acting like he was trying to save me. A trail of blood gently flowed out, shooting into the air. Arut immediately knelt down, looked up. A bloody knife was held in his hand. The front was empty and the people had disappeared, which left him speechless. He clenched his teeth in indignation, clicked his tongue, tsk, he ran like a mouse again. Damn, what is this feeling right now? I feel like I'm missing out on the big picture. A clenched fist slammed down on the table, looking very angry. This person stood up suddenly, anger pouring out. Why would Arud choose to leave right now, right when he had just bet with cruel heart to see who would kill him first? At least I have to get rid of him before the war. Duke Aluster Starb sighed, curling the corners of his lips in a smug smile. Lucky bastard, to lose him like this makes me even more crazy about him more. It felt like the world was protecting him, but it was clear and impossible. After all, the world was the one who brought him the cruelest fate. Aluster Strabe squinted his eyes, looking unsightly, hoping that you would return quickly, and when you returned. Outside this gloomy forest, Arud also slowly approached his horse. As he walked, he couldn't help but think, the Demon King had prepared a horse for him. He must have known where he was going because he could detect it, according to the spells that I have cast. He gently used his foot to step on the object. Ah! Arud looked at the bag he was wearing and was skeptical. This medicine bag was for him. After a while, Arud went to the edge of the cliff. In that bag, he gently turned it upside down, and the pieces of medicine inside quickly fell down below, forming a pile. Arud is happy and excited, just throw it here. But the doctor who invented this medicine cried with regret, no, the medicine we created tastes like coffee. We did it because he hated the taste of medicine. He feels extremely comfortable inside. Wow, I feel lighter. At night, in this magnificent palace, fireflies flutter softly in the space around. Arud suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked. He had just returned here. Suddenly everyone cheered. It was Mr. Arud. Long live Mr. Arud. Long live Mr. Arud. Under this shouting and cheering he didn't understand anything before he could get off his horse. Looking at these people, they cheered, long live Arud. Looking at the badge on this person, he was quite surprised. Long live Mr. Arud. When he saw that, his jaw dropped. What the hell were they doing, while those people continued to cheer, Mr. Arud? At this time, a girl with a happy and cheerful face came forward, welcoming him back. Arud was suddenly surprised. Rairanel. Arud walked back directly, his face pale and asked, wait, what is all this about? Rairanel excitedly replied, this is the Arud sect. We created it by gathering all those who respected you, half of which are from the Demon King's castle. In this dark night, I created it with the religious form I heard from Devilana. Do you like it? Arud heard that and panicked, internally screaming, Devilania I knew it right away. It seems last time it also grew a little bigger. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart, raised his voice, and dismissed them immediately. The other three people panicked when they heard that. What but? Arud shouted loudly, waved his hand, disperse immediately, disperse forever. Rairanel was forced by the atmosphere, so he immediately turned and went to work. Disperse, disperse, everyone dispersed. Everyone refused, forever, no way, everyone dispersed. Mr. Arud was feeling uncomfortable. Immediately everyone ran away. Suddenly there was no one left. See you next time, Sir Arud. Dunehurt panted, leave me alone. In another space, a young man held a stack of papers in his hand, and on his shirt he still had the same badge as the guy from earlier. Hey, you're back, earlier than I thought. As soon as Arud saw that badge, he saw his reaction and immediately explained with interest, ah, this brooch, I got it from Rairanel. How could I miss it? Arud was bewildered, to the point of being speechless. He walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. Arud. This guy's expression looks very gloomy. Your heart rate has increased sharply since you entered the study room. Have you heard anything important from the Empire? This makes me very surprised. He softly remembered that he had once interacted with a member of the clan. You are a human, so please stay. That guy slightly smiled sinisterly. I don't know what it was, because you can't even hide the expression on your face. Ah. In this gloomy large room, the atmosphere between the two of them was not very good. That cowardly emperor finally made a decision. He leaned close to Arud's ear and said coldly, and you're not going to tell me if I don't pay attention, right? Arud could only tremble, unable to speak. I'm sorry. Immediately he turned him around. His hand quickly grabbed his neck, making him scream in pain. Have you been tempted? I wonder how that emperor tempted you. Arud held his hand. He gradually felt that the air was no longer circulating in him. He could only let out a few gurgling sounds. His arms and legs no longer had any strength. He had a sinister look, curled his lips and smiled. Aren't you worried about what I will do about your actions now? Meanwhile, Arud kept asking for help in vain. He was really planning to kill me. The voice was cold. Do you think your life could be in danger? Arut replied with difficulty. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, He frowned and shouted, are you surprised? After a while of struggling, he let go, clicked his tongue. Well, it's not like I don't understand your situation. His finger pointed at his chest, happily saying, but you know which side you have to choose, right? Arut stared blankly. To be honest, I don't know if he is a talented person, to the point where I have to fight for it. His eyes glanced slightly, a circle rotating on his chest. His expression looked very uncomfortable, but I didn't want to go back to the boring life like before. He turned his back and proudly raised his voice. In the demon world, all demons besides me will have to kneel before you, meaning you can do whatever you want. The moment Arut suddenly realized, everything you have achieved is here. He blatantly opened the door. The sky outside looked very indifferent and gloomy, and here, you don't need to worry about the sun anymore, it's always night there, but look at that moon. You can't live in darkness forever just because you're sensitive to sunlight, right? He turned around and smirked. If you want to visit the human world, I won't keep you. If you want their land, I will invade and bring it back to you. You are human, so please stay here. No matter what the Emperor proposes, I will be able to propose to you something better to win this battle. Arut suddenly remembered, but couldn't help but be frightened. Then he raised his voice and replied, no. He still seemed very pleased. He would run away if I pressured him any more. He waved his hand, sociably advised to stop. Well, think carefully, I don't want to throw away my toys just to win. A few days later, I was angry and upset inside, so I walked a lot faster. I was so upset that I couldn't stay in the room anymore, so I went outside the castle for a walk. Inside the castle is inside the wall, the Demon King's castle, and outside the castle is outside the Demon King's castle wall. There is a village for normal demons and a residence for warriors. One guy slightly frowned and shouted, Lord Arut has already left the castle, but look at his outfit. Arut seemed to not understand what was happening. What was wrong with them? Did they think he was an idiot? There are a few situations where you have to be especially careful with Commander Arut. First is when he drinks alcohol, and second, you walk and observe, are people avoiding you? Even though it's not, being bothered is fine. The person behind him could only sigh helplessly, as he was wearing a black stick. Everyone was talking. Today, he was wearing all black clothes. He must have been very angry. Arut heard these words and felt very uncomfortable. Wait, it's all black. It's because he's wearing colored clothes. Black, demons don't like black things. Why is he here? Doesn't he normally never step out of the castle? He's probably looking for something to relieve his anger. He frowned thoughtfully. He wore black so he wouldn't stand out too much, but he didn't expect it to ward off demons and applaud black clothes. Those people kept talking in and out. I'd never heard that killer laugh. First of all, I would rather die at the hands of the Demon King than the other commanders. The person behind him was nervous and worried. He's back. He must be very worried. Normally I would leave him alone for peace, but the Demon King told me to observe him. Surely he saw me a lot, even though he didn't say anything. Looking at Arut's back walking in front, I wanted to encourage him so much. He kept rubbing his head as if I was very annoying. He was cautious, frustrated in his heart. Where was that stupid doctor? It couldn't work. He walked around and shouted, Mr. Arut, can I suggest a place to help you feel more comfortable? He was surprised. He will definitely like that place. That's what I thought, but in reality, Arut used his hand to hit the pillar hard, killing the party and punching a hole. He consoled, Sir, Arut. Arut looked serious and said darkly, are you kidding me? Ed stood up straight, excitedly saying that he could suggest taking Mr. Arut to a place to relax, his eyes open wide, his hands on his chest to prove what he said. He said so, but why are we standing at the training ground? Arut looked suspiciously at the two people in front of him. Ed was forcing someone to bring something, which the other guy had no right to take. Realizing that the demon still refused to leave, he threatened that he would ask permission later and force him to take it quickly or he would die. The demon opposite him was extremely panicked. His face turned pale. Hey, I thought you just wanted to breathe some fresh air. Why are you threatening others like that? The demon rolled his eyes, even more panicked. He himself didn't even know who told him to do that. He didn't even know what that thing was. Arut stood next to him and wanted to intervene. He needed to clarify everything before there were more misunderstandings. The atmosphere around Ed was extremely tense right now. But right when Arut wanted to enter, before he could finish his sentence, he sprained his foot, which was something that had never been planned. He immediately fell down, before he could even figure himself out. When Ed and the demon saw it, they were startled and panicked. The fall, smoke flying everywhere, looked painful. The smoke dispersed, Arut's hand appeared, hit the wall, causing it to crumble and crack into large pieces. The little devil next to him trembled. Damn it. Smoke rose from the crack, the little devil shrunk his body trembling. Ed next to him called Arut with a trembling voice. On the other side, he lowered his head threateningly. Are you kidding me? His eyes widened. Arut immediately spat out. Do you think this is a fantasy story or have something against you? No matter how weak your body is, you can't stumble. Arut was so angry that his face turned black even though Ed next to him called his name. Ed looked at him and said that despite his disappointment, now was still not the right time to kill the demon in the castle. The demon king would also be upset. Hearing this startled him. After finishing speaking, Ed immediately turned back to the demon and warned him, giving him one last chance because he had insulted him, but he thought it was because he was wasting time arguing. Arut was startled. He said he didn't intend to, but the demon tearfully bowed his head and thanked him for forgiveness. He will leave immediately. But was overwhelmed by the scream of a man in white, Arut, causing all three to turn around in surprise. Ben looked around in panic. The necklace around his neck lit up intensely, signaling that the signal was emitting strongly. He was startled when he looked at the back of Arut's hand and discovered that his hand was drenched in blood. Arut glanced over to realize the problem. Mr. Arut had his hand. Ed was angry when he just arrived even though he was Arut's personal doctor. Ben was angry and said he was working and hoped Ed would calm down because the signal was given that he would come immediately. Ed shouted angrily, not just this time. He was already upset from before, but this startled Ben. What? Ben immediately said that the signal from the bracelet did not come out, so Ed put it together into a broken bracelet and quickly threw it away. Ben sat down depressed, considering it inappropriate because he had replaced it many times, but the pearl itself was unharmed. Hearing that, Arut was startled and angry. That wasn't what he heard was made from his blood. I don't even know when he took the blood. When asked about his body feeling unusual, this really caught his attention. He no longer vomited blood when stressed. Ed next to him couldn't help but get excited, thinking that fighting with the hero was effective. Ben stood next to him, frowning and denying. He said Arut's body looked like a time bomb, and his hands couldn't help but sew a few lines. Arut rolled his eyes in pain, feeling like he was losing strength. Wait, Ben. He didn't hear it again. The signal from the stone became weaker and weaker. That has to do with the changes in his body. As he spoke, he realized it and his eyes widened in surprise. His hands were shaking. Arut's hand had been sewn back together without anesthetic. Are you okay? He asked again worriedly. Ed next to him was even more startled, shouting loudly worried about him. What? He sewed his hand without using anesthetic. What are he doing? Ben immediately knelt down in panic and said that he had made such a mistake, and if he intended to kill him, he would not dare to comment. It's okay. He closed his eyes and ignored it. Anyway, he was used to the pain. Moreover, he didn't dare to stop him because his face was too scary. The image of Ben blushing, annoyed and focused appeared in his mind. The nearby gatekeepers heard it and immediately discussed it. They didn't think he was suppressing the pain from the hand stitching, nor did they blame the doctor for making them startled and confused. Ben was also worried that he was hiding the pain from him. They admired that he was truly too kind. The devil from earlier has returned with a bucket full of red bars. Sir, commander of the Zero Army, I have brought them here. The item you requested, snow cannon. His face raised happily. When he mentioned that Arut wanted to use cotton to change his mood, the Demon King immediately agreed. He was helpless because there was no need to ask permission from the Demon King. How could he use it? He looked at the white bar in his hand in confusion. Ed happily instructed. They just needed to cut off their heads. He offered to help Arut. The cannon was quickly pulled out. Sparks flashed from the corner. The rays of light shot up into the night sky, radiating out to form a circular shape, from which countless snow fell. He quickly realized it was snow. Ed next to him excitedly asked if he liked it. Ed looked over. His look of amusement said that in the human world it would sometimes happen, but in the demon world there was no climate, so he thought this would help him better. Arut smiled and extended his hand. Thanking him was not bad. He hadn't seen it in a long time. The two Ben Eds behind him smiled and looked at each other, amused by his expression. The guards were bored. Trash was falling from the sky. The other guy immediately said this was something for Mr. Arut and scowled and told him to shut up and clean up. At least he didn't use red fireworks. That was difficult to clean up. The sentence was interrupted before he could finish. A flash of red fireworks went out. Red fireworks are here. We must be working overtime again, they said tiredly. Seeing the red snow, Arut immediately recognized it. His eyes sharpened. This smell made him uncomfortable. Like the smell of blood, right? Ben turned around and looked surprised to see, Your Majesty. Cruel walked over and happily asked him if those snow cannons helped cheer him up a bit. He slowly approached, asking again to make sure these were red fireworks. While Cruel happily asked if they looked real, he had added some blood perfume. He thought it would be very useful when war broke out with humans. Cruel even asked him how he felt. Terrible, Arud scorned in his mind, a scene where the smell of blood choked him. So horrible, the ground was covered with a layer of blood, and the snow gently fell. A pair of legs were horribly splattered with blood, dragging on the ground. Arud's face was upset, tears were streaming, and his eyes were listless. Yes, I think it's very useful. War is affected by weather and spirit. His whole body is covered in blood. The faint smell of blood carries the bright red mixed with white of blood and snow. Arud smiled. His eyes were somewhat evil, covered by such a scent that could terrify the enemy. Deep inside he thought he was back there. His Majesty laughed loudly, just as he thought. You have good judgment and understanding of tactics. He placed his hand on his shoulder, smiled and praised him for being really good. The surrounding scene became darker and more magical. Cruel smiled and said, "Congratulating you on my side." These words made his face black and somewhat scared. He held out his hand, wanting him to follow, making Arud somewhat bewildered. He kept doing what he liked, but he couldn't do anything. He could only obey. Arud's hand was on his hand. Both quickly disappeared in front of everyone, leaving behind a white smoke. Everything around him was white. He slowly opened his eyes. There was Arud. The scene before his eyes surprised him. It was sparkling. This is a fairyland. This place has a blurry and poetic blue-white color but is no less dangerous. His Majesty was interested and asked how it was. Beautiful, right? The boy was still bewildered and didn't answer, but he said he didn't feel sorry for the guy who lived here. A blonde-haired man stepped out. Nonsense, he said with a frown. The clan leader of the immortal king, possessing golden hair and somewhat sharp eyes. Cruel sighed that he had come all this way to listen to the complaints from the fairies. The fairy king immediately grimaced and replied that he was the cause. It was he who caused problems with the fairies. He was the one who had to come. Arud by his side, feeling confused, he thought he was taking him out, but it turned out it was for work. Very quickly the fairy king noticed him. He wondered why he brought a human. You're completely helpless, it's Dion Hart. Suddenly the wind fluctuated, the tree canopy shook. The world tree shook slightly, with a hint of excitement, causing the fairy king to turn around and look at the world tree in surprise. He couldn't understand why it was excited. Was there anyone here? Looking back at the other two, that person is definitely here. The fairy king's eyes hardened and he looked closer. His eyes looked towards Arud, the person that the whole continent would pay attention to. Under the backdrop of the night sky, a gentle breeze blew through the trees. 3 men stood there, including the clan leader of the Fairy King, the Demon King, and Dion Hart, that boy. The person that the whole world is paying attention to. Dion Hart's handsome face was a little surprised at this moment. At this point, the Demon King interrupted Dion Hart and the Fairy King clan leader, his face angry, and shouted, "Enough, let's get straight to the point. What are you doing here? You probably aren't here to welcome us." "No," the patriarch just calmly replied, "you came without warning and behaved too rudely." Having said that, the head of the Fairy King clan held out his hand with a very large seed and continued, "First of all, please take responsibility for this thing." The two of them thought to themselves, "Is it the seed of something?" The Demon King said, "What is this?" The patriarch replied with an unpleasant expression, "This is the seed of the world tree. When you broke in here, the demonic energy was dispersed. The seeds are susceptible to the influence of demonic energy, been contaminated like this." Hearing this, the Ghost King suddenly raised his hand and flicked it. Suddenly, in front of the 3 people appeared a girl with a stupid look on her face. That was Hien. Hien landed on the ground, his face filled with shock, looking around and asking, "Where is this?" Then there was a voice calling her name, "Hien." She turned around and saw that it was the Demon King. Her eyes immediately opened wide and she exclaimed, "Your Majesty the Demon King, and Mr. Arud too." In front of Hien was the cold face of the Demon King. Dion stood next to him and glanced at the Demon King, thinking, "I thought magic was forbidden. He used a lot of magic." Then, the Demon King pointed at the seed that the patriarch was holding and said, "See if you can bring the seed he is holding back to life." Hien was still surprised and quickly replied, Yes, Your Majesty." Hien walked over and took the seed and talked alone with that seed. "Why is mold growing? Are you okay, little seed?" But then, suddenly Hien stopped and said in horror, "This is..." Hearing that, he continued to ask, "What's wrong? Can you bring it back to life?" Hien turned around with a somewhat strange expression and replied, "Well, making it grow up is probably okay, but about it being infected with demonic energy, I don't think I can be of any help." The head of the Fairy King family then raised his hand and turned his head with an annoyed expression and said loudly, "I know, what are you planning to do now? The world tree seeds that we were entrusted with the responsibility of taking care of for our sake, I am the race that respects it the most, but now again," the Demon King suddenly interrupted, "Respectfully, aren't you guys more like the dogs of this world?" Hearing those words, the patriarch couldn't help but get angry. His eyes widened and he said, "What?" The Demon King's face now became sinister. He smiled smugly and continued, "Does the world say anything about these dying seeds? You look so desperate. You are probably not just a dog, but also a very loyal dog." Hearing him say that, the patriarch was angry and immediately protested, "The world also respects our race." The two kept arguing back and forth. The king said, "Oh well, forget it. What does the leader of a race that is hated by the world know?" The patriarch said, "I don't care about being liked or not, unlike someone who had to listen to the world's orders." Seeing the image of the two of them at this moment, Hien was very scared and hid behind Dion. Dion stood there witnessing the two arguing and then looked at Hien silently, asked, "Why are you hiding behind me?" Then, the other patriarch continued, "The seeds can't do anything so I'll ignore it, but why don't you deal with the group of demonic beasts loitering around?" That sentence was like lightning hitting Hien's ears. Hearing that, the Demon King said, "We are trying very hard to hunt them, but you have isolated yourself here so you probably don't know." Suddenly, Hien spoke up and asked, So you don't need this seed anymore." That action made Dion extremely surprised and thought, "In this situation you still ask questions?" Seeing that, the patriarch replied with cold eyes, "You can keep it." That made Hien extremely happy. His eyes sparkled and his cheeks blushed in joy and he replied, "Thank you very much." Dion stood aside and thought, "This plant-crazed jerk, she's also crazy." Suddenly Dion's eyes hit something. He turned around to look and behind him, a girl with long, flowing, turquoise hair appeared rising from the water. The girl with a beautiful appearance smiled at Dion. That was the mermaid leader, the mermaid queen. Dion wondered, mermaid, her tail is turning into a dress. Indeed, the mermaid queen's tail was gradually turning into a dress. She slowly approached Dion, who was still confused. She said, "It's great to see you again. We saw each other at the Demon King's castle, right?" Dion seemed to recall, well, at that time. Before he could say anything more, the frightened mermaid quickly approached and grabbed Dion's hand and continued, "I really want to talk to you again." With sparkling eyes and slightly pink cheeks, the mermaid queen looked straight at Dion, making him quite confused and thinking, "But this woman, why is she looking at me like that?" Dion's eyes also became quite suspicious and then continued to think, "This kind look." Dion slowly withdrew his hand from the queen's arms. He wondered why the goodwill made him feel so uncomfortable. Before he could fully withdraw his hand, the queen quickly held his hand, leaving him extremely stunned. She continued, "Not long ago I predicted a future." Hearing that, the Demon King and the Patriarch also listened. She said, "It said that a new hero would appear. He would be an even greater threat than the previous enemy." The Mermaid Queen still held Dion's hand tightly and continued, "That hero will decide your destiny." "Your Majesty the Demon King," the Mermaid Queen mentioned, "Your Majesty the Demon King. A new hero will appear soon," which makes Dion and the Fairy King clan leader extremely surprised. But Hien didn't care at all because she was still infatuated with the seed in her hand. The Mermaid Queen continued, "It seems the world doesn't like you very much, Your Majesty the Demon King." The Demon King heard that and replied coldly, "It's nothing new." He smiled slightly and continued, "From the beginning, the world already doesn't like our race. It's okay to hate it a little more. Besides, the future you see can always change, right?" The Queen of Humanity lightly glanced at His Majesty the Demon King and replied, "Perhaps so, but the future I see this time is a bit special, so wouldn't it be a miracle if it could change?" The Patriarch of the Fairy King family then spoke up, "It seems like banning the use of magic has become useless. I told you already, the world is targeting you." Cruel just breathed a sigh of relief, continued, "Do you think I banned magic because I was afraid of heroes? I thought it would be troublesome if a hero appeared during a war, so I did it." Dion was still lost in his thoughts. "Oh, so to balance the power, isn't it said that the more devils use magic, the sooner the world will make heroes appear?" Suddenly, the Patriarch approached and grabbed Dion's injured hand, making him very surprised. It seemed that his hand was still quite painful, so Dion's face turned red. The Patriarch continued, "So you can't even heal the wound properly and have to resort to this crude method." The Patriarch's eyes looked at Dion's hand shaking in pain. Then the Patriarch said, "It seems there is no other choice. Follow me, I will heal you." After that, Dion and the patriarch went to another place. Under the canopy of a tree, the patriarch used magic to heal Dion. The emerald light from the patriarch's magic slowly healed Dion's hand. Dion sat there turning his face away thinking, this awkward atmosphere is making me crazy. His eyes glanced from time to time at the hand being treated and thought, first the mermaid queen, then now the king of the fairy clan. He looked at the patriarch and wondered why they were suddenly so friendly towards him. When he first saw them at the Demon King's castle, he was pretty sure they didn't like him that much. But the more I looked at the king of the fairy clan, here Dion suddenly blurted out, the more he reminded me of Jakar. Hearing that, the clan leader raised his face and asked, what Jakar? Are you talking about the army commander, the first corps of the Demon King's army? At this point, Dion was extremely confused and panicked, thinking, I accidentally said it, the king of the fairy clan hates demons so much and yet I compare him to a legion commander. Then you quickly said, I'm sorry. The patriarch didn't get angry and just replied, it's been a while since I heard that name again. Is he okay? Even though he was affected by the Demon King's demon weapon, he's still a warrior, soldier of my clan, so I want to know about him. The clan leader did not forget to remind Dion, relax, don't you see that the wound is getting worse? Hearing the patriarch talk about Jakar made Dion extremely surprised. Jakar commanded the first corps of the Demon King's army, and came from the fairy race. How could that be possible? Finally, the treatment was finished and the patriarch smiled and said, okay, the treatment is complete, now there will be no more pain. Dion said politely, thank you. Suddenly the patriarch's eyes looked a bit strange and he said, you. Looking at the Dion clan leader who continued, he must have felt that my unusual kindness was a burden. During the healing process, you didn't look comfortable at all. If I offered to take you around this place, there's a high chance you would refuse. Hearing that, Dion looked like someone who had seen through everything. His face was a little red. Dion thought, he understands me very well. The patriarch continued, but not everyone receives my goodwill. The reason behind my goodwill is, because the world is focusing on you. Dion seems to emit a magical light. That made him extremely surprised. His face changed slightly and he hesitantly asked again, what did you say? The patriarch began to speak again. He told about the day Dion arrived. That first meeting happened very suddenly. As the leader of the fairy clan, the one who understood the will of the world, I immediately recognized it. The fairy clan leader's eyes frowned, knowing that the world was expecting something from this person. But every day we have more and more questions and doubts. What is so special about this person? The image of Dion that day appeared in the patriarch's mind. Red eyes. It couldn't stand the light, so those eyes would only become a weakness. Besides that weakness, he had a short body and nothing special at all. Is it true that the person standing in front of me is being noticed by the world? I thought so, but, at this point, the patriarch suddenly stood up and continued, are you unusually lucky? That made Dion suspicious but still replied, not really. The patriarch said, the records about Dion Hart that I found through research are really amazing, to the point that I can't believe it. Suddenly the patriarch grabbed Dion's collar and made him look. I don't understand what's going on. A human being has encountered countless dangers between the demon world and the human world and still unreasonably survived. Then the patriarch pulled Dion closer and said, think carefully. For example, a situation like that, you should have died but you survived, or a situation where you should have suffered a permanent injury, but in the end your injury was so light that it could be cured. The world usually did not interfere with the flow of things, but was protecting his life. Dion saw the patriarch like that and was extremely stunned, looking at him with wide eyes. Dion slowly thought back to the memories, such as the sudden burst of great power, or suffer a heavy attack without being harmed. Dion once defeated a giant with just his small body. He experienced many dangers on the brink of life and death. Doesn't your body take actions that benefit itself whenever your life is threatened? Memories rushed back to Dion's mind. At that time Dion was like a different person, easily fighting the enemies around him and also having a strange smile. The patriarch continued to speak, but when he checked whether your body had recovered, he found no changes. Dion's face was extremely surprised at the patriarch's fortune-telling. Dion remembered that the blue-haired guy once told him that Mr. Arud's body was still like a time bomb, as if something in Mr. Arud's body was constantly changing. The patriarch frowned and continued, I mean the reason you can live until now is thanks to the blessings of the world. Dion was extremely surprised and asked, but what? The patriarch's eyes stared at Dion. The body that the world was supporting, this was not support to make the body strong or energetic. This support and transformation helped him be able to receive force. Of this world is better. The hero who is about to appear will be an even greater threat than the one before. That hero will decide your destiny. Dion seemed to break down in thought. Oh, I finally understand what the world wants from me. In the past not long ago, there was a hero who, even though he was dead, still worried about his friends. That hero prayed, "World, please save him." And then the world responded to the hero who devoted his soul to his wish. The world has responded, "You don't need to worry, hero, I've been watching him for a long time." Perhaps it was Dion who the world noticed. His whole body seemed to carry an extremely great light. The patriarch of the Fairy King clan looked at Dion and said, "The will of the world is strong, the next hero is you, Dion Hart." The Fairy King shouted loudly to cheer everyone up, "There may be many people but they are not strong, don't falter, fight." While it was peaceful, suddenly monsters burst in. Standing looking at the battle in front of him like this, Hien held the World Tree Seed, looked at Dion and asked him, "Don't you need to go there and fight, Sir Arut?" Dion stood there with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with indifference and his eyebrows slightly raised. "I don't think I need to go there personally." In my heart I was thinking, are these monsters crazy? The Demon King and the leaders of the races are all here, why did they rush in at a time like this? They can't even fight. My conversation with the first king was interrupted because of them. Suddenly Dion remembered the words the Fairy King had told him, "Because this world focuses on you." He pondered the meaning of those words. Suddenly, a sentence rang out that made Dion snap out of that line of thought. "So you mean the reason those monsters lost their survival instinct inside this bag?" The Fairy King spoke, holding the medicine packets that Dion had previously thrown away. Thinking and researching, the fairies who were fighting the monsters also recognized that they were becoming more and more terrifying. Something happened after they ate the strange brown liquid inside this bag. The fairies pointed to those brown bags. Dion's eyes looked at those strange bags. That looked familiar. Wait, that was it. Now Dion realized those bags were his. The mermaid looked at those bags with quizzical eyes, wondering what was the purpose of dispersing the strange brown liquid. It smelled so much like coffee. Could it be? Maybe they're all humans or demons at war. The Fairy King also finds it strange. No humans still don't know about our existence, and the Demon King is someone who likes to use strength to solve everything, not using these cheap tricks. So there's only one thing left, the possibility of being the only human being who can freely enter and exit here. Everyone simultaneously looked at where Dion was standing, but the person was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that, Hien said with interest. He acted like he was not interested, but he really wanted to fight. The Fairy King didn't understand what was going on, turned his head and looked back and forth following Hien's gaze. Then saw Dion fighting that giant monster. The Immortal King pondered, since when did he? The mermaid raised her hand to hold it and asked the Fairy King if maybe it wasn't human, right? The Fairy King raised his eyebrows. Maybe, if he was the one who planned all this, he wouldn't have fought like that. Seeing that, the mermaid said, "I feel guilty for doubting him too much." As for Dion, from the moment he realized it was the medicine package he threw away, he quickly went to fight those monsters because he felt guilty. Wasn't that the medicine package he threw away? He recalled the memory of that time. Dion's face smiled happily and threw it away. After he threw it down, Ben screamed miserably, "No, that's the medicine package that I put all my effort into creating." Returning to reality, Dion's face began to feel scared. He pondered in confusion. Why did the monsters eat that and why did they become stronger after eating? So guilty that they had to fight with him. Them, since things turned out like this, I won't give them a chance to talk to me. While fighting enthusiastically, a hand was placed on Dion's shoulder to stop him. It was the Demon King. He called Dion, "Arut, you." "Never mind, we'll talk later." Hearing his words, Dion thought maybe he knew something. His face turned cold and he thought he was dead. The Demon King came to block in front of him and then held out his hand to tell Dion to step back. "We have to end this quickly and go back. Everyone back away from that monster." He gathered all the strength in his hand into a purple ball. He threw it towards the group of monsters, creating a huge explosion. "Kill all the monsters, leaving no one left alive." Dion stood behind in fear. Just one move. After he finished, he turned around and smiled sinisterly with a dark face. "Let's go back, shall we? Return to the castle." The Demon King put one hand on his hip and the other scratched his head. "Wow, how long has it been since I let my guard down like this?" Dion standing behind heard that like a lost soul. "I'm sorry. It's not something strange that hurts, it's medicine to help me recover." But, hearing this, he was startled and his eyes turned black. It was medicine, not something dangerous, right? Who is the guy who did that? That guy who practices alchemy. Let me go scold him. Dion thought to himself, the royal doctor will faint when he hears you say that. The Demon King continued to ask Dion, "But why did you throw it away?" Dion put his hands behind his back and said, "I tried drinking it and didn't see any effect." But in fact Dion was thinking, I should throw it away because it tastes bad. Actually, he really wanted to help Dion. I wanted to help. No, I really wanted to help Arut with that medicine, even though it didn't seem to reach him. Then he turned around and said to Dion, "Well, since you didn't do it on purpose, you can go." Dion was surprised. Did he let me go? I was even more surprised to hear him say, "Well, this time you don't need to go to the meeting with the commanders. You must be very tired dealing with monsters. Just rest." Dion couldn't believe it. His face was a little pink. "I didn't come, really, but there was no such thing." "Aren't you still at this meeting?" The commander of the 11th Army, Rheineinl, saw you coming and his eyes lit up. "Mr. Arut, you're here." First Corps Commander Jakar crossed his arms and said in a cold manner, "I heard you are resting. After dealing with the monsters, you are really working hard." Commander of the 5th Army, L seems to be talking nonsense. "Dion, you always say that the meeting is troublesome. Why are you still participating, or are you at Sundae?" While speaking, a hand quickly came to cover her mouth. "Miss L, this is not the place to say those words." She was gagged but still mumbled a few words. Really, the person who covered her mouth was Deputy Commander of the 5th Army, Derivan. Dion thought and was angry. These guys don't know anything. Seeing that, Cruel Heart looked at Dion and said a few sarcastic words. "I said you can rest." Dion pulled out a chair and sat down. "It's okay," he thought in his head. "If you guys don't know how to really rest, what will happen? So, these people have never worked at a company before, have they? If I don't come, who knows what he will do to me? I am a survivor with the ability to judge situations. Without it I am nothing." The Demon King looked at Dion and smiled meaningfully, as if he had achieved his goal. He placed his hand on his chin. It seemed he already knew his true intention, to minimize the possibility of information being leaked. Otherwise, coming voluntarily will not violate the principles. Well, if he returns without any information, then he will be suspected by the Emperor. That's quite smart. Dion now thought to himself that he would kill some time here. The commander of the 2nd Army, Devilania, looked over to see him playing with a cube. Surprised, Sir Arut is playing with a cube. He seems to be very interested in this thing. The commander of the 4th Army, Adelia, it seems that he is very confused because this is a war against humanity. That's true. Sometimes, he will join the meeting, listen to them talk, and play with the Rubik's Cube. The Demon King smiled after stabilizing the meeting. "Since Arut is here, let's start the meeting." "Right, you can all guess the purpose of this meeting." Hearing that, Commander of the 3rd Army, Azald exclaimed, "The real war has begun. We were always aiming for human territory, so we were prepared, but, from the Emperor's perspective, this will be a loss." Observing Dion, everyone thinks that if he agrees, the Rubik's Cube will move more gently, but if not, the Rubik's Cube will move very strongly, and the best result is still the Rubik's Cube being completed. Rheineinl, not quite understanding, wondered why he did such a stupid thing. If he just protected the border and fought occasionally, his rule over the throne would be more stable. Hearing that, the Demon King smiled. "You really don't understand. The Emperor wants to die." Hearing this, Dion stopped, paused in surprise and disbelief. My pupils dilate. "What?" He continued to say, "Emperor, that stubborn guy." He felt very guilty for killing his younger brother. His guilt lies close to his responsibility. But he couldn't die even if he wanted to, because he had a responsibility. An emperor's choice cannot be death, that's why he chooses war. If he takes over the demon's territory, then good. Conversely, if he dies in battle, he can pretend that he did his best. He is pitiful but also selfish, because he sacrificed so many lives in the war for just a small reason, isn't that right? While the Demon King was speaking, he suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table and continued, "Well, we don't have any other choice. Let him die if he wants to die, just kill him." He smiled full of evil, as if he had grasped the opponent's weakness. He thought to himself, but strangely, I can understand him. As a leader who has lived for a long time, I am not sure about the problems. Other topic, but living just because he can't die is something I feel very familiar with. It makes me jealous, because he has an enemy that can kill him. Stopping his thoughts, he continued, thinking simply, this is a confrontation that you have not fought in a long time. Just think of this fight as a way to relax, enjoy. People will start attacking when you go on a mission. Because the Emperor cannot act easily while Dion Hart is still here, Azald angrily slammed his hand on the table. Cuke, so they will aim when our strongest weapon is not here to attack. The guy next to him is crossing his arms, nodding. People are really cunning. At this moment he smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself that although the Emperor's actions could be considered as abandoning Dion Hart, well, since this is quite interesting, let's leave it at that. The meeting room became strangely silent. Everyone looked at the Rubik's Cube in Dion's hand, which had been solved. Mr. Arut is probably thinking that this is the best plan. From now on, there is no turning back anymore. No one said a word to anyone. Dion spoke with cold eyes. I will go on duty right after this meeting ends. The fateful battle between the demon world and the human world begins. Is that all you wanted to report? Yes, Your Majesty, that's all. Dion bowed and answered the Emperor solemnly, which meant that only 5 legions from the demon world would participate, the Emperor thought, including the 1st Legion commanding Jakar. 3rd Corps Commander Azald. 7th Army commanded Cilia. The 8th Army commanded Hel. The 9th Army was commanded by Trover. The Emperor smirked and said sarcastically, bringing their entire army was not enough, yet he only sent 5 teams, going against an entire empire with only superficial preparations. That's surprising. It's obvious that we need to understand the situation before looking down on us. The Emperor's face was full of murderous intent and he said a threatening sentence, then I will make them regret it. Dion was scared and sweating at the Emperor's scary face, so scary he thought like that. But suddenly the Emperor spoke again. Dion answered quickly, yes. The Emperor said it was nothing and let Dion go home to rest. He started to think, I don't need to force him for an answer yet. The Demon King is probably thinking that I won't be able to last, but wait until I put pressure on Dion Hart. Things won't go as planned. Where is your plan, Demon King? Then I'll excuse you. Before you could finish your sentence, you were interrupted by a scream, Your Majesty. Chancellor, this is a demon world, Chancellor said, panting in panic, starting to attack. Both Dion and His Majesty were stunned by the announcement. The Emperor immediately ran out to see the political situation. He pushed open the door. That is, his eyes became the most unsightly. This is a message from the demon world, the commander of the 1st Army said while making a video call. The Emperor muttered, magic. Jakar calmly informed the Empire that, from the perspective of the demon world, which cherishes peace and balance, we consider the Emperor's rule over an entire continent to be an act that has gone too far and has become a threat. It's an alarming threat. To protect the human world from being disintegrated due to the Empire's actions, I declare that I will fight against the Empire. His Majesty angrily ordered the Prime Minister to quickly summon the Royal Magician. The Prime Minister nodded, panicking and obeying the instructions, clearly. Dion smirked in doubtful thoughts. Isn't that Jakar? What are they doing? This is an order from the Demon King. Also, cherish peace and balance. That doesn't sound fun at all. The 1st Army Corps commander continued to say, since peace and balance are our goals, as long as the Empire promises not to take any more outrageous actions, we will consider withdrawing. Unexpectedly, that they have such direct contact. The civilians also seemed suspicious. So what did this mean? Is it the demon world that wants to start a war? So why did the Emperor want to start a war? Their hearts are filled with insecurity and anxiety. I've heard you bark enough. His Majesty finally spoke to the people. He crossed his arms and calmly responded, Emperor, it's the Emperor. The people are screaming. The whole world knows about your cruelty. Why do you still say such lies? And according to the history recorded in the palace, the demon world always craves places where light touches. He looked at the wizard as he continued. He didn't expect him to be able to interfere with their magic so quickly. Is this the skill of a royal magician? Dion thought while praising the power of the royal wizard. The Emperor asked with an angry face, or something else. You demons are always aiming at us in the human world. Why should I believe your words? A demon, huh? There was also a threatening element in his words. Why don't you pretend like you were deceived and then back away? If you think we won't keep our word, it's not too late to act. The Demon King appeared to refute the Emperor's words. The 1st Command Corps was surprised by the appearance of the Demon King. The Demon King. He smiled amicably instead of a somewhat abrupt greeting, in which the people were busy chatting, also a bit surprised by the appearance of the Demon King. Is that a Demon King? I thought he would look like a monster, but he looks more normal than I thought. Demons may not be as scary as rumored. I believe in the Demon King. What are you saying? He is our enemy. In front of everyone's eyes, the Demon King continued, wasn't your act of sacrificing your people just because you were too greedy? War is not child's play. As a threat sent to His Majesty, the Duke also had to stand up and watch. His Majesty's firm assertion was raised. It was a matter of selling the future in exchange for temporary peace, or taking advantage of the fact that the Empire was on the brink and using it to protect the future. The Emperor responded to the threat directly and decisively, surprising the Demon King. The common people unanimously supported His Majesty. Yes, we must protect the future. It may be difficult for us but for a bright future for our children and grandchildren. The Revolutionary Army also had to stand silently and watch the situation. Daniel told Airpaul that currently there are only small-scale wars to test the enemy's strength. Days pass like a time bomb without knowing when a fierce war will come. Just exploded. Finally calming down a bit, Dion laments about this war. He, after that tense beginning, acts as the commander of the Demon World Zero Corps and the third hero of the human world. He had to travel between two factions to the point of fatigue and nausea. Dion recalled what he had to shoulder from the Zero Army side and became heroic and heroic. The Empire's hero, he is nothing to us, clear the way for the commander of the Zero Army. On the other side, the Imperial Army commanded by you said, commander of the Zero Army, let's go deal with him, shall we, Captain? Dion cursed in his heart, damn, those two people are me and I'm worried about my future life. When will my life end like this? I thought I was dead, it's too much. This time your command was also very good, you worked hard. The Demon King and Dion communicated with each other through the bright purple magic stone. Dion sent his dragon castle to the Demon King. Thank you, your majesty, I will send the report of their battle to my subordinates. He thought to himself that this time I don't remember the details of the battle anymore, but I still survived, it's okay. The Demon King asked Dion again. His voice was not very good. Did he feel guilty in his heart towards the person who had to die? Dion was startled and thought, what is he talking about? The Demon King continued to say that you are my sword. A sword cannot see sin. The memories of sin and pain of the war will be my responsibility, so you only need to follow my orders. Dion panicked about what he said and thought he was going to comfort him, but he was mistaken about the mold he was comforting. The Demon King continued, that is why you should start preparing to escape from this world. Bind it. He just wants to put pressure on me so I can decide whose side I should side with. In his heart, he was silently cursing that evil Demon King. Things are starting to go too far. The demon world, the human world, everything. I walked and thought, is that retribution? Damn, what did I do wrong? Just leave it arg. Just wanting to live quietly is a war crime. They should have just fought each other. Dion was scratching his head in frustration, and at the same time, a blue light flashed in his pocket. Then he changed his sweet and obedient attitude and turned around for 0.1 seconds. The Demon King asked him if he had rested yet. He just obeyed and thought to himself that he was just a bastard chasing power. At that time, Dion's face was in a sad and painful mood. The Demon King apologized for creating too much burden for him, but he still asked Dion to be able to handle the monsters for him. Northwest, isn't that right? Is it the front line? Dion quickly replied, yes, that position is very important, so I think you are the best person to take it on. The Demon King affirmed. Dean was silent, causing the Demon King to tactfully reassure him. He will send a few people to attract attention if he doesn't like going there. Dion thought to himself, I understand that the Demon King is quite sensitive these days, but anyway, I have to complete the dangerous mission. It's dangerous, but the Demon King told me there was no need to go any further. The monsters have already found themselves. A group of ferocious monsters approached him. Dion was confused and did not understand what was going on, so he had to mentally prepare to attack. The scene changes to Cruel Heart, who asks if there's nothing going on today, and the bet that was postponed is now resumed when Dion returns. The person standing next to him spoke up. Even though there were many raids and poisonings, he handled everything himself. He acted like he didn't recognize me and handled some cases that seemed pondering the situation. Cruel calmly said that he was a hero after all. As expected, the Duke doesn't give up when he fails a few times. He thought to himself and continued, protect Dion until you receive orders from me. Be careful of danger and keep an eye on them. Cruel reflected that after all, there were others in the Assassin's Guild who received orders to kill Dion Hart. One person paid to kill, the other paid to protect. Not knowing what he was doing to be stuck in a situation like this, he thought while looking at the documents. The person who had just received orders from the hero Cruel was about to start thinking nervously about Dion's safety when he remembered that today was the day he went out, hoping that his subordinates would ensure his safety. Meanwhile, his subordinates were near Dion. While he was still panicking because there were so many magical beasts, he struggled to know what to do. I wonder why that guy doesn't feel scared. Why does he just stand still like that? With a murderous look on his face, Dion babbled that he was alone. We will solve everything. His hands quickly grasped the hilt of the sword. Without saying a word, Nemesis swung his sword close to the Crown Prince's hand, but with his sharpness, the Crown Prince immediately responded by pulling out his sharp knife to defend. Looking coldly at Nemesis, the Crown Prince asked harshly, what is this? Nemesis immediately spoke up to explain, please forgive me for swinging the sword in front of you, your majesty, but the place you are aiming at is your wrist, not the back of your hand. Your hands are full of scars. The Crown Prince's heavily bandaged wound appeared pitiful and painful. The Crown Prince hugged his head and smiled, then exclaimed, "It's really difficult to keep him awake." Then he pulled the sword back and put it at his side. Nemesis lowered his voice and asked, "Do you want me to call the royal doctor?" The Crown Prince was idly lost in his thoughts. He silently thought, "It's strange that this is so blatant. I'm feeling a strange malice here." Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The prince felt like he was being squeezed by someone's hand. Once again, he had a thoughtful look on his face, because it was just an illusion of his imagination. Thinking about it, the Crown Prince suddenly exclaimed, silently calling the priest here immediately. Nemesis was stunned by the Crown Prince's decision. It seemed like he couldn't believe what he had just heard and tried to ask, again, "You intend to call a priest instead of a royal doctor?" The Crown Prince replied calmly as if nothing happened, "Yes, and it was rumored that the fighting style of the commander of the demonic Zero Army and the hero of the Empire, Dion Hart, was very similar as always, just in silence." Suddenly on the Crown Prince's desk, the purple crystal emitted a blinding light, breaking the tense atmosphere of the conversation. Seeing it shining like that, no one said anything to the Crown Prince, and Nemesis both had the same thoughts and signs of communication. Immediately, the Crown Prince grabbed the crystal. As fast as lightning, the Crown Prince ran out the door but did not forget to hold the potion tightly in his hand and hastily announced that I needed to go somewhere, so I postponed the meeting with the priest until I returned. Nemesis obeyed, replied respectfully, clearly. Although Nemesis showed such respect on the surface, deep down Nemesis was wondering, "Your Majesty, is it true that Dion Hart and the commander of the Zero Legion really have nothing to do with each other?" Transitioning to the battlefield, the destructive power of a certain hero's attack caused the scary demon to collapse. See. The bloody image appeared of Dion Hart still clutching the bloody knife he had just used to defeat the devil. He was so tired that he collapsed and was out of breath. Perhaps the fight with that demon had consumed a lot of his strength. Before he could regain his composure, Dion Hart heard strange sounds echoing from afar. Sitting on the trophy he had just defeated, Dion Hart exclaimed in horror. It was strange that they would usually be scared and run away after seeing that they had defeated a monster like this. The demon's allies flocked to him, appeared right in front of Dion Hart. He thought inexplicably, the monsters were so hungry that they lost consciousness. The monsters kept roaring and screaming. This chaotic scene made everyone who looked at it feel horrifying. Dion Hart was still daydreaming. If that wasn't the case, the monsters on this side would attack him directly as their target. Dion Hart is not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth, and does not hesitate to rush forward. In his hands, he held two sharp knives and his eyes were burning like sparks of fire. In his mind, he was still wondering, maybe he looked too easy to hunt. Thinking about it, Dion Hart angrily said out loud, "I won't allow that. Yes, I won't let you despise me." Saying this, his whole body burned with a fire of hatred. Dion Hart seemed to want to teach the monsters who didn't know this a valuable lesson. Quickly, with all the emotional and mental suppression, Dion Hart released the power contained within him to the outside. One by one the monsters collapsed before the destructive force. In Dion Hart's mind, he encouraged himself, everything else was fine. The monsters were suddenly attacked. They were seriously injured. Blood was scattered everywhere, but it seemed like that was not enough to defeat them. One of the monsters tried to fight back by swinging his fist, punched up and attacked Dion Hart. With his sharp eyes and observational mind, Dion Hart immediately defended against the monster's counterattack. He continued to calm himself, no matter what was added to his weak body, otherwise, there will be no change. But it seemed that Dion Hart's small body could not resist the punches of those strong monsters. He was immediately pushed into the air. Even so, his mind still kept cheering, "Myself, however, I will definitely not let others look down on me." "Think about it," Dion Hart boldly declared. "It's been a long time since someone made me angry." The words of silent encouragement he gave himself made Dion Hart feel like he was reborn again, holding the fighting weapon firmly in his hand. Regaining confidence, Dion Hart was filled with fighting spirit and prepared to attack in response to the monsters. Things didn't seem to go as planned. Dion Hart's body was covered in wounds, blood kept flowing out and smearing all over his clothes. He gradually lost consciousness and whispered. His wrist muscles were broken, his legs hurt, too. All the muscles in the body are sore. Even though his body was covered in wounds, something controlled Dion Hart to move forward. He realized in surprise, but he couldn't stop. Rushing in to kill a monster, Dion Hart firmly affirmed, "Not yet." He was lost in thought and was sure, because if he stopped, he would die. Appearing in the eyes of those monsters was a Dion Hart filled with resentment, his aura burning brightly through his eyes. It could be seen that this enormous power could massacre anyone. Approach Dion. The monsters could not move before Dion Hart's murderous aura. The roars and howls echoed throughout the space. Dion Hart emphasized the statement, "I will kill you." Blood just kept pouring out on the battlefield. Dion Hart turned his back to the monsters. The clothes on his body looked pitifully wrinkled. Dion Hart seriously reasoned. The monsters following from behind had stopped long ago. His hands were bloody from the scratches of the monsters. His face was scratched with blood streaks from fighting. Dion Hart silently commented, "Oh, so their fingernails are poisonous." The remaining monsters were still looking at him with longing, their glowing eyes showing how great their desire and ambition were. Dion Hart glared at them, still holding a sharp knife in his hand. He affirmed that because it was poisoned, he had to cut it off before it spread. Now let's deal with it, right? The monsters on this side were still staring at Dion Hart with a puzzled expression. Dion Hart commented that no matter what species they were, they would know who was a madman. At the same time, the monsters rushed forward at the same time. But Dion Hart didn't move at all. He just stood still, his head down, without saying a word. Suddenly, Dion Hart's whole body collapsed into a pool of blood on the battlefield. He lay face down on the ground, surrounded by a series of corpses of monsters, blood flowing freely, creating an extremely scary scene. Dion Hart's body was exhausted, but his mind was still quite clear. He tried to reassure himself that he had to get out of here quickly. His eyes were still wide open, but it seemed like fighting a whole group of monsters alone had consumed so much of his vitality. Dion Hart was tired and exhausted. He lamented that it was so painful that he wouldn't be able to move. Dion Hart regained his composure and quickly forgot his fear of those stupid monsters. With the last bit of strength, Dion Hart struggled to hold the communication crystal in his hand and struggled to say, "Demon King, I need help. Help the northern front line, please." As soon as he finished speaking, Dion Hart fainted, still echoing in his head, he would come back here to find food. Dion Hart's mind kept urging him, "I have to wake up." A dream appeared in his mind. The surrounding scene was extremely harmonious and bright, giving people a feeling of comfort and ease. Someone's hand gently placed on his head, then gently said, "Dion." It seemed that Dion Hart's entire body was more relaxed and healed than ever when that person appeared. He no longer felt as heavy and stiff as before. Dion Hart exclaimed, "So comfortable." The scenery in front of us was unusually peaceful, bringing a feeling of endless comfort, and that person spoke a soft and melodious voice as if lulling us into a deep sleep until it was time to wake up again. Under the luxuriant green canopy, the sunlight shines through each branch and leaf. There is a gentle young man stepping forward to encourage and comfort Dion Hart and treat him gently, which is what makes Dion Hart smile. He suddenly wondered, who? The peace did not last long. At this time the boy grabbed Dion Hart's shoulder and quickly said, "Dion, calm down." It seemed Dion Hart was too shocked by the situation changing so quickly. He rolled his eyes and stammered, wait." The boy's deep eyes burned with an indescribable source of strength. His face was gradually wrinkling, but he continued to urge Dion Hart to open his eyes. At this moment, Dion Hart opened his eyes wide open, as if he still could not recover from that incomprehensible dream. His mind was still floating in the clouds. The roar of the monster still echoed in his ear. Dion Hart unconsciously wondered, what was that dream? Turning around, the monsters were getting closer to him. Dion Hart still lay motionless, his body no longer flexible to move. One by one, they moved closer and closer to him. Dion Hart's mind was blank. It seemed he was extremely confused by this situation. He exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is going on? I remember I was fighting those monsters under the Demon King's orders, but when did I faint?" The monsters were extremely ferocious and waved their hands to preemptively attack him. Their blows were getting closer and closer to Dion Hart. There was no way back. Dion Hart took the risk and just raised his hand to cover his head, but in his heart he couldn't help but feel scared and suddenly cursed. Damn, it was too late to dodge. But unexpectedly, the Crown Prince appeared from nowhere, swinging his sword and killing the monsters, saving Dion Hart from the grip of death. Dion Hart was extremely surprised by this sudden appearance of the Crown Prince. A series of question marks appeared in his mind and he suddenly exclaimed, "Your Majesty." The shock wasn't over yet. Dion Hart blurted out and questioned, "Why are you here?" without asking for the Imperial Halo's opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, Dion Hart realized in panic, "What's wrong with my body? It turned out like this. Did I really fight this hard? I lost a piece of my right hand." After dealing with the monsters, the Crown Prince then turned to answer Dion Hart's question. "It seems like you mistook the communication device for a communication stone. Being a spy is full of holes like this. Is it okay?" The Crown Prince mocked Dion Hart's mistake. The communication device was a device used in the human world and the communication device was a communication tool used in the demon world. Dion Hart had to continue this surprise. Receiving another surprise, he exclaimed in shock, "Did I contact him?" Then thousands of questions arose in his mind. Did I contact the Emperor by mistake while unconscious? The Crown Prince suddenly spoke. I was speechless, but I know what to do now. Because my talent is asking for my help, so I have to come personally. I can't just send someone randomly because this matter is related. Regarding the Demon King, the Crown Prince's answer made Dion Hart so speechless that he couldn't say a word. Looking at Dion Hart with a scrutinizing eye, the Crown Prince smiled crookedly and said, "Even so, thanks to that, I was able to meet Zero Corps Commander Dion Hart for the first time." Those words made Dion Hart pause for a moment. He held his wound with one hand and was extremely surprised. His eyes gradually became scary as he glanced at the Crown Prince walking away. Crown Prince Duong Duong smiled proudly and said, "Haha, no need to worry, I have no intention of doing anything right now." Dion Hart thought to himself, "Damn, it's so scary. Why did my life turn out like this? I'm crazy lost." The Crown Prince softly announced, "I will leave clean clothes and medicine here to take care of yourself, and then when I go back I will send a knight because it seems like you can't even walk." Dion Hart exhaled and said sincerely, "Thank you very much." He sat on the pile of blood, lowered his head in thought, but fortunately he couldn't stand up anymore. Stepping onto the horse, the Crown Prince cleared his throat and suggested, "And since this time you followed the Demon King's orders, next time you must follow my orders and I will call you soon." Sitting with his back against a tree, Dion Hart bandaged his wound himself and thought dejectedly. Whether he was the Demon King or the Emperor, they all wanted to take advantage of him for their own purposes. His hand was still quickly bandaging the wound. Dion Hart smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "Haha, never mind, this isn't my first race, I just want to return quickly so I can heal and rest." Which new night? Before he could finish his sentence, Dr. Ben appeared from afar, carrying a medical kit under his arm. Ben exclaimed in panic, "Mr. Arud." Dion Hart were also surprised by her sudden appearance. He thought to himself, "Ben, wait, this is the demon world, no." Right after that, Dion Hart hastily asked, "Why are you here?" Ben, without thinking much, immediately replied, "I received a signal from the necklace, so I was worried and secretly escaped." "Why are you with such serious injuries? Did you kill all those monsters yourself?" Dion Hart quickly explained, "No, maybe it's because your majesty no, someone is coming here soon, so before we were arrested." Before we could finish the sentence, the bodyguard sent by the Crown Prince appeared from afar. "Presently, respectfully, I am here to escort you, Marquis Dion, according to your majesty's orders." The bodyguard was stunned when he witnessed the scene before him. Dion Hart's mind suddenly thought, "We have been arrested." Ben, who was happy after a long separation, was also stunned and unable to move. Dion Hart silently blamed him. Why did he cause trouble at this time? The bodyguard saw a stranger appearing in front of him, so he swung his sword in defense and hesitantly said, "Are you a ghost?" Both Dion Hart and Ben were pale in fear. He painfully realized how awkward this difficult situation was and then said in horror and couldn't make a sound, "I'm done." Dion Hart and Ben were resting in the forest when they were suddenly discovered. Seeing this, they looked at each other warily and thought, "They've been caught, what should they do?" The one who caught them was the bodyguard. He pointed his sword at Dion Hart and Ben and shouted loudly, "You devil, get away from the Marquis." Dion Hart already had a small sword in his hand. He carefully examined it and thought, "Should I kill him? If I explain, surely His Majesty will understand my action of killing him, but..." Suddenly thinking of that, Dion Hart immediately took action. He quickly grabbed Ben's collar and stabbed the other sword into the tree trunk, right next to his face. Seeing this, Ben had no time to react and was immediately frightened. Dion Hart then continued to think, "With my body condition like this, I have to avoid fighting." After that, he quietly told Ben in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Push me away and run away." Ben heard that and respectfully called back, "Mr. Arut, but the treatment." The bodyguard witnessed this scene and immediately voiced concern, "Marquis, are you okay?" Ben was put in an extremely awkward situation. He had a hard time deciding what to do. Then Ben immediately called out, "Puke," and pushed Dion Hart away. Dion Hart was pushed away and let out a few groans of pain. And then Ben had the momentum to escape. At this time, only Dion Hart and the other bodyguard remained in the forest. The other bodyguard saw Ben running away and shouted loudly, "Stop quickly, you devil." And so the bodyguard expressed his sincerity and said urgently, "I will chase him away." However, he had only run a few steps when suddenly Dion Hart behind him coughed up blood. Seeing this, he was scared and asked, "Marquis Dion Hart, are you okay? You vomited too much blood." Dion Hart heard that and replied softly to reassure him, "I'm okay. In fact, it was just an act." Dion Hart was not that weak, he thought. "Luckily I attracted his attention. Even acting was so painful. Luckily, His Majesty gave me some money, pain reliever pills." However, the other bodyguard thought differently. He really thought that Dunhart was seriously injured. His injuries were more serious than what he was told. In addition to this demon, there were 10 corpses of Dunhart around. Monster too. I didn't expect him to go on a mission alone like this. How much responsibility he had to shoulder. The other bodyguard worriedly told Dunhart, "Sir, I have prepared a carriage on a nearby road. I will definitely escort you there safely." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard immediately carried Dunhart on his back with an extremely hasty look on his face. His face looked like he was crying as he spoke. The bodyguard was carrying Dunhart on his back while thinking. He couldn't be angry, because he chased the demon himself instead of taking care of himself. Dunhart was quite surprised after being carried on the bodyguard's back. He saw that guy running too fast and immediately stopped him. "Wait." However, his words were not very effective because the other guy was still immersed in his own thoughts and worries. The other bodyguard was running and thinking, "I have to take care of his wound first, no matter what, be punished no matter what." On the other side, Ben was trying to escape. Ben ran and thought about what just happened. This was the first time I saw a magic tool react so strongly. I even snuck out even though I knew Lord Arut's condition was that bad, but instead of being helpful, I became a burden. Ben also blamed himself that, based on the situation just now, Lord Arut was acting like a spy under the guise of a marquis in the human world, but I almost exposed his identity. I knew it was an order, but pushing him like that, I can always escape thanks to Mr. Arut, but if he gets caught, how big will it be? I should have accepted my fate if he killed me there, but he found a way to bring me back to life, and I was always helped by him. Returning to Dunhart's side, he was lying on the bodyguard's back. Although he was a bit shy, he was extremely comfortable. He was finally home. When the other bodyguard carried Dunhart to the car, another bodyguard was standing right there. When the other bodyguard saw the silhouettes of the two returning, he was both surprised and panicked and called out, "Mr. Marquis." Meanwhile, in the royal palace, 3 people were sitting and talking to each other. His Majesty spoke quietly, thoughtfully, but his tone was still extremely serious. "So you mean I'm cursed?" The girl respectfully replied, "Yes." Nemesis, who was there, heard the sound and was extremely angry. He shouted loudly, "How dare you be so insolent?" However, His Majesty calmly said it was okay. Then he said in an extremely indifferent tone, "The curse must be very strong, so strong that you have to cover your mouth." The girl seemed to have been told something that hit her in the heart and quickly denied it. "No." After that, the girl immediately proved her innocence and said, "I can handle that curse, but the karma and hatred that your Majesty is suffering is so great that I want to ask why you can still maintain your sanity, Apple, until now." "It's a curse used to destroy a target, an evil spirit that needs a person to die. However, it seems like your Majesty has been under the curse for a year now. How come you don't know, despite its recent effects has lightened?" Your Majesty didn't find it difficult to hear that. He rubbed his chin while slightly smirking and replied in an arrogant tone, "I'm not surprised. Let's forget about that and tell me the details about the curse. Go." The girl continued to talk about spirituality. "Your Majesty, there is an evil spirit that is confusing your mind and draining your vitality. It's a curse used to destroy a target, an evil spirit that needs a person to die. However, it seems like your Majesty has been under the curse for a year now. How come you don't know, despite its recent effects has lightened?" Nemesis heard that and was extremely worried and scared. He shouted, "How can your Majesty in a year?" Unlike Nemesis's nervous mood, His Majesty leisurely took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's no big deal, don't make a mess." His Majesty later told the girl that killing someone to kill you on their behalf is not something worth mentioning. Hearing that, the little girl cut her thumb and thought, a curse based on karma. Normal people would have gone crazy by now. The culprit probably wouldn't have expected such strong willpower. Where? Thinking that, the girl immediately slammed her hand on the table and made a decision. "I will burn this talisman to temporarily ward off the evil spirit." While holding the hammer and burning the leaf, she spoke up, "Everything will become lighter, a little softer when the talisman is burned." Right at this moment, a bodyguard ran in to say, "Your Majesty, Marquis Dunhart has returned." Dunhart quickly ran into the room and respectfully greeted Your Majesty, praying for glory to the Empire. "I was informed that Your Majesty summoned me." When Dunhart entered the room, the girl glanced at him slightly. She saw the darkness radiating from him. Seeing that, she was extremely surprised. She covered her mouth and stammered, "I'm sorry." The other 3 people, Dunhart, Nemesis, and His Majesty, were quite surprised when they heard that. They turned their heads to look at the girl. Seeing that, the girl ran out of the room. Dunhart saw that and didn't understand what was going on and wondered why she ran after seeing me. His Majesty was not surprised to see that. He gently enjoyed the tea and smiled and said, "You must have a lot of hatred." Dion Hart heard that and replied, "Yes." His Majesty saw this and gently said, "Nothing." The Crown Prince's mind suddenly flashed back to old memories. The Crown Prince recalled the past. "I told you before that I need your help," and then the words appeared in the Crown Prince's imagination. "And because this time you followed the Demon King's orders, so next time it's my turn." Dion Hart fell silent right after that reminder and looked down. He worried and thought, "Ah damn, he's been quite quiet lately. I thought he had forgotten." Gently putting down the cup of tea, the Crown Prince idly said, "You must have fully recovered now." Sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed, the Crown Prince casually expressed, "Among the soldiers there are rumors that you command the Zero Army. You will need to prove that you are on humanity's side again." Dion Hart, after listening, the glue became stiff. It took a while for him to suddenly say, "Yes." The gloomy wind blew across the mountains, a base area where a series of the most elite soldiers were gathered. Dion Hart stood on the surrounding observation deck and sighed sadly. He put his hands on the railing and thought dejectedly. He was finally on the battlefield again. Stigma Primero appeared from nowhere and asked, "So you're here, Junior?" Dion Hart bowed respectfully to greet Stigma Primero. "Long time no see, Senior." Stigma Primero also friendly patted Dion Hart's head, then smiled happily and said, "I heard you were coming here. You probably came while I was on vacation." Close. Stigma Primero put his hand on his chin in thought and then said thoughtfully, "For two heroes to be in the same place while lacking energy like this place must be in a very important strategic position, right?" Dion Hart was extremely upset and thought, "I don't like being here. I just want to do difficult things like kill monsters. That's not easy for me." When suddenly someone's voice came from somewhere, "What to do?" It was this that broke Dion Hart's emotional circuit. He vaguely guessed that this voice was some crazy dog from his family. Thinking then, he looked down to see a series of soldiers gathering in one place. Looks like they're arguing about something. The two soldiers started arguing with each other. The young man with brown blonde hair smirked and said, "Hey, if you are a candidate for the position of future hero, you must act accordingly." That young man with black hair shouted in frustration, "You were the one who started first, you arrogant knights." That young man with brown blonde hair refused to give up and immediately scoffed, "You arrogant female knights started first." Dion Hart stood on the observation deck, so frustrated that he cursed. These crazy dogs were causing trouble again while Dame Leanne was out. Thinking Leanne's words echoed in his mind, "I'll go tell the team captain, Royal Knights to be able to cooperate better." Dion Hart was now angry and shouted loudly, "Hey!" Suddenly Milan appeared from nowhere, stopped the two soldiers and shouted, "Hey, stop!" Before he could speak up to stop, someone already did it for him. Dion Hart suddenly thought, "Milan, that bastard Milan." He finally acted like a vice captain, moved. The blonde-haired soldier couldn't control his emotions and shouted, "Milan, whose side are you on? They were the ones who looked down on us first." Seeing him say that, Milan suddenly thought, "You think you're the center of the universe because you're a hero candidate?" Milan quickly asked and retorted, "So what if he's a hero candidate?" The soldier suddenly stopped, exclaimed, "Ha!" Milan proudly laughed and criticized them. They were a team that didn't even have a name. Hearing that, the soldier gritted his teeth and angrily responded, "The name of a knight squad has nothing to do with their strength." The debate was going on extremely fiercely. Milan gave a convincing answer, "Maybe these guys are arrogant, but you guys don't even have a team name. You're just a bunch of rags." The words of Milan's damage was so strong that the soldier couldn't say anything. At this moment, the cheers of Milan's teammates rang out outside. Kayak was indeed the vice captain. Dion Hart was standing on the observation deck, witnessed the entire confrontation between these two people. His face showed anger, but he didn't say a word. Stigma Primero next to him suddenly spoke up, "His junior." That sentence made Dion Hart startled and quickly turned around and said, "Yes." Stigma Primero still maintained a cold expression. "It seems like your team needs to be taught a lesson before going to the battlefield." Dion Hart, stunned by that warning, he was speechless. Stigma Primero bragged proudly, because the captain's dignity could be judged based on the actions of his subordinates. The Primero Knights appeared, surrounded from beginning to end by the most valuable warriors shining in heroic costumes. Dion Hart secretly admired, "Wow, looking at their uniforms, you know they are different, far from the childish knights who go to war. They are so elite that I wish my crazy dogs were like them." Stigma Primero put his hands on his hips and gently advised, "I said that because I don't want you to be looked down upon when you go out, so I hope you listen to my advice." Dion Hart nodded in agreement. Yes, he was right. Below the barracks, there were sounds of arguing. "What did you just say, you bastards?" Dion Hart observed and thought to himself, "It seems they need to be retaught. Down there is still noisy, boisterous debate. I said, what kind of hero are you without any remnants of a hero?" The blonde brown-haired man still stubbornly argued back. No matter how many achievements he had, they were only effective in the human world, so how could a person without heroic remnants be a hero? Milan's face turned red because he was so angry. He angrily clenched his hands into fists and shouted, "Hey, you guys are jealous of the Marquis, right?" The young man with brown blonde hair exclaimed, "Ha, jealous." Echoing in the air was a challenge. "The position must be theirs. Even if we fight, we will still win." Milan's red eyes filled with sky-high anger. The Primero heroes exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The blonde brown-haired soldier then looked at Milan's expression in horror. The Primero Hero Association had now reached the realm of anger. They exploded their rage with an overbearing threat. "You don't know your place and dare to insult our big brother, Marquis, ah!" The battlefield is desolate. The sky is the yellow color of withering, mourning and desolation. The bodies of the survivors were covered with a foul-smelling red fluid. Some stood and some knelt next to the fallen bodies. They were mercenaries, an anonymous team made up of farmers and poor people, the vanguard of an 8-year war. In such a long battle, there were still people trembling in fear, kneeling down and crying, almost burying their faces in their bloody hands. They were scared. They couldn't do it anymore. They had never held a sword before. People who are braver than them will stay by their side, using the blood-stained sword as a fulcrum, sticking it straight into the ground, keeping themselves from falling, staying alert, not giving up without a fight. They knew clearly that they were just pawns, with no hope of returning alive, so they chose to give it up. A strange noise woke them up. By reflex, they looked to where the sound came from. A child with silver hair and a cloak covering his body was trying to use his dagger to stab a body that had completely lost its life. "What is he doing?" The boy left the sword still stuck in the ground, panicked and ran towards the child, stopping his crazy actions. The boy's hand touched the child's shoulder. It slowly turned its head. Its red eyes glanced at the person who touched its shoulder. Its eyes were like a devil, burning the boy. Commander Dion Hart. That child was Dion Hart, because he was too far away so the young man could not recognize his commander. This was the first time he met the commander. He was really too young, but, even so, the boy's actions hurt Dion Hart. What about the dead? Everything is only allowed to stop when they no longer move. This is a battlefield. The weak will be left behind, Dion Hart shouted. Dion Hart's scream is both a threat and a warning to those who think they are strong enough to survive and worry about others. The surviving soldiers were a bit scared. They were shocked to realize that none of them could say anything when faced with the reality before them. To survive in this cannibalistic place, they must make their opponents afraid, must make them afraid, hesitate, a crazy fight. A hunted animal needs to be calm to hunt. A prey that runs frantically is even more difficult to hunt. Dion Hart not only threatened, someone actually fell. With a wave of the white-haired teenager's hand, the dagger flew straight into the eyeball of the opposite person. This place does not need those who respect the dead. People like that should all die. It sounds crazy, but it revives the fearful souls of the mercenaries. Must do everything to survive. Rely on each other to survive. Dion Hart is not only the benefactor who saved them from the abyss, but also their hero. The battle plan was quickly drawn up. Using the tense front line as a distraction, the demon army invaded the demon world another way. His Majesty noticed the demon king's intentions and quickly sent his army, struggling with defense. He sent the main force. Second hero Stigma Premio, third hero Dion Hart. And also the hero candidates who still possessed remnants of the hero. Thus, the battle turned around. The war with the devil slowly came to an end. They win like splitting bamboo. Killing demons is like killing a small frog with a smile on your face. Or no, those who carry the remnants of heroes are not heroes in the end. Their confidence has been shaken. If they fight, will they win? They begin to not believe that they can win. They were scared but couldn't take their eyes off the ghost, like they were facing a predator that couldn't escape. They acted as if they were ready to fight but were now filled with fear. That's right, even someone who has seen this a lot still feels goosebumps, so it's understandable that the hero candidates with the remnants of the hero are scared. They have been influenced by the spirit of the demons. However, even though they were no longer as easy to attack as before, Dion Hart still powerfully advanced, his right hand with the dagger still rushing at the demons. Tore into them agitatedly, almost out of control, until Stigma Premio grabbed his wrist tightly. Those blood-stained hands stopped. Dion Hart's death cry ended. The madness of surviving on the battlefield seemed to stop. Dion Hart recognized Stigma. It was his senior. Stigma Premio smiled. His voice gently calmed Dion. He was done with Stigma, so was this side. a compliment to the night squad led by Dion. They are not known for their cruelty, they are also skilled. They laughed and joked with each other, they boasted about their achievements in saving their comrades, they lamented the fatigue of not having medical technical support. It was not surprising that they had fought for 8 years and wanted to give up many times. In Stigma's eyes, screaming to death was Dion's habit. Or not, it's barbaric, it reduces Dion's dignity. But, Dion doesn't care about things like dignity, Stigma laughed, his hand hitting Dion's spine hard, startling him. The second hero told Dion to open his shoulders and lift his chin. Walk and stand straight, when talking to others, look them straight in the eyes. Dion didn't answer, or didn't want an answer, always, Stigma always gave him advice, even in the past, from hand signs. Thinking while fighting. He thinks he's a senior so he needs to take care of you, you don't need to. The advice may seem useful, but the results are always the same. As long as Dion has overwhelming power, there is no need for these tips, Stigma sees it too. The advice is meaningless. A death scream rang out, tearing apart the quiet, rare peaceful space between Stigma and Dion. The demon with a long spear, rushed like tearing the wind towards Stigma, that monster. As a natural reflex, Dion received the demon's spear. Yes, he blocked Stigma's spear, blood splattered into the air in Stigma's surprise, the second hero screamed. The junior he always gave advice to was injured right in front of him. Dion grabbed the devil's spear, controlled that demon so it couldn't move and finally sent him off in one fell swoop to collect the debt for his bleeding shoulder. Dion knows he is weak, so in order to survive, he does not have the luxury of choice. Dion is human after all. The moment of recklessness passed, his left shoulder started to hurt and then he passed out. At the barracks, Stigma grabbed the head of a man thought to be an assassin, smashing him face first into the ground. He felt like he was being despised, since when did others see his juniors attracting flies in such a bad condition? The assassin's head was pinned, unable to move. The smile on Stigma's face became increasingly brighter, his voice carrying a bit of contempt. Disdain. Many idiots don't know how important this war is. They keep sending assassins like this. Ridiculous. A moment later, as if realizing something, the second hero with green hair suddenly stopped. He realized that he had used too much force and the assassin had been silenced forever. Send someone to clean up the mess. Do his juniors know about this? Well, if Dion has enemies then it's quite unusual for an assassin to come and want to kill him in this area. Unless, someone wants to come protect him. At this moment, Stigma said it out loud, as if to make others panic. It seemed that Stigma had succeeded. The man in a black shirt, hiding his face behind the crate, began to be afraid, panicking for fear of being recognized. He was sure he had hidden himself very well. Stigma's amber eyes looked at the container, raising his voice to probe, as if to firmly affirm that he knew he was the one who sent the assassin, who ordered him here. Without a word in response to Stigma, the blue-haired teenager smiled slightly. It's okay, if you don't intend to answer, that's fine. Those guys will protect Dion well. An assassin and a bodyguard are assigned to one person. Stigma left with discomfort in his heart. The person hiding behind the onion box was no better. He sat down on the ground. The air pressure created by Stigma seemed like it could kill him. It was too dangerous. In the tent, the screams of Dion's subordinates rang out, most of them worried about his madness, carrying his injured shoulder to cling to the enemy. Dion didn't really understand, didn't remember much. He had just woken up, not to mention it was just an injury. There was no need to exaggerate. Or not, Stigma's concerned voice rang out in the tent, without Dion having to sit up. The blue-haired teenager just now looked at Dion with a sinister murderous aura, his face filled with gloom. Stigma realized, Dion was not only crazy on the battlefield but also willing to use himself as bait. Dion realized, Stigma seemed angry. Actually, Dion has been like this for 8 years. He participated in battles since he was very young, a bit childish. Sometimes I even button my shirt wrongly, but on the battlefield. But when he fights, he is crueler and crueler than anyone. Even if the body is ravaged by alcohol, covered by wounds, or destroyed by drugs, as long as one is alive, there is no problem. The military doctor bandaged his wound, following him for a long time so he knew it very well, and did not refute Stigma's words. Dion also knew that, trying to explain to himself that he had no choice. Stigma believes it. No, he doesn't even care about that explanation, directly exposes it. Dion ran after the enemy commander without thinking. With a smile on his face, a pleasure in killing, most of the enemy fled because Dion had killed the commander. But think about it, if Stigma wasn't there, would they have retreated? After all, he still didn't keep himself safe. Dion also seemed to realize that. Stigma also kept talking and kindly exposed him. Enemy scouts know that Dion is injured, meaning that the news that one of the most important commanders of the army is injured will spread throughout the demon army, and it is possible that they will use this opportunity to attack back, instead of continuing to retreat. Dion knows. He holds his hand into a fist, letting Stigma speak, because he knows, he's absolutely right. The blue-haired teenager raised his hand and rubbed Dion's white hair. His voice suddenly became softer. Stigma just wanted Dion to understand that his actions were not the best actions. He should take care of himself more. Stigma had no idea how his recent actions had scored points in the eyes of his subordinates. He now had more admirers. The sound of an emergency alarm broke the atmosphere just now. Just like Stigma said, they're back, they're not retreating anymore. Everything was just as Stigma said, but it happened much faster than Stigma thought. It was trouble. It was all because of his injury that everything became so serious. With this thought, Dion began to hold all the blame on himself. As if realizing that, Stigma reached out and flicked his forehead to help him calm down. There's no need to panic. Stigma will hold them back with his army. Dion's job is to retreat with his army. Remember to bring some heroic remnants with him. Withdraw troops, but is Stigma okay alone? Dion is really just taking care of his senior. However, through Stigma's ears, it didn't seem like he cared much. The second hero smiled slightly. Just a few bearded guys. He and his army were more than capable. He was not weak enough to make the seriously injured have to worry. On the contrary, it's his junior. He's injured, but can he free himself? Worry about him instead of taking care of yourself. According to reconnaissance, most of the demon group was sent somewhere. The sound of horse hooves echoed. Dion and his army retreated while calculating. Meaning, the war here will be the last one. As long as the retreating army can be killed, the mission of wiping out the enemy will be completed. See you later. Somewhere, where Stigma and Dion are not present. One with black hair and one with purple hair sat opposite each other, leisurely playing chess. Those are Duke Aluster Starb and Cruel Heart. Recently, they have been having a rather strange relationship. Although it was said Cruel volunteered to be the Duke's subordinate. But the Duke was to him a respect, a strange relationship, neither equal nor superior. Cruel's king was checkmated by the Duke, then he conceded defeat. The Duke realized one thing again: he lost because he was not concentrating. Must be worried about his younger brother. It's fair, Aluster went out of their way to send so many assassins, but no one can come close to Dion Hart. This statement helped Cruel Heart calm down a bit. This strange relationship is breaking through. Aluster used his hands to push Cruel's head down on the chessboard, restraining Cruel, preventing him from getting up. It turned out that the person who had been sending people to protect Dion for a long time was Cruel. If he couldn't kill Dion Hart, he would grab one of his dogs. The Duke's pride did not allow him to give others a second chance to betray him, but Cruel was very important to him, so he had to. Fresh blood splashed. The dagger containing great force stabbed straight into Cruel's hand. That was all for now. The Duke really wondered if Cruel still remembered that the person who killed his parents was Dion Hart. A family that loved each other, a precious family to Cruel, was killed by Dion Hart without any thought, whether due to misunderstanding or whatever. That family is truly pitiful. Lulister also realized that, with his hand pinned by the dagger, with his deadly questioning, Cruel did not say a word. Okay, he will give him another chance, to see between his own life and his brother's. Who will Cruel choose? The Duke pulled the knife out of Cruel's hand, used a towel to wipe away the red blood clinging to the knife. He also stated directly that he would send someone to monitor Cruel so he wouldn't do anything stupid unless he wanted to die. Quickly bring Dion Hart's head here. Cruel Heart entered the tent and slowly took off his coat. He thought again of the old woman's words from before: if you want to die, then just die. Kill that child before he dies. Duke Aluster Starb also threatened him just now. See which is more important than your brother's life or your own life. Cruel frowned. The words kept echoing in his head now. If you don't want to die, bring me Dion Hart's head. The time has come. He reached out with his bandaged hand to grab the sword on the table. It was time to end this matter, but as soon as he picked it up, he let go, causing the sword to fall to the ground. He looked at his bandaged hand that was bleeding. The Duke had cut his nerves. I can't let this stop me, thinking, he strongly clenched his hand, ignoring the pain that made it tremble. As soon as Senger saw him walking out, he asked, are you planning to go out? Cruel looked at the other person coldly but did not respond. I thought carefully. The dog that the Duke caught must have been someone from the guild he hired to protect Dion. They moved more quietly than anyone. Sanger saw him coldly walking by and quickly called out, "I will follow you." No one could notice their appearance. Cruel clenched his fist and said slowly, "No, stay here and do what needs to be done." Obviously, the other person was a little startled and scared after hearing that. "My job is to protect you." If there was a way to discover them, it could only be bribery. Cruel immediately turned around to block him, protecting him. "The Duke told you to do that." Sanger immediately froze, his face darkening. Cruel let him see his angry expression and asked, "Sanger, when did you become the Duke's eyes and ears?" Now that I think about it, Sanger has gradually started to stop calling himself young master. Seeing that the other person was silent and did not respond, he also knew that his suspicions were correct. "I asked, when did you report my actions to the Duke? Be a trusted subordinate who was under you before coming to the Duke." Sanger opened his mouth, bowed his head, avoiding the Earl's eyes. "Is that important? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't shocked." Cruel is extremely straightforward. Out of respect for his past feelings, he does not continue to pursue them. After all, he has important things to do. "I don't think that's important anymore. I won't allow you to follow me anymore." Cruel just walked away, leaving Sanger, his once close subordinate, standing there as if rooted to the ground. Cruel spoke loudly enough for the person behind him to hear him clearly. "I am not kind enough to keep a traitor by my side while on an important mission. Anyway, this is the last time, so it doesn't matter anymore. When it's over, there's no need to applaud." Cruel stepped on his horse. From the beginning, this was a play without an audience. It would be best to end the semester here without anyone knowing. He quietly rode his horse slowly into the deep forest. In the forest, the ghost shouted loudly, "Quick, catch me that way. When I'm with the demons, I'm the one most wanted by the Empire. When I'm with the Empire, I'm the one most wanted by the demons. That's me, Dion Hart." The sound of horses running on the ground became more and more urgent. As soon as Dion looked behind him, he saw an entire army of ghosts holding weapons rushing towards him. Hell, there was even one behind him. Damn it, even if he wanted to stay still for a moment, it wouldn't be enough. He sat on the horse's back and swung his knife to attack in front of him to open the way. "I killed many of them, but they still kept coming." His army also continuously moved forward to clear the way. Where did these demons come from? Suddenly at this moment, the person next to him pointed into the distance and shouted, "Commander, no, Marquis, there's something over there." Dion looked in the direction he was pointing and was immediately startled. That was a group of carriages carrying many barrels moving one after another. A thought immediately appeared in his mind. The first Koran carriages are a bunch of demons, they're transporting supplies. Very quickly he discovered the problem. So does that mean that road is a reinforcement route? The nearby devil heard that and immediately panicked. "We were captured." As soon as Dion heard it, he immediately turned around. The demon quickly covered his mouth. Dion of course couldn't miss raising the dagger in front of his face and smiling. The demon immediately became scared and screamed, "Don't stop him, stop Dion Hart." But it was too late. Dion had quickly dismounted from his horse and rushed towards the supply group. The demons there hadn't even had time to detect anything yet. "What's going on? Have we been discovered by humans?" Dion ran and smiled. If the reinforcements were cut off, the helpless ghost could only hug the supply vehicle and cry, "Ah, no way." Dion spoke loudly and excitedly, "Okay, this mission is finally over." While the battle was once again raging, the cliff above their heads suddenly shook. There were even a few rocks falling from the top of the mountain. When the war against demons began, humans gathered strength by forming alliances. In the end, a total of 4 countries joined hands: the Empire, Sand Kingdom, Ryuesh and Esperanaz. During the peace period, when both humans and demons were exhausted from the long battle, a fateful storm blew into the Empire. A voice rang out in the barracks, "You're here, Marquis Stigma." This Marquis also responded excitedly, "My junior has returned, strong foundation of the Empire." The person behind him answered, "If you mean Marquis Hart, then he returned yesterday. He is resting in the tent after recovering from his injury." Stigma smiled, "Good, I heard he found a way to transport supplies during the withdrawal, right?" The servant in the back continued to answer, "Yes, while eliminating the reinforcements, he caused a landslide, and blocked the enemy's reinforcement route, thanks to which the demon side suffered heavy losses." Stigma calmly withdrew her smile and left it to him. He. As soon as they arrived in front of Hart's camp, the two of them were immediately shocked. The soldiers in front of Dion Hart's tent had collapsed. The servant rushed over to check. "What's going on? Hey, wake up." Stigma decisively drew the curtain in front of the tent door. The inside was indeed empty. Looks like he's gone. On the other side, Dion's face was full of injuries, frowning and struggling. Hey, let me go. His hand was forcefully grabbed by Cruel's right hand. Damn it, this crazy bastard, why did he do that? Even though his hand was injured, Dion still couldn't escape. He was so strong that I can't get out. Dion kept resisting, but was completely useless against the opponent's strength. Hey, don't you hear me? I have nothing to say to you. Cruel remained silent, making him grit his teeth in anger. Damn it. Why did you come here and suddenly kidnap me? Remembering a few minutes ago, he was sitting in the tent when a hand covered his mouth and pulled him away. I even said in your ear, follow me, I have something to tell you, and then he just dragged me here without saying anything. Whatever the reason, I can't let him drag me away like that. Even though he's a relative, he's never once had good intentions towards him, and he thinks he doesn't either. What if he tries to drag me somewhere to punish me? My injuries are quite serious, so if we fight, we can't win. Thinking so, he quickly said, hey Cruel, I understand, let's talk here. Why? Cruel turned his head, and as soon as he saw his brother's cold, bloodthirsty face, he trembled. He's definitely trying to kill me, bro. But a second later he saw him draw his sword, facing the opposite direction, preparing to take a fighting stance. Cruel said in a low voice, continuing to follow the path we just took. Dion didn't even understand what the hell was going on, so he asked confusedly, what? Cruel emphasized, the direction we just went. As soon as Dion turned around, he immediately realized, wait, if I keep going this way, I will reach the front line connecting to the demon world. Before Dion could finish speaking, an incoming arrow was cut in half by the sword in Cruel's hand. Cruel frowned and resolutely said loudly, I don't have time to explain, someone is chasing and killing you. This time escaping them is very difficult. At the same time, an army wearing black cloaks also came in front of them, ready to rush to kill them at any time, because they had sent a force that could kill the hero here. Dion was stunned, all these people came just to kill him. Suddenly at this moment, Cruel put his hand on his head. He whispered affectionately, this side is very dangerous right now. Already shorter than him, from this angle, looking up, he suddenly felt the strange warmth of this older brother, a feeling that he seemed to have forgotten for a long time. Cruel smiled gently and said in a whisper, go to the other side and never come back again, Dion. Cruel Heart raised his hand to pat his brother's head and told him to go to the other side and never come back again. Dion was surprised. The other side, could it be him? He thought. He knew that he was interacting with the devil side. How could this be possible? Cruel smiled gently at Dion. The other group of people all heard the conversation between the two of them. The leader raised his hand and scratched his head. He said uncomfortably, well, so he finally chose Dion. I really don't want to confront both of them. Not a hero at all. Traitor, have you forgotten your orders? Hearing him say that, Cruel immediately pushed Dion behind him. He pulled out his sword to shield his younger brother. Immediately afterwards, the leader shouted orders to kill both of them. The whole group of people rushed up at the same time, rushing towards the two people. Cruel tried to fight back. He is very agile and sharp. All the arrows in the first few soldiers were gently defeated by him. He told the Duke he couldn't see anything, but actually secretly followed Dion deep into the forest that day. And where he went was, Cruel looked at the surroundings. This place was, Three Moon Land, Demon World. The Emperor's secret mission, the appearance of the commander of the Zero Army right after Dion had just disappeared, and when he saw Dion, he suddenly went back and forth to the demon world. Cruel remembers the image at that time. Yes, that was all you, Dion. Back in the present, Cruel still tries to fight to protect his younger brother even though his sword is very chipped. He thought to himself, being given the position of commander of the Zero Corps proved that his life in the demon world was quite good, so instead. Suddenly, a dagger flew from behind and stabbed straight into the face of the enemy in front of him. Cruel turned back to look. Dion's face was red, breathing heavily and thinking, with so many of them, he wouldn't be able to fight all of them alone. Even if he ran, they would still be easy. Just catch me. A few more guys rushed forward. I don't know the reason, but it seemed Cruel wanted to help me. Dion and Cruel fought together. Now the only way is to coordinate with him. At this moment, Cruel blamed himself. I made the wrong choice. I should not have brought Dion with me at this time. I want to take her back to the demon world because it's too dangerous here. I didn't expect the Duke's assassins to be so fast. I have to find an opportunity to bring Dion. At that moment, an arrow passed right in front of his eyes. As for the two arrows that were shooting towards Dion, he wasn't paying attention. Dion only realized this. He didn't have time to avoid them. There was a splash of blood. 2 arrows hit the target. But the person who was stabbed was Cruel. He promptly rushed out to help Dion. You called worriedly, brother. Dion shouted, what are you planning to do, suddenly acting like you care about me, you? Cruel didn't answer, decisively pulling out the 2 arrows from his shoulder. Each memory suddenly came rushing back to Dion. What reason did he have to do that, at this time? There's something wrong somewhere, there's something wrong with my memory. No, but didn't he abandon me? He remembered when he was little, the 2 of them were reading books side by side. Dion said, Cruel, I want to see the outside world. Hiding his disgust under a patient expression. Seeing him silent, he raised his head and forced a smile. I'm just kidding, I really like reading books and playing chess with you like this. It's not like he intended to kill me. At that moment, a hand was placed on Dion's head. Cruel smiled gently and asked, Dion, when you're a little older, do you want to go on a trip with the whole family? He opened his eyes wide with great anticipation and excitement. Dion realized, it was actually him. Cruel suddenly covered his eyes. I remind you, don't think too much, just do it like always. 2 more enemies rushed in. He still looked at him kindly and smiled. He wanted to tell Dion, accept it and forget it. But it was just a word in his heart. He removed his hand from Dion's eyes. He was trembling. Cruel told himself, the family died because of Dion's mistake. Cruel rushed towards them again, continuing to fight. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. If it's not a misunderstanding. He remembered the image of his little brother holding a teddy bear in his arms and smiling brightly, if not for the Duke, then for his kind brother. Group after group of them kept rushing towards him, wanting to kill him. Cruel was still deep in thought. He would never do that. A voice came out, do you remember your younger brother was the one who killed your parents, between your younger brother and you, whose life is more important? Cruel didn't seem to be tired, he stubbornly fought them off. The day my only brother was covered in blood, I was determined. The memory of when a luster pinned a knife in his hand and bowed before him suddenly flashed through his mind. The pain has tormented me before. The 2 men jumped forward again. He looked at them, then swung his sword to finish them both off. But at the same time Cruel was also injured, to protect his only family, his younger brother. Dion walked up behind his brother. Cruel comes back, when I die, you will soon realize the truth. I look at Dion, he is awake. Until now, in the current situation, Cruel is still worried about Dion. If he finds out the truth, he will go crazy with guilt and revenge, and then kill everyone around, and will eventually take his own life. He pushed Dion away. Go, this is my last offer. Dion cried, then he listened to Cruel and immediately left. Cruel is heartbroken, he doesn't want you to know the truth. The people behind shouted to each other, no. Dion Hart ran away. The leader shouted, damn, there were only a few of them, why did you guys let him escape? He ordered, kill Cruel Heart first. The men in front shouted loudly and approached. Cruel was not afraid and rushed forward to attack. Don't wonder about the fact that you participated in the 8-year war or what happened to you. The sword and his whole body were stained with blood, both from the enemy and himself. Just focus on your hatred for me, just feel relieved. Cruel is surrounded. He coughed up blood. When he died, Dion ran a long distance. He was breathing heavily, but in the end, you didn't listen to me. Dion turned his head to look. If you really want to know the truth. At this moment, his red eyes were filled with the image of his brother. Cruel was exhausted. He took the brunt of a guy's sword. Cruel knelt in a pool of blood. Face reality, everything you've done. In his final moments, on the brink of life and death, he still blamed himself. Is it over? People may laugh at me for living a pathetic life. Unable to stop his younger brother from killing his parents. And even rose to a higher position to protect his younger brother. Become a hero of the empire, and work like an enemy dog. Even so, I'm still happy. Cruel smiled. Didn't he lose his life protecting his younger brother? From afar, Dion trembled and called, Cruel. Cruel looked towards Dion. It's okay if he dies, but he is one wish. I just hope that when you find out the truth, it will hurt a little less. I hope you will live in the love of the demon world. I'm worried that after I die, you'll be left alone in this world again with no one to love you. Dion, my little brother, I really hope you're happy. Someone walked up to Cruel. But I don't care anymore, I will still protect you. Ah, this is a perfect ending. Two masked men stood blankly looking at the man lying on the ground in the middle of a snowstorm, in the hand of one of them still holding a sword covered in blood. He coldly said, "Cruel heart." Under the snow that was now covered in blood, shining with the red color of morning, Cruel Heart lay under the cold snow, not reacting at all. The guy holding the sword waved the sword until all the blood was gone. His tone was extremely unpleasant. The guy who was called a hero was different. Our army had lost too many to him. Now there weren't many people left. The one standing behind also stepped up. "Sound, this stubborn bastard." Until the end, he did not utter a single word. Suddenly the guy holding the sword looked up, frowned and said, "Now." He continued, "Let's finish off Dion Hart, right?" As he spoke, he turned his eyes towards Dion Hart standing in the middle of the pine forest. Dion Hart stood there, his face darkened. Unpleasant thoughts appeared one after another in his mind. Is he dead? I've wanted to kill him for a long time. The previous memories of him and Cruel Heart also appeared, and the image of Cruel Heart gently stroking his head became even more meaningful. Those thoughts kept lingering in Dion's head, so I kept thinking that I would be happy. Unexpectedly, he shed tears. The appearance of Cruel Heart appeared, making Dion's pain even more. Why did he do that? For what reason did he do all that? Dion Hart held his head and spoke in pain. His head slumped down, the thought of being unworthy still lingering in his mind. Suddenly a strange call came out, pulling me out of my trance. "Dion." Cruel Heart appeared next to him, making Dion not believe his eyes. One by one, people wearing royal clothes appeared around him. Cruel Heart said, "Don't think about it, but if you want to know the truth." Cruel reached out to Dion, who was in tears in front of him. Dion couldn't help but gasp. He had difficulty saying, "Cruel, you," but Cruel interrupted him, facing reality, everything he had ever done. This sentence made Dion confess, asked, "What did I do?" Suddenly, something brown quickly hit him, pulling him out of those confusing thoughts. The jade necklace immediately created a blue shield to protect him. Unable to withstand the force of the attack, the bracelet immediately broke into many small pieces. The two strangers saw this and immediately frowned and said, "What is that?" The scar-faced guy frowned and thought, "Damn, that last shot was very sure. Where did it go wrong?" As he thought, he loudly ordered the remaining guys to go catch him. Dion Hart was still sad at this time, but he told himself, "I have to run," but my will did not allow me to run. Then they started running, leaving footprints on the white snow. Dion was still struggling with his own consciousness. He had tried to live up to this moment. What to do now? But the figure of Cruel Heart appeared again. He moved his lips and said to Dion, "Live." As fast as lightning, Dion ran away from them. Seeing that, the scarred man immediately panicked and said loudly, "Chase after him, don't let him escape." But unfortunately they were stopped by a snowstorm. They couldn't help but curse, "Ugh, the snowstorm." In just a moment, Dion ran away, out of sight of these masked men. They panicked and said, "Damn, where did he run off to? We lost track of him. Let's find his trace, hurry up." The snowstorm grew bigger and bigger. Dion kept running in the eye of the storm, but the tormenting thoughts kept appearing in his head. "I died for you right before your eyes." What I believed to be the truth was shattered right before my eyes. Dion ran hard in the snowstorm. Soon he couldn't stand it. He couldn't stop breathing. That thought appeared in his mind again, rationalizing, avoiding. Even those things had limits. Suppressing memories, constantly rushing back also has its limits. Are your parents really, or are they the ones who sent you to the battlefield? Does Cruel really want to kill me? Dion slowed down, trying to conserve his strength. Why did Cruel work for the Duke? Were the memories he thought were true really true? His eyes seemed to darken. Yes, maybe I knew everything thoroughly. Dion's stamina was exhausted. He couldn't bear it anymore and sat down on the snowy ground. The dreams in you seemed to drag you to the bottom of the abyss, but I avoided it, thinking I wouldn't be able to return once I accepted it, afraid that I would be broken. I tried my best to avoid all the truth. At this time, Dion's mind had almost collapsed. He shed tears, constantly tormenting himself, but it was a wrong decision, wasn't it? He said to himself, "I can't close my eyes and watch, before everything you did for me." Then Dion decided to let go of everything, accept it, everything. At the same time, in a magnificent castle inhabited by goblin servants, a problem arose. I only saw Ben rushing towards me, his gesture very urgent. Daniel held his hand and asked loudly, "Ben, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ben panicked, held up the glowing red necklace and tremblingly said, "Mr. Arut's magic necklace has never glowed this much." After hearing this, Daniel's face turned pale. He stammered and asked again, "What does that mean? Could it be that he is But before he could finish his question, a scream rang out in the middle of the auditorium from someone. He was in danger. It was a small pink-haired girl. She cried and said, "Lord Arut is in danger." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a fist was punched into the blood-covered snow, causing fresh blood to splash. Dion Hart seemed crazy, angry and kept punching the ground. He was still like that, constantly haunted by tormenting thoughts. The barrier he had built over the past 10 years had now collapsed. He was in despair, holding his head and crying, his eyes wide and scary. But that thought kept clinging to him and wouldn't let go. When I stopped denying it, it was all just a matter of time. His eyes seemed to radiate murderous aura to the sky. He continued with those thoughts. All the memories he had ignored began to come back. Dion sat down on the ground in pain, his voice trembling, and said, "Cruel, father, mother." He was clearly in a lot of pain, constantly tormenting himself. He said, "Why, I should have killed you." That memory was truly painful and difficult for Dion. My emotions at that time were still extremely vivid, making it extremely difficult for me to breathe. Then, as if reaching the limit, Dion vomited blood. He said angrily, "Big, why don't you kill me?" Suddenly, from afar, someone ran up and said loudly, "Mr. Arut." Dion's eyes kept getting darker and darker until he could only see that the person was a pink-haired girl. The little girl approached him with tears in her eyes. "I just want to live," he thought. Then Dion just passed out on the cold snow. At the same time, a voice came from a small village saying we must run away. An elderly woman stood in front of the villagers and said loudly, the last wall had collapsed, the disaster would continue soon. When the people in the village heard that, they were puzzled and asked, "What happened last night?" Another person replied, "That old woman is like that again." But a hand suddenly placed on the old woman's shoulder. The person said, "No, you should listen to her, she's right." It was a young girl with long black hair. Her face was extremely serious. She said, "This place is very dangerous now. We have to prepare to leave. We are going to Esperanza." In the castle at this time, a stranger said to Remember, "Don't you know where the master is?" News has begun to spread that the third hero of the empire, Dion Hart, has gone missing. He sighed and said, "How could this old man know?" That rumor immediately aroused concern among all the officials. It was rumored that he had kidnapped or killed Cruel Hart, and fled to the demon world. The soldiers were also worried about Dion, not knowing if he had enough to eat. One person said, "Seriously, where are you going with a body like that?" Another person said, "I hope he's safe." A female general nearby also spoke up, "You guys don't worry anymore, focus on training, we just need to believe in him and his majesty and wait. A hero has gone missing, so surely his majesty I will issue a search order." She said that with her mouth, but in her heart she thought differently. Even though she said that, I was still very worried. She continued to think, not knowing where he went, hoping he still remembered that there were many people worried about him. "The crown prince here is also very busy," he said. "You still can't find any information about the whereabouts of Dion Hart and Cruel Hart." The general said, "Yes, someone reported that those two people were last seen in the northern area, but we still haven't found their whereabouts." Hearing that, the crown prince also thought thoughtfully. In the end, it turned out like this. He told the general, "Now we must focus on protecting the country and finding the two heroes." At that moment, there was an arm placed on the shoulder of the man standing in front of him. "You did well." That man looked very resigned, silently listening to the Duke continue, "I will keep your life as promised." The Duke looked satisfied as if he had achieved his goal, he thought, so he decided to sacrifice his life for his brother. What a fool. The Count continued, "What a good opportunity. I also regret not killing Dion Hart." But the Count said that, but the Count thought, he must have escaped to the demon world, not knowing Dion's future actions. How will Hart affect the Emperor? At the same time, Dion Hart was successfully brought to a safe haven by everyone. They said to each other, "What should we do now?" The pink-haired girl came to the bed, tears falling, and said, "He's crying, he keeps crying." Then she angrily said, "Ben, what should I do? Aren't you his doctor?" Ben could only scratch his head and say, "I've treated all of his external wounds, that's it. Because of his psychological trauma, I couldn't do anything." Hearing that, the little girl replied with a sad voice, "Mr. Arut." A stranger walked up to everyone and said, "What did he see that made him cry like that?" That person was the Demon King. He stood next to Dion's bed, thinking, "So you have decided to accept that truth, Arut." The Demon King thought to himself, if he keeps leaving him like this, he will die. He placed his hand on Dion's forehead and said, "Okay, this is a good opportunity to test your fate." Everyone who saw them widened their eyes and asked, "Demon King, could it be you?" Everyone was chased out of the room by the Demon King. He said, "Everyone go out." The power from the Demon King was continuously transmitted to Dion. He thought, that is something that will affect the future of your life. The price to pay is also very expensive. Things are starting to get interesting. I can't throw it away. An opportunity like this goes easily. The Demon King treated Dion and said in a ghostly voice, "Please take a long, good sleep." Suddenly there was a flash of purple light that shone throughout the castle. Dion slowly opened his eyes. But he quickly fell asleep, still muttering, "Cruel."